My name is Chinemo. I used to be an ordinary university student in Xia country. My life changed forever when I tried to save a drowning child at the beach. I succeeded in saving the child, but the waves swept me away. When I opened my eyes, I wasn't in my world anymore. I was staring into the empty eye sockets of a grinning skull. I am now a servant in the Black Crow Castle, a dark place ruled by a powerful necromancer. Because I am educated and hardworking, I was promoted to A, Reserve Apprentice. At first, I was thrilled. I dreamed of commanding a vast army of the undead. However, the reality of this world is harsh and cruel. My daily life is miserable. I have no days off and no pay. I eat hard rations that are almost impossible to chew. Most of my time is spent cleaning the castle or maintaining skeletons. In this world, low-level undead are not smart. If I don't clean the dirt and stones out of their bone joints, they will break during a fight. I have become a specialized cleaner for magical monsters. I am at the bottom of the social ladder. In this castle, rich nobles have all the advantages because they have the money and connections to summon powerful creatures. People like me are seen as replaceable. Life is cheap here. Apprentices die every year, and no one cares. To make things worse, I have accidentally gained a dangerous enemy. A beautiful girl named Ailey has been very kind to me. She is charming and knows how to make every boy feel special. Because she treats me well, a wealthy and powerful noble apprentice has become jealous. He looks at me with pure hatred. Now, I have been assigned a dangerous mission to hunt a magic tree in the dark forest. I know it is a trap. The noble leader wants me dead. I realize that if I keep living like a servant, I will eventually be killed for no reason. I cannot accept this anymore. It is time for me to find a way to fight back and survive this cruel reality. I am stuck in a world where your birth determines your worth. In Black Crow Castle, I am just a reserve apprentice, which means I am treated more like a piece of equipment than a human. Every day, I crawl out of a dark tunnel with other ragged boys to clean the powerful monsters summoned by senior mages. Today, I was forced to clean a zombie belonging to the young master of the Zircon family. Everyone laughed, trying to humiliate me because the beautiful girl Ailey smiled at me. I didn't let it bother me. Instead, I used the time to study the zombie's body, knowing it might be the same creature sent to kill me in the forest later. I have realized that the magical summoning system is rigged. To get a strong creature from the sacrificial altar, you need a true name, basically a private phone number for a powerful undead lord. Noble kids have these numbers passed down through their families. People like me only have access to trash, spirits from the slums of the underworld. Without money, fame, or connections, I am destined to fail. But I have a plan. I am not from this world, so I don't have a magical family here. However, I have a home in another world. I approached the supervising mage and requested my one-time reward for being a beginner, a mental energy pill. This pill temporarily boosts my power, but causes a painful mental strain afterward. I swallowed the pill and went back to my cellar. I didn't have any expensive items to offer the gods, so I used the bloodline sacrifice method. Instead of calling out to a local demon, I used the pill's power to reach out across the stars. I recited the address of my true home, the Milky Way, the solar system, and finally, the Eastern Xia Republic. As I initiated the connection, my mind began to tingle. The altar froze as it tried to bridge the gap between two different universes. I am risking everything on this one call. I am not calling a god. I am calling my country. I have sent a desperate call across the universe, and it has finally reached the heart of my motherland, Eastern Xia. My summoning beacon, a tiny object from another world, tore through the sky above Changle Palace at incredible speeds. It defied the laws of physics, dodging advanced missiles and fighter jets with impossible maneuvers. Back on Earth, the high-ranking ministers were in a serious meeting when the air raid sirens screamed. They watched in shock as my beacon fell from outer space, glowing like a fireball. Instead of crashing, it stopped mid-air and landed gently. When the stick figure, metal limbs unfolded and I cried out in our native language, "Mom, help me!" The shock was absolute. My message reached the Eastern Emperor and her ministers. They found the letter I sent, where I explained that I am a child of Xia lost in another world. I begged for help, even just a handgun to protect myself. The government reacted with incredible speed and efficiency. Within minutes, The palace was sealed, and a top-secret think tank was assembled to figure out how to help me. They even tracked down my records at my old university, confirming who I am, the student who went missing while saving a child at the beach. The leaders of my country did not abandon me. They didn't just send a handgun. They prepared a large package of supplies. Under the watchful eyes of the ministers, my tiny beacon emitted a white glow and swallowed a suitcase-sized package, pulling it across the dimensions back to me. As the portal closed, the ministers were left in awe, realizing that they are now connected to a distant world. I am no longer just a lonely traveler. I have the full strength and resources of my motherland supporting me from across the stars. After making contact with my homeland, I woke up with a headache so sharp it felt like my skull was being split open. But the pain didn't matter because I finally had support. In my dark cellar, I opened the beginner's gift package from Eastern Xia. The first thing I found was a letter addressed to Comrade Chunimo. Those words brought tears to my eyes. I am no longer alone. My country sent exactly 15 kilograms of supplies, the maximum weight the altar could carry. They didn't just send a handgun. They sent a QBZ 95-1 rifle, a pistol, grenades, and bombs. They also included stab-proof armor, a medical kit with adrenaline, night vision, a solar charger, and even gold plates for currency. Most touchingly, they sent a formal diplomatic letter with a red national seal, asking anyone I meet to protect me as a citizen of Xia. I am no longer a helpless servant. I have a whole world behind me. 2 days later, our mission to the Dark Forest began. Our team is led by Little Gold Hair, a noble apprentice from the Zircon family who hates me because the girl Ailey is kind to me. He has 2 powerful zombies, while Ailey and I only have weak skeletons. We also have a kind scout named 11 and a veteran warrior I call Many Bones. As we reached the breezy path, the border between the safe lands and the terrifying deep forest, the tension grew. Little Gold Hair openly mocked me, calling me trash and joking about burying me with my skeleton. He thinks I am a doomed insect because I have no noble family to protect me. He has no idea that my family is a modern superpower. I stayed calm, even when he refused to let me leave the group to gather herbs. I just curled up under a tree to sleep. The veteran warrior, Many Bones, watched me all night, sensing that I am more dangerous than I look. He saw me sleeping soundly despite the insults. Now, the sun is rising. Today we enter the deep forest, and today, the noble master will learn that the rules of this world are about to change. The stars in the sky gradually disappeared, and the morning light spread across the endless sea of trees. The team kept their distant formation, stepping into the inner circle of the shadowy forest. The first thing they saw was a badly corroded signpost. The large words "Forest of Demon Trees" were almost unreadable, but below them were crooked lines of smaller writing, probably left by former apprentices. Dark Demon Tree ahead. Every round costs 2 lives. I went in with 2 zombies and came back with 3. Sadly, one couldn't walk on its own. Welcome to the land of evil, living nutrients. You had to admit, these adventurers had quite the sense of humor. Maybe it was because only the survivors ever got the chance to carve their words here. Next, Little 11 became visibly alert. She carefully adjusted her wrist guards, moved her short blade to the front of her belt, gripped a triple-shot hand crossbow in her right hand, and held a swallowtail knife in her left, occasionally cutting away the branches blocking their path. Chunimo struggled to move through the dense forest. Even for experienced hikers, this untouched wilderness was a challenge, let alone for a clumsy college student who preferred books over physical activity. As for Little White, the poor skeleton had already tripped over tree roots hidden under fallen leaves several times. Each fall made its tightly bound chest rattle with a series of clanging sounds that made Chunmo's heart race. Eventually, Chunimo had to hold on to his summoned creature and use his own feet to test the ground ahead. He couldn't help but think that, as a necromancer who spent all day taking care of a skeleton, his path in life had gone a bit off track. After walking for a while and resting from time to time, they finally reached the lair of the dark demon tree as the sun climbed high in the sky. The landscape ahead suddenly changed. In the dense forest, sunlight was usually blocked by the leaves, so the ground rarely had thick grass. But here, the trees formed a nearly perfect circle, as if someone had dug out a huge pit about 100 meters wide. The grass on the ground was soft and dense, like a thick green carpet surrounding the giant tree in the center. Xiaoxi signaled everyone to stop. It was time to follow the plan and start the battle. According to legend, the Dark Demon Tree was once an ancient war tree of the night elves that had been corrupted. Its body was extremely tough, its movement slow, and its strength immense. Its most troublesome trait was its ability to endlessly regenerate from the polluted land, making it nearly impossible to destroy completely. Certain parts of the tree could be harvested for valuable materials used in crafting magical tools or small enchanted ornaments. Because of this, its ability to regenerate became an advantage, and it was captured by Black Crow Castle to serve as a private training ground. The strategy was simple. Zombies were natural enemies of the Dark Demon Tree, just a bit faster and more responsive, allowing them to attack from behind. They were also tough enough to withstand a few heavy hits without much trouble. Skeletons, however, were too fragile. One strike from the tree could shatter them completely. Under the command of the blonde-haired captain, Chun Mo's zombie, Ailey's skeleton, and Xiaoxi took positions around the grassy field, forming an equilateral triangle to surround the area. Once the fight began, the Dark Demon Tree would summon wild beasts from the forest for help. The two skeletons and the scout's main job was to deal with those smaller enemies. The captain's armored zombie stepped onto the grass. The Dark Demon Tree began to tremble. Its roots were buried deep, and when it slowly pulled out two thick, root-covered legs from the soil, the entire field seemed to shake slightly. The tree's movements were indeed slow. The armored zombie limped closer from behind, and when it swung its blade down, the Dark Demon Tree hadn't even turned around yet. The tree let out a muffled roar, though no one could tell how it managed to make a sound at all. Howls of wolves echoed through the forest. These were wolves infected and tamed by the dark magic tree. The tree used the meadow to attract small herbivores, then used the infected ones to lure predators, eventually raising a group of fierce servants. The dark magic tree controlled a pack of short-eared gray wolves. A dozen gray beasts burst out of the forest. Each was about 1.5 meters long, with red eyes and gaping jaws that made Chun Mo instinctively step back. Xiaobai his bone spear forward. The infected wolves seemed to have lost their instinct to dodge and bit down fiercely on the weapon. Bone clashed against bone. Neither side gained the upper hand. But Xiaobai's body was hard as stone, while the wolf's flesh was soft. With a twist of his spear, Xiaobai struck deep, and the dying wolf let out a desperate howl. The battlefield split into two zones. In the inner circle, Xia Jinmeo's two summoned zombies were pulling the dark magic tree back and forth. When the tree slowly lunged toward one zombie, the other would rush in from behind, hacking at its trunk. The polished blades left deep marks on the bark. It looked like they were chopping down a tree, except the tree was trying to run away. Unable to catch its target, the magic tree turned awkwardly, only to become the next target again. It was like two old men with canes ganging up on an even older man in a wheelchair. Although the tree's long branches sometimes managed to swat a zombie several meters away, it didn't matter. The zombies could take the hits. In the outer circle, Xiaoxi's twin blades danced like butterflies, already cutting down 4 wolves. The skeleton Xiaobai had just defeated his second, though 3 wolves still clung to him. The sharp sound of their teeth scraping against bone reminded Chun Mo of chalk squeaking on a blackboard. A larger wolf slipped into the inner circle, sprinted a few steps, and leapt at Xia Jinmeo, only to be punched midair by Duogu, who stood guard beside him. The wolf flew back more than 10 meters. The middle-aged warrior didn't even move his feet. Chun Mo knew well, this man wasn't here to fight the magic tree. He was here to deal with him. As the dark tree roared again and again, the wolves grew even wilder. More and more gray wolves rushed into the clearing, only to be thrown aside one after another. Their rage was useless. This time, the team that came was far too powerful. The fate of the dark magic tree had been sealed from the very beginning. When the huge tree finally crashed to the ground, the skeletons only had a few bite marks, and the zombies' metal armor showed a few dents. Other than that, everyone was unharmed. The young man with golden hair clapped his hands. Good work, everyone. The mission went well. Now it's time to collect our rewards. Black Eyes, go dig out the heart of the magic tree. Ellie, there's a pond to the south. You might find some good herbs nearby. Go take a look and be careful when picking them. 11. Go protect her. Don't let any wild animals disturb Ellie while she's working. Come on, everyone. Let's hurry. We need to return to Breezeway Path before dark. Move. Quickly. His orders were clear and well-organized. It was easy to see that, back on Blue Star, he would have been the perfect class monitor in elementary school, team leader in middle school, and student council member in college. Ellie walked straight into the forest without looking back. 11 turned his head a few times, then finally stomped his foot and hurried after her. As for Chun-Mo, his task was to break open the magic tree and dig out the dark-colored heart inside. Chun-Mo and the little skeleton, Xiaobai, lay side by side on the fallen tree. Chun-Mo faced the direction of the golden-haired boy, slowly cutting into the bark with his short knife, while keeping his eyes fixed on him and Duogu. When the two herb gatherers disappeared into the woods, the golden-haired boy turned back, the corners of his mouth curling into a deliberately sinister smile. "Poor little one," he said softly. "It seems you've already accepted your fate." The golden-haired boy was completely lost in his own excitement, as if standing on a grand stage before a cheering crowd. "What a pity," he said dramatically, his voice rising and falling. "Everyone praises your talent. No one knows from which forgotten corner you came. Yet in just a few weeks, you've learned our language and writing. TSK, TSK. From the lowest servant to a trainee apprentice. Old Jui even said that in another half-year, you might be able to summon zombies and become a full apprentice like me." The blonde boy's lips curved into a mocking smile. "Well, someone like you, a so-called genius? My family's servants produce dozens like you every year. What's the use of that? Those who obey me will serve me. Those who don't will be dealt with." His voice grew louder, almost like a bard reciting a dramatic poem. "No matter how strong your mental power is, do you think the great lords of the underworld would ever lower themselves to notice a nobody like you? Stop dreaming. Your lowly birth means you'll never have any real rights. You should just disappear here, forgotten forever," he shouted, his voice cracking. "Your body will feed the next dark magic tree, and I'll come back to claim it. As for your longest bone," he paused, smiling coldly, "I'll carve it into a staff, a trophy on my path to power." He stopped for a moment, as if remembering something amusing, and let out a low laugh. "Ah, I almost forgot to tell you. I've already collected 11 such masterpieces. You'll be the 12th. What a perfect number." The blonde boy waved his hands excitedly, his fingers tracing circles in the air, his eyes shining with a strange light. Chun-Mo couldn't help thinking that this guy was clearly unstable. He decided to provoke him a little with words. "Are you jealous of me? Jealous that Ellie likes me, but ignores you? Lies." The blonde boy's scream tore through the air like a bird's cry suddenly cut short. His voice cracked. Chun-Mo didn't stop what he was doing. He tossed the newly dug tree core toward the bag by Xiaobai's feet, raising his voice with just the right amount of anger, as if cornered. "Why? I've told you hundreds of times. I have no interest in Ellie. Why won't you believe me?" The young apprentice's face flushed red, his hands trembling. The black tree core slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground with a soft thud. Chun-Mo quickly bent down to pick it up. Seeing his opponent lose composure, the blonde boy froze for a moment, then burst into wild laughter. Executing a commoner was as meaningless to him as crushing an ant. Those numb, helpless victims never even tried to resist, leaving all his carefully prepared villain speeches with nowhere to go, which frustrated him deeply. Why do villains always talk so much at critical moments? Perhaps because, if no one appreciates a brilliant scheme, how lonely that must be. If he couldn't show off to the person about to die, who else could he impress? All right, the young man with golden hair drawled with smug generosity. "Since you've asked so sincerely, I'll kindly tell you." Just as he was about to deliver his grand declaration, Chun-Mo suddenly turned his head sharply to the south. His pupils widened, his lips parted, and his face filled with shock, as if he had seen something unbelievable. "What?" Duogu and the golden-haired man turned their heads instinctively in the same direction. The forest and the waves of grass looked unchanged. However, in that split second, bang, 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 the sharp, rapid gunfire, so out of place in this world, exploded across the open field. This was the moment Chun-Mo had been waiting for. Minutes earlier, the skeleton named Little White had silently drawn a cold metal weapon from beneath its empty ribcage, a Type 95-1 automatic rifle. Little White loved this thing. After all, it was a skeleton soldier, who said an automatic rifle didn't count as a proper weapon. For an ordinary skeleton from Ghostfire Alley, it had never possessed anything so valuable. In the past, being able to store 2 pouches of magic dust in its chest was already the peak of its worth. Though its limited mind couldn't measure the weapon's true value, it could feel the power and beauty within the steel, like a dark knight's armor or a fearsome warrior's blade. The moment it gripped the weapon, its empty skull almost trembled with excitement. For this single, decisive strike, Chun-Mo and Little White had practiced countless times. In the end, Chun-Mo designed a strange shooting stance that only a hollow skeleton could perform. Facing away from the enemy, staying low, Little White deftly released the safety, flipped the rifle backward, and aimed the barrel through the gap between its 10th and 11th ribs. The skull lowered its head until it was level with its chest. Its hollow eye sockets were now upside down, staring fixedly at the rear sight of the weapon. The ribcage held the gun, firing backward. As Chun-Mo pretended to pick up the fallen dark tree core, his fingers casually pulled open a corner of the dirty cloth wrapped around Little White, revealing the sight's view. Next came that exaggerated head turn, an old but reliable trick. It looked clumsy, but it worked well. The golden-haired youth and Duo-Gu fell for it. They never imagined that at such a short distance, a trainee who didn't even know real spells could pose any threat. Chun-Mo couldn't use any attack spells yet. Even a trained mage needed time to champ before casting, and if the distance wasn't wide enough, a quick fighter could strike several times before the spell was ready. So, neither Duo-Gu nor the golden-haired youth realized the danger. In that split second when their attention shifted, Little White calmly pulled the trigger. The first to be hit was Duo-Gu. Chun-Mo had aimed at him from the start, the strongest fighter in the group. Duo-Gu had been standing respectfully behind the golden-haired youth. Perhaps from staying awake all night and keeping watch, the middle-aged mercenary was tired. Distracted by Chun-Mo's trick, he didn't notice Little White's attack in time. Even if he had, it wouldn't have mattered. No human body could move faster than a bullet traveling nearly a kilometer per second. Little White had already set the firing mode and unleashed a burst. More than half of the 10 bullets struck Duo-Gu. The second one hit his neck, and the fourth struck his head. It was clear Little White wasn't yet skilled at controlling recoil. The gun muzzle kept rising, but the skeletal gunner's stability was impressive, keeping the weapon steady enough. A mist of red spread through the air. Duo-Gu didn't even have time to cry out. He clutched his neck weakly, gave Chun-Mo a look of disbelief, and fell straight to the ground like a wooden post. No matter how many skeletons one could defeat, before the power of modern weapons, both the living and the dead were equal. The sudden gunfire startled the young man with golden hair. For a moment, he didn't seem to realize what had happened. The young Master Zircon made a fatal mistake. He tried to pull up his fallen guard. Another burst of gunfire followed. The young man's thin body was struck as if by an invisible hammer, throwing him backward. A trail of bright red arced through the air, marking the fall of a life. As Chun-Mo gave the order to finish the target, he dashed forward like an arrow leaving the bow. He had already played out this life-and-death fight countless times in his mind. Just as expected, the moment the golden-haired youth fell, 2 zombies let out furious roars and stumbled toward them. Xiao Bai quickly adjusted his aim, fired the remaining bullets at the 2 fallen enemies, then ran in the opposite direction. 1 man and 1 skeleton began circling the edge of the field. A perfect repeat, just like when the zombies had been lured around the magic tree earlier. Speed now measured the distance between life and death. That was exactly why the golden-haired youth had insisted on bringing the warrior Duo-Gu. With only his 2 zombies, if Chun-Mo truly decided to flee, they might not have been able to stop him. In just 6 or 7 seconds, as the mage's life force rapidly faded, the 2 raging zombies were suddenly pulled into a ghostly altar that appeared out of thin air, banished back to the cold underworld. Chun-Mo called for Xiao Bai to return while he stayed about 20 meters away, gripping his sweaty handgun tightly. Take risks? What a joke. He knew his role clearly. He was like the supporting player who could help Kobe score 81 points. or the cautious leader who protected Zhao Yun while charging through the battlefield. Once his mental strength improved, it would be a story of him and his mother sweeping through another world. As for finishing off the enemies, that was Xiao Bai's job. The skeleton Xiao Bai walked forward unhurriedly and drove his half-broken bone spear heavily into Duoga's body. The middle-aged warrior twitched once, and as the spear was pulled out, blood splashed onto the green grass and stained Xiao Bai's bones. Without pausing, Xiao Bai turned the spear and aimed it straight at young Master Zircon's throat. The ring of binding. No one knew whether the little golden-haired boy was pretending to be dead or had just been jolted awake by pain. Either way, he launched one final desperate attack before the end, firing a shimmering ring of ice toward the nearby skeleton. The crystal ring wrapped around Little White, making him stumble slightly. The bone spear that had been aimed at the boy's throat missed its mark and instead pierced deep into his shoulder. The young master of the Zircon family let out a scream that shook the air. His body curled up like a shrimp thrown into boiling water, his eyes bulging as his face twisted in unbearable pain, almost unrecognizable. Clearly, he had never suffered like this before. Little White steadied himself, raised the bone spear again, and it precisely into the boy's bulging eye socket, sending the restless eye back where it belonged. In the final moment before losing consciousness, the golden-haired boy turned his head toward Chun Mo with all his remaining strength. His one remaining eye was filled with confusion and despair. How could you do this? Weren't you the one who asked why I wouldn't let you go? Why won't you let me speak? He had prepared his words for so long, carefully planned, rehearsed countless times in his mind. Those lines were meant to be spoken proudly at the moment of victory, to make him feel triumphant. But now, they were all stuck in his throat. Wasn't this useless man supposed to have failed at summoning the undead? Where did he get this creature? Did he trade his soul for it? You wretch. You won't escape. As Little White the spear down once more, the golden-haired boy's body trembled, and the light in his eyes finally faded away. At the moment of death, he thought of his proud family, his bright future, and his beautiful homeland. Perhaps he also thought of his treasured bone staff and the girl he had yet to win over. He felt a little regret, but it was too late. The young master of the Zircon family's main line, 19th in succession, a once promising apprentice necromancer, died quietly on this fertile plain. Rustle, swish. From the nearby forest came the sound of branches being hurriedly pushed aside. The sound of continuous gunfire and a heart-wrenching scream had already startled Ailey and Little 11, who were out gathering herbs. When they hurried back and stopped at the edge of the meadow, their faces filled with fear and disbelief, Chin Mo spread his hands helplessly from a distance. His voice was tired and full of sorrow. I'm sorry. There was nothing I could do. You both saw it. I didn't want to come here. I begged him many times to let me go gather herbs, to let me go. But he refused. He sent you away just so he could deal with me. Deep down, you both know that, don't you? I didn't want to die, so I had no choice but to fight back. Chun Mo carefully controlled his tone, trying to sound as sincere as possible, shaping the image of someone innocent and forced to defend himself. It seemed to work, at least a little. Although the two still looked wary, their eyes had softened slightly. Ailey, 11, Chun Mo said quietly, I can't go back. Now I have to go to the Six-Leaf Forest. From there, I'll leave the lands of Black Crow Castle forever. Before that, I need you two to come with me. I don't know the way. Please. This was the plan he had gone over countless sleepless nights, the best one he could think of. Chun Mo didn't want to hurt anyone anymore. A kind girl, an honest scout, better that they part ways and never meet again. As long as they traveled together along the Breezewood path to the Centaur camp, even if they later rushed back to report him, the castle guards wouldn't have time to catch him. After hearing his words, Little 11's tense shoulders relaxed slightly, and the short crossbow in his hand lowered toward the ground, his way of showing peace. He didn't know how this apprentice had managed to defeat a trained mage's student and a warrior, but his instincts told him, don't ask, and don't test it. Chun Mo gave him a small smile and turned to Ailey. The girl's eyes were red, tears shimmering as she tried not to cry. Brother Mo, I'm scared. Please let me go back, she said in a trembling voice. I promise. I swear I won't tell anyone about you. Chun Mo shook his head firmly. I'm scared too, Ailey, but there's no other way. When you go back, How will you explain to the mentor that the others disappeared? Stop arguing. Please, just listen. Just one day. If we hurry, we can reach the six-leaf forest by tonight. Then, you'll all be free. With the two bodies on the ground as a grim warning, Ailey and Little 11 had no choice but to follow Chun Mo's orders, moving forward reluctantly. After a few steps, Little 11 couldn't help but glance back at the two stiff bodies. Aren't you going to take their things? The warm afternoon sunlight spread across the grassland. Though only a few minutes had passed, small groups of insects were already drawn by the smell of blood, circling around the two bodies. Chunmo smiled gently. I don't need them. You can take them. I'll wait for you. Oh, right, he said suddenly, pulling something from his coat. I took out the heart of the magic tree. You can have that too. After more than 10 minutes, Little 11 had put on Duo Gu's bulging backpack and finished dividing the supplies. He walked silently at the front. Ailey followed closely behind, head lowered, her shoulders trembling slightly. Chunmo, with the small skeleton Xiaobai, stayed far behind the group. The atmosphere on the way back was even heavier than before. No one spoke. They all quickened their pace, each eager to escape the nightmare. In silence, they left the dark inner forest and stepped once more onto the breezy path. The signpost was still there. If he weren't in such a hurry to flee, Chunmo might have carved something on it too. Forget it, he thought. Maybe next time. If there ever is a next time. Under Chunmo's calm yet quietly intimidating gaze, Little 11 swallowed hard, turned sharply, and stepped heavily onto the leaf-covered breezy path that led into the distance. The breezy path wound along the edge of the dark forest, stretching in both directions. To the east, it led to the main road connecting to Ironback Valley. To the west, it twisted toward the Red Tree Highlands, disappearing into the vast plateau beyond. The Six-Leaf Forest was the nearest and busiest camp in the area. This camp, controlled by a brave half-human, half-horse tribe, is like a busy digestion chamber in the forest. It provides various services for traders, mercenaries, and other fringe groups, from basic lodging, drinks, and supplies to less obvious activities like hiding, escaping, and selling stolen goods. It might also secretly help with other personal needs. For Chunmo, the most important thing in the Six-Leaf Forest is the airship route run by a dwarf. This is the fastest way he can think of to escape. From the moment he started acting, Chunmo knew he couldn't go back. Neither the Dark Raven Mage nor the noble families of Zircon would reason with him. They care about status and strength. Even in his own country, offending such powerful people would be dangerous, not to mention this foreign world where social classes are already firmly fixed. Chunmo, who killed a young noble, must run away, far away. Leaving on an airship directly from the dark forest is the best choice. Xiaoxi walks silently at the front, occasionally looking back at Ai Li and glancing at Chunmo. As time passes, Ai Li seems to recover from the earlier violence and begins to speak carefully. Brother Imo, everyone says you failed the second summoning, but actually, you succeeded, right? The girl lifts her face, trying to smile with admiration. I knew it. Brother has the best talent. You'll definitely become a very powerful mage someday. She pauses, looks at Chunmo's face, and her eyes quickly fill with tears. Her voice wavers with sadness. With your current skills, you can definitely be a high-level apprentice. Maybe. We should go back. We can ask Master Jue. He values you so much, he'll forgive you. Tears fall at the right moment, sliding down her slightly thin cheeks. Her shoulders tremble slightly, looking pitiful. Chunmo doesn't want to respond, but the girl's attitude and words crawl like bugs on his tense nerves, making him very uncomfortable. That smell. It's overwhelming. Chunmo notices that Xiaoxi's steps have slowed down several times. In life-and-death moments, there's no room for hesitation or noise. He stopped and firmly refused, saying, Ellie, be quiet. I just want to leave now. Don't test my patience and kindness. When we reach the Six-Leaf Camp, you go your way and I go mine. That's it. Understand. Tears welled up in Ellie's eyes and spilled over. She covered her mouth, sniffing and crying. I'm sorry. I was just so scared. Sorry. Brother Imo, I'm really sorry. All right, don't cry anymore. For some reason, Chunmo felt more and more annoyed. If they were on Blue Star, seeing such a pretty young girl crying like this, his heart might have trembled. But this is the Starry Sky continent, a dangerous place where the rules are written on blades, carved on magic staffs, and displayed on noble badges. He couldn't risk his life or the hopes of his homeland for a moment of weakness. No need to apologize. Follow me. I said I'd let you go once we reached the six-leaf camp. As the sun set, the forest grew darker. After a long walk, Ellie was exhausted. Her steps slowed, and she fell behind Chun Imo, seeing the group slow down. Chun Imo couldn't help but urge again. Walk faster. Before he finished speaking, something strange happened. Ellie's foot seemed to catch on a root, and she let out a surprised cry, falling forward. Chun Imo instinctively stepped back, then thought it wasn't right. He moved closer and asked, "Are you okay?" At that moment, a dazzling, icy blue glow suddenly burst around Ellie. A cold magic force exploded instantly. Transparent ice crystals formed a reversed ice cage, perfectly trapping Chun Imo inside. The freezing cold seeped through his body, as if his blood was about to freeze. His body hair stood on end in an instant. A binding ice ring. Chun Imo never expected that. After being cautious in the grassland and letting Little White take the hit of the binding ice ring, it would end up on himself in the end. And it was his fault. Whether a trainee or a full-fledged apprentice, they couldn't cast spells instantly. He had thought Little White was just pretending to be dead and secretly chanting, but now he realized. This was a legendary magic item that stored spells. I was worried that the small golden retriever had something strange on it, and feared it might have tracking abilities. So, I made a firm decision to give up all the trophies, not taking anything. Looking back now, it was Little 11 who, while cleaning the battlefield, shared this item with Ellie. At this critical moment, Ellie used it to turn the tables on herself. No wonder the small golden retriever didn't attack, but instead used a useless binding spell on a skeleton. It was clearly a preset spell stored in the item. In a flash, Chun Imo understood the cause and effect, while the culprit, Ellie, quickly turned around and ran towards the Black Crow ancient castle. In that split second, Chun Imo figured everything out. He was both surprised and angry. Ellie, the instigator, had already turned into a frightened rabbit. Without hesitation, she staggered and ran with all her might towards the castle. Ellie is very smart and decisive. Coming from a small merchant family, she had early exposure to city life and understood how the world works. Her family was considered wealthy by commoners, envied by neighborhood kids, but in front of power and strength, they were no different from struggling commoners. To move up, one either has the luck to meet a good person and marry into the upper class, or becomes a stronger summoner to join the elite. The young master of the Zircon family was not a good match. The family was too noble, too proud to give a girl like her, with average talent, any chance. As her mother said, the Zircon family's placenta is lined with gold leaf, and their amniotic fluid flows with silver juice. Since then, Ellie deeply understood that with her background, it was almost impossible to gain a formal status. She would probably only be a secret lover hidden in the shadows. She also faced the risk of being oppressed by the mistress in the future. So, no matter how passionately the young master pursued her, she kept a cautious distance. The trouble was, because of this young master, other boys of decent family background and potential kept their distance from her. As a second choice, she looked to the commoners, trying to find and develop a promising investment she could rely on. Chun Imo was one of her many observation targets, or rather, he was her shield to deal with those flirtatious suitors. Before this, similar shields had already broken into many pieces. She occasionally felt a little guilty, but it was quickly suppressed by a stronger instinct to protect herself. She just wanted to stay alive and live better. What's wrong with that? Now, the shield has caused a person to die. Even though this shield showed greater potential, Ellie completely gave up on being with Chun Imo. This naive and reckless man would never understand how terrifying the Zircon family really is. She must go back. She wants to be the first to report to the Grand Mage. She needs to free herself. She is just an innocent, brave witness trying to stop a tragedy, but powerless. She must not become this person's accomplice. She is so excellent and deserves a better future. The girl gasped heavily, desperately swinging her legs. Despite Chinmo's frantic shouts behind her, she never looked back. She knew she couldn't waste any time. Because of that, She didn't see the dark gun barrel pointed at her by Little White. The deafening gunshot shattered the quiet of the forest, startling a noisy flock of birds into flight, flapping their wings and fleeing in panic. Ellie, the clever girl, decided to throw a binding spell at the mage after failing to witness Chun Mo's first move. She never expected her brief life would end in the hands of a slow-moving, seemingly foolish skeleton. Chun Mo watched that delicate figure fall like a broken kite, landing among fallen leaves and decayed matter, a sharp pain suddenly stabbing his chest. Could it be a lingering attachment and affection for this innocent, beautiful girl? No. Did I get shot? Chun Mo looked down in shock, seeing a short arrow deeply embedded in his chest, with its tail feathers still trembling slightly. Not far away, Little Eleven's eyes were bloodshot, looking like a madman. The young scout hesitated for no reason and fired again. The second crossbow bolt tore through the forest air and fiercely nailed into Chun Mo's shoulder. Luckily, this shot was not precise enough to hit his head. If it had aimed directly at his skull, he might have been finished right there. Reacting slowly due to the pain, Chun Mo hurriedly tried to dodge. "Why did you kill her?" the young scout shouted loudly, like a madman, rushing forward recklessly. Chun Mo, who has lived 2 lives, may feel a distant, calm detachment toward Ellie. But for these children, who have been oppressed under the shadow of the castle for years, Ellie is a rare light in their dark lives. For Little 11, Ellie means all kindness and warmth. She always speaks softly, never scolds, and never kicks people. She wouldn't spit in someone's face, even though everyone thinks it would be nice if she did. She claps when others succeed and blushes when someone helps her clean her summon. Her long, drooping eyelashes can keep boys awake all night. Little 11 is just a servant. He dares not dream much, only secretly admire her beauty. Now, this light has been snuffed out by the guy in front of him, who personally smothered it. Little 11 completely loses his mind. His quiver is empty. He doesn't even reload. Instead, he frantically slams his hand crossbow against Chun Mo, then pulls out a short knife from his waist, shouting loudly and swinging wildly. "Why did you kill her? Such a good girl. Why did you have to kill her?" "I didn't want to kill her." She insisted on running away. Chun Mo struggles against the ice ring's grip, trying to wake up this crazy man. "If the Grand Mage finds out someone ran away, I'll be dead for sure." "She made you die? Then you well should die too." Little 11's voice twists with extreme anger. Go to. A clear but foolish modern college student, Chun Mo, faces this life-and-death situation for the first time. He makes 2 mistakes. First, because of Little 11's previous kindness, Chun Mo, who had the upper hand, knew they were unhappy about being forced into the 6-leaf forest center, but he let them move freely, fully armed. He ignored the fact that Xiao Jinmao's body was still warm, and he repeated the same mistake. He simply lacked experience in killing. Second, under the pain of his wound and the threat of death, he momentarily lost focus and loosened his control over the skeleton Xiaobai. When a summoner is attacked, their summoned creatures instinctively protect their master. Xiaobai is rushing to save him. Chun Mo glanced at him, and his heart sank to the bottom. This fool, after losing his master's guidance, followed the most basic instincts of a skeleton gunman. He actually abandoned his powerful automatic rifle, which still had more than half a magazine of bullets, and clumsily carried a broken bone spear, staggering forward with his characteristic, almost falling apart, jerky steps, trying to get closer. He was really trying hard, but how could he outrun the swift forest scout? And it was a mad scout. Chun Mo staggered backward, tripping over a root or a raised stone, falling awkwardly onto the cold ground. This fall just shattered the ice ring around him, which had become fragile as magic power quickly faded. The restraint was broken. Life and death hung in the balance, leaving no room for hesitation. Chun Mo fell to the ground, kicked hard with both feet, kicking up a cloud of leaves and dust to block the view, then pulled out his pistol from his pocket. Xiao Shi seemed to turn into a berserker, ignoring the dust and the gunfire, with bright red eyes fixed on Chun Mo's figure. He charged forward wildly, without any clear plan. Bang! The first bullet hit the scout's left shoulder. Xiao Shi was pushed back forcefully, his shoulder swung back, and his body tilted uncontrollably. Still, he staggered forward, continuing to rush toward Chun Mo's gun. Bang! 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 The QSC-92G fired a series of rapid shots. Chun Mo emptied his magazine in one go, still holding the gun tightly on his target. His pale fingers pulled the trigger repeatedly until the firing pin clicked uselessly with a dry click, click. Xiao Shi finally collapsed to the ground. The cold grip of death seemed to bring back a bit of his remaining reason. His body twitched a few times, as if he wanted to get up, but finally he lay there helplessly. The young scout used his last strength to lift his head, his eyes fixed on the fallen figure nearby. He stretched his arm forward desperately, his fingers futilely grasping at the air. That was the direction where Ellie had fallen. Xiao Shi's lips moved as if muttering something, but his voice was so faint it was like a whisper. Chun Mo didn't hear a single word. When Chun Mo regained his senses, only the rustling of leaves in the wind remained in the air. After about 20 seconds, Xiao Bai finally arrived at the scene. Clumsily, he poked at the corpse on the ground with his bone spear, splattering fresh blood everywhere. Chun Mo, still shaken, sat heavily under a tree, gasping for breath. The pain from his wounds came and went, sometimes distant, sometimes sharp. Eventually, the pain eased as the body's natural chemicals, like dopamine or endorphins, began to break through the painkiller's effects, pulling him back to reality. After a few minutes, he started to check his injuries. The 2 arrows in his chest were blocked by his protective vest's inserts, leaving only deep dents and a shocking bruise under his clothes, evidence of how close he had come to death. The arrow in his shoulder was deeply embedded in the flesh, with its tip seemingly pressed against his shoulder bone. He tried to gently pull it out, but the pain made him gasp and see black spots before his eyes. He endured the pain, gritting his teeth, and applied disinfectant and hemostatic powder around the wound. He also swallowed an antibiotic capsule. The instructions from the letter from the Eastern Emperor's leader echoed in his mind. In dangerous situations, think of the worst possible outcome and prepare for the worst. And what was the result? He had been careless and underestimated the danger. But I really didn't want to kill them. After contacting his homeland, his biggest wish was to go back home. If that wasn't possible, his second choice was to find a peaceful place to settle in this world and send some supplies back to his family. It was like telling his mother that he was doing okay outside, so she shouldn't worry. He was busy with work, so he decided not to go home. But they wouldn't leave him alone. Probably because, in this world, ordinary people's lives are actually the least valuable. The golden-haired guy wanted him dead out of jealousy. The other guy wanted him dead to show loyalty to his master. Ailey wanted him dead to avoid blame, and Xiao Shi. Chun Mo couldn't see that he loved Ailey. The young scout always led the way alone, whether resting or camping at night. He never spoke, and always took the night shift himself. He never said a word to Ailey the whole time. When the golden-haired guy joked with Ailey, he just quietly swatted mosquitoes and fanned himself nearby. Chun Mo thought he was just trying to curry favor with the golden-haired guy. But when the golden-haired guy died, he calmly collected the body. Ailey was gone, and Chun Mo lost his mind. Just a loyal dog. Night fell gradually, turning the sky dark. Chun Mo struggled, enduring the tearing pain in his shoulder, and slowly managed to stand up. Facing away from the setting sun, his shadow stretched very long through the woods. Suddenly, he really wanted to record a short video of this moment. The background music would automatically match the familiar lyrics. We are all living our lives with effort. Chun Mo began to clean up the battlefield. The air was filled with the smell of gunpowder and rusty blood. He forced himself to resist trembling all over and the stomach-churning feelings. He kept repeating various self-hypnosis and encouragement phrases in his mind. Self-defense. All evil spirits, disperse. May Buddha bless us. Long live Rin Min. After saying the last phrase, he seemed to gain some confidence. He put on cut-resistant gloves on his trembling hands, then wrapped thick cloth strips around the gloves. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly lifted the still-warm body of Xiao 11. He carried Xiao 11's backpack, which he inherited from Duo Gu, covered in dirt and dark bloodstains. He directed Xiao Bai to drag Xiao 11's stiffening body to Ailey's side. He tried hard to control his gaze, avoiding touching Ailey's face, which was once bright and beautiful but now frozen with shock and pain. Chun Mo tilted his head, quickly brushed his hand over her eyes, and closed them. He left Xiao 11's body on the muddy ground not far from Ailey, with the face full of resentment facing her. He didn't give him an eye closing, but at least he fulfilled this last, humble wish of the dying. I've taken the things, so that's probably the cost of helping you fulfill your dream. Next, he quickly checked the supplies. Chun Mo moved back and forth across the messy battlefield, decisively abandoning most heavy or suspicious items, keeping only the most valuable and practical ones. The easiest to evaluate was, of course, the money. He tore off the money bags from all the corpses and threw them aside. The coins inside clinked as they fell into his own shriveled money bag. Originally, there were only 5 copper coins in his bag. Chun Mo had earned this huge sum by doing odd jobs for a well-off apprentice in Black Crow Castle. This killing game ended with a total of 1 gold coin, 23 silver coins, and 16 copper coins. The heavy currency clattered inside the worn cloth bag, making a comforting, pleasant sound. Almost 99% of the coins were from the Zircon family's little golden-haired member. The gap between people can sometimes be so large that it's hard to imagine. Anyway, this was a heavy but valuable gain, which slightly comforted Chun Mo's wounded heart. He quickly checked the remaining items and packed the ones he decided to take into his bag. Xiao 11's hand crossbow and a quiver full of arrows, some easy-to-carry dried food and water, everything else he abandoned. He didn't know which items came from the Zircon family or if there were any tracking marks, as his magical knowledge was only based on mysterious stories passed among apprentices. Safety first. As for Ellie's belongings, he hesitated but ultimately decided not to take them. He was still worried about whether her magic tools had tracking abilities. He couldn't bother to bury her, so he let her take her things and leave. And Xiao 11 serves him right for being overly loyal. Oh, and his shoes. A pair of sturdy leather boots with anti-slip treads on the soles. The boots were muddy but made of tough leather and well-made, standard gear for scouts. He endured the discomfort, changed into them, and felt a bit tight, but the support and grip from the shoes were a huge improvement over his nearly worn-out old shoes. It was like going from to heaven. In this dangerous jungle, a good pair of shoes could mean half his life. The setting sun's golden light filtered through the trees, casting a false warmth over the gloomy trail. He carefully wrapped Xiao Bai in the tattered cloth to hide her, covered her belly with the bag holding all their belongings, and with only 1 bone, he staggered into the depths of the forest along the breeze-filled path. The 6-leaf forest is located on the vast grassland called the Windless Plains, southwest of the Dark Forest. A cold monsoon from the northern continent is blocked by towering ancient snow-capped mountains. The warm, moist air is forced downward, creating a unique mild climate on this grassland, full of lush water plants and vibrant life. The forest outpost is situated at a bend in a clear river, offering a wide view. Many years ago, a clever and capable centaur chieftain saw this land's potential, led his tribe's warriors to drive away wild beasts, clear the open space, and build the first walls with sturdy logs and solid rocks. Over time, the outpost was expanded from generation to generation, gradually becoming an essential supply and rest stop for adventurers from nearby kingdoms who venture into the dark forests or head to the Red Tree Highlands. As the sun sets, the clouds on the horizon turn a beautiful shade of purple-red. The camp seems to wake up from sleep and gradually becomes lively. This is the characteristic of the camp on the edge of the dark forest. During the day, people are like tight bows, moving through dense woods and dangerous areas with great effort. At night, they flood into the relatively safe stronghold, using food, strong drinks, and indulgence to numb their nerves and enjoy themselves for a night. Whether it's the exaggerated stories of traveling bards or the private rumors of apprentice hopefuls, the 6-leaf forest is not a kind place. Here, young boys and girls with dreams of heroism wander, mercenaries with scars and blood on their blades, fugitives with sinister eyes, fleeing from the law, bandits lurking in the shadows, waiting for opportunities. There are mountain bandit leaders hiding from soldiers, gamblers who have lost their last coin and are heavily in debt, cunning merchants boasting about ancient dragon skins, con artists carrying fake treasure maps or ancient scrolls, trying to fool naive people. Of course, there are also spies from the major human kingdoms, scouts from elves and orc tribes, annoying goblins and gnomes, as well as fierce dwarves and barbarian warriors ready to your skull. In short, at this border between order and chaos, you can see all the most primitive and chaotic forms of life. Compared to them, the young necromancer who just owes 4 lives feels like a pure white sheet. The moment Chin Mo arrived outside the camp, he was spotted by the centaur lookout. 2 sharp, high-pitched whistles sounded, like the calls of some bird species. Several young centaurs, who were chasing and playing outside the camp gate, immediately stopped their fun and curiously gathered around. They are never afraid of humans because behind them is a powerful centaur camp. These little creatures, though not yet adults, are quite large. Their strong horse bodies are muscular and covered with shiny short hair, with sturdy hooves. Their upper bodies resemble healthy young humans, only wearing simple leather skirts or cloths around their waists. Their short, soft manes shimmer with a healthy glow in the evening glow. This unique body structure, with 4 limbs and 2 hands, gives the centaur tribe strong mobility and fighting ability. This is what makes them stand out among many other subhuman groups called the 5th race. It's my turn now. A lively young centaur with 4 legs and 2 arms quickly stepped forward, skillfully standing in front of Chin Mo. He is about the same height as Chin Mo, but with a strong horse body, he looks much sturdier. Hey, stranger, the young centaur puffed out his chest, trying to sound serious like his elders, but his clear, youthful voice revealed his age. This is the 6-leaf camp, the territory of the great and noble 6-leaf centaur tribe. Look at you, so exhausted, and that fragile little bone there looks like it might fall apart at any moment. I guess you definitely need a reliable guide. Chin Mo didn't waste words. He skillfully flicked his thumb, and a shiny silver coin traced a graceful arc through the air. The young centaur's eyes lit up. He gently kicked his front hoof, leapt into the air, and precisely caught the coin in his hand. His movements were smooth and natural. He skillfully blew on the coin, grinning widely to show his white teeth. Honored guest, future warrior of the 6-leaf tribe, Kaga, at your service. His tone carried a youthful pride, with a hint of mimicking adult manners. During the 2 months at Black Crow Castle, Chin Mo spent a lot of time gathering information about the surrounding area. The nearest escape point from the 6-leaf forest was especially important. He heard from some guards about a stronghold guarded by the powerful 6-leaf centaur tribe. There was an unspoken rule. Newcomers had to pay a small fee to hire a local guide. Usually, young members of the centaur tribe like Kaga took on this job. It was both a way to practice and a small way to earn pocket money. At least 5 copper coins were needed. That's why Chin Mo worked hard to save up 5 copper coins. Now, having earned a little, he naturally thought that paying 1 silver coin was definitely worth it, according to the guards. The 6-leaf centaur tribe was very strong. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to defend such a valuable stronghold. The friendliness of the centaurs could help you avoid many unnecessary troubles. For example, a reminder about camp rules. Carefully store the silver coin, then immediately assume your role and walk confidently while introducing yourself. First, take care of your bones, buddy. He pointed to the quiet white behind him. It caused trouble in the camp, so the blame is on you. Fighting? Killing? Absolutely not. If you do, our chief will be very angry. The half-human, horse-like creature exaggeratedly shivered, stomped its front hoof heavily, and kicked up a small cloud of dust. Very, very harsh punishment. Remember that? Once you leave the camp, it's no longer our concern. Then, see that shop with the 6-leaf symbol hanging outside? He pointed to a wooden sign at the entrance of a tent. That's protected by our centaur tribe. Eating, drinking, buying inside. Pay honestly. Want to cheat? He stomped his hoof again, a look of longing on his face. It seemed the centaur tribe was very eager for such scenes, probably because they had been too comfortable in the camp for too long. Finally, Kaga leaned in slightly, lowering his voice with a serious expression. Be very careful with your purse. There are many sneaky human pickpockets here, like mice in a hole. If they get your coin, it's nothing to do with us. He spread his hands and shook his head like a rattle, his mane-tied braid swinging. Kaga isn't responsible, but the half-human, horse-like creature changed the subject. If you stay at the Heroes Inn tonight, that's the one with the shield sign at the door, Kaga can guarantee it. As long as you're inside the inn, No one can take a copper coin from you before you leave. The owner is my uncle, so it's totally trustworthy. He emphasized the last part. Chun Mo's tired face showed a faint smile. He nodded. Understood. Thank you. I'll stay at the Heroes Inn tonight. The half-human, horse-like creature happily stomped the ground and called the camp guards to open the small gate. A strong young centaur, a clumsy, disheveled human, and a skeleton wrapped in strips of cloth slowly walked into the camp, stepping into the last glow of sunset. From a distance, the wide earthen walls and sturdy wooden fences tightly enclosed the six-leaf forest, making it look like a large fortress. However, when Chun Mo passed through the gate made of bundled giant wood, the scene suddenly opened up before his eyes. A central dirt road over 2 meters wide stretches straight ahead from the gate. On both sides of the road, simple shacks are packed closely together, as if they are competing with each other. A dim yellow light hangs high in front of the gates, casting long, flickering shadows on the muddy ground, making pedestrian steps appear and disappear. Right now, it is dinner time at the camp. Rising white smoke from cooking mingles with a strong smell of livestock and earth, enveloping Chun Mo completely. Walking through this slightly crowded shantytown is like passing through the camp's front corridor. A wide central square appears before the eyes. Around the square, various small stalls form a circle. The sounds of shouting, bargaining, and the clattering of pots and pans blend together, creating an illusion that Chun Mo has returned to a lively park under the night sky in the eastern summer kingdom. A burly man wearing a leather apron, shirtless, has a bloody animal leg hanging from a hook in front of him. Bright red blood drips onto the grayish chopping board. An old woman in a worn gray cloth dress smiles broadly, her shriveled lips revealing some missing teeth. In front of her, a clay pot is stirred with a wooden spoon, bubbling with a brown soup of unknown material. The lively market atmosphere hits him strongly. The almost decayed nerves, covered by the Black Crow Castle, suddenly wake up. Chun Mo feels as if he has returned to the human world. It's clear that Kaga's popularity, or rather, his people's favor, here is quite good. Along the way, all kinds of strange creatures enthusiastically greet this little centaur. Hey, Kaga, come have some hot soup after you're done working. An old woman cooking soup squints and calls out. Today, I've spent a lot on fresh mushrooms. Don't worry, this time it's all red, good quality stuff, not like those yellow mushrooms last time that made your eyes glow. Kaga, why don't you bring your distinguished guest over to my stall to take a look? A young, slim merchant waves a small gadget. I just got a batch of new items from the south. Open the door wide, wide open. Huh, little guy, did you find a skeleton buddy again? A passing centaur, carrying a pickaxe, laughs loudly and teases. Chun Mo, skeleton buddy? Do you really insult the undead mage? Or rather, the apprentice of the undead mage? Or even the trainee of the undead mage? Of course, not all creatures like Kaga. A young centaur with messy hair tied into small braids and a proud, rebellious look in his eyes saw Kaga from afar. He immediately used his 4 long legs to leap forward in an exaggerated, fancy jump, making a thud-thud sound as his hooves hit the hard ground. Ugh, such bad luck. The messy-haired centaur complained loudly, his voice sharp and quick. He also shot a blunt look at Chun Mo. Today I met a customer so broke he can't even afford the cheapest leaf cake, aside from a little tip for guiding. What a rotten day. He then turned his words directly to Kaga, shouting, Hey, Kaga, you can't keep letting me go home empty-hooved every time, right? My dad would beat me to death. Be smart. Give this customer to me. Kaga, broad and sturdy, stepped forward to block Chun Mo's view. His thick neck muscles tensed as he glared back confidently. Get lost. If you keep talking, I swear I'll beat you up before your dad does. The messy-haired centaur was intimidated by Kaga's strong presence. He snorted angrily and turned away, annoyed. Kaga spat at his back. That guy's too sneaky. Every time, he drags customers into those shady merchants' dens, always trying to cheat newcomers. Last time, a somewhat important customer got badly cheated and reported it to the chief. As punishment, he had to clean the livestock pens for a whole rainy season. The smell. Ugh, he added, if guys like him come up to you offering to sell you stuff, you better hold tight to your money. Don't trust a single copper coin. Chun Mo liked this straightforward little centaur. He sincerely praised him, saying, "I can see that you're the best guide. Everyone likes you, so you're definitely reliable." Hearing this, Kaga's tail immediately perked up proudly, and his hooves rhythmically tapped the ground with a crisp, drum-like sound. Of course, Kaga would never cheat. I only recommend the most honest ones. But soon, reality hit the enthusiastic little centaur with a sharp slap in the face. After Kaga explained the camp, Chunemo shared his three main needs: find a trustworthy doctor to treat his injuries, find a safe inn to stay overnight, and buy a ticket for a flying spaceship that could take him far away from this place, toward a brighter future. However, he never expected that the first step of his plan, finding a doctor, would hit a serious setback. The doctor's hut is located in the southeast corner of the six-leaf forest. The shaman in the camp is a chubby old man. As Kaga proudly claims, this elder, known as Big Eye, has been living in the camp since Kaga was a little foal running around. His medical skills are strange but effective, making him a versatile healer for both people and animals. Traveling merchants and adventurers often come to see Big Eye whenever they have a headache, fever, or broken limbs. Uncle Big Eye is very skilled, Kaga confidently proclaims. Anything he says he can cure will definitely be cured. Chunemo casually asks, "And what about those he can't cure?" Kaga doesn't hesitate and answers naturally, "If he can't cure it, well, then it just goes back to Mother Earth." Chunemo, following a group of centaurs, they push open the wooden door. The dim light makes Chunmo's eyes take a moment to adjust. In the center of the room is a large table filled with various jars, clay pots, wooden barrels, crystal bottles, and tin cans. They are of different sizes and shapes, piled chaotically. The colorful, medicinal ingredients soak inside. Some look like vines, some like fur, and others resemble biological tissues. In the corner, a half-full cauldron slowly bubbles, emitting a dark green glow under the light. Inside, a few fragments resembling bat wings seem to be trapped. Deeper inside the room, an old rattan chair holds a plump figure, seemingly asleep, with their chest rising and falling slowly with each snore. "Grandpa Big Eye, I brought people to treat their wounds." "Wake up! Wake up!" Kaga clops his hooves on the soft wooden floor. The old man slowly turns his head. Seeing the person, Chunemo finally understands why he is called Big Eye. The old man's two eyes are very different in size. The large eye is round and shiny, like a peeled crystal grape, bright and lively. The small eye is narrow, like a shriveled raisin, almost invisible if not looked at carefully. The old man, who had been smiling and greeting Kaga, now suddenly freezes when his gaze falls on Chunemo, especially when he looks at the small white creature quietly following behind him. His smile instantly turns as cold as ice. The big-eyed creature carefully examined Chunemo from top to bottom, then lingered on the little white for a long time before speaking in a strange, slow tone. "From the Black Crow Castle?" Chunmo's heart immediately sounded an alarm. He instinctively sensed something was wrong. He nodded and quickly added, "Yes, but I've already left there. Now I'm heading to the southern continent to visit relatives." The half-human, half-horse creature, Makaga, didn't seem to notice the tense atmosphere. Curious, he tilted his head, flapped his ears, looked at Chunemo, then at the shaman, and asked, Grandpa Big Eyes, how did you tell right away that he's from Black Crow Castle?" "Humph. Even from 8 zhang away, I could smell that persistent, rotten stench from the bones of the Necromancer." Chunemo understood that this person probably had some grudge against the Necromancer. But since he needed help now, he had to clarify carefully, "Sir Shaman, I am a Necromancer, not a death mage." He emphasized the words, Necromancer, to highlight the big difference. On the Starry Continent, this distinction is very important. Necromancers communicate with undead creatures from the underworld and are considered neutral summoners. They are generally accepted and tolerated in mainstream countries. In contrast, death mages reanimate corpses, turning the dead into mindless puppets under their control. Most living beings find it unacceptable to have their bodies controlled after death, especially women, who worry about being pulled up by death mages to become mindless zombies, possibly subjected to terrible things. They see death mages as their enemies. Therefore, death mages are notorious and considered taboo across the continent, hated by everyone. To show respect for necromancers, Most countries have strict laws. When they see a necromancer, they must destroy them completely, breaking their bones and scattering them so thoroughly that no resurrection is possible. Chinemo didn't want to be labeled as such. All the same, the chubby shaman waved his short, thick finger impatiently, then held his palm out in front of Chinemo, comparing the front and back, and said with a look of disgust, looking at wounds, right? 10 gold coins each time, paid in cash. Not a copper less. No credit. 10 gold coins? Chinemo repeated incredulously, looking at Daya and then at Kaga. He wasn't sure if the old man truly hated necromancers and was taking out his anger on the undead mage, or if he was just making a random excuse to raise the price. What does 10 gold coins mean? On the Starry Continent, because of limited mining technology and the rarity of gold, its value is much higher than what Chun-Imo remembers from Blue Star. For example, in the Green Pine Kingdom where he is now, the kingdom's own currency is quite limited. The more common currency among the people is the standard currency from the Sky Empire. The currency exchange system is roughly based on hundreds. 100 copper coins equal 1 silver coin, and 100 silver coins equal 1 gold coin. Based on basic market prices, Chunmo's rough estimate is that 1 copper coin is worth about 2 cents, 1 silver coin about $2, and 1 gold coin about $20,000. So, 10 gold coins would be worth about $200,000. The young noble from the Zircon family only carries around 1 gold coin and a few silver coins. This fat old man is asking for 10 gold coins. That's not just a high price. It's a refusal to treat. Chun-Imo forcibly suppressed his emotions, cleared his throat, and said, "Well, sorry to bother you, but I really can't afford this fee. I will take my leave now." Facing Daya the witch doctor, Chun-Imo pocketed his hands and slowly backed out of the strange-smelling little house. As he left, the old man's big eye flickered briefly, and he muttered, "Kid, I advise you. It's best not to get involved with that old necromancer from Black Crow Castle in the future." Chun-Imo didn't reply. He quietly exited the door, and a half-human horse followed him out, with their ears and tails drooping listlessly. Seeing the little guy like this, Chun-Mo's frustration eased a bit. He forced a comforting smile and patted Kaga's sturdy shoulder. "It's okay. Don't blame yourself. Reality is never perfect." Today's incident was a reminder that Black Crow Castle, always operating outside the surrounding countries and powers, might have some shady dealings. Hearing Chun-Mo's words, Kaga felt even more guilty. The half-human horse anxiously pawed at the ground repeatedly, kicking up dust as if trying to dig a hole at the witch doctor's door to bury the old man who had damaged the future warriors of the horse tribe. Suddenly, the half-human horse stomped heavily and slapped his furry head with his palm. Chun-Imo even heard a dull thud from his skull. "I remember now." Kaga's eyes lit up instantly. "A few days ago, I met a group of adventurers coming from the north. One of them was a healer. Let's go? I'll take you to find them." When travelers settle in the Six-Leaf Forest, they usually have 3 options. First is the Brave Hero Inn, which is highly recommended by Kaga, the half-human horse. This building stands at the most visible spot in the central square. It is on high ground, with a wide view, good lighting, and ventilation. The architecture combines elegance and ruggedness. Inside, the rest and dining areas are highly praised. It can be called a 5-star hotel in the forest. It has no disadvantages except being expensive. Second is the horse pens of the horse people, a covered space with half-walls that keep out the wind. On one side, horses snort and wag their tails. On the other side, travelers curl up on the ground. The smell and sounds of animals fill the air. Only very insensitive people could sleep well in such an environment. It's cheap but has no other advantages. The last option is camping in the wild. It saves money but comes with risks that travelers must face themselves. The Brave Hero Inn has strict guards, and the horse pens are patrolled at night by half-human horses. But if you don't pay, the Great Horse Tribe chieftain won't protect reckless travelers. If you wake up with only your underwear left, it's considered a small mercy from the camp's thieves who are not very skilled. Or maybe your underwear is too dirty to wear. However, for Princess Frost from the Jade Kingdom, camping alone is the safest and most comfortable way. A circle of tents of various sizes surrounds the big tent in the middle, like stars around the moon. Guards from her family and mercenaries set up temporary watchpoints. Under the moonlight and lanterns, the gleam of weapons at their waists or in their hands can scare away any suspicious intruders. At this moment, our noble Princess Frost leans diagonally in a thickly padded armchair. Her long hair flows like a waterfall to her waist. Her delicate face shows signs of exhaustion. She struggles to keep her eyelids from fighting each other, reluctantly accepting the mental cleansing from Chief Lady Linda. Your Highness, you have not completed today's lessons. As the 22nd heir of the Yunjing province in the Jade Empire, you must maintain discipline so you can always show your family's manners and uphold the honor of your land. Yes, Lady Linda, I understand, Luo Shuang replied weakly, her lips curling up as she reluctantly picked up the heavy book titled Noble Etiquette. Although Linda is officially just a maid, she was actually the personal attendant of Luo Shuang's late mother. She served both mother and daughter for over 20 years. She is strict, serious, and meticulous, like a finely tuned clock. Luo Shuang's mother died early, and her father was busy managing the land and dealing with many wives and children. If it weren't for Lady Linda's dedicated care, the young princess might not have survived until now. So, even if she didn't want to, Luo Shuang had to gather her strength and pick up the thick, Noble Etiquette book. Class 21. Audience Protocol. Lady Linda's voice sounded like she was reciting a sacred text, clear and firm. When facing a lord or lady who has no family ties and holds a rank equal or higher than your own, follow the steps below in order, without skipping or mixing them up. First level, proper appearance. Crowns, sashes, and family crest accessories must reflect equal respect in material and design, without overstepping or showing disrespect. All decorations should be spotless and smooth. Any wrinkles or stains could be seen as insulting the family. Appearance must be solemn and dignified. Hair tied tightly, accessories secure, face clean, with simple makeup suitable for your status. Second level, presenting with trust. At the start of the audience, the chief attendant or designated official must first hand over a formal invitation and proof of identity to the host's ceremonial officer. The proof of identity should be a letter or invitation stamped with the family crest and signed by the head of the family. Alternatively, a document with the family's official seal or emblem, clearly visible, can be used. The token must be placed on a 3-inch 3-line tray and handed over by the ceremonial officer, covered with a cloth bearing the family crest. It must not be passed directly by hand. The young princess held a book in her hands. Her eyes glazed over as the words blurred into dark shapes before her eyes. It was really hard for Lady Linda. She had no book in her hands but managed to memorize such boring, dull text perfectly, word for word. Not finished yet, Lady Linda continued reading aloud, sentence by sentence. Level 3. Ritual Steps. Entry order depends on rank. The lord or representative goes first, followed by attendants in order of status, with 3 steps apart, moving in sync. The steps should be steady and respectful, with a moderate stride. From the main door to the audience spot, one must perform the respectful step, landing heel first, then shifting to the full foot, matching the official's call. 7 steps before reaching the audience spot, or at the mark set by the host, one must stop and wait quietly for the official to announce the name and purpose. Level 4. The Greeting Ceremony. After the announcement, the lord or representative must perform the cloud and mist greeting. The actions are broken down as follows. 1. Right palm facing inward, placed over the heart, slightly bowing at a 15-degree angle. This gesture shows respect to the host, symbolizing my loyalty is clear. 2. Maintain the bow. If dressed in hunting attire, clasp hands lightly at the sides. If wearing a dress, lift the skirt with the left hand. Keep the right hand naturally at the side, and step back half a step with the right foot, toes touching the ground, left knee slightly bent, performing a half-kneel bow to show respect. 3. Keep a humble posture, eyes lowered about 3 steps ahead of the host and lady, waiting quietly for the signal to bow from the host or lady. Listening to this detailed etiquette guide, covering angles, steps, actions, and symbolism, the young girl's head drooped, bobbing like a chick pecking at grains. The thick book titled Noble Etiquette on her lap wobbled dangerously, and she was about to fall asleep again. Her only thought was, no more water, or I'll fall asleep. Suddenly, hurried and strong footsteps sounded outside the tent. Your Highness the Princess. Lady Officer, the guide with the troops has brought a necromancer to request healing. The captain of guards awaits your instructions. Lin Shuang immediately perked up, cheerfully flicked her skirt, and with a quick swoosh, jumped down from her chair, eager to rush outside. The young princess has grown up and has never seen the legendary undead mage who is said to be both good and evil. Lady Linda sighed helplessly and quickly followed, walking with grace while softly reminding, Your Highness, mind your manners. Your manners, skirt, steps. Slow down. Your Highness. Passing by a guard 10 ahead, the scene suddenly opened up. Foresight immediately spotted a group at the edge of the camp. A muscular centaur warrior, a quietly standing skeleton with bones glowing faintly under the firelight, and a somewhat shy young apprentice. At this moment, Chen Mo was filled with a feeling called embarrassment. He never expected that when Kaga mentioned finding a healer, it would cause such a big fuss. The swordsman coming to negotiate was dressed in shiny silver armor that could dazzle in the moonlight. His guards stood in neat formations behind him, their movements coordinated, clearly well organized. On the makeshift wooden platforms on both sides, there seemed to be bows and crossbows. The luxurious camp setup in the middle made it clear that they were more formidable than the young noble from the Zircon family Chen Mo had previously annoyed. But the centaur didn't care much about this. In this continent, there are many countries with countless nobles. The Six-Leaf Forest is a busy trade route, and every year, dozens of struggling nobles from all over come through. No noble would dare offend a centaur here unless the centaurs made extremely unreasonable demands. Clearly, Kaga thought his request was not too much. He had just lost face with the big-eyed witch doctor, and he needed to get it back. Otherwise, Kaga would end up like that troublemaker with the messy hair, a dishonest and annoying person. So, even though the swordsman guard captain initially politely said that their healer couldn't treat outsiders, Kaga refused to give up. He kept stamping his powerful front hoof impatiently, creating small dents in the solid ground. His relentless attitude forced the guard captain to go ask his leader. This led to Princess Frozen skipping class. Frozen approached the guard captain, glancing only briefly at Chen Mo, then fixed her eyes on the skeleton standing foolishly in place. Chen Mo, meanwhile, was stunned by the girl's beauty. The young girl was not very tall, only reaching the chest of the head guard. Her thick, black hair flowed loosely like silk, gently rippling with her steps. Her perfect face matched her well-proportioned features, a straight nose and a small, slightly parted mouth. Even in the era of abundant beauty filters on Blue Star, she was undeniably a stunning beauty who could captivate everyone, a goddess in the dreams of many fans. Near the tent, there was a bright light, but it was not as bright as daytime. It reflected in the girl's sparkling eyes, adding a soft, dreamy quality to her appearance. After a quick glance, Chen Mo couldn't help but look again, then quickly looked away. It would be rude to stare too much, especially since everyone else was looking at her. Chen Mo had heard from the royal attendants that nobility status was often linked to their appearance. They said nobles were born noble, blessed by the gods. This idea was clearly nonsense. But thinking about it more carefully, it wasn't entirely without reason. This involved the distribution of beauty resources. In a world filled with powerful elites, if good looks are considered a valuable resource, it was obvious that this resource was monopolized by the upper class, becoming exclusive to the wealthy. For example, even if the young master of the Zircon family couldn't marry openly, he wouldn't give his beauty to a commoner. In this world without plastic surgery, nobles could use generations of naturally handsome and beautiful family members to improve their bloodlines. Over time, it was not surprising that there was a noticeable difference in appearance between the upper and lower classes. Plus, nobles often received etiquette training, making their demeanor and aura stand out. So, from this perspective, the young girl's status was quite high. The head guard quietly reported the situation to the princess. Princess Lu Shuang seemed unaware of any trouble or taboo, waving her small hand. Then just treat him. The head guard showed a faint, almost unnoticeable smile, clearly used to the princess's carefree attitude, feeling both resigned and accustomed to it. He respectfully nodded and then turned to walk toward Kaga and Chunimo. Both of you, the head guard said seriously. My princess has agreed. But before we start the treatment, there are some things I must explain first. During the treatment process, any issues or problems that arise are your own responsibility and have nothing to do with us. The chief guard of the Cloud Mist territory in the Emerald Kingdom is named Puin. He is a 4th-rank Golden Scale Sword Master, known for solving problems with force. Now, however, he has to rely on his less familiar skill, talking. 4th rank is already a high-level combat power on the continent. On the Starry Continent, the system of combat and magic professions is divided into 10 ranks, with 3 stages each. For warrior-type professions, the first 3 ranks are basic levels. Whether you draw a bow or wield a sword, or even if you have a horse or not, there are no specific classifications at this stage. They are simply called 1st rank beginner, copper pattern warrior, 2nd rank ordinary, iron badge warrior, 3rd rank elite, silver armor warrior. The same applies to mages, 1st rank star fragment, 2nd rank moon wheel, 3rd rank sun corona. Which level does Chun Mo belong to? Below star fragment are apprentices, also divided into low, middle, and high stages. Below low stage apprentices is the preparatory apprentice. Chun Mo is still in kindergarten. After a warrior reaches the 3rd rank and completes the 1st stage awakening, known as the Battle Spirit Awakening, they can officially become a 4th rank professional. From then on, they choose their promotion path and development direction. A 4th rank knight is called a Dark Armor Guardian, and a 4th rank archer is called a Tsangling Arrow Master. There are also 6th rank 2nd stage and 9th rank 3rd stage promotions, each strictly following the standards recognized by mercenary guilds across the continent. Of course, advancing in a profession is a real challenge. Most people spend their entire lives unable to reach even the 1st stage. Puin, the chief guard, follows the warrior path. His 4th rank title is Golden Scale Breaker. The 2 little guys and a pile of bones in front of him are not enough to be cut down with a single sword. But, being inside a centaur camp, if he doesn't want to be crushed into pulp by the raging centaurs, he still needs to be polite to these horse children. So, Puin took a bit more time, carefully emphasizing the disclaimer again. The team's healer rarely treats strangers. It's not that they refuse to save lives, but they don't know the stranger's background, why they are injured, or if there are any taboos. If a healing spell is cast and the person still dies, it's hard to say whether it was due to the injuries or the treatment itself. Dealing with equally strong teams or families could easily lead to a lot of trouble. Our healer must see the injury to determine if treatment is possible and how long it will take to see results. Additionally, during treatment, the patient must promise not to hide any injuries or disobey the healer's instructions. After leaving the healer's site, we are not responsible for anything that happens. Kaga snorted in annoyance, his heavy breath spraying into the air. To him, these words were just fancy excuses. Chun Mo understood well. Those who clearly state rules and say the harsh truth up front are often more reliable. As for these disclaimers and strict terms, he had signed countless similar documents on Blue Star. They were stacked high, mostly just legal protections. A verbal promise was enough for him. If there are any problems, I will take full responsibility, Chun Mo said without hesitation, boldly removing his shoulder cloak to reveal a wound with an arrow still stuck in it. Experienced Paven only glanced at the wound and then relaxed his brow. It's just a normal arrow, no signs of poison. It looks like it went in deep, but it shouldn't be a big problem. He then turned to the guard beside him. Ask Master Locke to come and take a look. A few minutes later, an old man with white hair and sleepy eyes yawned as he walked over. His expression showed he was quite reluctant. After hearing the captain's explanation, the old man looked at Chun Mo's wound and without hesitation ordered Paven, pull out the arrow. All right, hold still. Paven stepped forward. Chun Mo didn't see his move clearly. He only felt a flash of light, then a force pushing him, and a sharp pain in his shoulder that made him black out. When the owner was attacked, Little White reflexively raised his bone spear. Hey, Aunt Linda, look. The bones. The skeleton moved. It really moved. Princess Frost, who had been watching Little White like a curious kitten, suddenly looked excited, eyes wide, pointing at the skeleton and jumping with joy. Pavan didn't pay any attention to the alertness of this ordinary skeleton soldier. At this moment, Chunmo, despite the pain, felt a strange sense of relief, thanks to Little White's silly instinct. If that foolish person were here in this heavily guarded place and pulled out that deadly automatic rifle to shoot at the swordsman, it's uncertain if the swordsman would survive, but he would definitely be in danger. The arrow was pulled out, and the wound that had already closed burst open again, bleeding. The old man, still sleepy-eyed, cupped some kind of magical powder in his hand. Soft, white glowing particles like broken stars floated out from his palm and gently covered Chunmo's wound. A fresh, forest-like scent of rain and greenery brushed against Chunmo's skin, seeping deep into his flesh, gradually easing and healing the sharp, twitching pain. After a few seconds, Chunmo looked at his wound, now covered with a dark red scab, and took a deep breath. He hesitated for a moment, then asked dryly, "Thank you very much for your help." "How much? How much do I owe you?" The old man named Locke ignored him, yawned, and turned to leave. Paywin responded with a polite, faint smile. "It's nothing. No need to worry. You should be fully recovered in a few days. Go back and rest well." That was basically telling him to leave. Chunmo sincerely bowed again to thank him, then casually glanced at the beautiful young girl, the princess, before turning to leave. Behind him, he seemed to hear a few murmurs from the princess and her lady-in-waiting, complaining about their toy being taken away and feeling unhappy. Using the excuse of needing to rest and recover, Chunmo politely declined the half-human's invitation to join the square party. Kaga accompanied him to the door of a wooden and stone building called the Hero's Inn. When saying goodbye, Chunmo gave the half-human a firm hug, took out 2 silver coins, and without hesitation, pressed them into Kaga's palm. "Kaga, thank you so much. You're the best guide I've ever seen, and you'll surely become the greatest warrior on the plains someday." These words came from his heart. If it weren't for this stubborn guy, he would have either spent the night with an arrow or risked his life pulling out the weapon himself. Just thinking about it made him shiver. Kaga, the half-human, was so happy to be praised that his eyes curved into crescent moons. He let out a joyful neigh, juggled the silver coins in his hand, and happily ran toward the noisy bonfire in the square. Chunmo turned and entered the inn. The waiter, who had been waiting at the door for a while, greeted him with a big smile and led him inside. The Brave Inn has an old feel, worn down by many years. The wooden floor, shiny and slightly warped at the edges, creaks with each step. The air smells faintly of old books and damp wood, a gentle, nostalgic scent. Fortunately, the room is very tidy. The washed rough cloth sheets and blankets look fresh and clean, with a hint of sunlight scent. 3 silver coins per night is a lot for this simple camp, but with the safety provided by the Centaur tribe, Chunmo feels it's worth the money. Now he can rest peacefully, no longer needing to hold his sword all night or stay alert. However, that night, Chunmo couldn't sleep well. He kept tossing and turning, feeling uneasy. During the day, the terrifying scenes of bloodshed in the jungle and frantic escapes on the trail replayed in his mind like a faded, poor-quality film. The images of the greedy little golden retriever's twisted face and Ellie's pale, hopeless expression kept flashing back and forth. In his dream, the little golden retriever let out a strange, cackling laugh and moved closer. It suddenly attacked Chunmo, who was frozen and unable to move. A flash of cold light, and Chunmo's leg was cut off. Strangely, he felt he was bleeding a lot, but the bone was white and blood didn't stain it. Somehow, the young master used a strange magic. The white bone in his hand twisted and changed shape, eventually transforming into a fierce-looking bone staff that radiated an evil aura. "No!" Chunmo shouted loudly in his dream, but his throat felt blocked as if by mud, and he couldn't make a sound. Suddenly, the scene shifted to Ellie's figure. The girl seemed to be running, but no matter how fast she moved, she couldn't get away. She kept running in place. Then, Ellie suddenly looked back, smiling sweetly. "Brother Imo, you're so brave. I can't escape, I really can't." Next, it was little 11, the scout, with a fierce face, howling like a mad beast. He lunged forward, wielding a short crossbow that fired arrows like a machine gun, stabbing himself like a hedgehog. "Huh, Chun Imo suddenly woke up from the nightmare, drenched in sweat, his heavy clothes sticking to him. His heart was pounding wildly in his chest, as if it might burst. Reaching behind the pillow, he tightly grasped the slightly warm pistol. The familiar metal feel and heavy weight were like a strong calming agent, slowly easing his racing heart and tense nerves. He opened the window cover and saw the eastern sky beginning to lighten. Chun Imo stood up, packed his belongings, quickly washed up, and brought the dazed little white to the floating spaceship boarding point ahead of time. It was a simple platform built with large logs at the corner of the camp. Then, he received shocking news. This floating spaceship does not sell tickets to outsiders. This thing is not like the high-speed train in Summer Country, where missing one train means waiting just a few minutes for the next. Usually, the spaceship departs at the start of each month from the Whitestone outpost across the dark forest. When the weather is good, it takes about 6 to 8 days to reach the six-leaf forest area, where it stays for about a week before departing again. In other words, a round trip on the spaceship, including travel and stopovers, takes nearly a month. If he can't get on, he might be in serious trouble. Chun Imo tried to communicate his desire with words and gestures, but the thin little dwarf on the other side ignored him completely. The dwarf was just fiddling with a mechanical part of unknown use, with no word spoken. In the distance, the buzzing of people, the creaking of ropes tightening as the airship's balloon swayed, and the low hum of the core warming up like countless tiny needles stabbing at Chun Mo's anxious nerves. The irritation was like an invisible fog, filling this otherwise beautiful morning. Chun Imo tried to offer more money. The guide, half human, half horse, had said that a ticket to Whitestone usually costs 2 silver coins, or equivalent furs, ores, or other valuables that the dwarves value. Adding money was the most straightforward solution he could think of, and perhaps the only one. He pulled out a heavy purse, placing silver coins one by one on the greasy wooden table in front of the dwarf, each clear and crisp with a slight ringing sound. 3, 4, 5 coins. With each additional coin, the dwarf's fingers subtly curled. Not far inside the camp, there were wandering travelers and adventurers coming and going. As the pile of shiny silver coins on the table grew taller, the greedy eyes of vultures began to follow Chun Imo closely. However, he paid no attention and continued to bet everything on stacking his chips higher. Clink, clink. Finally, 17 silver coins were stacked into a small pile. Chun Imo decisively poured out the remaining copper coins from his bag. The brass-colored coins bounced and spun on the table, making a cheerful yet harsh noise. This sound seemed to tickle the dwarf's nerves. His greedy eyes flickered with desire, but after a few seconds, he struggled to close his eyes, looking pained, and shook his head firmly. Chun Imo turned to look at the centaur guard nearby. The tall creature, at least 2.5 meters high, looked down at him, making Chun Imo resist the urge to draw his gun and threaten the dwarf. "Useless, little one," a teasing voice said. "We've booked the spaceship from the Cloud Mist territory. Even if you give him a gold coin, he wouldn't dare take you on board." Chun Imo looked over as a group of well-dressed people crossed the somewhat chaotic dock area toward the boarding ramp. They moved in neat steps, standing out among the dusty, disorganized adventurers around them. It was the noble-looking team that treated him last night. No wonder they could afford to charter the entire flying ship. For other adventurers, provoking such a luxurious team wouldn't be wise. They could just wait a bit longer. During that time, they could earn some extra money around the dark forest. But for Chun Imo, this was a matter of life and death. His eyes quickly scanned the team and locked onto the person he met last night, Captain Puin, the team's external affairs officer. "That swordsman, sir. We met yesterday." Chun Imo raised his voice. "Thank you for your treatment last night. I really appreciate it. I have an urgent matter and need to board the ship immediately to Whitestone. Could you give me a corner on the ship? I promise I won't cause any trouble." His shout caught the attention of the entire Cloud Mist team. "Hey, it's that little skeleton from yesterday again. Today, Princess Frost wore a fitted light blue hunter-style night outfit. Her hair was neatly tied into a ponytail, looping around her slender neck, and secured with a small, delicate silver clasp engraved with cloud patterns. The silver embroidery of clouds and mist extended from her shoulders down to her wrists. Her elegant waist was accentuated by a belt, and her tight riding pants tucked into knee-high leather boots. She looked brave and confident, completely different from the confused girl she was last night. She blinked her big eyes excitedly as she looked at Chun Mo and the quiet girl beside him. Xiaobai, why not bring him along? He looks kind of sad. His skeleton is so interesting. Dear princess, Lady Linda immediately stepped forward to stop the excited princess. Please put away your curiosity and kindness. An unknown undead summoner is not a good companion. Captain Puan, please politely refuse him, she added. All right. Frost sighed helplessly, flipping her hair and muttering softly. When we get to Qinglan City, can I find a summoner who can summon skeletons to play with? Dear princess, Lady Linda said with a hint of gentle frustration. If the Marquis finds out you're so obsessed with bones, he will be very, very unhappy. The young princess kept arguing with the lady, while Captain Puan smiled and refused Chun Mo's offer to pay more. Even after Chun Mo tried to persuade him kindly and logically, the high-level swordsman simply shook his head and turned to board the ship. Captain, can I add these? Chun Mo took out 2 pure gold ingots from his pocket. Captain Puan paused, his gaze falling on the gold pieces, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. With his high-level swordsmanship skills, he could tell that the gold was of very high purity. Combined with the silver and copper coins Chun Mo had previously offered, it was clear that a lone undead summoner carrying so much wealth was unusual. Puan immediately imagined a long list of dramatic stories. But unfortunately, no matter how much money Chun Mo offered, he couldn't allow his princess to take any risk. Out of respect for the status symbol that wealth represented, Captain Puan decided to refuse politely. Then, his eyes were drawn to some details on the gold ingots. After a few seconds, Old Locke, the healer and alchemist, arrived at the scene. The old man squinted and carefully admired the pattern on the solid gold pressed sheet from different angles in the sunlight. It was a fierce dragon, a 5-clawed golden dragon. On such a small gold piece, every scale, every hair, and every claw was clearly visible. There were even cloud patterns carved in a frosted style behind it. This gold piece was quite valuable, but it wasn't enough to impress a master like Old Locke. However, the craftsman who carved such a pattern was even more precious than a master. Moreover, the 2 gold pieces had identical patterns. Even with tears in his eyes, Old Locke couldn't find any flaw. Laser nanomicro carving is precise to the smallest detail. Are you sure you want to exchange this for a ship ticket? Yes, I am sure. Chun Mo saw a glimmer of hope. Wait a moment. Master Locke tightly held the 2 gold sheets, leaned close to Princess Lu Shuang and the chief officer, and whispered excitedly, gesturing passionately. After a moment, Chun Mo received the reply. He and his skeleton companion, Xiaobai, could board the ship. This is your cabin. You are free to move around the area at the back of the ship. Please do not approach the front cabin unless necessary, including your summoned creatures. If you need anything, you can call the ship's steward. The team on the other side thoughtfully marked a clear boundary on the ship. The valuable items Chun Mo provided allowed them to share the spaceship, but it also made their team wary. Chun Mo didn't mind. Being able to get on the ship was enough for him. He simply stayed in his cabin, gazing at Xiaobai. In the VIP cabin of the spaceship, Old Locke carefully held the 2 gold sheets, excitedly explaining their extraordinary features to Princess Lu Shuang and Officer Linda. I've never seen such craftsmanship. These 2 identical patterns give me the illusion that they were replicated by some kind of magic. But magical replication is rough and sloppy. It's impossible to achieve this level of precision. The details are too perfect. This is a top-tier gift. Any lord who receives it would find more than just wealth in return. And this pattern is very special. It looks a bit like the creatures from the Red Tide Bay, but it has no wings, 5 claws, and can fly in the air. This completely doesn't match any creature we know, not even following natural growth rules. So, I think it might be a kind of totem, from an ancient family or tribe, perhaps. They would carve such a large symbol into precious metal as a sign of tradition. The strong monsoon wind howled through the dark forest, making the tall trees sway like waves. A few eagles flew past the mountains, glancing up at the big dark shape in the sky. Instinctively, they flapped their wings and changed direction skillfully. All living creatures have a natural instinct to seek safety and avoid danger. This huge floating airship is about 20 meters long. It has two spindle-shaped balloons, one at the front and one at the back, with double-layer cabins hanging below. The upper cabin is small and delicate, like a ship's bridge, where the pilot controls the airship. It also has 3 small rooms for VIP guests. The lower part is an open long deck, with a few enclosed resting rooms along the edges. The rest of the space is designed as a large, shared sleeping area. Recently, Chun Mo has been staying quietly near his own rear cabin, leaning on the railing of the airship, looking down at the vast mountains and forests below. According to the big mercenary next door, deep in this forest, there are those pointy-eared ones who have been isolated from the outside world and formed their own community. Chun Mo feels a bit curious and relaxed about this. As for the key person, the girl who seems to be the star of the show, she should be in the upper VIP cabin. Chun Mo has never seen her, which he finds a little disappointing. Everyone loves to look at beautiful women. Chun Mo doesn't know that Princess Lu Shuang, overwhelmed by boring studies, secretly admires his skeleton little white. Although they haven't talked much along the way, Officer Linda and Master Locke both agree that she is probably a fallen noble from a distant branch, stranded for some special reason. Why do you think so? I can't see it at all. Aunt Linda, can you tell me more? Officer Linda has always taught the young princess to understand social manners. So, when she encounters topics she doesn't understand, she naturally considers them part of social knowledge. Taking this opportunity, I can secretly enjoy a moment of rest. Lady Linda saw Princess Lu Shuang sneaking to the window of the cabin, peeking out cautiously behind the curtain. She held back her annoyance and gently reminded her in a calm voice, "Your Highness, please mind your manners." Okay. But Aunt Linda, why do you think he's a noble? Reluctantly, Linda walked over to Princess Lu Shuang, gently patted her back to straighten her posture, and then slowly explained. He shows clear signs of good upbringing, speaking clearly, being polite, and sincerely thanking for small help. But our servants can do that too. That's only part of it. Linda shook her head helplessly. She carefully brushed Princess Lu Shuang's slightly messy hair and clipped it neatly. Pay attention to his habits. Some details can't be faked. For example, before every meal, he washes his hands with water. Such habits can't be learned without long-term training. Even you, Your Highness, often need me to remind you. But this little guy never needs a reminder. Princess Lu Shuang awkwardly adjusted her collar, trying to change the subject. Then why do you say he's from a side branch? I haven't finished yet. Linda took the opportunity to give a small lesson to the princess before continuing. Another reason we think he's a noble descendant is because of the most beautiful gem in our cloud mist territory. No one can ignore the princess's charm, and this little fellow is no exception. But he looks at you with admiration, and he clearly knows how to control himself. He doesn't have that shy and repressed desire like some rude commoners. Both Locke and I believe he's seen a lot of the world. As for why he's from a side branch, it's because his manners don't meet the standards of a noble heir. Just like I repeatedly told you, every heir of the noble main line must follow strict rules in their behavior and posture. They must always show the dignity of a high-ranking noble. But this little guy sits sloppily on the ground, like a rough country bumpkin. It is clear that he belongs to the type of person who was born without inheritance rights, a distant relative from a noble family. He received some basic guidance on daily life and manners, but his etiquette was learned from observing his family rather than formal training. He understands politeness, but lacks grace. The young princess suddenly realized, oh, it really is like that. She looked again at Chun Mo, who was relaxing on the deck outside the curtain, with his legs hanging over the railing as he leisurely enjoyed the scenery. Princess Lu Shuang showed a hint of envy on her face. But noble manners are so annoying. Of course, the young princess didn't dare to say this in front of the lady-in-waiting. Reluctantly, she looked back at the people and scenery outside the window. When she turned around again, she had returned to her obedient and well-behaved look. She sat back at her desk, resigned, and picked up the book, Noble Etiquette, once more, almost burying her face in the pages. Behind her, Lady Linda watched the girl's slightly thin back and the heavy book, sighing softly. Sunlight filtered through the curtains, casting tiny light spots on the smooth floor. Commoners have their hardships. Nobles have their worries. Just as people know their own warmth and coldness, Each has their own struggles. Unlike the young princess's worried expression, Chen Mo was very happy right now. The guards from the Cloud Mist territory kept their distance from him, but beside him, there was a local guide hired by the Cloud Mist territory who was familiar with the area. This middle-aged mercenary was named Luke. When Chen Mo first saw him, he knew immediately that he was an experienced man. He had graying hair and a face marked with wrinkles from wind and weather. Although only in his early 40s, he looked older than the old man Locke. Luke was very easygoing. Doing this kind of work, if I reach my age and my bones haven't fallen apart, and I can still do errands for the nobles, then I must be blessed by the gods. He skillfully unfastened his worn leather armor, which was covered with patchwork stitches and almost faded in color, carefully placing his small dagger aside to show he was unarmed. Then he stepped closer, took the wine bottle Chen Mo had prepared, took a sip happily, and started talking, sharing the unspoken rules of survival on this continent. To establish your identity, the easiest way is to register as a mercenary. But if you can avoid becoming a mercenary, it's better not to be one. When I was young, I was tricked by some poor wandering bards into thinking that adventurers were very carefree, climbing mountains, traveling across the continent, enjoying beautiful scenery, hugging lovely girls, completing kingdom quests, and being cheered by everyone. But after actually doing it, I realized it's much harder than farming, more exhausting than mining, and more dangerous than mountain driving. Earning a few coins often costs you your life. Don't believe it? Chen Mo quickly waved his hand. No, I believe you. I just don't have much experience. Please tell me more. He signaled the dwarf servant to bring another bottle of wine, one that cost 40 copper coins. Luke's cloudy eyes immediately lit up, and his Adam's apple moved noticeably. His weathered face broke into a smile. He excitedly rubbed his hands together. Oh, brother, you're too kind. Today's wine. We already shared some earlier. Isn't that enough? Hee, I feel a bit embarrassed. Though he said he was shy, his body subtly moved closer to the wine bottle. The drinks on the flying ship were naturally very expensive. Luckily, Luke wasn't picky. A cheap wine costing 15 copper coins per bottle was enough to satisfy him. Chen Mo didn't dare taste that wine. Just opening the cork and smelling the sharp, pungent aroma was enough to make him wary. As for the mid-range wine costing 40 copper coins per bottle, judging by Luke's excited expression, it was already considered a luxury for him. For Luke, accepting the quest to lead the Cloud Mist territory meant he couldn't take other jobs at the same time. But chatting casually and sharing drinks was almost like earning extra income for free. He was willing to share everything he knew. When I was young, I spent some time in the Silver Alliance. That place is truly a paradise. Guess how many local mercenaries are registered there? No, guess again. With such a good chance to show off, Luke laughed happily. Haha, you'll never guess. In the entire Silver Alliance, no local is a mercenary. All the mercenaries working in the guilds are just poor outsiders. He took a sip of wine, his tone filled with obvious envy. They have minds. The country on the Silver Mountain, that's them. As soon as the children there are born, the silver jewelry hanging around their necks is worth more than what I have saved in my whole life. Jealous? Hey, I can't be jealous. Luke is from the Mirror Lake Kingdom, which is the nominal ruler of the land where the Black Crow Castle is located. Although called a kingdom, it's actually smaller than a duke's territory in the neighboring Moonlit Dynasty. Once a fertile land, the Mirror Lake Kingdom has been mostly lost in wars. Now, only poor mountains, dangerous waters, and fierce beasts remain. If I don't risk my life as a mercenary, what else can I do? Look at the kingdoms with the most mercenaries registered. Aren't they all torn by war, with no peace for years? Luke wiped the wine from his lips and lowered his voice. The places where food is most precious, people's lives, are worth less. Chen Mo didn't know when he took out a small notebook, quietly made a few notes, then looked up and asked, I heard people say that mercenaries without a group are like dogs. What does that mean? Luke slapped his thigh loudly. Only because you met me. In the future, don't say that in front of mercenaries, or you'll get beaten. He looked around nervously and lowered his voice further. That's not just insulting mercenaries, but also their groups. Who told you that? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Chen Mo calmly pointed in the direction they were boarding the ship. The centaur said that. Then forget it. Luke shook his head helplessly and began to explain. This means, first, that mercenary groups are like dogs of the big kingdoms. Second, mercenaries who aren't in a group are even worse than dogs. Think about it, how annoying that sounds. Seeing Chun Mo's eager expression, Luke couldn't help but open the wine bottle again, took a small sip, and then spat out a strong stream of wine. He carefully explained to the young mage. Mercenary groups are basically the ones doing the dirty work for the big kingdoms. You think the mercenary guild's missions are assigned randomly? Not at all. Every mission has to be approved by the local guild inspectors. If not, imagine some fool putting out a mission to assassinate a noble. That would be chaos. Nobles who dislike someone can just give a mission, and mercenaries will rush to do it without hesitation. Luke's explanation was a bit confusing, but Chen Mo, based on his modern studies, quickly understood the general idea. What is a country? It is a tool used by the ruling class to maintain control. To ensure this tool works smoothly, the country tightly controls various violent organizations. On the Starry Continent, mercenary guilds are one such group of civilian armed forces. They are strictly regulated by the state. No ruler would allow such forces to operate outside their control. Honestly, if a mercenary group becomes uncontrollable by the government, then perhaps the ruler should be replaced. From this perspective, mercenary guilds can be seen as security organizations supervised and guided by the state. Their main job is to issue missions for the government or certain members of the ruling class, especially for tasks that are not suitable for official forces but can be handled by social armed groups. Their second role is managing individual mercenaries, registering, promoting, changing roles, which helps supervise this civilian armed force while also earning money. Finally, when needed, the government can directly use the mercenary strength. The rule on the continent is that mercenaries can move freely and may not have a national allegiance, but mercenary groups must have a registered location, a clear national identity, and be closely tied to a country. Mercenaries from the Sky Realm might serve Frostfire, but their groups will never point their weapons at their own homeland. Otherwise, all their hard-earned reputation, the trust in their skills, and the expensive task deposits would vanish instantly. In this sense, mercenary groups are like dogs, there's no doubt about it. But why are mercenary groups not as loyal as dogs? If you don't join a mercenary group and don't clearly state your stance, you won't be allowed to take on well-paid missions. There will always be some rebels or adventurers who refuse to be bound by a mercenary group and long for freedom. What can they do? Just rely on mercenary groups for work, Luke said, patting his chest. I have a few old friends, all small independent mercenary teams. No background, and when they join a group, they just do the hard work, often as cannon fodder. Honestly, it's better to do the work ourselves. Sure, it's tiring, but sometimes mercenary groups refuse certain tasks. The big groups pass them to smaller groups, which then pass them to unqualified adventurer teams, and finally, they come to us individual adventurers. What a complicated chain of passing tasks. Chun Mo quickly jotted down notes and then asked a new question. Uncle Luke, I'm still a bit confused. Why do we take on tasks that mercenary groups don't want? Can't we just refuse? This seemed to hit a nerve with Luke. He suddenly took a big sip of alcohol and stared blankly at Chun Mo. Why are you so silly? I told you mercenary groups are like dogs. Dogs, they can't choose what they do or don't do. If they want to lick a plate, they lick it. If they need to dig a ditch, they dig it. He shook the bottle forcefully, causing the bottom to hit the deck with a dull sound. In our Mirror Lake Kingdom, every year, each mercenary group has a quota of material delivery tasks. They're tiring, and the pay is pitiful. No one likes to do the big jobs, but if you refuse, you'll be dealt with. So, these hot potatoes, in the end, get passed down layer by layer, landing on us poor folks at the bottom. All right, Chun Mo finally understood. Tasks are also assigned and redistributed. This entire system, from the kingdom, the mercenary guild, the mercenary groups, to the adventurers, is tightly controlled. This is the real world. Over there, Luke finally let himself go after another sip of alcohol. He mumbled, sighed, and his words became increasingly slurred. Freedom, without strength, how can there be? Freedom, without backing. Support, how can there be? Power, little guy. Only a few big bosses in the mercenary world can command the wind and rain. The rest of us are all struggling to survive, all suffering people. Luke's voice grew softer and more unclear, until he was finally drowned out by heavy snoring. Chun Imo silently took Luke's worn-out cloak and gently covered him as he curled up. He looked up at the sky. It was getting darker, filled with countless stars. Time flies quickly. Chun Imo and his team, who met by chance, traveled together on a floating ship. After a short 6-day journey, they finally arrived at their destination, the Whitestone Outpost at the edge of the southern continent. This is a large military outpost wedged between two mountains. Its gray-white stone walls are sturdy, serving as a guard post, reception area, screening point, and relay station. Entering here means officially stepping into the Federation of Creek Moon. From the Whitestone Outpost to Whitestone City, there are still dozens of kilometers of road to travel. In this world where individual strength can move mountains and rivers, countries control their populations very strictly. Unless you never go to the city and avoid patrol checkpoints, having a legal identity is a must. Chun Imo learned from Luke that if he wanted a legal identity to move freely on the continent without constant scrutiny, the easiest way was to register as a mercenary. To register as a mercenary, he had to go to the mercenary guild in Whitestone City. And to enter Whitestone City, he needed a legal identity. He was stuck in a dead end. Fortunately, there was someone like Luke, an experienced old hand. The veteran mercenary gave him two options. One was to get a fake ID, which involved some risk but was cheaper. The other was to go through the proper legal procedures, which was more expensive but safe and legitimate. Chun Imo wasn't short of money, so he chose to follow the law. The people from the Cloud Mist clan were very generous. They let Chun Imo board the ship and only charged him 2 silver coins for the ticket. As for the 2 gold pieces Chun Imo had, they generously gave him 20 gold coins in return, even exchanging 2 of them for silver and copper coins. Based on their face value, Chun Imo actually made a profit. This is what you call a fair deal, clear and straightforward. In the future, even if someone claims that these gold pieces are family heirlooms, the Cloud Mist clan wouldn't be held responsible. Old Luke privately told Chun Imo that the bigger the family, the more refined their ways. Those who act shamelessly and greedily are not welcome in any kingdom. Real wealthy families don't need to resort to such aggressive methods to make money. With Luke's careful guidance, Chun Imo found an old acquaintance of his, an old buddy, a former outpost squad leader with a full beard. The man looked at Chun Imo for a long time, asking several questions over and over. He then opened a cabinet beside the desk, looked at Chun Imo, placing 3 silver coins, a bottle of cloudy wine from Blue Village, 2 boxes of snacks from URU Food Workshop, a handful of tobacco leaves from the Great Wind Wilderness, and 2 round, shiny ornaments whose purpose was unknown. After counting everything carefully, the man with the beard issued Chun Imo a temporary pass valid for 3 days. You might think it's troublesome, but without these many gifts, even money wouldn't work well. The leader of the outpost likes money, but not just any money. They want clean, safe money that leaves no problems behind. By looking at the gifts, they can tell which group introduced Chun Imo. They decide whether to give face and how much face to give. Old Luke's reputation isn't very big, but it's just enough. The pass's wording is quite long. Here's a rough translation. This is to certify that Chun Imo, a summoned apprentice from the Black Crow Castle in Jinghu Kingdom, is 5 feet 3 inches tall, slim, with a fair face and little beard. He carries a skeleton gun soldier. He is entering to find relatives. A temporary pass is issued, allowing him to travel from the Whitestone Outpost to Whitestone City for 3 days. After receiving the pass, Chun Imo still needed to buy a train ticket. Walking those dozens of kilometers would be too much, and more importantly, according to the old mercenary, once outside the outpost and not yet in Whitestone, that stretch of road is a chaotic, evil place. If he doesn't take the train, he risks losing everything or even being abandoned in the wilderness. Chun Imo asked Luke, with so much chaos on the road, doesn't the CF Federation care? Of course they do. Luke lowered his voice. The inn at the outpost belongs to the wife of Whitestone City's guard captain. The carriage company is owned by the city guard's lover. If they didn't care, how could it be so chaotic outside? If it weren't chaotic outside, how could the inn and carriage services charge such high prices? Chun Imo felt he learned something new again. To keep the inn full, there must be chaos in the wild, and to sell carriages at high prices, they make sure travelers dare not walk. Anyone who dares to walk is dealt with harshly. The old men of the CF Federation are truly brilliant businessmen. They could probably give some big capitalists on Blue Star a high five from afar. Right now, Chen Mo was extremely grateful that his mother back home not only gave him weapons for self-defense, but also prepared hard currency gold. In certain situations, that shiny yellow gold can be more persuasive than guns and cannons. Otherwise, I might have to fight all the way there with a lot of noise. When the bullets run out, the road will be blocked and buried. After buying the ticket, I can't leave immediately. I have to wait until tomorrow. Chen Mo has to stay another night at the inn. Throughout the day, he was busy donating money to the wives, concubines, and young lovers of Lord Bai Shicheng, which made him feel numb. So much so that in his dreams, Chen Mo viciously whipped those rich but unkind men whose faces he couldn't see clearly, only their figures. The next morning, Chen Mo finished packing early and stretched his muscles in the open space outside the inn, waiting for Luke to say goodbye. The morning breeze was cool, and the sunrise painted the gray and white guard post with a warm golden hue. Then, Chen Mo saw Princess Lu Shuang come out. Today, her outfit was different again, a long dress that looked like a formal gown, decorated with light yellow tassels that swayed gently, shimmering as she moved. Chen Mo saw this girl 3 times, and each time her clothes were completely different. He doubted whether her team had a special carriage just for transporting clothes. The girl caught sight of Chen Mo, and her eyes lit up instantly. She hurried over, holding up her skirt, and said happily, "Hey, little mage, can you show me your skeleton?" Captain Pei Wan, who was following the princess, nodded slightly at Chen Mo and explained, "My princess has never seen a creature from the underworld before. She's curious. If it's convenient, please restrain your summoned creature. My princess just wants to look." The group from Yunwu realm always seemed to look down on others, which made Chen Mo uncomfortable, so he didn't want to interact much with them. But this young princess looked innocent and full of youthful curiosity. As for her love of looking at skeletons, maybe she was a medical student in her past life? Chen Mo confidently revealed Xiao Bai, posing as if to let her pick. He stayed still. Princess Lu Shuang approached Xiao Bai with big, surprised eyes, and while looking at him, she muttered, "Wow, really? How is this possible? How can it move? Does it have a brain? Where is its brain?" Princess, undead creatures usually don't have brains in the biological sense. Captain Puan calmly adjusted his stance, blocking the possible attack path between the princess and the skeleton. His left hand was half closed, and his right thumb had already pried open a small gap in his sword sheath, while he patiently explained. However, the more he answered, the more questions arose. Does it never need to eat? If I feed it, does it refuse? Does it not sleep at night? Will it get sleepy? Like this, like that? The young princess nodded sleepily. Can it not talk? That's a pity. Can it understand what I say, Mr. Skeleton? Hey, dot. Watching the girl in the sunrise and the little white creature, and then looking at Captain Puan, who was sweating on his forehead, Chen Mo suddenly felt like he was missing a camera. If he had taken a picture of this scene, it would have been a perfect shot. The young princess couldn't stay long. Under Captain Puan's frequent urging, she had to hurriedly end this rare visit to see the skeleton. The true decision-maker in the Cloud Mist Territory team was Lady Linda and Master Locke. Both of them were strict and serious, so much so that even if the young princess looked at a stranger's skeleton or a wildflower by the roadside, they would nag her for a long time about not following the rules. However, on special days, these two, as followers of the God of Wisdom, had long and complicated prayer rituals. During those times, only Captain Puan was left beside the princess. The princess studied swordsmanship and was also a follower of the war god, just like Captain Puan. This created a small-time difference in their experiences. For the princess, this was a rare moment of free time. The little girl was very curious about the moving skeleton, and Chen Mo cooperated by having Little White perform a set of calisthenics, making the princess squint happily. Princess Lu Shuang was in a very good mood and decided to give a small reward to her young apprentice. "The first time I saw you, you were already injured." She casually took a small box from her pocket and handed it to Chen Mo, speaking with a caring tone like an older sibling. "Here, take this medicine. Be more careful in the future." Chen Mo instinctively wanted to refuse, but when he saw Captain Puan's muscles twitch, he changed his mind. It looked like a good thing. It doesn't matter if I use it or not, but I need to send some local specialties back to my mom. I'm like a kid waiting for the right moment, asking my family for living expenses. Now that I finally have a chance to get some high-quality products from this world, rare items, why should I be shy? I bought a small, delicate bag containing a rectangular piece about the size of a finger joint. At first glance, it looks like a tiny, white, miniature soap. As soon as I open the bag, a gentle, elegant fragrance softly spreads out. Captain Pei Wen's eyes twitched for a long time, but he couldn't hold back. Afraid that Chun Imo wouldn't understand its value, he reminded him, this is a level 5 healing potion, made from the life spring water. It can treat serious injuries like a life healer's, and it can save lives. You should keep it safe. Oh, thank you very much. Chun Imo quickly put the box of medicine into his pocket. His mind raced as he took out a gift in return. The young girl was generous, and I, Lao Xiao's family, couldn't be less generous either. It was an aluminum thermite grenade. Most weapons are single items, but this one has two. I gave one to the girl to play with fireworks. A small weapon, it can shoot fire, so it's a bit hot. Be careful when using it. I briefly explained how to use it and what to watch out for. Captain Pei Wen kept a professional smile on his face, calmly accepting this oddly shaped metal lump. He carefully examined the grenade's surface and structure, but found no magic fluctuations. He gently rubbed the safety pin with his finger, but there were no rune controls or signs. Nothing special, so he put it into his backup weapon bag on his waist. The young princess waved generously, and both sides said goodbye, each heading their own way. For Chun Imo, this was a warm little episode on his journey. Next, he needed to focus on practicing hard and advancing his mage skills. He arrived at the starting point and got on a slightly old-fashioned, four-wheeled wooden carriage pulled by two horses. The wheels rolled over the earthen road, making dull, monotonous sounds. Chun Imo placed his bag behind him, adjusted to a comfortable position, closed his eyes, and tried to meditate. The after effects of forcibly using the mental power potion to summon still hadn't gone away. According to the altar's recovery progress, it might take 10 days or half a month before he could perform the next bloodline ritual. Time waits for no one. He must improve himself quickly. The basic meditation technique taught by the professor at Black Crow Castle is a common method. It is very difficult to practice, like solving advanced math problems. Chun Imo practiced basic meditation for a while and then rested, leaning against the window to look at the scenery. In the early morning, the light fog cleared away. Outside the window, the trees moved slowly past, almost unchanged. Chun Imo estimated the distance between a few trees, then used his tactical watch to calculate the passing time. After several tests, he guessed the carriage's speed was about 6 to 7 kilometers per hour. According to the driver, the journey would take about 8 or 9 hours. That means the distance is at least 50 to 60 kilometers. The crisp sound of hooves came from ahead, quickly approaching the carriage. Unlike other riders who would pass quickly, the rider slowed down after getting close and started talking with the driver. They spoke in the official language of the Moon Kingdom, but the words sounded strange. First, the driver asked cautiously, "Ice cracks don't use fire roads. Black crows don't look at the sun. Where do these forest birds come from?" The rider replied in a deep, quick voice, "In winter, the forest needs new firewood. No harm to trees, only seedlings." The driver seemed surprised and a little annoyed, saying, "White stones, white leaves, silver linden trees. What kind of bird dares to carry seedlings?" The rider answered quickly, "The tiger on the next mountain roars. If it takes seedlings, it will toast wine." Suddenly, the conversation stopped. The rider circled around the carriage once, then turned back, passing by Chun Mo's open window twice. A seemingly ordinary rider, wearing dull half-leather armor, narrow riding pants, and boots, with a long sword on his back, looked at Chun Imo with cold eyes the moment he appeared. Chun Imo shivered inside. He felt something was wrong. This rider rushed over just to say a few words to the driver and then turned around. His actions seemed a bit strange. Chun Imo thought about their conversation. Both sides could understand each other, but he couldn't. Could it be some local secret language? Although modern people on Blue Star rarely encounter these, they see them in novels and TV shows. Like Northwest Shintian, A Cloud, Crows Land on the Phoenix Group, or Heavenly King covers the Earth Tiger. The pagoda suppresses the river monster. Yes, that's exactly the feeling. From this perspective, the conversation just now between those two guys seemed very strange. Shin Mo, who had been beaten by society many times, immediately started preparing. He checked 2 guns, one long and one short, and placed them in easy-to-reach spots. He reinforced his stab-proof vest, finally put on a Kevlar cut-resistant glove on his left hand, and even took out a backup letter from his mother, the motherland, tucking it into his coat pocket with a corner showing. At this moment, Shin Mo deeply hated his own low skill. If only he had a black warrior with him, or a black warrior carrying a fire god that could shoot blue flames, he wouldn't be so nervous. Unintentionally, Shin Mo opened a small gap in the carriage window, using his goggles as a rear-view mirror, one eye looking forward and the other glancing behind. He kept his nerves tight and waited quietly. The carriage moved steadily. The sound of wheels rolling over dirt and stones was dull and sleepy. Suddenly, without warning, the carriage sharply turned, and with a muffled shout from the driver, it abruptly left the smooth, official road. The wheels crushed over gravel and dry grass, bouncing into a wild field with sparse trees and overgrown grass, finally stopping in front of a few lonely, twisted trees. "Sir in the carriage, I'm sorry." The driver's voice came from outside, deliberately anxious. I really can't hold it anymore. I need to go into the woods to relieve myself. Please wait a moment. I'll be back soon." Shin Mo quickly pulled back the curtain, just catching a glimpse of the driver hunched over, rushing toward the dark forest not far away, stumbling like a rabbit chased by wolves. Almost at the same time, the sound of rapid, dense horse hooves approached from the direction of the main road, quickly closing in on this wilderness. For people on 2 horses kicked up dust along the dry official road, rushing toward them. For grown men packed onto 2 horses, looking more like a makeshift troop than a powerful force. According to the original story, the group hunting Shin Mo would be at least a second-rate mercenary team. After all, this was a bounty from the Zircon family of the Green Pine Kingdom. When hearing about the urgent message from the Black Crow Castle regarding a direct disciple suspected of being killed by an apprentice, and the suspect possibly fleeing to the southern continent, the head of the Zircon family showed a textbook example of noble anger, polite, restrained, yet with a hint of just the right amount of loss of composure. With so many heirs in the family, he couldn't even remember what the person sent to Black Crow Castle looked like. Honestly, there was no real emotional connection. However, the honor of the Zircon family could not be insulted. Sending family knights to handle the situation on the southern continent was not practical. As nobles, they were useful at home, but abroad, they might only get a good seat at a dinner table, nothing more. Every noble family has a long history, especially this group of nobles, most of whom are descendants of sword-wielding nobles from the 100 Years' War. If you trace their lineage, you might find blood ties among them. For such troublesome issues, the Zircon family has its own way of dealing with them, offering a bounty. Using official mercenary guild channels? Too slow. Cross-border assassination missions are heavily scrutinized by various countries, with complicated procedures that can drive people crazy. It takes at least 2 or 3 months, sometimes up to a year and a half, if the other side wants to delay. An example is a shining knight from the Moonlit God Court who defected and hid in the Sky Empire. Yet the mercenary guild in the Sky Empire kept demanding evidence from the Moonlit Court. The review process delayed the mission for 47 years, turning what should have been an assassination into a mere obituary notice. Considering all this, to handle the unknown apprentice faster and better, the Zircon family chose underground channels. Veteran mercenary Luke told Shin Mo many stories about the continent and various countries' customs, but he missed an important point. Besides official mercenary guilds, there are black markets for mercenaries in every country and region. To post a mission at a mercenary guild, it must comply with the laws of the country. But many tasks don't follow the rules. What to do then? Where there's demand, there's a market. When something can't be done openly, it naturally slips into the shadows. Those hidden requests, stealing, robbing, assassinating, slaughtering, like underground rivers, have given rise to the mercenary black market, a strange creature. While Shin Mo was gazing at the clouds from the flying ship, The Zircon family's magical communication device had already reached Bishur City. As soon as he set foot on southern continent land, the team accepting the mission was already eager and ready at the Bishur outpost. The Zircon family's plan was nearly perfect, but unfortunately, the world often plays cruel jokes. The head of the Zircon family initially offered a reward of 40 gold coins, enough to tempt a medium-sized mercenary group to buy a small golden-haired girl, the unfortunate 19th heir's posthumous name, which was fitting for his status. However, the person handling the task was the eldest son of the Zircon family. This future head of the family naturally disliked any brother ranked just behind him. So, he casually canceled 30 coins. Black Crow's side said he's just an apprentice who can summon skeleton spearmen. 10 coins are enough to kill him 100 times. Why waste more? The chief steward then ordered the external affairs manager. The reward is set at 3 coins. Hurry up, don't let that kid slip away. The external affairs manager informed the steward, 60 silver coins, that's a good amount. This is a Zircon family task, so hopefully some sensible mercenaries will step up. When the final mission was posted in the Whitestone Underground black market, only 20 silver coins remained, along with a vague Zircon family friendship. By then, money was no longer the main attraction. Only the noble status of the Zircon family still held sway. Some mercenaries, upon hearing this, learned that the little undead mage apprentice with bones was arriving on a flying ship chartered by a young noble from the Cloud Mist realm. So, Zircon family friendship might cause discontent in the Emerald Kingdom. Never mind, this small amount of money. Whoever wants it can take it. In the end, only the completely isolated and very poor Mountain Vines adventurer team accepted the mission. The team leader was a veteran bronze-patterned swordsman with a new bronze-patterned scout and 2 lackeys who hadn't even reached the next rank. They ambushed on a hill outside the wasteland, watching as the coachman obediently drove the cart into the preset slaughterhouse. They immediately urged their thin horse forward, charging fiercely. At least, that's how they felt. As they rushed into the wilderness and saw the lonely cart, the Mountain Vines leader felt reassured. He shouted loudly, "Little brat from Black Crow, come out and show yourself to your master." Before he finished, a dark, round object spun and flew precisely toward them. What greeted them was a defensive hand grenade. Don't be fooled by the words attack and defense. In real combat, defensive types are often more deadly than offensive ones. Offensive weapons focus on mobility and are used to charge forward while throwing. They contain over 300 fragments, which can effectively damage targets within 3 to 4 meters. Defensive weapons are used from behind trenches or fortifications meant to defend a position. The one Shinemo has is a stronger version, containing over 1,600 steel balls. Its effective damage radius is at least twice that of an offensive grenade, with a risk of injury within 25 meters. Using the cover of a cart, Shinemo threw out this grenade and quickly moved behind the cart for safety. Boom! A loud explosion echoed across the plain. The Mountain Vine squad was somewhat alert. When Chun Mo threw the unknown object, the rider instinctively pulled the reins to turn away. But it was too late. A storm of steel balls spun out like a metal tornado, scattering in all directions and making a piercing whistling sound. The frontmost copper-patterned swordsman was hit first. He instinctively reached out to block, but it was useless. The steel balls easily pierced his light armor, making a sharp, puff-puff sound. His surprised expression was too quick to fully form before the shockwave knocked him off his horse like a torn sack. The teammate behind him was slightly luckier. His captain became a human shield, absorbing most of the blast. Still, several steel balls ruthlessly pierced his thigh and side. Worse, one shot through his throat, turning his agonized scream into a strange, short, sound that suddenly stopped. The most physically harmed were the 2 poor horses. Their screams were drowned out by the explosion. The horses collapsed heavily, rolling about 6 or 7 meters due to the force. Their bellies and necks were instantly torn open with blood gushing out, creating numerous bleeding wounds. Hot blood flowed like a stream, quickly staining the dry ground red. Steel balls, shockwaves, flames, and the crushing weight of the fallen horses, all combined with a grenade, knocked down all 4 mercenaries. Among them, Only the copper-patterned scout reacted the fastest. When the grenade was flying, he instinctively dodged into a nearby cover, narrowly avoiding most of the deadly steel balls. However, humans cannot predict everything, and fate is often beyond control. The heavy fallen warhorse mercilessly pressed down on him, pinning him to the ground, unable to move. Behind him, the little henchman, no longer protected by the copper pattern, had a hole torn in his abdomen. As he was thrown back, his intestines and blood spilled out. He tried in vain to cover his wound with his hands, but his arms wouldn't lift. His eyes, clouded with blood and mist, were filled with disbelief and confusion. Wasn't it said he hadn't entered the advanced stage and was just a trainee? That con artist from the Zircon family. If the members of the Mountain Vine squad had some kind of magical, life-saving spell, they might regret their intestines spilling out now. This job, forget 20 silver coins, even 20 gold coins wouldn't be enough. But it was too late to regret now. Chen Mo, already frightened and panicked, had no intention of talking or negotiating. He struck with a heavy punch. The dust from the explosion had not yet settled. Thick blood and strange biological tissue fragments splattered across the barren land, creating a scene like an impressionist painting. In the wind, faint, broken cries of pain could be heard, though no one knew who was making them. Clack, clack, clack. Xiaobai, holding a Model 95 automatic rifle, reloaded first. He was reliable when shooting at fixed targets. With enough aiming time, his bullets precisely shattered skulls, one shot per person, with one target receiving an extra shot. In just 5 rounds, he made them stop their annoying noise. Then, as usual after each fight, Xiaobai took out his white-bone spear and moved forward for a second round of cold weapons, reloading. 2 shots to the chest, 1 to the head. Only a divine being could shake their head at such accuracy. Meanwhile, he relieved the suffering of the struggling warhorse. After the chaos, there was deadly silence. The wind swept through the barren land, carrying the pungent smell of gunpowder. For human corpses and 2 horse carcasses lay twisted on the ground. The excited Mountain Vines adventurers and their mounts had, in just a few seconds, turned into fresh fertilizer for this wasteland. Well, now they probably shouldn't be happy. For more lives lost. The heavy bloodstains seemed to seep into Chun Mo's eyes, and a surge of uncontrollable rage welled up in his heart. He was gasping heavily in place, like a tired beast after a fight, trying to calm himself down. He kept repeating in his mind, "They're all NPCs. All NPCs." But the strong smell of blood kept filling his nose. The bloodstains on the ground seemed to come alive in the sunset's glow, twisting and slowly crawling toward him, making him instinctively step back. No, I have to keep moving forward. My motherland has sent me so many things. I haven't shown my gratitude yet. Carrying Little White and holding his tools, Chen Mo carefully followed the direction to find the driver who had slipped into the forest. That guy was quite clever. Before the explosion, he tightly tied the horse's reins to a crooked tree. Although the explosion and gunfire made the horse neigh and jump in panic, it couldn't break free. Chen Mo doesn't know how to drive a carriage or ride a horse. Right now, he could only focus on catching that driver. When he reached the edge of the woods, he saw the driver on the driver had somehow pulled a rag over his head, facing away from the wilderness, crouching with his head in his arms like a typical ostrich. His coat was lifted, revealing a line of words inside. By Sure City Silver Forging Carriage Shop. Chen Mo instantly understood. This guy was definitely experienced. Those words were his protection charm. He only needed to secure the carriage, stay away from the scene, cover his eyes, block his ears, pretend he saw nothing and heard nothing. Once the dirty work outside was done, he could still drive his carriage back. You charge so much for your service, and this is how you protect your customers? Filled with anger, Chen Mo strode forward and kicked him, causing the driver to tumble. Are you dead? Still alive. Get to work. A few minutes later, Chen Mo, the ruthless killer, sat confidently on the carriage frame, coldly watching the driver trembling and rummaging through the bloody mess for loot. Occasionally, he asked questions, his voice quiet but powerful enough to make the driver shake. Who are they? Why are they after me? To the master, the driver stammered. Judging by their clothes and manner, they seem like some rogue groups working in secret, doing small jobs that mercenary groups look down on. Sometimes, They also do some dirty, shameless work. They either took a black market bounty or accepted some private job coming for your lordship. Chun Mo snorted coldly, recalling the confusing language he had heard earlier. What kind of nonsense were you babbling about on the road? Explain it clearly, one sentence at a time. The coachman quickly tried to remember. It was like this. Seeing they didn't come with good intentions, I warned them first. I said, cracks in the ice don't go through the fire path. Black magpies don't look at the sun, and I don't know where those forest-crossing birds came from. Both the fire and the sun refer to officials. I meant that our Silver Forge carriage shop is a legitimate business. Since they are from different paths, I told them not to cause trouble and asked about their plans and destination. Their reply was that in the cold winter forest, they need to add new firewood without harming the trees, just the seedlings. The firewood means money. They came for money, not to attack our business, and told me not to interfere. I also stopped them again and said, white stones, white leaves, silver linden trees. What kind of bird dares to carry seedlings? I used our shop's reputation in Baishur City to warn them to stay away and not to target us. But they said, the tiger on the neighboring mountain, meaning a noble from another country wants to take you. They accepted the job and promised to come back later to offer a toast and apologize. They were so persistent that I'm just a coach driver. I really didn't dare to stop them forcefully. Look, sir, I stopped them twice. I really did. Chun Mo continued to ask, on this route, might there be others who received the same task? No way. No way. The coachman shook his head like a rattle drum. Even in the black market, tasks can't be taken repeatedly. The black market has its rules. If everyone just took jobs freely, before finishing one, the mercenary groups and adventure teams would start fighting each other. That would be chaos. Does the black market also follow laws? Chun Mo sneered. Most of the time, yes, the coachman said quickly. Without rules, no one can earn honest money, and everyone would stop working properly. Even for illegal money, rules still matter. And whether it's the black or white market, you have to pay a deposit to take a job. It's to guarantee the time you commit to the task. I don't know how long they've guaranteed, but anyone willing to take such a job must at least guarantee 5 or 6 days. If they don't finish on time, or like now, Chun Mo glanced at the fertilizer on the ground. People are gone. What do we do with this task? The previous security period had just ended, so the task would be reopened. However, with your incredible strength, I doubt anyone dares to take on your pursuit anymore. Can the black market mission be canceled? The coachman hesitated, sounding a bit nervous. Well, unless the person who issued the task cancels it. I haven't heard of any other way. I'm just a coachman. I really don't know, sir. The two exchanged questions and answers, and more than half an hour passed unknowingly. The coachman rolled the loot into a large bundle, carefully packed it into a small bag, and dragged it back. Chun Mo first broke out in a sweat, and then spoke with a dry throat. He drank most of a water bag, then glanced sideways at the coachman. Losing control of his emotions, his eyes flashed with fierce light. The coachman suddenly knelt on the ground, banging his forehead on the dirt with a loud sound, shouting repeatedly, "Please spare me, sir. Please, enough. Get up and drive." Chun Mo waved his hand irritably. "Hurry up and take me to Baishur City. The faster, the better." During the rest of the journey, the coachman's whip cracked fiercely, as if trying to whip the horses behind raw. The carriage sped up significantly, even over bumps and slopes, without slowing down. Chun Mo's eyes sparkled with stars, almost vomiting from the jostling. Finally, just before sunset, they arrived beneath the towering walls of Baishur City. Baishur City is the largest city in the northern foothills of the CF Federation and was once a famous military stronghold. With the arrival of the era of 5 races coexisting, humans and elves each established their territories and borders. The outskirts of the Dark Forest became a non-military zone, and Baishur City has not seen war for over 170 years. The tall city walls show the city's former grandeur, but the vines hanging from them and the cracked, dilapidated bricks silently tell travelers that this is a shield gradually rusting away. Chun Mo was lost in thought when the respectful voice of the coachman came. "Sir, we've arrived at Baishur City. Please kindly get off and walk a few steps. Entering the city requires passing through security checks." At this moment, the temporary pass bought with a heavy sum of money came into use. A soldier in light black armor carefully examined the apprentice and his skeleton multiple times. When he saw the large bundle on Xiaobai's back, he frowned slightly. In the end, he said nothing, collected the city fee at 10 copper coins per person and 1 copper coin per skeleton, and waved them through. Once inside the city limits, the coachman's mood clearly improved. He seemed to realize he had escaped the shadow of death overhead. His voice grew steadier and carried a slight tone of flattery. "Sir, your travel permit is quite high level. Usually, those black-skinned guards charge a lot, and they never accept less than 100 coins. Today, your summoned creature was charged at the lowest pet level. That shows you really have some face, huh?" Chinemo didn't understand. The coachman quickly explained that the city entrance fee for a person is fixed by official rules and cannot be changed. However, the fee for summoned creatures varies greatly depending on their size. If you have a background, even a 3-meter-tall orc can be counted as a pet. Without a background, even buying a fish might be considered a battle partner. The blackskin guards at the city gate use these tricks to make money. Chinemo suddenly became curious and asked, "If I bring a black warrior or a bone dragon, how much would that cost?" "Oh, my lord, don't joke with me. For professional level above 3, entry is free. That's a rule across the whole continent. It's the same in every city. All right, I say this is my first time entering the city. Do you believe me, sir? I believe whatever you say." The coachman pointed ahead. "The tavern you're heading to is just up front. I need to head back to return the carriage." "Well?" Chunimo nodded slightly, casually tossed a handful of coins onto the carriage, and, amid the coachman's grateful bow, turned around and pushed open the wooden door of the Hedgehog Tavern. A thick, oppressive smell hit him like a tangible substance, violently wrapping around Chunimo. The sour, fermented smell of cheap alcohol, the greasy aroma of cheap stewed meat, the pungent scent from onions and star anise soaked in the broth, the stale odor of sweat and leather accumulated over years, the choking smoke from cheap tobacco, and a suspicious, rotten smell in the corner resembling or expired food scraps, all mixed together. The noise was loud enough to be deafening, yet chaotic and overwhelming, almost forcing Chun-Mo out the door. The air was thick and sticky, like liquid, as if it would cling to the skin. Chun-Mo felt his eyes watering from the fumes and had to turn back outside for fresh air before slowly stepping into the tavern. The wooden door behind me creaked as it automatically closed, blocking out the sunset's last rays. Inside and outside seemed like two different worlds. The lighting was a bit dim. It took some time for Chunmo's eyes to adjust. The inside of the tavern was much larger than expected. Rough wooden tables and chairs were crowded with big men sitting, leaning, squatting, or lying around. Their worn half-plate armor, tattered cloth clothes with torn openings, and loud chatter made it look like a mining camp. If not for the weapons, axes, hammers, swords, lying on the ground beside them, Chunmo would think he was in a rough workers' camp. "Welcome to the Old Hedgehog Tavern." A waiter, wearing a faded apron, suddenly appeared. He carried a rough wooden tray with a few steaming bowls and wooden cups. He wore a forced smile. "Are you here for drinks, food, or maybe to chat with a girl?" "Is old John here? A friend recommended I come to see him." "Oh, John? That's a common name," the waiter exaggerated, eyes spinning. "We have many Johns here. It might be tricky. How about you sit down and have a drink first? I'll find out for you." 5 copper coins jingled onto the greasy tray. Oh my, look at my ears." The waiter's smile suddenly turned warm and sincere. He gently flicked his finger, and the coins disappeared. "You mean old John? I thought I heard little John just now. I was wondering why that little rascal hasn't visited in a while. Look over there." He pointed quickly toward the back of the tavern. "That guy holding a lute and humming. He's probably the old John you're looking for." Chinemo looked in the direction. Under flickering lights, in the center of the bar, there was a small wooden stage about 10 centimeters high. An old man with sparse, gray hair and drunken eyes held a strange-looking lute. His fingers plucked the strings randomly, making sounds that sounded like singing or drunken groans. Without hesitation, Chun-Mo strode toward the stage. Along the way, the drinkers instinctively stopped talking, their alert or curious eyes scanning this unexpected visitor. When they saw the skeleton little white following closely behind Chun-Mo, they showed some contempt or impatience. It was like seeing a rabbit sneaking into a dog's den. Necromancers are quite common as a profession. Young adventurers pursue swordsmanship to look cool, archery for a relaxed style, magic for elegance, and some, wanting to save money, summon undead creatures. If summoning magic wasn't quite difficult to learn, everyone would probably carry around a simple undead helper. There are many adventurers, and as long as they go outside to explore, necromancers are likely to be seen. But it's rare to see someone brave enough to go out alone with just a basic skeleton soldier. Most apprentices don't just start out alone. They usually serve their teachers for 3 or 5 years. With that time, they can become official apprentices. In the Mercenary Guild's magic system, a high-level apprentice graduates as a first-star mage. Moving up to the second level is the Moon Wheel. Then the third is the Sun Halo. And after the fourth level and a change of profession, they can develop into complex branches like elemental control, spirit summoning, life healing, or alchemy. Most low-level necromancers active in the mercenary world are at the star or moon level, at least high-level apprentices. Their usual summon creatures are combinations of dark stone ghosts and tough zombies, which serve as both aerial scouts and ground shields, and are loved by mercenary teams. How long has it been since the old Hedgehog Tavern saw a necromancer with a skeleton soldier? Probably since it opened. They've never seen such a reckless little guy. The freshly promoted Copper Pattern warrior, Josie, was bragging to his companions about his recent success. There are 2 ways to advance as a professional. One is passing the Mercenary Guild's test, and the other is completing a specific promotion task. The test requires a fee, and the task requires a proof of completion, which is also an important source of income for the guild. For example, in Whitestone City's Mercenary Guild, the promotion task from novice to first-star Copper Pattern is to kill more than 6 shadow magic wolves and bring back their crystals as proof. The Shadow Demon Wolf is a type of shadow creature. At any wolf den on the edge of the dark forest, as long as you invest a certain amount of black obsidian, you can use the magic energy in the den to produce a corresponding number of shadow demon wolves. Obsidian is a basic, common material, while shadow crystals are a higher-level refined material. If you do not turn in these materials, it's like killing the wolves with force to take their materials, making a small profit. But once you turn in the materials, you actually lose money. Still, there's no choice. Advancing is important, and spending money is necessary. The worst part is, after successfully upgrading, some old friends persuade you to treat them to drinks. Yossi, who just stepped into a new stage of life, can't afford to lose face. He emptied his father's pockets and borrowed some money to invite these friends to a tavern run by Uncle One-Eye's old hedgehog. The tavern is filled with smoke and noisy with chatter. Just as Yossi is feeling a bit tipsy from cheap beer and flattery, he catches sight of a young figure with a skull passing through the lively crowd. The skull is carrying a large, bulging bundle and moves a bit clumsily. It's like a perfect setup, an actual prop. As an experienced member of an adventure team who has gone on missions outside the city, Yossi is proud of his modest knowledge and likes to show off a little. But he usually just talks big, and after a while, everyone gets bored. Seeing this silly skeleton, Yossi suddenly gets excited. "Hey guys, look at this." Yossi taps the table to get their attention, pointing at the carefully moving skeleton. This thing looks scary, but it's actually as dumb as a piece of wood. Even mountain hunters' hunting dogs could chew on it like a chew toy. Really, I'm not joking. He takes a sip of his drink, blushing. When I was out on a mission, if anyone brought one of these, the whole team would be too embarrassed to lift their heads. It's okay for carrying luggage, but fighting? Huh, I'd give it 2 hands. Don't believe me? Watch closely, don't blink. His friend's curiosity fuels Yossi's desire to perform. With the alcohol's help, he decides to put on an impromptu show, pretending to use 2 hands to defeat the skeleton. The tavern floor is made of solid mud, uneven from countless spills and foot traffic. Some spots are filled with broken bones and damp sawdust. Skull White carefully followed his master Chun Mo's command to move carefully, walking very slowly. By the time Chun Mo was almost at the middle platform, White had just reached the second row of tables, right where Xiao Shi and his group were sitting. Xiao Shi grinned and winked at his friends, making a "watch out" gesture. He exaggeratedly raised both hands, pretending to stretch lazily. As he did this, he quietly and skillfully extended his leg, which was wearing a sturdy leather boot, along the worn, darkened, and stained table leg, aiming to trip the skull. He wanted to make the skeleton stumble. Once, during a mission, he had seen how the team's warriors liked to tease that poor skeleton. Now, he was going to recreate that classic trick, and no one could catch him doing it. There was a rule in the tavern against fighting or hurting others, but stretching a leg wasn't against the rules. His dramatic move drew the attention of many nearby drinkers, most of whom were still not fully drunk. Curious eyes watched, waiting to see a funny, free show. It was inevitable. White's ankle bone caught Xiao's leg solidly. The poor skeleton flailed its arms in panic, but it was useless. Its balance was terrible, and it fell heavily onto the dirty ground with a clumsy, desperate thud. It fell quite awkwardly. The momentum caused the entire skeleton to slide along the floor. The small bones inside its chest rattled and clanged, but luckily, it didn't fall apart. However, the worst part was that the huge bundle on its back slammed into a sturdy, thick wooden table leg nearby. Crash. Clang. Bang. The bundle suddenly burst open. Its contents spilled out instantly, rolling, bouncing, and flying everywhere. Xiao's smile froze on his face, as if frozen by winter frost. Oh my God, what is that? That wasn't an ordinary bundle. Look at what had fallen out. A twisted, deformed one-handed sword with many cracks. A broken sword hilt with only half a guard remaining. A battered, stinky piece of armor with holes like a honeycomb. A dented, scratched metal chest plate. Small armor pieces that looked like wrist or leg guards. A muddy hunting bow and scattered feathers and arrows. Most of the weapons and armor are covered with large patches of dark red and black bloodstains. A short piece of arm binding with a metal buckle, with some tendons and skin still attached at the broken end, hit the front wooden table and then bounced back heavily, falling at Joshi's feet. The metal buckle had a clear, semi-dried blood handprint, and a small piece of human tissue with hair was hanging from the strap. Under the dim, greasy light, a creepy feeling spread. Joshi seemed to hear the wail of some unknown part of human tissue. Just a second ago, the lively tavern was like being choked by an invisible hand, silencing all sounds. Loud drunken muttering, dice hitting cups, jokes, rude arguments, fierce curses, and the soft, flirtatious voices of waitresses, all vanished instantly. Only the occasional crackle of firewood in the fireplace and an overwhelming, dead silence remained. There are no rookies here. Even the youngest Joshi, who looks like a rookie, has been fighting outside for years. They are very familiar with these items. These are the everyday tools of the mercenaries. Displaying them this way, it's as if the mercenaries can hear the silent screams of the equipment, recreating a brutal slaughter scene. A few experienced old mercenaries stared wide-eyed, filled with fear and caution, watching the young, undead summoner in front. Their hands gripped their weapons tightly, bodies tense, muscles clenched, legs positioned for battle, ready for action. When Xiaobai fell, Shinemo was also startled. His reflex was to reach into his pocket and grab his gun. Turning around, his first thought was that his silly skeleton had fallen into another trap. A wave of embarrassment suddenly flooded him. What should I say at a time like this? Nothing seems appropriate. It's like a lively hall full of people eating, and I suddenly come in and overturn a trash truck. Do they think I'm here to cause trouble? Shinemo gave a slightly embarrassed smile, which made the mercenaries staring at him stand on edge. Wow, killing so brutally and still smiling so shyly. This is a twisted murderer. The first to react was the one who had been lazily leaning against the bar counter, the one-eyed boss. The boss wore a worn half-mask over his face, and his remaining eye, like a laser pointer, swept back and forth across the smoky, crowded hall. It was impressive that he could see so clearly with just one eye. Most of the time, the boss was flirting with a couple of big-breasted women with wavy hair, their lips painted like vampires. But since Chun Mo entered, his remaining eye kept focusing on the newcomer. He listened to the waitress's report and noticed Josie's little moves. He also saw how his tavern had turned into a freezer. In the tense atmosphere, the one-eyed boss pressed his hand against his mask and shouted loudly, "Someone's belongings have been lost. Brothers and sisters, don't steal them. I'll have someone take care of it. As a thank you, each table will get a bottle of black snake wine. Old John, a guest is here looking for you. Stop playing that funeral tune and go greet the guest." As soon as the one-eyed boss spoke, the tavern seemed to come alive again. The noise gradually rose from low to high, then slowly settled down. Only one person remained in the eye of the storm, little Josie, who was trembling and bragging wildly. The young bronze-armored warrior stood there, pale-faced, with hollow eyes, as if he had lost focus. Then, the one-eyed boss easily grabbed him by the back and lifted him up like a dead dog, tossing him in front of Chinemo. This troublemaker is brought to you. I don't know where this friend is from or what to call him. There's an old saying in the mercenary world. When you go out, your identity is something you create yourself. For a visitor from another world like Chinemo, solving the question of who am I is the most important thing. Chinemo had been creating his identity from the moment he entered this world. As he learned more about the Starry Sky continent, his self-definition became more complete, richer, more detailed, and more logical. Meeting the gaze of the one-eyed boss and old John, Chinemo cleared his throat and began his story. First, I ask for your understanding, he said with a slight, distant smile. Due to certain reasons I cannot explain, I am unable to reveal the details of my family background. I can only say, that place is still somewhat decent. He paused briefly and clearly said, by the way, my name is Chinemo. This short pause was perfectly timed. The one-eyed boss and old John exchanged quick, thoughtful glances. The surname Chun is linked to many powerful families. Usually, if it's not related to the Chun family of the Sky Empire, people tend to clarify, not the Chin you're thinking of, just like how the city guard captain in Whitestone City, after reporting the surname Fong, must immediately clarify, not related to the Fong family of Norton Kingdom. Chinemo smiled slightly. Good, I like how you guess. Anyway, I haven't said anything. The one-eyed boss kindly helped Chinemo sit down. Chinemo glanced at the dried, dark stains on the wooden bench. His smile seemed to freeze for a split second. Then he stood properly by the table, speaking calmly about his background. His parents died early, he had no support, and his family was very competitive. He experienced many sad events like reckless challenges, petty betrayals, broken engagements with childhood friends, and losing old friends. Young and full of spirit, he decided to leave home and try to make his own way. At home, because of special reasons, I mainly studied literature, so I couldn't become a professional fighter. So, after leaving my family, I got a chance to learn a little bit of martial skills. The one-eyed boss's eyelid twitched slightly. He signaled to the servant, who soon brought a clean, simple cushion for Chinemo. In a big family, when do they restrict their children from learning martial arts and only allow them to study literature? That happens with the outstanding children of a branch family. This is a world where strength is everything. People have different talents. If every family gave all their children the same chance to learn martial arts, within 2 or 3 generations, the main family's power would likely no longer be theirs. No matter how many rules you make, strict or complicated, they won't stop human greed. As a legendary leader from the Feng family once said, law is just rules made by those above to limit those below. You can't expect a branch family's night watch patrol to obey a main family's silver armor warrior's random orders. Just like you can't expect a general holding 30,000 cavalry in the northern border to give up command and surrender just because of a royal decree from the capital. How did Chinemo learn this rule? He has to thank the little golden-haired guy. That carefree fellow boasted proudly among apprentices more than once that a talented member of the Zircon family's branch would end up only as a clerk. At the right moment, the servant brought in a fairly clean-looking cushion. Chinemo sat down carefully, and the conversation shifted to the main topic. It's unfortunate, but wherever there are people, there will be conflicts. He sighed with a hint of helplessness. Even if I just want a quiet place to practice, some reckless troublemaker always shows up. This time, I came to the CF Federation just to get a mercenary identity and find a magic tower to study in peace. Coincidentally, I met Luke on the way. He strongly recommended I come here, saying his old friend could help. Old John brushed his sparse, mostly white hair with his knuckles. Luke? Oh, you mean that big fool Luke from Mirror Lake. How do you know him? He doesn't seem like someone who'd connect with someone of your status. It's a funny coincidence. Chunmo's face showed a modest blush. He was guiding the young lady of Yunwu territory at the time. I happened to be on a boat heading there, so I met him then. Originally, I had some dealings with Captain Puin of Yunwu territory, and it might have been easier to get my identity through them. But I've received so much help. If I don't repay it, I'd feel uneasy. Master Locke from Yunwu helped heal my wounds, and Princess Lu Shuang even gave me medicine. Look at me now, in such a sorry state. Chun Imo spread his hands, looking honest and a little proud. I have nothing to repay, so I don't want to bother them again. This part of the story is a bit too high level. During Chun Mo's speech, the one-eyed shop owner and old John kept a close eye on his expressions and eyes, as if probing. Chun Mo's eyes are clear, his expression calm, and his heart honest. I didn't lie. He came on a Yunwu floating ship, interacted with Captain Puan, was healed by Master Locke, and received medicine from the princess. None of it is false. There are no lies in what I said. At this point, the full story, the cause and effect, are all clear. The last trace of doubt in old John's eyes disappears. Being a mercenary is easy, but starting at a lower level is a bit of a problem. Do you mind? It's okay, Chun Imo said simply. I just want to be able to learn at the Mage Tower. The mercenary level doesn't matter. The sooner it's done, the better. Hearing this, old John felt reassured. Good. Tomorrow, please have the young master come with me to the mercenary guild. I promise to handle everything properly. After finishing the serious talk, seeing Chun Imo in a good mood, the one-eyed boss suddenly clapped his large hand on Xiao Xiaoxi's shoulder. The force was so strong that it made the copper-patterned warrior stumble and kneel on one knee. This kid is young and inexperienced and caused you trouble. How do you think we should handle it? His attitude and words seemed to suggest he was leaving the decision to others, but there was a hint of pleading in his tone. Xiao Xiaoxi's father was once a mercenary in the one-eyed boss's team, risking his life to block for the boss. If it weren't for these old brothers' support, with Xiao Xiaoxi's family background, how could he have grown into a copper-patterned warrior so quickly? Even with some talent, learning martial skills or magic costs a lot of money. Chun Imo casually waved his hand. It's nothing. My skeleton will probably fall 3 or 5 times someday anyway. The one-eyed boss immediately patted Xiao Xiaoxi's head. Did you hear that? Hurry up and thank the master for his kindness. He then knocked a few times on Xiao Xiaoxi's head, who was still shaken, and kicked him aside with an annoyed look. Turning around, he picked up the bag filled with weapons, armor pieces, and miscellaneous items that the servant had packed. By the way, Chun Imo pointed with his chin at the pile of junk. Luke once told me that his friends in Baishur City have many channels, are quite wild, and have many ways. I actually want to ask a few things. First, this mess is inconvenient for me to carry. Can I ask someone to help dispose of it? I don't mind paying a low price. Second, after obtaining the mercenary status, I plan to go to the Mage Tower near Belu River to study. I wonder if you two can help me find a guide. The one-eyed boss pounded his chest. Hey, this small matter is on me. The two friends Luke introduced are quite reliable. After half a day, Chun Mo's issues were almost perfectly resolved. Chun Imo had always kept a full set of mercenary badges from the Mountain Vine Squad. At first, he thought they were just dull metal pieces, but he soon realized he was very wrong. They were actually delicate devices filled with magic power. Old John, limping slightly, confidently led Chun Imo through the mercenary guild. They completed all the steps, submitting documents, verifying identity, paying fees, and getting approval stamps. Finally, they arrived at the badge-making window in the corner of the hall. Actually, it should be called the full name, the mercenary badge-making window. Inside, a potion maker sat. He wore thick glasses like bottle bottoms over his right eye and looked hunched. He slowly took the stamped identity documents, examined them carefully, then slowly removed his glasses. His cloudy eyes looked past the window, carefully scanning Chun Imo from head to toe, then from toe to head several times. Old Mouse, the potion maker said, half teasing, half warning, you've brought in 6 new recruits this month. Do you think the mercenary guild is your family's business? Stop talking nonsense. Old John impatiently tapped the wooden window frame with his knuckles, making a knocking sound. I'm just bringing work for you. If no one registers, how do you collect service fees? Besides, without mercenaries, there's no work. Without work, there's no commission. Without commissions, hundreds of people in the guild will be left drinking northwest wind. You don't know anything. The potion maker scowled and muttered a vague local saying, then put his heavy single-lens glasses back on. He carefully scooped some magic materials from a few clay jars on the table, a shimmering silver powder, a few dark brown crystals, and a tiny patch of blue moss that seemed to move like a living creature. Poor apprentice Chun Mo didn't recognize any of them. He precisely sprinkled these materials onto an engraved oval magic symbol on the table. The potion maker placed a small metal piece in the center of the oval, took out a tiny hammer about the length of a finger, and started tapping. After about 10 minutes, a brand new badge, still warm and slightly tingling to the touch, was pushed out. Old John took the badge and led Chun Mo to the center of the hall. There stood a mirror-smooth magic obsidian stone, about half a person tall. Old John signaled Chun Mo to press the badge into a shallow groove at the bottom of the obsidian. A faint glow flickered, and the surface of the cloud stone rippled like water waves, clearly revealing a few lines of text. Mercenary name: Chun Mo, mercenary level 0, registered guild, CF Federation Baishur City branch. Available tasks: none. As a level 0 mercenary, there are no tasks to accept. Although Chun Mo doesn't plan to make a living as a mercenary, he couldn't help but wonder, since I can't take any tasks, how can I increase my mercenary level? There are two ways, Old John explained as he threaded a sturdy leather cord through an unranked badge and handed it to Chun Mo. Either get a proper professional certification, soldier, mage, archer, all work. The guild has rules that can raise your mercenary level, or find a mercenary group to join. Start with the hardest and most tiring jobs, and work your way up over the years to gain experience. The old man took out a badge from his collar and gently rubbed it with his rough fingers, his voice a bit low. This is an old trick the guild and mercenary groups use to squeeze newcomers. But what can we do? These days, the harvest in the fields can't even fill your stomach. Many farmers can't hold on to their ancestral land. Some go into mines to work as laborers or throw themselves into dangerous jobs like this. They stepped out of the grand gates of the mercenary guild and descended the wide, bluestone steps, feeling the slightly hot afternoon air. Old John led the way, slightly leaning forward, still chatting away. The one-eyed old hedgehog tavern used to sell the best blue snake wine for 3 copper coins a bottle. Now, even black snake wine at 2 copper coins per bottle is hard to sell. Everyone's life has become tighter. Meanwhile, mercenaries from the Mirror Lake and Emerald Kingdom over in the forest keep coming here, working for the lowest pay and not going back. The old man paused, raising his head to look at the gray horizon in the distance. They say a mercenary's nose is sharper than a hound's. I think war is just a matter of time. Chun Mo felt a chill in his heart. War, even in modern society on Blue Star, has never truly left human life. He was able to study peacefully only because a powerful country protected him. Now, although the country still shelters him, he knew deep down that they were millions of light years apart, separated by countless stars. A wave of anxiety and urgency surged again within him. Returning to the familiar porch of the one-eyed old hedgehog tavern, the one-eyed owner was already waiting there. Behind him, 2 young figures stood in the shadows. Seeing Chun Mo return, the one-eyed man stepped forward and handed over a heavy leather pouch tied with a leather cord. The items you entrusted yesterday have been sold to a trustworthy and discreet shop. The money is here. Please check it. Chun Mo took the pouch without looking and casually slipped it into the new sturdy leather pocket sewn onto Xiaobai's backpack. He could faintly hear the soft clink of coins inside. Also, I brought 2 guides you asked for. Take a look. The one-eyed man turned slightly to the side, making way for the 2 young men behind him, and briefly introduced them. Chun Mo glanced at the 2. Oh, there's a familiar face. Yossi, the bronze-patterned warrior. Isn't he the small, reckless guy from the tavern yesterday? At this moment, Yossi was neatly dressed. His old leather armor was polished to a shine, tied tightly with a new soft leather belt around his upper body. His short sword's handle was wrapped with fresh cloth, seemingly embroidered with some characters. He tried to stand straight, but when his eyes met Chun Mo's, he instinctively looked away, showing signs of nervousness and shame. The other archer, young John, was clearly the grandson of old John. He looked a bit thin, carrying a well-maintained hunting bow, with the string already pulled tight. The young guy looked cheerful, standing there, his feet still, but he couldn't help but shift slightly from side to side. His whole body radiated one word: lively. Well, this arrangement, taking care of family members, is obvious. Seeing Chun Mo silent for a moment, The one-eyed man blinked his good eye and added, Yossi and young John are already experienced. One warrior, one archer. They're nephews I've watched grow up, so you can trust them. Although they're not very old, they've been on a few missions with the old team. They're clean and sharp. They know the terrain around Bellu River like the back of their hand, even with their eyes closed. Old John, sitting nearby, coughed and caught Chunmo's attention. His wrinkled face broke into a smile. Sir, if you don't mind, you can take both of them along. Don't underestimate their age. They've grown up in the mercenary groups. They're tough and resilient. Errands, scouting, and night watch. These tasks are definitely straightforward and won't go wrong. Bring 2 people along, one to guard and one to run errands. That's perfect. If they have to camp outdoors at night, there can be a rotation. Chun Imo nodded. Old John made some good points. It's only about 10 days and a few dozen silver coins. Getting ready and leaving quickly is the most important. All right then, hurry up and pack. We're leaving soon. There was still a lot to prepare. To reach Bellu River, walking alone would be too tiring, so Chun Imo needed to hire a carriage. With old John and Josie accompanying him, he went to the trading market. After asking around, Chun Imo gritted his teeth and decided to spend a lot of money to buy a 4-wheeled double-horse carriage, plus an extra strong horse. Renting from the horse shop would cost more in deposit and rent than buying, and since he probably wouldn't return to Baishar City soon, buying was better. Back at the tavern, the one-eyed man brought good news. The trouble in the black market was temporarily settled. Chun Imo endured the pain of spending a large sum again. He couldn't help but think that these old foxes really have many tricks. Otherwise, it would be hard to spend this much money. The bounty on Chun Imo in the black market still listed the Mountain Vines squad's name, although all members had been sent to reincarnate. As long as the deposit wasn't fully deducted, the protection period for the squad still technically lasted. The one-eyed man's plan was to bribe the person responsible for issuing tasks in the black market. Using the name of his old mercenaries from the Hedgehog Tavern, he took over all the follow-up to the task of hunting Chun Imo. The black market didn't care who took the job. As long as the deposit was paid on time, the task could be assigned to anyone. According to the rules, the previous person who took the job would lose it if they didn't finish or renew it, and then it would be open to others. But since it's the black market, rules are flexible. If someone is eager to pay, they can't just push away the god of wealth, right? Chun Imo spent a lot of money to keep this task locked for at least half a year, making it impossible for others to take it. The threat hanging over him was temporarily lifted, and Chun Imo could finally breathe a little easier. But a bounty from a famous noble family isn't so easy to resolve completely. The Zircon family. Chun Imo silently repeated the name, his eyes growing colder. Just wait. After I contact my mother a few more times, this debt will be paid. After finishing the miscellaneous tasks in Baishar City, Chun Imo and Xiao Bai got into a carriage. Xiao Shi was driving, and Xiao Zhan was riding a horse. They set out before the sun was too low in the sky. Before leaving the city, there was a small moment of parting. Xiao Shi's father, old Xiao Shi, and Xiao Zhan's father, Zhong Zhan, arrived early at the city gate to see them off. Old Xiao Shi handed over a heavy bag of dry food and cured meat that smelled of wheat. Zhong Zhan carried 2 shiny, new feathered arrows. Xiao Zhan had thought he would walk and not carry many arrows, but now that he had a horse, he quickly asked his father to prepare more gear. Seeing this caring scene between father and son, Chun Imo felt warm inside. He paid Xiao Shi and Xiao Zhan half a month's wages in advance, so they could send the money home immediately. When the 2 young men rejoined the group, their faces were flushed, their backs straight, and their steps full of energy. At the very moment they left, old John leaned against a cornerstone of the city gate. His cloudy eyes watched them, finally resting on his grandson, Xiao Zhan. His lips moved, but he only waved his hand and said, "Go ahead, be smart." Honestly, although it cost quite a bit, it was very worth it. Having these 2 familiar locals, who were also quite capable, to help with the journey made everything surprisingly smooth. Chun Imo used every free moment to meditate and practice. When he had some spare time, he asked the others about strange stories, local customs, and interesting sights. He felt his skills and knowledge growing quickly. A week later, the carriage sped along the main road and finally reached the biggest river in the CF Federation, along the northern bank. No matter which country or place, rushing rivers are a vital resource. The North Lu River flows rapidly through the heart of the CF Federation, passing through its 12 largest cities. It's no exaggeration to call the North Lu River the mother river of the Federation. The floodplain on both sides of the river is not only the main grain-producing area, but also rich in various fruits and spiritual plants. As Chun Mo traveled, he saw beautiful farmland with neat fields and fragrant orchards everywhere. Especially, the CF Federation's grapes are famous across the continent for their unique taste, and they are even exported to the legendary Eastern world. As a wizard who needs to sit quietly for long periods to practice, I especially like this light, elegant fruit wine with a long aftertaste. Many wizards in the Federation of Creek Moon prefer to choose this riverbank plain when they are allowed to select their own territory, and there they build their wizard towers. These are independent estates for wizards, with private academies. The first wizard tower Chun Mo plans to visit is the Guanghuo Wizard Tower in Belu Bay, which is the closest to the Baishur official road and can be reached by going straight ahead. When he arrives at the tower, it is just dusk. A huge building appears from the distant mountain shadows, and the most eye-catching part is its main tower, which is 6 stories tall in the center. This tower belongs to a 6th-rank wizard, a legendary holy light mage, a void-chanting master. As the carriage slowly approaches, the full view of the tower becomes clearer. The outer fortress is a small 2-story structure built entirely from dark, large stones. Each stone is carefully shaped into a perfect square and tightly fitted, leaving no gaps. The central tall tower is made of white stone, emitting a faint, cold white glow in the dusk. The tower's shape widens at the bottom and narrows at the top, looking like a giant spear pointing at the sky. Mysterious runes cover the surface of the tower, some deep and some shallow, like patterns carved by time. These runes lock the magical energy firmly onto the tower. Even from several kilometers away, Chun Mo can feel the powerful energy surging, swirling with purple and blue light that flows endlessly between the stones, flickering and rising. This is a true wizard tower rooted in the heart of a great nation. Compared to the dark and gloomy Black Crow Castle, where Chun Mo briefly stayed before, it's like night and day. Chun Mo didn't even get close to the towering outline of the castle. More than a kilometer away, he was stopped by a neatly repaired high wall that glowed faintly with magic light. This is the first gatehouse of the Guanghuo Wizard Tower. He respectfully explained his purpose. The middle-aged guard looked him up and down, briefly paused at the small white figure behind him, then let out a barely audible snort, with a hint of condescension and pity on his face. "Little guy, didn't your master teach you? Wizard towers usually accept apprentices in spring. That's when everything revives and magical elements respond most clearly. You can't just come anytime you want." This year's apprentice ceremony had already ended. Next year, he would find out the date before coming again. Before he could ask or explain, the heavy door suddenly creaked shut in front of him, leaving no room for discussion. Are there such rules? Xiaoxi was scratching his messy hair, looking confused. I don't know. I never went to school. I learned fighting skills from my family, dad, uncles, and older brothers. I don't know much about the wizard master's affairs. Little John was a bit smarter. He stretched his neck to look at the door and guessed, maybe he doesn't like your skeleton, sir? Just like me, I haven't officially changed my job, but carry a bow around. If I go to the archery instructor, I might get some help. But if I go to the high-level warrior, they definitely won't treat me kindly. His eyes lit up, and he leaned closer with a mischievous look. How about we wait until it's completely dark, then Josher sneaks over the wall to see what's inside? He's quick and agile. Shinmo's face darkened. He glared at Little John and turned away angrily. Climbing over the wall under the wizard tower? Don't drag me into your reckless plans. Aside from Little John's bad idea, Shinmo thought he might have a point. The name, Glowing Light Wizard Tower, clearly indicates its owner is a master of the holy light magic. Low-level mages all do similar basic training before reaching level 3. They usually don't strictly specialize in a profession until they reach level 4 and officially change jobs. But since the owner is a holy light mage, and Chun Mo is openly following a skeleton, the gatekeeper of the glowing light tower probably isn't happy. That makes sense. If this place doesn't accept him, he'll try another. On his way to the next wizard tower, Mo was smart enough to leave the skeleton, Xiao Bai, in the cart. Unfortunately, the second and third towers also refused him outright, with the same reason: come back next year. Mo tried a different approach, using silver bullets. But just as he was about to speak, before he could even take the money out of his pocket, the gatekeeper's face changed suddenly. With a loud bang, the door was slammed shut, almost crushing him out of the way. Mo and everyone else were stunned. Waiting for the right time? Now, during the so-called spring enrollment season, there is still half a year to go. Wasting half a year like this, what does that mean? Previously, at Black Crow Castle, because the Archmage Black Crow was a pure death mage, Mo was able to learn about the basic knowledge of the death magic system. After successfully offering his bloodline sacrifice, he quickly set his career plan and development direction. He wanted to become a unique necromancer. The strength of a necromancer depends on what level of undead creatures they can summon. Usually, two things limit this. First, what the enemy lord has and whether they are willing to send it to you. Second, your mental strength, whether you can handle the overload of powerful creatures. It's like committing a crime outside and needing to ask for help from powerful connections, going to community elders, village chiefs, county officials, or state leaders. The cost varies greatly depending on who you ask. Channels, abilities, and resources are all necessary. In terms of necromancy, connections and channels relate to true name spells and mark spells. Who do you have a way to contact? Your ability relates to your mage level and mental strength. How much official power can you handle? Resources and wealth relate to the value of the sacrifices. How much can you afford to pay? Without these elements in place, it's impossible to summon someone. Forcibly summoning them without proper preparation can lead to serious consequences. Especially during the teleportation process at the altar, the overload on the transported object must be borne by the summoning mage in charge of the altar. The one who summons is responsible. Why can beginner mages like Stardust or Moon Wheel, even if they sell everything they have to gather sacrifices, not summon high-level undead like Black Warrior or Black Knight? Because in cross-dimensional summoning, the mental load on the summoner is so heavy that their brain could explode like a watermelon. To give a simple example, on Blue Star, the faster a vehicle accelerates, the greater the overload passengers experience. A normal car's acceleration is tolerable for most people. A high-speed racing car requires a strong body. A supersonic fighter jet needs highly trained pilots. And a rocket breaking through the atmosphere requires 1 in 100,000, wearing special anti-G suits. Time and space teleportation is like jumping instantly across countless galaxies. Although there is a protective mechanism at the altar, the load still far exceeds what living beings can handle. Why is summoning undead creatures the easiest among summoning types, making necromancers very common? Because undead beings have no vital signs. As long as you protect their soul fire, they are fine. If you put a skeleton on a rocket, no matter how fast it goes, you don't need to worry about its heart stopping or internal organs breaking. Of course, as the soul energy of undead creatures increases, the burden of protecting their soul fire also becomes heavier. Summoning a skeleton is like a small hammer hitting your head, but summoning a bone dragon is like a giant truck crashing into you. However, Chunmo's summoning is a special case. First, the altar opposite the summoning site is controlled by the highest leader. Think of him as a very doting parent. It's like the Lord of the Underworld's only beloved son coming to experience life in a different world. Summoning doesn't really involve consent or willingness. If the other side has what he needs, he will definitely arrange it clearly and perfectly. Second, the Eastern Summer Empire is a powerful industrial and technological nation. It relies not on individual strength, but on cold, precise technological creations. These technological creations can ignore the limits of space travel and overloads. So, Chunmo's main advantage is very different from other struggling necromancers. His only bottleneck is the efficiency of transmitting through the bloodline summoning altar. How many times can he activate the altar in a unit of time? How much material can the altar transfer each time? These two factors directly determine how fast he can grow his power. Currently, with his limited spiritual strength as a trainee, it takes nearly a month to activate the bloodline altar once, transferring only a small amount of material each time. Gathering enough to make a heavy machine gun would take half a year. In those 6 months, with good guidance and practice, he might even unlock 5 sets of wheels. Roughly speaking, the gap is about 100 million. Therefore, Chen Mo carefully planned and set 2 core goals he must achieve at all costs in this stage. First, find a mage tower. Obtain the necessary environment and magical materials, and use meditation techniques to quickly increase his mental strength. Second, I need to learn a very important magic skill for myself: mind energy splitting. Mind energy splitting, also called split magic, is not a high-level skill. It is one of the 4 basic skills for magic users, along with Glimmer, Fireball, and Ice Arrow. These skills show the most basic roles of magic users in a team: providing light, starting fires, creating ice, which can turn into drinking water, and splitting magical power into smaller parts to weaken its use. This is mind energy splitting. The main effect is to turn a powerful, one-time magic attack into smaller, usable magic parts. For example, a senior apprentice could normally summon a skeleton army once a month, with 14 skeletons each time. After learning mind energy splitting, they could summon 3 skeletons weekly instead. That's roughly the idea. Although splitting magic reduces the total power, it greatly increases flexibility, making it an essential basic skill for magic users. The more skilled you are at mind energy splitting, the more often you can split magic, and the less energy it costs. For someone like Chen Mo, this skill is like a divine weapon. So, he must find a mage tower to complete his basic magic kindergarten training. Previously, veteran mercenary Luke recommended 3 mage towers. Not without reason. They are all located on the west bank of North Ridge River, near Qingzi City, in the traditional Moon language area. Back in the heyday of the Moon Kingdom, their territory stretched across the dark forest. 70% of the Creek Moon Federation's land was under the Moon Kingdom's control. The name Creek Moon and Sea Moon show their close connection. Later, due to internal chaos and wars, the Moon Kingdom lost all its territories on the southern continent. The Creek Moon people split into several tribes, until over 200 years ago, they united into a loose federation by chance. West of North Ridge River, many Creek Moon descendants still live there. Like the Mirror Lake Kingdom and Emerald Duchy across the dark forest, they speak the Moon language, which Chen Mo is just barely beginning to understand. If he tries to find other mage towers, who knows what language they speak? He'd have to relearn the language, pass the CET-4 and CET-6 exams again, and that would be very painful. Furthermore, crossing the river does not guarantee acceptance. At this point, after much thought, Chen Mo decided, forget it. First, I will rest and recover my strength. The last bloodline ritual had caused some mental trauma, but it is nearly healed. I feel that in 2 or 3 days, I can perform the next ritual. So, I will put aside the matters of the Mage Tower for now and write a letter to my family to update them on my situation. During this time, the elders at home seem restless, unable to sleep all night. It took nearly 2 days for Chen Mo to adjust his body and mind. During this period, he took the 2 little ones to a nearby market, shopping for a variety of interesting and unusual items. He bought things like the large teeth of a beast, minerals from Mount Kong, flower buds of the snow kiss flower, leaves from the sword leaf tree, moss from moonlight forest, specimens of big-headed bugs, tails of swift foxes, and roots of wild grass. He also purchased some handmade local crafts, special snacks, metal scraps, and mysterious materials. All these items filled 2 large bags. Since they were small and scattered, they weighed less than 5 kilograms in total, enough to be placed on the altar or sent away. On top of the packages, there was a piece of the dark magic tree's heart and a pill given by Princess Frost. Although Captain Puin seemed confident that this was a good life-saving item, Chen Mo felt a bit embarrassed. This was only the 2nd summoning, and he hadn't sent anything impressive home yet. Since his children are away from home, he decided to send his most valuable item to his mother, pretending he's doing well outside. He chose a well-known inn in town with a deep background for the summoning. He booked a corner room and also reserved the neighboring room for the 2 little ones. After paying the deposit and buying enough food, Chen Mo sternly ordered, "I will be in seclusion for a while, maybe 1 or 2 days, or even 3, 5, or 7 days. During this time, you will take turns guarding the room 24 hours a day, with triple pay. Remember, no one is allowed to enter my room before I come out." Xiao Xiaoxi and Xiao Zhan nodded eagerly. Mercenaries wandering in the city, even if they are not very mature in character, definitely understand the importance of discipline. Truly reckless mercenaries are quickly eliminated by the harsh laws of nature. This single, undead mage apprentice has defeated several mercenaries, including a swordsman and an archer who had just advanced. Because it was so shocking, the old folks at Hedgehog Tavern in Whitestone City carefully inquired about it. Chun Mo's solo fight against the Mountain Vines team is not a secret that can be hidden. Although the coachman was so scared he almost wet himself at the time, after returning to the city, it became great material for bragging. Although I didn't see the process myself, I personally cleaned up the scene afterward. The coachman swore loudly, spitting as he said, for people couldn't find a good piece of meat. So bloody, too bloody. As a result, rumors in town became more and more exaggerated. The skeleton Chun Mo brought must be extraordinary. Either an ancient legendary golden skeleton or a bloodthirsty, level 7, deep blue skeleton. Yossi didn't believe this at all. He even tripped over Xiaobai once. After spending so many days together, Yossi became more convinced that Xiaobai was just an ordinary skeleton soldier, with most of its spear broken. The real thing to fear was that young man, who always looked calm and smiled gently. Before going out, the two kids were told repeatedly to be careful and not offend this mysterious but surely valuable master. Hearing Chun Mo's serious arrangements, they both became very alert. Fully armed, one on day shift and one on night shift, they guarded the door for 4 days and 3 nights. The undead mage's summoning isn't strictly timed. Some rituals are urgent, others can be slow. Summoning spirits requires the approval of the Lord of the Underworld. So when the summoned creature appears from the altar depends on the Lord's current mood and situation. For example, whether the Lord's customer service staff are available, whether the Lord's soldiers are busy, or whether the Lord is satisfied with the offering. All these factors matter. Sometimes, while summoning, the Lord might be attacked by enemies or busy with other things, and the offering might not get a response. Therefore, scholars on the Starry Continent agree that summoning undead is not a battlefield skill, but a daily skill. In the magic community, this is called the legal field. For Chun Mo, these issues are not problems at all. The history of the Eastern Summer is very long, but from any perspective, Chun Mo is the first person recorded in history to send a transmission beacon from another world back to the Summer Kingdom. There has been no one like him before, and no one like him is expected to come after. Just because of this, the Eastern Summer government treats every one of his blood sacrifices with the highest honors and the strictest precautions. The crucial transmission beacon is placed inside a special, highly secretive conference room in the Chonglu Palace Linhua Hall. The surrounding area is fully isolated and heavily guarded. Even the office of the chief leader, Song Ming, has been taken over, and the leader himself was unceremoniously expelled. When the altar beacon glows white again and begins to tremble slightly, countless advanced monitoring devices, cameras, spectrometers, special imaging tools, energy detectors, and more, almost simultaneously detect anomalies behind the heavy explosion-proof glass wall. A loud alarm sounds through the communication channels. Lin Xiangdong is the head of the General Affairs Department of the Eastern Summer Military Security Bureau. His name suggests he has some family background. But now he has been dismissed. On the day he received the order from his superiors, he was taken to an independent interrogation room in the Security Bureau. All monitoring devices were turned off, and before leaving, the minister also activated a large-scale shielding device. This serious attitude made him feel very uneasy, even suspecting that his own military officer father might have committed treason. Then, the person who entered made him stand up excitedly. Song Ming, the top leader of the Eastern Summer Central Authority. Comrade Lin Xiangdong, hello. This is sudden, so I'll be brief. We have reviewed all your records. Both the Central Office and the National Security Department highly approve of you. As a politically qualified, highly capable, and excellent professional, the country now has a special task and would like to invite you to participate. Lin Xiangdong straightened his chest, looked straight ahead, and his voice echoed loudly in the interrogation room. Please give the order. I will definitely complete the task. Don't be in a hurry. Let me finish first. If you accept this task, you will lose all personal privacy. Your movements will be fully monitored, Communication devices controlled 24 hours a day. Every external contact must be approved, and all conversations must be honestly reported. You will be permanently forbidden from leaving the borders of the Eastern Summer Country, and you cannot publish any public or private media content or speak in public without permission. Your future life partner will also undergo strict screening. If you marry, to protect your privacy, there will be times when you are not under surveillance. Therefore, your partner's external communications will be monitored at the same level as yours. I must emphasize that these monitoring measures will not end when your task is completed or stopped. They will follow you for life, even extending to your loved ones you wish to stay in contact with. I think you need to think carefully about this. What is there to think about? Lin Xiangdong only felt his blood surge, his heartbeat pounding like a war drum in his chest. What kind of treatment is this? It's the same as what the country's greatest leaders once received, carrying the fate of the nation, leaving a mark in history. Yes, in this life, I will probably remain unknown, live anonymously until I die, and even for many years to come, my secrets will stay hidden. What does it matter? For a patriotic man from the Eastern Summer, this temptation. Can I really resist? Report to the leader. I am willing to accept the mission, obey the country's arrangements, and do whatever it takes to complete the task. His voice was loud and forceful, like a thunderclap from his throat. Good. Songming Zhizhong stood up and extended his hand, shaking hands tightly with Lin Xiangdong. Xiangdong, from now on, you have 2 days. A comrade will accompany you to handle your personal affairs. Also, say goodbye to your family. I will meet you at Chonglu Palace the day after tomorrow. From now on, you will live at Chonglu Palace. The two of us will be together day and night. Honestly, for a brief moment, Lin Xiangdong felt that his parents weren't very important and might even be a bit of a bother. After waving goodbye to his father, who was smoking heavily, and his tearful mother, Lin Xiangdong moved into a dormitory at Chonglu Palace Tongguang Hall, just a wall away from Linhua Hall. There, he met 2 other colleagues. One named Qi Qiu looked gentle and wore half-rimmed black glasses. His calm and focused eyes were behind the lenses. The other, Zheng Ran, was tall with a neat crew cut, and his eyebrows showed a scholarly air. As a security officer, Lin Xiangdong quickly realized that this was not a task requiring force. Although all 3 had military or police backgrounds, they were more suited to administrative work, using their brains rather than strength. On the second day, everything was settled, and Songming personally announced the work rules. Remember, at no time should any of you be alone while guarding the signal beacon. At least 2 or more people must be present. Do not share any real information about the beacon with anyone outside your team. Your team members and departments can only follow your instructions and should not communicate about work goals unnecessarily. Any messages sent to third parties other than me must be done with all 3 of you present, or I must be there in person. Songming gave more than 10 instructions. After they repeated them carefully, he explained their specific task. Lin Xiangdong, Qi Qiu, and Zheng Ran would form a core team called Star Watching, leading a large organization called Compassionate Voyage, authorized directly by the central hub of Dongxia, with almost unlimited access to national resources. Contrary to what one might expect, the job was extremely boring. As the team leader, Lin Xiangdong's daily routine was reading, inspecting, and waiting for the signal beacon to wake up, not knowing when that would happen. Sitting outside the isolation chamber again, he opened a book titled, "Behind Me is a Steel Flood." After just a few pages, a sharp and unique alarm suddenly sounded. Lin Xiangdong instinctively jumped up, exchanged a quick glance with Qi Qiu on duty across from him, and both immediately checked their recorders. They pressed the communication button at the same time. These devices were specially made, requiring both of them to activate together to send a public command to the engineering team. With a slightly trembling voice, Lin Xiangdong gave a long series of commands he had practiced silently countless times. All patrol personnel, withdraw immediately and move to Office Area 3 for standby. Notify the translation team, liaison team, expert group, and analysis team to enter their workstations and activate Level 1 response. Other teams, Level 2 response, guard team. Block all entrances and exits of Xihong office. Enforce top-level security. Maintain silence protocol. After issuing the orders, Lin Xiangdong quickly opened the special encrypted line on his chest, sending a string of specific numbers and words to the only preset number. Report to the central office. 0729. The Wanderer returns. Having completed this, he checked the surveillance screen again to confirm all personnel outside had reached safe positions. Lin Xiangdong and Qi Qiu stood side by side, pressing their palms on the door. After fingerprint, iris, and triple password verification, a soft click sounded, and the heavy outer door of the top-secret vault slowly opened, revealing the second observation zone. I'm going inside the vault. Lin Xiangdong issued a clear command. Qi Qiu hesitated for a brief moment, then nodded and said, "Okay, stay safe." He then quickly moved to the control panel, operating swiftly. A series of precise data appeared. Geiger count 0.20 μsV/H, radiation levels normal, aerosol concentration below threshold, air quality up to standard, rapid virus screening shows no abnormalities, microbial slot shows no issues. Entry permitted. Zheng ran, on his shift break, also opened the buffer door and entered the observation zone. According to the rules, he could only turn on his recording device and stay outside the safety line, his fingers slightly white as he clenched his communicator, nervously watching his two teammates through the glass. As Qi Qiu completed the initial safety check of the environment again, Lin Xiangdong, fully suited in protective gear, entered the disinfection corridor. The heavy connecting door behind him sealed tightly with the middle area. Walking through the corridor filled with atomized disinfectant, the cold white mist condensed into tiny water droplets on his mask, quickly evaporating before reaching the final fan outlet. Standing in front of the airtight door flickering with a faint blue indicator light, Lin Xiangdong looked back through the double observation windows, making a clear and strong, rest assured, gesture to his comrades. Without hesitation, he stepped down on the hydraulic door pedal beside the door. A soft hissing sound of pressure release was especially clear in the silence. The heavy alloy door silently slid open to the side. Lin Xiangdong hesitated not at all and stepped into the inner chamber called Star Nest. This place looked like a specially made steel cage or a high-standard interrogation room. The four walls were made of thick special concrete, and the ceiling and floor were covered with reinforced steel plates. The only connection to the outside was a large multi-layered explosion-proof glass wall in the observation area. Inside the Star Nest, there were many detection devices. The indicator lights flickered like stars, flashing red and green, emitting a low, steady hum. Surrounded by a sea of technological light, in the center of the space, the mysterious transmission beacon was fully deployed, projecting a gentle, soft blue glow in a calm circle. Out of nowhere, white mist slowly dispersed like a light veil, revealing a square, half-meter-high package. On top of the package, several pages of handwritten notes were carefully placed. Lin Xiangdong checked the camera angles and began to unpack. When the leader of the Zhongming Guard hurried from the busy Weiyang Palace to the Changlu Palace scene, Lin Xiangdong had already completed the initial search. Since Chun Mo used that call of the child trick, the two top leaders of Dongxia had to take turns staying in Chang'an to wait, like worried parents fussing over mischievous children. Lin Xiangdong spread out the notes, which were clearly projected onto the large screen in the command center. The letter from the Wanderer is very detailed, Lin Xiangdong calmly reported. He sends greetings and thanks to the leaders, says he has temporarily escaped trouble, but his studies face obstacles, and he is looking for new solutions. To repay the country, the Wanderer has sent some local specialties from the Starry Continent, listed in the attached item list. This transmission was well prepared, with plenty of time, and is expected to maintain a stable reception window of 72 to 96 hours. However, because the Wanderer did not use the special medicine from last time, the total transmission weight is significantly lower than before. A few minutes later, the leader of the Zhongming Guard carefully reviewed the information and nodded to Lin Xiangdong. Good work. Proceed according to the plan. Understood, the three of them responded in unison. Among the three, Zheng Ran is the best at language skills. He is responsible for converting parts of the letter that need expert review into ancient script first, then handing it over to the translation team. who will submit both the original and the translated versions to the Zihong project office. These refined texts will be sent out as part of specific tasks to the planning expert group and the intelligence analysis team, along with suggestions for improvements. The language of the white-headed eagle is one of the most widely used languages on Blue Star, so using it as a disguise is very reasonable. Chichio is preparing to coordinate with the supporting research team, sending materials to various research institutes and laboratories under his command to analyze the input supplies. Lin Xiangdong is mainly responsible for overall control, supervision, and preparing the output materials in this division of work. After completing their tasks and double-checking each other's work, they officially issued the first mission order to the Zihong project office since its establishment. The entire office immediately went into full work mode. The leader of Dongwang, currently attending a summit forum abroad, also took time from his busy schedule to make an encrypted international call, praising and fully affirming the work of the stargazing team. So far, our Dongxia's Dongwang Purple Palace is still busy cleaning up the mess left by Chen Mo. While the little golden retriever is causing trouble for Chen Mo, the big golden retriever is also causing trouble for Dongxia. The big golden retriever is the new supreme leader of the white-headed eagle empire, known as a walking encyclopedia, a human investment genius, a social media traffic star, and a daredevil in extreme challenges. Perhaps he also has the good habit of watching cartoons every night at 6:30. Last time, the altar beacon Chen Mo sent suddenly triggered a response from the defense system of Xia country. Fighters, missiles, and air raid sirens alternated over Chang'an City. This shocking scene was impossible to hide. While the senior leaders of Dongxia were urgently discussing how to explain this sudden, supernatural event, across the ocean, the ever-quick, never-shy big golden retriever had already taken the lead on his social media account with millions of followers, proudly posting, "Look, our great white-headed eagle has used a super weapon that spans eras to give Dongxia a little shock." Clearly, their panicked look is not much better than a lizard scared in the desert. "I will make the white eagle great again." MAGA. Once these words were spoken, the global media immediately exploded with activity. Although people around the world know that this leader's speech style, well, isn't always very careful or reliable, the image of the proud, powerful white eagle has long been deeply imprinted in the minds of many countries on Earth. If anyone could really make the Eastern summer so embarrassed, at least on the surface, it would probably be this big, golden-haired leader and the white eagle empire behind him. The core strategists of the summer country's planning department quickly gathered, holding their noses as they analyzed public opinion. In the end, they reached a helpless conclusion. Well, there's no way to explain this, so we might as well stop trying to make excuses and just cover up the truth. If you want to carry this burden, go ahead. As for whether it damages their reputation, the strategists knew well. Choosing the lesser of two evils is the best option. Right now, protecting the core secrets of the Stargate and the Traveler is far more important than arguing over minor details in public opinion. After the summer country adopted a stance of non-acknowledgement and avoidance, global intelligence agencies, like vultures sensing blood, flocked toward the white eagle, almost making the eagle's intelligence department cry with frustration. Do we have superweapons? Of course we do, but we won't tell. This is about winning at all costs, being shameless on the surface and ruthless underneath. Of course, losing face in the East summer means strategic countermeasures are essential. The Eastern Emperor's Purple Palace immediately launched a series of intensive diplomatic visits, while the Eastern Summer Military also organized several large-scale, live-fire military exercises in certain sea areas. On one hand, these actions aim to divert the attention of some dissatisfied countries and organizations away from the summer capital and toward the southeast. On the other hand, they serve as a real display of strength to mitigate potential negative effects from the air raid alarm incident, and to declare to the world, Eastern summer is as stable as Mount Tai. Now, all the grievances, long waits, and careful preparations have finally borne fruit. The first batch of mysterious items from another world has arrived in Eastern summer. Director Lin Xiangdong felt like he was about to fly with all the busy work. After working tirelessly for over 30 hours straight, he finally sorted out the main ideas of his tasks. First, He considered the suggestions for arranging expert teams. The original inscription, carefully adjusted by the stargazing team, told a background story to the expert group. It described an important person from another country on Blue Star who holds valuable intelligence and supplies for Eastern Xia. Currently, Xia country has secretly contacted this mysterious guest. However, he suffers from a severe delusional schizophrenia, often imagining himself as the main character in movies or games. To communicate smoothly, Xia's team had to cooperate with this guest and create many virtual scenarios. The task for the Compassionate Voyage Expert Group is to add logical and realistic ways to realize these virtual settings. The main goal now is to find practical solutions for the specific problems this guest imagines in his magical world, supported by solid theories. Xia Country hopes this creative approach will strengthen their bond with the mysterious guest and earn his trust and favor. The more realistic, the better. Time is tight, and the task is heavy. Everyone, please suggest good solutions quickly. The elite members of the planning expert group looked at the task document and related files with lively expressions. Watching the two leaders of the stargazing team leave together, a young expert couldn't help but complain. What kind of strange story is this? Imagining a game world? Why not just go play with big monkeys for fun? All right, let's finish the analysis first. We're not the only team. We don't want to fall behind. That would be embarrassing. A linguistics expert pushed up his glasses and said, I find it strange. The wording in this document doesn't seem like native carved script. It looks more like it was translated from Federation languages or some other standardized language into carved script. I don't believe a word they say. Maybe some young master just got bored and decided to write a novel, asking us to set the scenes. Stop joking. Who would let a national-level think tank do novel settings? A child of another dimension? Finally, the team leader made a firm decision. Stop guessing. Let's get to work. On the other side, the technical research team had an even heavier workload. The materials sent by Chun Mo were diverse and dazzling. Although the total weight was only a few kilograms, there were over 30 pieces, showing great effort and care. The technical team spent nearly 2 hours just sorting and testing basic hazardous materials. Next, the items were sent to different laboratories based on their level. Animal and plant specimens, along with the mysterious heart of the magic tree, were transported by special vehicle to the Eastern Summer National Biological Laboratory in Chang'an Prefecture. Weapon fragments, minerals, and metals were sent to the Eastern Summer Materials Science Research Institute. Basic data packages from the starry world were delivered to the Eastern Summer Astrophysics Institute. Several herbal medicines and the valuable healing items in the delicate bag, believed to be from the starry continent, were sent to the Medical Research Center of the Summer Country. A set of gold, silver, and copper coins was sent to the Central Bank of the Eastern Summer. They asked the mint to produce some coins quickly and to add some aging effects. Just after finishing the Otherworld waste sorting, the first draft of the planning expert group's suggestions was ready. The stargazing team needed to review it quickly, select the valuable suggestions, compile them, and then send a copy to the translation team to be translated into the Ancient Eagle script. While these people were busy, the initial research results of various materials also started coming back. According to the reports, most animal, plant, and material samples had basic elemental compositions similar to those on Blue Star. However, some molecular structures or forms showed differences, which attracted the interest of all research institutes. Because of strict confidentiality, they couldn't reveal the sources and said they needed more time for deeper research. The Drug Research Center hadn't given feedback yet because testing those items was more complicated. Most herbal medicines had been initially analyzed, but they still needed to check for any special effects or side effects. As for the valuable healing item, it was causing a big stir. At the first hospital of the Eastern Summer Medical College, academician Li Yunhai had just finished a 6-hour surgery. He was a bit exhausted, drinking 2 bottles of liquid in a row, and was about to rest. Suddenly, a figure like a whirlwind rushed down the stairs and nearly collided with him. It was Lu Xiaoming, the direct disciple of Professor Lao Li, often teased by his senior students as the disciple who didn't close the door properly when the professor took him in and got his head caught in the door. The child seemed unable to wait for the elevator and rushed up the stairs to the 9th floor where the operating room was located. At this moment, He was breathing heavily, his face flushed red, pointing down the corridor while gasping for air. His lips trembled, and he couldn't say a complete word. Professor Li Yunhai's heart sank suddenly. He instinctively grabbed his stethoscope. Which patient's bed is having trouble? Lu Xiaoming shook his head. No patient. It's the laboratory. An accident in the laboratory? Professor Li's voice suddenly rose sharply. The nearby nurse quickly handed him a clean surgical towel and pressed a glass of water into Lu Xiaoming's hand. Drink some water and catch your breath. Professor Li just finished surgery. Don't get so worked up. You're disturbing him. Lu Xiaoming gulped down a few sips of water, finally catching his breath, but his voice still trembled. There are confidentiality requirements, Professor. I need to tell you alone. Li Yunhai frowned, entered his office, and kept a curious eye outside the door. He solemnly warned his disciple. This is a hospital. You're a doctor. Besides saving lives, you should stay calm at all times and not cause unnecessary panic among patients. Can you be more steady? Go ahead. Lu Xiaoming nodded forcefully, stammering. Teacher, the laboratory just sent over a batch of special medicines. One of them is a sealed solid block. We did some initial pharmacological pathway tests. Li Yunhai shook his head helplessly. He was somewhat annoyed by his disciple's fuss, but he still extended his hand. Did you bring the data? Can the pathway activation match AP3790? Lu Xiaoming excitedly took out his phone, trembling as he opened a data screenshot. Can't say outside. Look, see this data. The effect. It's like a miracle, better than AP3790 by many times. We repeated it 3 times, and the results were the same. On the phone screen, complex data curves soared in an almost perfect pattern. Professor Li took the phone, scanning every data point on the screen. His exhaustion instantly disappeared, replaced by a nearly frozen focus. Clack, clatter. The phone was carelessly discarded by its owner, the back cover popping off with a snap. Academician Li Yunhai, nearly 60 years old, moved like a flash of white lightning. Pushing open the door, starting the device, and rushing out of the surgical corridor without looking back. The hem of his white coat fluttered loudly in the air. A doctor holding a sample box was nearly knocked over by the passing old man. The box almost slipped from his hands. Just as he was about to complain, he suddenly rubbed his eyes in disbelief. The old man left quickly like the wind, leaving behind a group of medical staff with wide eyes and jaws nearly on the ground. After entering the corridor of the Medical Research Center, Professor Li immediately saw armed guards outside Laboratory Number 9. The research center was filled with unusual excitement. Many researchers crowded in the shadows of the distant corridor, stretching their necks and whispering towards Laboratory Number 9, their eyes full of confusion and curiosity. As soon as Professor Li appeared, the crowd parted like waves split by a water-repellent beast, greeting him with titles like Teacher, Professor, Director, and Academician Li. Everyone was very curious about this sealed-off laboratory and the incident that had alarmed the institute's top boss. The guards checked IDs and allowed him to pass. After completing strict cleaning, disinfection, and gowning procedures, the isolation door opened, and Academician Li Yunhai entered Laboratory Number 9. A fresh, pleasant scent greeted him, invigorating his spirit. He adjusted his slightly curly gloves and steadily approached the sampling table, gazing at the small, white, jade-like cube. Wu Mingzhi, the head of Laboratory Number 9 and Li's third disciple, handed him the complete lab records, his voice trembling slightly. The materials come from a military cooperative laboratory. They claim it's a batch of medicine entrusted to us for comprehensive performance testing. There are 6 types in total. 5 are routine plant-based hemostatic and antibacterial products, with parameters within normal ranges. The original plants are unknown. We recorded this for further observation. For the last one, we temporarily named it X-drug. When we opened the outer packaging, we felt something unusual. We took a small sample and used high-throughput confocal microscopy, high-content cell imaging stations, fluorescent probe tracking, microplate immunoassay analyzers, and real-time in situ metabolomics analyzers for the most comprehensive cross-analysis. The results completely changed our understanding. Professor, after the biological samples came into contact with the drug components, they almost instantly ignited. Look here, he pointed to the high-resolution images on the record, the mitochondria, and telomeres. Just 1.5 seconds after contact with the drug, they seemed to be fully charged, showing a sudden increase in function. Activity skyrocketed. All the observed data, biological indicators, and instrument feedback all point to an incredible fact. This substance can rapidly activate cell activity and repair damaged tissues in a very short time. Ingredients? Unknown. How it works? Unknown. The mechanism? Completely unknown. I immediately stopped further large-scale experiments. Wu Mingzhi's throat trembled slightly. I don't know how much stock the military still has, but judging by their strict secrecy, the amount must be very limited. I even suspect it was an accidental discovery of a rare sample. Professor, if this level of drug has consistent performance, each milligram could save a life at a critical moment, or help us analyze its ingredients further. We can't afford to waste it. Good decision. Academician Lee closed his notebook with a snap, closed his eyes for a few seconds to recall, then looked at the small drug piece with hesitation and ordered, "Take another tiny sample. Reproduce experiments 1, 2, and 5 immediately. Be quick. Be precise. Do it yourself." Throughout the experiment, the senior scientist didn't even blink until all parameters were measured. Seeing the data that made the blood race, Professor Li Yunhai hesitated for a moment, then entered the office attached to the lab and dialed an internal line. Li Yunhai is an academician of the Eastern Summer Institute of Natural Sciences. Due to the country's emphasis on top scientific talent, he could theoretically contact any leader he wished within the Eastern Summer leadership. After waiting anxiously for a long time, the office staff relayed Li's communication request to the leader of Tsangming. "Leader Simu, I am Li Yunhai. The situation is this. The military has just tested a new drug. Based on the results, I believe it is very likely to help Vice President Liu's condition. The military has strict confidentiality rules, and Vice President Liu's treatment plan does not support the use of unknown drugs. However, I feel I need to try, so I am making this request to you. Please help coordinate. I need to know how much of this drug is available, whether there is enough for animal testing or urgent human clinical trials. I want to give Vice President Liu a chance." The person on the other end asked a few questions, and Professor Li's voice grew quieter. "Yes, I am leading Liu's treatment plan. His condition is hopeless now. Yesterday, he was awake for less than 2 hours. He insisted on getting a pain relief injection and kept organizing his documents in bed. If there is any hope, I kindly ask the leaders to help him." All right. I will wait for your news." Professor Li clenched the phone, his knuckles turning white. Next, there was a tense wait. After about 10 minutes, the leader of Tsangming called back. "Comrade Yunhai," the leader's voice was serious. "The drug you have now is all we have. We can't be sure if we can get more in the future, and whether the stock is enough for clinical trials depends on your judgment. But if you think it can help old Liu's treatment, I authorize its use." Yunhai Li paused for a moment, then firmly said, "Please, leadership, give your approval." Getting approval at this high level is a complicated process. While waiting, Professor Li returned to the ICU and sat silently by Vice President Liu's bed. The old man lying quietly in the bed, now very thin and frail, was the Vice President of the National Institute of Natural Sciences of Dongxia, an academician of the Engineering Technology Institute, a scientist who dedicated his life to the technological advancement of Dongxia. He had been in this ICU for over 4 months. Despite all efforts to save him, his cells had severely deteriorated and multiple organs were failing. Sadly, he was nearing the end. Li Yunhai gently held the old man's remaining fragile hand, feeling the cool temperature, and couldn't help but feel a twinge of sadness. The doorbell rang. Outside, his disciple Wu Mingzhi was holding a temperature-controlled safe, and behind him, 2 soldiers in uniform looked serious. The soldiers carried sealed documents. It was clear that the authorization process was complete and the medicine had arrived. Li Yunhai took a deep breath and pushed the door open. "Let's go to the emergency room." Outside the emergency room, Vice President Liu's wife and children had already been notified and were waiting. When they saw Li Yunhai, their usual doctor, they hurried to meet him. The old lady's voice trembled. "Dr. Li, what's going on?" "My husband Liu we've discovered a new, potentially effective emergency treatment plan. You need to sign the authorization immediately. Time is urgent." Li Yunhai explained quickly while disinfecting his hands. Without looking back, he signaled his assistant to hand the informed consent form to the family. The children looked at each other, but under the assistant's persistent urging, they had to hurriedly sign. The door to the emergency room closed. Li Yunhai double-checked the medication dosage calculated repeatedly in the lab. His voice trembled slightly as he ordered, "Take 35 milligrams of drug X, 10 milliliters of 0.9% sodium chloride injection, and let it sit for 5 minutes to dissolve. Establish a dedicated intravenous line in the right elbow. Start infusion at 1.0 milligrams per minute. Monitor the equipment. Repeat." The assistant and nurse repeated in turn. 35 milligrams of drug X, 10 milliliters of 0.9% sodium chloride injection. Let it sit to dissolve. Repeat completed. Execute immediately. Outside the emergency room, the family members waited anxiously, arguing among themselves. "This is ridiculous. We signed without understanding." The youngest son paced nervously, stomping loudly on the floor. The eldest daughter, with red eyes, said, "Didn't they say there was no other way? Didn't they tell us not to bother Dad anymore? Why are we going through this? They didn't explain the treatment plan clearly and just pushed us to sign." Suddenly, the door to the emergency room swung open. 2 nurses pushed out a hydraulic stretcher. Though their faces were covered with masks, their eyes were wide and alert, constantly watching the stretcher. Time felt too short, so short it didn't seem like a typical surgery. The family members felt a deep sense of unease. The youngest son, who was the most impatient, rushed forward in a quick step, tears in his voice. "Doctor, my dad, how is he? Is he?" The word, alive, stuck in his throat, and he couldn't say it. Before the doctor could answer, old Lou lying on the bed suddenly lifted his head slightly, and his slightly hoarse but strong voice rang out. "You little brat, stop cursing me. I'm fine. Bring me my computer. I still have things to do." If I had to choose the most useful local device I've seen since arriving in this world, I would definitely vote for this enchanted self-cleaning toilet. Without this thing to handle waste, I think I wouldn't be able to stay inside for so long. A full 3 days. On the morning of the 4th day, when the fog outside the window cleared and the sunlight just crept in, I finally received a package from my distant hometown. First, I looked at the letter. The letter clearly expressed gratitude. "Dear Comrade Chinemo, I have read your letter. We are very pleased that you successfully solved the previous problem. First, I must inform you of a major news. The healing medicine you sent saved the life of a famous scholar on Blue Star, a pillar of the Eastern Summer Country, an outstanding scientific master who has made an incredible contribution to the nation. On behalf of Eastern Summer and all its people, I extend our highest respect and heartfelt thanks for your hard work and for sending such a precious item across countless stars." Seeing this, Chinmo felt his emotions getting out of control. He let out a low cry and collapsed onto the wooden bed in the inn, excitedly rolling over several times while hugging the blanket. This feeling was just too overwhelming. "No, I must hold back. I can't help it. Where should I go to find medicine? Where is the young lady who gave me the medicine? Wait for me. Once I finish this, I'll cross mountains and rivers to find you." After a chaotic mind full of thoughts, Chinemo finally forced himself to calm down and continued reading the leader's letter. "The many supplies you sent have all been handed over to various national laboratories for research and analysis, with remarkable results. I have instructed the stargazing team responsible for coordinating with you that all the results, value, and technology derived from the items you send will be registered in your name. The future patent rights will be shared with the landing laboratory, which will hold 51%, while the remaining 49% will be kept in the country's name, but recorded under your personal name. If you manage to return safely one day, you probably won't need to worry about financial issues. The data you collected about the starry worlds has been compiled into a complete environmental analysis report by the technical team, attached below. Some parts are missing and will be added later when it is convenient for you. We have tried to offer some suggestions for your questions, but please remember that these are only for reference. You should adapt them based on specific situations and events, and not follow them rigidly. Both I and the leader of the Eastern Emperor deeply feel your sincerity. But being alone out there, do not rush or seek too much. Prioritize your safety above all. Take care and best wishes for smooth progress." Chun Imo read the letter several times, gradually calming his mind. There is still a long way to go, and the future is ahead. Hard work is the key. Next, of course, is the most important moment, opening the package. First, Chen Mo replenished his supply of bullets. There were no magazines, just bright yellow bullets that smelled faintly of gun oil. He gently picked up a handful. The sound of metal clinking between his fingers was pleasant and soothing. He also added 2 more hand grenades. These cold, violent tools greatly eased Chen Mo's anxiety caused by overexertion. The fear of the Eastern summer people's weak firepower is innate, a serious illness with no cure. He also received a tiny, thumb-sized, radio-enabled camera, which he specially requested. He hopes to record more of this world. And then, a huge surprise. Within the limited weight capacity, the summer country packed a delicate Lark lightweight drone and its control cloud platform. The manual clearly states its powerful functions: automatic tracking, autonomous patrol, danger alerts, self-charging. It is perfectly tailored for his environment, a strange world without satellite navigation. This flying device can faithfully hover within a 1,600-meter radius around the control platform after being released, like a tireless aerial guard providing valuable reconnaissance and warning views. In extreme mode, the Lark can be controlled automatically with a video transmission mode, flying to the limit of the current compact platform's connection, up to 8 kilometers away. If some battery life is sacrificed, it can also be equipped with a patch-style remote-controlled explosive device, combining search and attack functions. Chen Mo's eyes lit up as he eagerly examined it, flipping it over repeatedly. This is so thoughtful. Since their last encounter, Dongxia has been busy. The Zihong Engineering Command has issued special function design tasks to over 100 manufacturers, emphasizing that there is only what you don't need, never what I haven't prepared. The Lark is just one of these targeted equipment achievements. At the very bottom of the package are several pieces of pure gold plates engraved with different patterns, along with a bag of freshly minted, perfectly replicated sky-themed coins. They even specially commissioned someone to make old-style coins. With money and weapons, there's no need to worry. His mother at home is truly worried sick. Next, he carefully examined each attachment, most interested in the survival and development feasibility report provided by the expert team. For the world Chen Mo is in, feudal, fantastical, with relatively backward production relations and significant individual differences, the experts tried to analyze the social structure and, based on different boundaries and priorities, offered several action plans. They also sent Chen Mo a small, highly mysterious gadget to use together. After reading it, Chen Mo felt greatly inspired. He suddenly realized that guns and money are just temporary aids. Having a top-tier think tank supporting him, that is his greatest advantage. Humming a quirky tune, Chen Mo pushed open the door with a creak. Xiao Xiaoxi, sitting on the corridor floor, immediately jumped up. "Master Chen, are you done?" "Yes, I'm finished." "What about little John?" "He's resting. We're taking turns on watch. Today he's on night duty." Chen Mo waved his hand. "Wake him up, pack up, we're leaving." "To Qingzi City. Hurry up." Qingzi City is the largest city on the west bank of the North Brook River, in the Qingzi Plain area. Chen Mo has visited 3 mage towers before, 2 on the Qingzi Plain and another nearby. Although mage towers are independent estates, human society still needs basic division of labor and trade. Whether it's clothing, food, daily necessities, or magic materials and medicinal herbs, they can't be fully self-sufficient. They must rely on the city's markets for exchange. For example, some resources or materials might need to be transported from the northern continent over long distances. Merchants can't deliver small amounts directly to the mage tower's door. So, no matter how detached the mage tower seems, it mainly depends on the city's supply chain for supplies. Qingzi City is the biggest trading market within about 100 kilometers. Experts believe that the mage tower has frequent trade with the city. Every year, during the spring, students are selected in the city. Based on Chen Mo's previous description of the environment, if we assume that the people of Xingxing and Blue Star are similar, then we can infer that there is a powerful interest group in the nearby city closely connected to the mage tower. Finding a breakthrough here is much easier than trying to succeed by probing under the mage tower. Like doing business with a big company, If you don't have an appointment, security and reception will turn you away. But if you find the right person to talk to, the closed door might open. Sometimes, a small detour leads to success. After spending some time together, Xiao Xiaoxi and Xiao Zhan realized one thing. Chen Mo is surprisingly ignorant about common knowledge on the continent. When they talked about famous legends, national customs, star signs, or magical beast habits, the young master's eyes showed pure confusion, even more than a newborn foal. But once they entered the big city, he suddenly became surprisingly skilled in social skills. This made the two young mercenaries respect him even more. What kind of family could raise such a young master, who seems almost isolated from the world and only skilled in emotional intelligence? The two of them served him more and more diligently. Following Chun Mo's instructions, Xiao Zhan found an old mercenary he knew. After a few drinks of cheap wine, the other opened up and started talking. The old mercenary's situation doesn't look very good. He doesn't even have the basic leather armor that low-level mercenaries usually wear. Instead, he only has a worn-out, rough, vine-woven plant armor. The edges of the vines are frayed and dull, and the color has darkened. It's barely held together by a rusty, thin iron chest plate in the middle, which is the only thing keeping it somewhat presentable. According to young John, wearing this thing is only slightly better than being. Without the iron plate in the middle, it can only protect against tiny weapons like toothpicks. At first, the old mercenary was a bit cautious. But after 3 rounds of drinks, he relaxed. He leaned back, casually propping his dirty boot on a bench, and lazily unfastened his chest armor, revealing a greasy inner lining. As he spoke, he occasionally patted the mercenary badge hanging on his chest. The best relationship with the Magic Tower is definitely with the Skill Level Appraisal Office. Young John wasn't unfamiliar with the Skill Level Appraisal Office. He quietly explained to Chen Mo that it's a department responsible for testing and certifying mercenary skills. For example, if John and Josie want to upgrade from white rank to copper rank, they have to go to the appraisal office, pay the fee, take the test, and get their certification. This is a standard branch of the Mercenary Guild, and it's quite powerful. The old mercenary listened and couldn't help but laugh. Kids don't know anything. Don't think the appraisal office is so impressive. I tell you, our CS appraisal office has long been a private business. He took a big sip of wine, then turned his head and let out a loud burp. He continued, the money the Mercenary Guild makes belongs to the CF Federation. But the Federation can't possibly spend all of it, right? They have to leave some for the officials below. The old mercenary counted on his fingers: Skill Level Appraisal Office, Equipment Repair Station, Mission Intelligence Department, Potion and Supply Shop, Mercenary Simulation Training Ground, Medical and Rehabilitation Center, Equipment Appraisal and Consignment Shop, Mercenary Stands, Mercenary Canteen, Long Distance Transport Team. None of these are private businesses. Among these, the most profitable are the Skill Level Appraisal Office and the Mission Intelligence Department. These are exclusive deals. Expensive potions? I don't buy them. Bad food? I can find my own. But if you want to upgrade or get a badge, sorry, there's only one place. No other options. And the silver coins flow in endlessly. Over a year, how much shiny silver do they make? Chun Mo slightly quickened his pace of questioning, finally asking everything before the old mercenary completely passed out from drunkenness. Which family is involved? Who knows? Some say it's the captain of the guards. Others say it's the city lord's wife. Anyway, it must be a close connection. Every year, the Mage Tower recruits people, and they handle everything themselves. If you want to get involved with the Mage Tower, talking to them is the right choice. Ask Blackhead at the Bigfoot shop. He should have a way. Yes, he's also familiar with your grandfather. Mention old John, and he won't ignore you. Don't worry. Next, there was a series of quick moves. The next morning, just before dawn, Little John knocked on the creaky wooden door of the Bigfoot General Store in the dock area. The shop was filled with an old, musty smell. The same old Blackhead, who indeed had some connection with old John, squinted his cloudy eyes after hearing the purpose of the visit. He stroked his sparse beard and pointed in a direction. To the appraisal office? I can't help with that. But old Charlie, known as Long Face, should know. That guy, nicknamed 6 Ears, is well connected. Following Chun Mo's instructions, Little John handed over a silver coin. Sir, what should I bring to visit? I'll buy it here. You're well informed, so please recommend something. Blackhead patted his chest. Leave it to me. I'll make sure to pick something both decent and affordable. With these gifts in hand, in a small room behind the Three Eyes Tavern on the west side of Clearwater City, Little John found the man who looked a bit shady. Old Charlie, with a shiny pipe, tapped some ash on his shoe and grinned. The skill level appraisal office? That's a big shot. People like us, little bugs, can't get close. But as long as you have money, you can find a way. It's a bit tough, though. I'll be honest, I can't guarantee what you're asking for. But if you want to meet them, I can arrange it. Prepare this amount, and I promise I'll bring the person to you. Little John asked Chun Mo, who was waiting in the carriage. Chun Mo clapped his hands. Go ahead. Old Charlie collected his share of the money, then directed Little John to buy 2 sets of 4 bottles of fine liquor. Early that morning, they headed to the carriage management office in Clearwater City. Third shelf, the fat man with the long beard. Although this old guy loves drinking, he is quite clever when it comes to handling matters. When we arrived, he was definitely inside the shed counting supplies. We can definitely catch him. Sure enough, when he saw the good wine handed over, the chubby face of the long-bearded man, stained red from drink, immediately lit up with a smile. He patted his chest and promised, "No problem. I have a close relationship with Captain Zhao from the City Defense Patrol team. I'll get good news soon." Good news took 2 days to arrive. During that time, 2 more jars of fine wine and a package of high-quality pastries were added. Finally, the long-bearded man happily sent word that he had arranged a meeting with Captain Seg at a certain place and time for a casual meal. At this level, Small John's influence isn't enough. Chinimo must go personally. Captain Seg is quite a tall, muscular man. His muscles make the city defense armor look tight and full. His neatly trimmed beard covers his chin, but his eyes are sharp and shrewd. At the dinner table, he casually chatted with Chun Mo, trying to figure out his identity. Chun Mo, who had already crafted a perfect cover story, responded naturally, and the atmosphere grew warmer. After 3 rounds of drinks and 5 courses, John saw the right moment. He placed a heavy little bag into the rough hand of Captain Seg. The city defense captain waited, then broke into a broad, enthusiastic smile, showing his big yellow teeth. It was clear he was swallowing some food from his throat. "Oh, what's this?" "We're friends. This isn't good." Although he said that, the bag seemed to grow legs and quickly slipped into his bulging pocket. "An appraisal office, right? Don't worry. It's on me. I'll arrange everything." 2 more days passed. Finally, in a small, unremarkable yet exquisitely decorated private wine hall in Qingzi City, under soft crystal lighting, Chun Mo met the key person of this trip, the deputy director of the skill level appraisal office, Vincent, the enchantment master. Vice Director Vincent looks to be in his early 30s, with an ordinary appearance. He wears a well-fitted dark gray uniform, and the Mediterranean hair on his head reflects faintly under the bright glass lights, revealing signs of wear that don't match his age. When they first met, Mr. Vincent seemed friendlier than Captain Go, with a perfect smile on his face. He listened to Captain Zhao enthusiastically tell some clearly inappropriate jokes to liven the atmosphere, occasionally joining in with a few words, carefully taking care of everyone present, leaving no detail overlooked. Chun Mo sat relaxed opposite him, with his arms casually resting on his chest. His gaze occasionally fell on a uniquely styled watch on his left wrist. "Is that some kind of special accessory?" Vincent seemed to notice Chun Mo feeling a bit left out and took the opportunity to speak. "I don't feel any magic fluctuations," Chun Mo confidently revealed his watch. "It's a small craft-made gadget used to keep track of time. My mother gave it to me." His voice was deep, with a hint of subtle sadness. "It's a pity. Now we are far apart, and I don't know when we'll meet again. Being away from home, I can't help but look at it sometimes." The young man's longing eyes looked a bit melancholy. The deputy director silently glanced at him a few times and then looked away. This little gadget looked delicate and elegant, but without any magic signals. It was probably just an ordinary item. The deputy director quickly shifted his gaze politely. Chun Mo sat up slightly, still somewhat distracted, staring at the watch screen and occasionally pressing a few buttons. He was cheating. On his chest, there was a badge that looked very ordinary, engraved with a crescent moon, a long knife, and a straight-handle hammer symbol. It was custom-made by a craftsman he found at the market. Just below the badge, a tiny high-definition camera was quietly working. The recording system used the latest recognition and capture technology from the Eastern Summer region, silently recording every subtle muscle twitch, pupil dilation, gaze movement, and body posture of Vincent, turning them into a continuous stream of data. This data was being fed into a database by a high-speed microprocessor hidden in his waist, performing matching and analysis. This project is a joint effort by the Northern Microelectronics Engineering Institute, the Psychology Research Center, the Jiangnan Government Motion Capture Station, the Central Capital University Microexpression Analysis Laboratory, and the Special Criminal Interrogation Team. It is called the Humanoid Microexpression Analyzer. After many rounds of intense testing and adjustments, the accuracy of this device has reached a very high level. However, it often provides 2 or 3 possible judgments, and observers need to analyze the context to make a final decision. The final analysis results are displayed on the screen of Chun Mo's Beidou tactical watch, written in the language of the Summer Nation. If Vice Director Vincent had a special ability like a third eye, he would probably feel, he's listening to my thoughts. This is so sneaky. Right now, Chun Mo sees these words scrolling before him. Posture analysis. The target's torso is slightly leaning back, chin raised at a 15 degrees angle, gaze slightly above the speaker's eye level, focus blurry. Judgment. Cautious, defensive posture, emotional state, suspicious, distant. Note. Zygomatic major muscle contraction, less than 30% of standard, orbicularis oculi muscle shows no obvious movement. Judgment. Professional fake smile, social mask, no real happiness. Chun Mo gently exhales, the first time actively approaching Vice Director Vincent. Director, I know you really don't want to attend this boring cocktail party. Honestly, I don't want to be here either. So, why don't we skip the meaningless socializing and get straight to the point? Can we make a deal? Vincent's smile becomes even gentler. After a brief pause, his gaze lingers on Chun Mo, then shifts to the slightly nervous young John standing nearby. The faint, misty look in his eyes seems to flicker slightly. Gaze tracking. The target's eyes scan quickly, pause less than 1.5 seconds. Micro-expression detection. Slight upward movement of the inner eyebrows. Judgment. Curious, guessing, confused about the observer. Mr. Vincent, Chun Mo taps lightly on the smooth marble table, making a knocking sound that interrupts Captain Seg's ongoing talk show performance. If you have questions, just ask directly. Maybe that will save us both a lot of time. Time is life, isn't it? I see you seem a bit confused about my follower. Let me tell you directly. He is just a guide I hired casually in Whitestone City. I didn't even know him half a month ago. So, you can think of me as a mage apprentice without any followers. There's no need to guess about me based on that small mercenary. That might lead to a wrong judgment. If you have any questions, just ask me directly. Honest communication might help us understand each other better. Vincent's eyes narrow slightly, and for the first time, his gaze truly focuses on Chun Mo's face. His usual polite smile seems frozen. Micro-expression detection. Target's gaze fixed on the face for over 3 seconds, pupils slightly constricted. Evaluation. Cautious, worried, self-doubting. Chun Mo responds with a direct stare. The stiff smile on Vincent's face relaxes again, as if his sharpness was just an illusion. Haha, I apologize. We've been talking for so long, but I haven't asked. Your father is? Chun Mo answers clearly without hesitation. Mr. Vincent, my family is not in Sia, and I have left my family for some special reasons. They won't invest anything in today's conversation. It's no use which family I belong to. It doesn't matter for today's talk. Unless someone in Qingzhou City is trying to harm me, my family has no connection to Qingzhou City at all. A family that can't bring you any benefit is less valuable than the coins in my pocket, isn't it? Vincent's expression finally turns serious. This statement is very firm but clear in logic. For most family members who venture out, the family is just like that. It might not give you much benefit, but if something happens to a family member, they will likely investigate for face. In other words, helping him might not be good for you, but causing trouble for him definitely is. He clearly expressed this idea. As long as you don't want to betray me, you don't need to worry about my family. Just talk to me, and don't bring up other things. Under the emotions of curiosity and suspicion, Vincent furrows his brows and asks the long-awaited question for Chunimo. Forgive me for being blunt, but your foundation is still very weak. Spending such a huge amount just to get into school a little earlier. What's the real reason behind this? Chunimo straightened his posture slightly. His formal outfit, made with 30 silver coins, complemented his young and handsome appearance. He looked directly into Vincent's eyes without flinching or avoiding eye contact. He knew he could analyze the other person's thoughts with his cheat device, and this experienced old hand should also be able to see if he was feeling guilty. So, he decided to let him see clearly. Slowly and clearly, Chunimo said, if I had advanced a day earlier, the resources I would have gained could be 10 or even 100 times more. Do you think I should be anxious? Vincent was stunned for a few seconds, then a smile returned to his face. Indeed, you have the style of a noble family. This rule is quite unique. He sipped his tea leisurely, speaking with a lazy tone. But, not entering the academy on time, and still needing to go into the mage tower to learn. That's quite a tricky matter. He said it was difficult, but not impossible. Chunimo casually glanced at his watch and responded with a polite smile. Please, tell me more. When Chunimo was on the floating spaceship, he heard guide mercenary Luke mention a saying from the Starry Continent. Old swords love wine, long staffs prefer smoke. Old swords refers to veteran warriors. Among the people Chunimo knew, Luke himself, Old John, the one-eyed boss, and the recent acquaintances Blackhead and Charlie. Almost all were addicted to alcohol. Why is that? First, these warriors often risk their lives, fighting in dangerous battles, living on the edge, and drinking and dying is part of their normal life. Second, since they travel and fight constantly, almost everyone has old injuries. When the weather changes, the pain can become unbearable, and they often use alcohol as a painkiller. Long staff refers to mages. There are two ways to tell a mage's status. One is by their robes, attendance, and display. The other is more direct, by the length of their staff. The longer the staff, the more experienced the mage. And smoke refers to the old mages who carry long staffs. They almost always have this item. It's said that this tool helps them clear their minds quickly, enter a meditative state, and focus. It's very helpful for daily meditation and magic research. However, this thing is quite advanced. Today, Chunimo is seeing a real one for the first time. The complete smoking set includes a wooden base, a hollow spherical smoking bowl, a long star-shaped pipe, and a neatly packed bundle of fragrant tobacco leaves. Gently placing the tobacco into the bowl, closing the lid, and setting it on the base, Vincent lightly touches his fingers. A faint flame quietly sparks from the hollow part of the bowl. Vice Director Vincent is also a mage. He takes a puff from the star-shaped pipe, squints his eyes, and exhales a long stream of white smoke. He happily shakes his head. During this slow and careful process of lighting the pipe, Vincent has roughly figured out his thoughts. This young master, although still a bit naive in how he interacts with others, has an innate noble bearing that cannot be hidden. Most importantly, his ability to see into people's hearts at a glance. Such judgment is not something ordinary families can develop. Only top noble families, who have cultivated officials for generations, can shape their children's minds so finely. After testing a few times, Vincent finds that what this young master says is not entirely trustworthy, but at least there are no obvious lies or mistakes. His gaze is calm, his attitude confident, and most importantly, he is willing to pay, as long as he has no hidden motives. This deal seems promising. Vincent makes up his mind, takes another puff, and says to Chunimo, "You're still too young to understand the magic of this calming smoke. When I do enchantments, I can't get motivated unless I take a few puffs. However, my set of smoking tools is quite crude. Last year, in the city of Jinshui in the Federation, I saw a top mage's collection, an ornate base made of star-tier stones, a smoking bowl carved from blue crystal. That set was worth 20 gold coins." Vincent clicks his tongue, eyes full of longing. I thought to myself, if only I could have such a treasure, working would feel so much better, clear-headed and efficient. Without cheating, Chunimo instantly understood that 20 gold coins was the price the other side was asking. Their way of asking for money is also an art. He didn't rush to respond. Instead, he carefully examined his watch and then, with a hint of apology, said, "Mr. Vincent, these smoking tools are indeed a bit expensive. If I were at home, I wouldn't mind getting a set for the director. But now, being alone outside, I don't have much money. However, if I am sure I can enter the magic tower to study, I can ask my family for some support." It shouldn't be a problem, Vincent understood clearly. As long as you're sure, money isn't an issue. The two of them exchanged smiles, their eyes full of mutual admiration. That old man. That little fox. While Chen Mo was desperately trying to find a way through the complicated path he had taken to reach the magic tower, a disaster struck the traveling team from the Cloud Mist territory of the Jade Empire on Chongfeng Hills. This area is part of the CF Federation, one of the core regions of the human kingdom. Captain Puan, the leader of the guard, never expected to be ambushed here by an orc army. He had prepared carefully according to military rules. Even while moving along the main road, he cautiously sent scouts to the high ground on both sides. But the only result was giving him a few seconds to prepare. Orcs, the sentry could only shout this sharp warning before being pierced and turned into a bloodied husk. Within moments, enemy cavalry leapt out from the 1 rider, 10 riders, 20 riders, 30 riders. More and more fierce figures surged onto the hilltop, then charged down with unstoppable force. The moment they appeared before the human eyes, they were already running at full speed. As soon as the sentry raised the alarm, Puan issued a battle alert. But upon seeing the enemy's form and scale, his heart sank. These were the elite wolf riders of the orc tribe. In the Starry World, wolves are not the same as those on Blue Star. These mountain wolves from the Shattered Stone Plateau are over 2.5 meters long, weigh nearly 400 kilograms, and are highly aggressive. They breed quickly and are the orcs' most trusted combat partners. The most important point is that their spinal and shoulder bones have undergone a strange transformation. Together with the back muscles and iliac muscles, they form a strong support that allows the originally soft and weak back to bear heavy loads. This enables the bulky orc warriors to move more quickly and agilely. In the long history of brutal battles between humans and orcs, wolf cavalry's roars have torn through human defenses countless times. They have also repeatedly outflanked and ambushed elves like ghosts. When those deep, gloomy wolf howls echo across plains, valleys, and ruined towns, even the bravest Alliance veterans can't help but feel a tinge of fear. Right now, on the official road of the Creek Moon Federation, at least one well-trained squad, over 100 heavily armored wolf riders, with fierce-looking head and chest guards on their wolves, are charging fiercely toward a human team. What's the Creek Moon rabble doing? Why are they letting these guys pass? Spread out the formation. To the front right, full bows. Fire! Fire! Pevin made the best decision he could on the battlefield. The Cloud Mist Legion's guards numbered only 24, and they had already lost one scout on the hilltop. The remaining 3 riders wouldn't be useful against the enemy's cavalry, so this fight was about fighting with fewer soldiers against more enemies, using foot soldiers to fight cavalry. His goal was to weaken the enemy with ranged attacks, and maybe buy some time to retreat. Pevin saw clearly that the enemy was made up of medium-armored cavalry, with wolves wearing head and chest guards, not full armor that could be pierced by ordinary arrows. The guards of the princess's team were the best fighters in the territory, chosen from the top of the land. Before Pevin gave the order, they had already raised their weapons, and their first volley of arrows scored good hits. At least 6 wolf riders fell from their mounts during the charge. Then came the second volley. Since the distance was closer, the shots were more effective, and at least 10 more riders were knocked down. But that was the limit. The wolf riders' javelins whistled through the air. With a strange, deep whistle, a swarm of short-handled javelins rushed toward the defenders like a hive of bees. Orcs dislike using bows, but prefer heavy-range weapons like javelins. This time, they threw specially designed flying javelins meant to attack infantry formations. These weapons, about half a meter long with wooden shafts and iron tips, have unique notches and hollowed-out sections on their spear bodies. They can in air while flying, making a sharp, whistling sound like a whistle. This is a full attack on the enemy. The flying spears are shot out from the strong arms of the orcs, carrying powerful momentum that pierces into the human positions. At this moment, it shows the importance of Pevin's order to spread out the formation. If they had stayed close together like in a normal defense, this wave of spears would have wiped out the entire team. However, even with the formation spread out and defenses set up, this wave of flying spears still caused the guard team to lose about a third of their strength. Both sides took the last chance to exchange fire. Spears and arrows crossed in the air, creating a deadly web of death. The soldiers of the Cloud Mist territory won the battle in terms of damage, but they lost the battlefield. Captain Pavin's heart sank into an icy abyss. The orcs deliberately avoided the central, fancy carriages. These dark-skinned beasts never show mercy. They usually tear their prey apart like hyenas, chewing it into meat and swallowing it. When they raid human lands, they never show even a hint of respect for human nobles. Now, the enemy's spears intentionally avoided the carriages, which could only mean one thing. They know who we are. They are targeting Princess Lu Xuan. Even, they have high-level inside agents in the Federation of Creek Moon. Wolf Rider cavalry are very effective for quick strikes. They can cross mountains and forests, burst through short-range battles, and their mounts can fight directly. Human knights of the same level are almost crushed by these wolf cavalry. But, like everything, there are pros and cons. These wolf mounts have a big flaw. They eat meat, mostly fresh meat. Unless they are starving to death, they won't touch rotten meat or anything vegetarian. Meat is expensive, and fresh meat is hard to store long-term. This puts huge pressure on logistics. Even the Sky Dome Empire, which claims to have 100,000 Iron Riders, gave up on building wolf cavalry units after a short trial. Wolf cavalry are extremely costly for long-distance, cross-border battles. Currently, a clearly confident and well-trained orc wolf cavalry has crossed mountains and entered the CF Federation to attack our convoy. If their goal was just plunder, they would not hold back. At first, Pevin protected Princess Lu Xuan from the side and behind to prevent her from being targeted in the attack on the carriage. Now, the enemies have clearly shown their goal. This is not an accidental encounter, but a carefully planned trap. In this situation, the captain of the guards dares not take full responsibility for intercepting alone. He orders Princess Lu Xuan to retreat first, since they don't know how many enemies are outside or how strong they are. They can only fight here to the end. Looking at the shining knight's sword in his hand, the young princess's face turned slightly pale. Pevin heavily pounded his chest and signaled to Master Locke, who was beside the girl. A bright white light spread over the captain of the guards. The golden-scaled warrior shouted loudly and charged forward at full speed. He swung his great sword down hard, splitting the approaching orc-wolf cavalry and their wolves into two halves. Blood sprayed into the air. The close combat had begun. In terms of strength, the guards are all elite soldiers carefully chosen. But how could the orc cavalry, capable of crossing borders for surprise attacks, be inexperienced? After just a few minutes of fighting, under the enemy's superior numbers, the defensive line collapsed completely. The wolf's sharp teeth tore through another guard's throat, staining his grayish fur with a large patch of red, making him look especially fierce. The battlefield was now divided into two parts. One was a small defensive position where the last two guards, a guide mercenary, for maids, Lady Linda, Master Locke, and Princess Lu Xuan huddled together, forming a back-to-back small formation. About 10 meters outside their circle, a dozen wolf cavalry hovered back and forth, neither attacking nor approaching. Both orcs and humans understood that this position was only a matter of a spear throw or a single charge. They were confident of victory, waiting for their leader's command. Meanwhile, Captain Pevin was still fiercely attacking among the orc ranks. Seeing that the orcs had not killed the princess, the guard captain began a counterattack. He pulled back the battlefield while trying to kill as many enemies as possible, seeking a small chance to turn the tide. His target was the orc leader who had been standing on the hillside all along, riding a huge black wolf. The orc was heavily armored, with his face hidden beneath a helmet. Of course, the orc was fierce, just like humans. But among orcs, the leader's role is especially important. Many tribes have fallen apart after their chieftain is killed. Maybe it's because the beastly genes in their blood haven't fully faded. The level 4 swordsman's eyes were bloodshot. He swung his sword wildly, giving up all defense. The howling of wolves, the roars of orcs, and the clash of weapons blended into a blurry background noise around him. His double-edged sword moved like a deadly whirlwind. Each swing was full of determination to fight to the end. Master Locke's white healing light wrapped around him, barely stopping the bleeding from his increasing wounds. With a reckless exchange of injuries, Paven fought fiercely. After knocking down 6 or 7 wolf riders and their giant wolves, he finally reached the foot of the hill. Just as Paven was about to step onto the hillside, a dark shadow with a stench of blood suddenly lunged at him from the side. It was an orc lieutenant. This orc lieutenant was much taller than a normal wolf rider, and his wolf was also more powerful. He held a heavy steel war hammer, striking with perfect timing. The hammer, like a mountain pressing down, slammed fiercely at Paven's path forward. Clang! A deafening clash of metal rang out. Paven's greatsword and the war hammer collided hard, sparks flying everywhere. The immense force made Paven's arms go numb. The lieutenant's wolf's claws seized the chance to tear deep gashes into his chain mail on the lower leg, and blood instantly seeped out. Roar! The orc lieutenant let out a loud roar. He swung his war hammer again, bringing a gust of bloody wind, and fiercely struck at Paven's head. Paven clenched his teeth. Using the last of his healing light, he didn't dodge or block. Instead, he swung his sword to meet the directly, deliberately risking his life. The orc lieutenant panicked. He only wanted to impress the chieftain, show his loyalty, not really take out his liver and guts for the boss to see. In a panic, he let go of his hammer and backed away in a very awkward posture. The uncontrolled war hammer heavily struck Paven's shoulder armor, making a harsh metallic clang. The armor instantly dented and deformed. Paven's powerful sword accurately and fiercely into the abdomen of the deputy general, who had opened his guard while dodging, causing a sharp, piercing cry. The orc deputy general clutched his bleeding wound, which was spewing hot, broken flesh, and rolled painfully in the mud, twitching. Ignoring his numb half-body and the still-moving enemy, Paven pushed off the ground with one foot, pouring all his strength, willpower, and courage into a leap. He raised his sword high, and his whole body shot forward like an arrow, aiming a desperate strike at the calm figure sitting firmly on the hilltop. This was the standard military sword technique, Fury Slash. The sword's blade tore through the air with a sharp and faint golden energy flickered along the blade. But this powerful strike, filled with energy, was knocked away by a black battle axe that the opponent suddenly pulled out from somewhere. Paven was thrown back by the fierce recoil, like a kite with its string cut, tumbling down the hill of blood and mud, rolling several times before finally stopping. Because he was too far away, Master Locke's healing magic couldn't reach the severely injured captain. The old man tried to rush forward, but was driven back by the howling wolf knights swinging their chain hammers, showing no mercy. Paven struggled to support himself, coughing up a large mouthful of blood. Facing the approaching orc leader, who was dismounting and walking over with big strides, he drew his sword again. Undoubtedly, the orc leader was at least a fortress-level knight. Even in his prime, Paven could only hold out for a few more rounds against him. Now, wounded again and again, he had no strength left to fight back. Don't hurt him. Seeing the captain in danger, Princess Lu Shuang let out a heart-wrenching scream. She suddenly pushed aside Lady Linda and tightly gripped her shining knight's sword, ready to rush out regardless of the danger. Lady Linda's face turned pale as she stood in front of her, her voice trembling with tears. "Your Highness, you can't go out. Please, please." The orc leader clearly heard Lu Shuang scream. His huge black battle axe lowered slightly, and he slowly approached Paven. Looking down from above, a low, contemptuous snort came from his helmet, full of meaning and disdain. Then, he reached out with his heavy armored hand and easily grabbed the front of Paven's chest armor, as if lifting a torn sack. He faced downward toward the human position surrounded by wolf riders, which had fallen silent, and slowly stepped down the hill. Paven was still fighting hard, but it was useless. Compared to the tall, strong figure and overwhelming strength of the enemy, he was as weak as a baby. The orc leader didn't even bother to notice his futile struggle. This general, whose origin from which orc tribe was unknown, wore a polished plate armor. Paven, who had lost both hands and his great sword, only had a dagger from his belt, which was barely enough to rust the armor. His heavy boots stomped on the ground, making dull, thud, thud sounds as he descended the hill. Each step felt like stepping on the hearts of remaining humans. The suspended captain of the guards had blood dripping from his broken armor, leaving dark red streaks behind the leader. Inside that small human position, the remaining guards and mercenaries looked pale, trembling visibly as they held their weapons. Several maids had already collapsed on the ground. The remaining professionals, like Master Locke, held a magic item and seemed to be muttering something awkwardly. Lady Linda was desperately holding herself up, shielding the young princess behind her. Princess Lu Shuang, the young girl princess, clenched her hand around her shining knight's sword. Her knuckles turned white from overexertion, and the sword's dazzling glow seemed to reflect her despair, fading into dullness. The orc leader was very pleased with this suffocating scene of despair. He held the struggling captain of the guards firmly in his right hand, while his left hand easily sheathed his huge black battle axe back into its slot. Then, he pushed aside his faceplate with his thick fingers, revealing a face full of muscles and sharp canine teeth. Honorable Princess Lu Shuang, his voice rough, with a strong orc accent, but deliberately mimicking human manners, creating a chilling contrast. From the North Wind Wasteland, the Bonebreaker Vanguard, Mogru, sends you a sincere greeting. On behalf of the great Bonebreaker chieftain, I invite you to visit our North Wind tribe. He slightly bowed and performed an awkward knight's salute, stiff and full of mockery. North Wind? Are you from the north? While others were still unaware, the most experienced old Locke shouted loudly, bypassing most of the starry continent and crossing the storm sea to ambush the princess of Jade territory. What exactly are you trying to do? The orc's mouth split open as he was about to speak when suddenly, a harsh, ear-piercing noise rang out, like nails scraping on a chalkboard. Seizing the moment when the leader's attention was distracted, Puin secretly pulled out a small dagger used for trimming arrow feathers. With all his strength, he scraped a long white scar across the shiny armor of the leader. Hearing this grating sound, the careless orc leader couldn't help but shake his head in annoyance. It was so unpleasant that the damage caused was even worse than the previous furious slash. Bugs. Mogu Lu was completely angered. He snatched the small dagger, ignoring it, and stabbed it into the gap of the guard captain's shattered shoulder armor, causing a brutal second injury. The sharp pain made the guard captain's vision go black. He could only desperately feel in his weapon bag with his still usable right hand, trying to find another weapon. Of course, facing a high-level knight like him, any weapon would be useless. Mogu Lu was clearly annoyed by this tiny, stubborn resistance. To keep the young princess calm, he didn't violently end the guard captain's life. Instead, he endured the nuisance of small objects and then, in frustration, stabbed them back into the guard captain. A trembling sleeve dart, a silver fruit knife, a small steel trap, a tiny fork used for cutting meat during outdoor meals, and an unknown ornament that could be a hairpin or a brooch. The brave guard Captain Puin was soon covered with these strange, lively little trinkets, like a rag doll decorated with mischievous toys, or a walking display of miscellaneous objects. There was a sense of tragic heroism mixed with absurdity. Enough. Bugs. The orc leader Mogu Lu growled irritably, snatching a comb that Puin had just pulled out and roughly stabbing it into the guard captain until it broke. Dear princess, my patience is very limited. If you don't hurry up, I will make your foolish companions stop their useless resistance. Just obediently come with me, and I might feed them all to my little pets. As for you, dear princess, don't worry. I will take you safely to the big tent in the North Wind Wasteland, where our leader will hold the grandest welcome ceremony for you. So please, stop struggling uselessly. It's not good for anyone. The orc leader kept talking loudly, waving his arms, causing Captain Puin's head to hit the ground. Because of losing too much blood, Captain Puin was starting to feel faint, but he managed to stay conscious a little longer. He reached into his spare pouch again. Then, he touched a round tube-shaped object. For little Princess Lu Shuang of the Cloud Mist territory, her special status meant she was not short of money, but she lacked love and care. As a noble girl, she was born with the duty to help her family make alliances. Although she had a claim to inheritance, only a few women in history have ever gained titles or become queens. These talented women often disappeared quickly, like snowflakes melting in the heat of male dominance. Only sad songs by wandering minstrels kept their memory alive, with a few moist tears. As the second in line for inheritance, she was behind 20 male heirs. Unless a war broke out while Lu Shuang was away, her position was mostly meaningless. Since her mother died early, Lu Shuang had never felt the love of her senior relatives. All her warmth came from 3 loyal companions: her kind grandfather, Lady Linda, who cared for her like an aunt, and now Captain Puan, standing in front of her like an uncle. All of this was left to her by her mother. Even the first in line for inheritance could not take it away. Now, seeing Captain Puan pierced like a poorly made hedgehog, Lu Shuang could only cry non-stop, gasping for breath. Her small body trembled violently with her sobs. At this moment, she hated her own weak strength. Faced with the heart-wrenching crying girl, the orc leader Mogru felt very annoyed. Killing this stubborn human swordsman is easy, but if it completely angers the crying little girl who is about to run out of breath, and she goes all out to destroy everything. If I fail to complete the chieftain's task of inviting someone, my return won't be much better than this swordsman's fate. He had to suppress his violent nature again, tighten the strained muscles on his face, and force out a bad-looking smile. He half-threatened and invited this weak human group to Northland sightseeing. Then, the nearly dead human swordsman threw a small object into his collar. This thing is called an thermite grenade. A little skeleton-shaped mage apprentice gave it as a thank-you gift to the princess. That little guy once said it was a small fire-breathing device, and seriously explained how to use it. Captain Pavan remembered well, pulled out the safety pin, and threw this small cylinder at the exposed part of the orc leader. The orc leader pushed aside his helmet, revealing a gap. The severely wounded 4th-rank Golden Scale swordsman, also a Golden Scale, which normally requires 2 hands to operate, Pavan easily flicked off the safety with 1 hand and accurately threw it into the joint of the armor. At first, everyone thought it was just a futile struggle, including Pavan himself. Mogru even sneered at Pavan, ignoring the cold feeling in his collar. Until a few seconds later, the delay fuse exploded. What is this small device actually used for? 40 seconds of continuous flame at 3,000 degrees. If the flame kept pointing in the same direction, it could burn through steel plates of armored vehicles. The first blast, with a shockwave and heat radiation hot enough to carbonize skin within 10 meters, was contained inside that armored shell. The orc leader let out a terrible scream, his face twisted in agony. The intense burning and pain caused Mogru's eye sockets to burst, blood splattering from the corners of his eyes. Under everyone's watch, the heavy armor, at least of blue refined level, started to turn red, deform, and melt. Mogru frantically tried to tear off his armor, trying to break free from the intense heat and high temperature that wrapped around him. The contact point of the plate armor had already been burned and melted. The furry hand of the orc leader seemed to be stuck in mud, easily tearing open the smooth and tough steel front armor, creating a gap. Hot hellfire burst out fiercely. The charred flesh mixed with molten iron flowed down from the orc's massive hand, which had quickly turned into white bones. The orc's earth-shaking roar echoed repeatedly, finally stopping sharply at a high pitch. It was like a bird soaring into the sky, then plunging into an endless abyss. The death of this fierce warrior from the bone-breaking tribe was full of surprises. If he had crushed the guard captain more decisively, if he hadn't pushed away his helmet for a silly human custom, if he hadn't been showing off by holding Pavan in his hand, or if he hadn't been relaxed because of the enemy's frequent use of small gadgets. Even if he hadn't worn armor, even if he was just shirtless, after severe burns on his body from the initial explosion, he might have avoided the subsequent high-temperature blasts, relying on the strong life force of a high-level orc to survive. But there are no what-ifs. Mogru, the vanguard of the bone-breaking tribe and a great knight of the fortress, died here feeling frustrated. His blackened, charred flesh and twisted, knotted steel armor fused together, creating a bizarre, true steel body. He used his flesh and an iron can to withstand most of the damage from the thermite grenade, allowing Pavan to only suffer minor burns after his armor shattered. The closest and most responsive guard captain, after feeling the attack, quickly rolled twice toward their position and shouted, "Heal!" Old Locke and Captain Pavan had worked together for a long time. Although they were stunned by the sudden turn of events, upon hearing the swordsman's shout, they instinctively cast the first healing wave. Then the old man reacted fully, smashing the life praise embedded in his wooden ring toward the guard captain. Warm, powerful green life energy surged over the captain's body. The golden-scaled swordsman began to fight fiercely. Without much resistance, the orc cavalry was already in a state of collapse. Because of their line of sight, even the human soldiers face-to-face couldn't fully understand what was happening, and the wolf cavalry who had been watching the human position couldn't see either. When they turned around in response to their leader's loud roar, they saw a terrifying scene of death. Taika, Taika. This is a kind of orc language, which means divine punishment, divine punishment. The orcs couldn't understand how their leader, who was fully in control of the battlefield, and his unique armor, turned into ashes and dust. They could only see this as punishment from the gods or ancestors, which completely destroyed the orc knight's fighting spirit. After Puin killed a few dazed wolf cavalry, the remaining soldiers finally recovered and scattered in all directions, running wildly away. Without their leader, the orcs were no different from stray dogs. Princess Luoshuang finally rushed out of the position, tears on her face, shouting as she ran. "Uncle Puin, are you okay? Are you all right?" Luo Ku, with a look of disbelief, was the first to kneel beside Moj Lu's highly iron-rich body. His withered fingers trembled, hesitant to touch, and his hoarse voice asked, "What happened? What exactly happened?" Puin supported himself with his sword, gritting his teeth as he roughly pulled out the comb and fork from his body, then issued orders as the leader of the guards. "Stop looking. We can't stay here. Cover the princess and retreat immediately to the giant stone fortress. Forget everything else. Let's go. Move now. Ensure safety first." The captain of the guards, who had fought on the battlefield and survived the land of blood and fire, abandoned all supplies with almost a resolute attitude. He only took a small amount of water and all the horses, leading the remaining team members to run wildly. Their target, Giant Stone Fortress. This distance was not close. There were several human towns within the Federation of Creek Moon, but right now Puin's nerves were as tight as a drawn bowstring, ready to snap. He didn't trust anyone from the Creek Moon Federation. A large group of orc wolf riders can silently sneak into human territory, set precise traps, and ambush enemies. Behind this, there must be a strong local force providing logistics and intelligence support. Otherwise, how could they avoid human detection? How could they gather enough meat to feed their packs? And how could they accurately track the movement and timing of their targets? Pavin even suspects that the mastermind behind this might be one of the leading forces in a nearby town. That town is Gritstone Fortress. The town guards there used to be classmates of Lord Cloudmist, so they have some connection, making them slightly more trustworthy. Two wagons are rushing along over rough terrain. At this moment, they no longer care about politeness. Princess Lu Shuang, Lady Linda, and a maid are crowded into the first wagon, while the other wagon carries Alchemist Master Locke and 3 more frightened maids. Inside the wagon, Old Locke is not thinking about romance. His mind is full of the terrifying scene on the battlefield. As a healer, he is focused on Pavin, who needs help, waiting for a chance to act. He saw clearly that Pavin threw out a small object. It was just a small item. It melted through the steel armor. When the orc leader Mogrel tore open his chest armor, Locke rushed forward and saw a horrifying sight. Most of the orc leader's body had been completely burned through, bones turned to charcoal. All of this happened in just a few breaths. He had seen powerful war tools before, but such a small device, triggered without warning or magic signals, was shocking. Ignoring the frightened maidens huddled in the corner of the wagon, Locke couldn't help but lift the curtain and shout, "Pavin, what did you use? What is that thing?" Pavin and mercenary guide Luke each ride a horse. They control their horses and herd the backup horses, following closely behind the wagons. When Locke shouted, Pavin urged his horse forward to catch up. As a warrior, respecting healers is deeply ingrained in me, especially since this master holds a very high status in the territory. After a moment of hesitation, Pavin gently pulled his horse closer and raised his voice to reply, "It's a little undead mage riding a flying ship, a gift for the princess." "I don't know what it is," he continued. He said it's a device that can spit fire, and I should be careful when using it. I didn't expect it to have this effect. Really? Is it the thing the little skeleton owner gave me? The young princess's face appeared from the window of another carriage, pale and wide-eyed with a mix of surprise and slight fear. Yes, Your Highness the Princess, the golden scale swordsman answered firmly. Your kindness saved us. This bloody battle will surely leave a deep mark on everyone. Others might not care, but Pavan hopes the young princess can quickly move past the shadow of fear. Giving positive feedback is the best kind of mental healing. Sure enough, Lady Frost's eyes lit up immediately. The sound of hooves clattering and the west wind howling filled the air. The sharp-eared captain of the guards heard Lady Frost's somewhat proud voice coming from the carriage. Linda, did you see that? I told you I wasn't tricked." Then came the gentle, relieved reply from Lady Official Linda. Yes, my little princess. You are the best. Your judgment is perfect." After a long ride, during a break to change horses, Lady Frost quietly slipped down from the carriage and tiptoed over to Pavan, who was checking the horse gear. "Uncle Pavan," she whispered softly, "are you hurt? Still okay?" "Thank you, Your Highness. I'm fine. I'll recover soon." "If we didn't have that weapon, would today have been very dangerous?" Pavan gently tightened the horse's collar and harness, tidied up the broken shoulder armor, and gave the young princess a perfect military salute. "Your Highness, without that weapon, all of us would have either died or been captured by the orcs. It was you who saved all our lives." Lady Frost's eyes curved into a new moon shape. Thus, the people kept moving without rest, and the horses rotated continuously. Finally, just before the last rays of sunset disappeared below the horizon, the team arrived at the important town of the CF Federation, Giant Rock Fortress. The guards stepped forward to show their travel documents. Paywin then took a wolf's head from his saddle and threw it heavily onto the ground. Orc wolf cavalry crossed the border and attacked noblemen from the Jade Empire in Chongfeng Hills. Quickly notify the city guards. The sight of the wolf's head was much more intimidating than that of an orc's head. The castle guards immediately blew their whistles. Ding, ding, ding. The heavy alarm bell rang loudly. The huge castle gate began to close amid the shrill sound of winding gears. Thick wooden barriers were pushed forward by soldiers' shouts. Smoke and dust rose in the city. A large number of armored city guards rushed up to the walls quickly. Paywin's tense nerves relaxed a little, and he exhaled a long, blood-smelling breath. At that moment, behind him, the young Princess Flo Shuang's clear and slightly proud voice sounded. "Grandpa Locke, that little mage gave me something. Isn't it pretty powerful? Can you make something like that?" Old Locke looked at the princess, who was full of eager anticipation but also trying to act calm, as if saying, "I'm just asking." A faint smile of relief appeared on his face. He responded with an exaggerated tone of surprise. "Oh, my little princess. Old man, can't make that kind of thing. You have the best eye. I really respect you. I remember when I first met that little mage, everyone thought he was from an unknown place. But it was you who ordered me to treat him. If it weren't for you, I'd be selling my old bones here today." Linda, the lady officer, and the maids nearby also softly agreed, showing sincere gratitude and happiness after surviving the danger. "Yes, it's all thanks to the kind little princess. The princess is truly a blessing for the kingdom. I knew it's lucky for us to be by the princess's side." Flo Shuang's face slightly reddened. She shyly twisted her hands around her clothes, her toes unconsciously scraping the ground, and her body gently shifted in the fading sunlight. Captain Paywin gave Old Locke a approving nod and then whispered, "Luke, here I am." The mercenary Luke, sitting on the ground, rubbed his thigh and suddenly jumped up. "I have a task for you. Find out about the little mage on the spaceship. His name is Chinemo, right? You're quite familiar with him, so go and learn his whereabouts. Do it quickly. P.S. Tomorrow is Tuesday. Please follow and support. Everyone can train their characters as they like. On Tuesday, please take a few minutes to flip to the last page and give a follow. Thank you very much." At this moment, Chinemo was completely unaware that the small toy he gave someone had gently triggered a change in history, eliminating a potentially outstanding or even shining orc leader in the future. Of course, the medicine the young princess gave him might also have slightly altered the original course of history in the Eastern Summer. This is a special story. Two worlds, two representatives, moving in opposite directions. It had been 3 days since the last time Chun Mo and Deputy Director Vincent had a toast at the banquet, reaching a preliminary agreement on transferring schools. Chun Mo was a bit impatient. He had wasted 3 precious days on his cultivation path, losing dozens of hours. Although he still persisted with 2 hours of meditation every day without fail, progress was slow without magical materials, like a snail climbing a wall. Fortunately, Mr. Vincent finally sent an invitation. In the spacious, sealed room of the skill-level appraisal office, Chun Mo received the good news he needed. Not disappointing my mission, the room's windows and doors were tightly closed. Heavy curtains completely blocked out the outside light. The magical lamps embedded in the walls emitted a soft, cold glow, casting a hazy light on the dark wall fabric. Vincent still held a wooden smoking pipe that wasn't worth much. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled a long stream of smoke. The smoke curled up under the magical light, casting a twisted, enchanting shadow on the wall. I still need to clarify, there's no hope for the Western Coast's 3 major powers. This isn't something money can fix. The so-called Western Coast's 3 major powers refer to the 3 prominent towers standing along the northern bank of the Belu River. Chun Mo fingered his watch and nodded slightly. You mentioned that last time. I understand completely. Good. This time, what we can operate on is Master Harold's preparatory magic tower. All right. The magic tower also has preparations, which Chun Mo had never known before. The magic tower, or mage tower, is not only a symbol of status and rank, but also a sign of wealth. Even though the Federation offers special treatment to these mages by approving land at very low prices, the tall tower, intricate magic arrays, and unbreakable defenses, each one is built with a huge amount of gold coins. For most magic masters without strong family backgrounds, even though they can build a tower at the 4th level, they usually need many years to save enough money to build the main tower. Mages earn money mainly through a few ways: completing missions, accepting commissions, and taking on students. Different paths and skill levels mean different speeds of earning. Some mages who lack financial resources and are not good at fighting might take over 50 years to slowly gather enough for the main tower's construction. Master Harl's strength is good, but luck isn't on his side right now, so we have to ask the young master to be patient, Vincent said with a hint of regret. But the master's reputation is well known, and the apprentices he has trained over the years have a high success rate. Seeing that Chun Mo had no objections, Vincent leaned forward slightly and patiently explained the difficulty of the process again. According to Federation rules, students cannot join in the middle of the year. If everyone did that, many magic apprentices would leave the mercenary guild's supervision, which is not good for the kingdom's long-term peace and stability. Chun Mo understood this well. Things like spring brings new life or magic elements resonate are just tricks to fool outsiders and entertain children. The real reason is to make sure that everyone with extraordinary potential stays under the kingdom's watch. It's like on Earth, even the so-called free white-headed eagle needs a gun license. High-level military power is not controlled, and the officials are indeed worried. For example, if a rebel who escaped after a noble family's downfall tries to learn magic and threaten the stability of the CF Federation, the identity checks led by the Mercenary Guild can prevent this from happening as much as possible. Of course, there are policies above and countermeasures below. After determining that Chun Mo probably won't cause any harm to the Federation's stability, Vincent naturally has ways to bypass this obstacle. He put down the Star Shard conduit, took the nearby tea, made a gesture inviting Chun Mo to sit, tilted his head back, and took a sip, a bright and cheerful smile on his face. From the humanoid micro-expression analyzer, it was clear that this deputy director now felt confident and proud. To enter the Mage Tower outside of the spring recruitment period, there are only 2 ways. One is through recommendation and guarantee from a noble of count level or above, or from a city lord or higher authority. The other is to switch the person, but changing someone isn't just about calling out the original student and letting you go in. Inside the Mage Tower, from the Grand Mage's assistants to the instructors, from the apprentices in the same group to the guards connected to the tower, I have to ensure everyone who might leak information is well taken care of. If someone doesn't get enough money or enough compensation, big trouble could happen. Think about it. How many connections need to be managed? How much effort is involved? Without enough real gold and silver, how can this be done? Vincent spread his hands, wearing a look of deep mystery. Chen Mo was deeply moved by the deputy director's sincere words. According to this, the price offered was truly fair in the industry. He still had a small question, so he thought for a moment and asked, then, why would any student be willing to withdraw? People who can study in the Mage Tower probably aren't short of money. Yes and no. The deputy director was very pleased with Chun Mo's reaction. The smarter a person is, the less trouble cooperation will bring. Most who enter the Magic Tower truly won't give up their future for money. But, Vincent turned the conversation. Some people have limited talent. After suffering through 3 or 5 years, they might not even reach the lowest rank threshold. Rather than being kicked out in disgrace later, it's better to take a generous compensation now. I can also arrange a simple job for them in the guild or appraisal office. That way, there's a chance to make this work. Vincent put down his teacup, leaned back into the high-back chair, and said earnestly, honestly, it's only because you have extraordinary talent and a bright future that I am risking so much to help you with this. Otherwise, no matter how much money is offered, I simply cannot do this. Chen Mo immediately expressed his stance, grateful for Master Wen's timely help, promising to repay him in the future. Once the main matter was settled, the atmosphere became friendly. Vincent enthusiastically invited Chen Mo to try his wonderful, calming smoke. Chen Mo looked at the swirling smoke device, recalling some unpleasant experiences, and could only awkwardly wave his hands, making an excuse about contacting his family to raise funds. He hurriedly took leave with Little John waiting outside. Standing by the window, he slightly lifted the curtain and silently watched Chen Mo and Little John leave quickly. Vincent rang the bell. A man in a gray robe silently entered and stood quietly by the door. Tomorrow, after collecting the money, take him to number 9, switch the person out, and explain everything clearly. Be careful, don't cause any trouble. Director, rest assured. I will handle it properly. There won't be any problems. In fact, Vincent's heartfelt words to Chen Mo still contain some insincerity. The Federation's attitude towards mages is both to win them over and to keep a close watch. Every mage tower has spies planted by the Federation, even the preparatory towers. The apprentice identity Vincent arranged for Chen Mo was actually assigned by the Guild of Mercenaries, acting as a spy placed under Master Harl. Those who do this kind of undercover work are often mediocre talents with limited potential. They drift from tower to tower year after year, always stuck outside the promotion threshold, repeatedly eliminated, and repeatedly starting over somewhere new. When they grow older, their final destination is usually to become a minor worker in the guild. The apprentice studying under Master Harl is such a case. If he fails this assessment, his tuition will be several times more expensive. When the next large-scale apprentice recruitment happens, a new person will be chosen to replace him. Just a way to make good use of the waste and gather more funds. Even with Chun Mo's skills, he was still being carefully arranged. Of course, Vice Director Vincent wasn't entirely deceiving Chen Mo. One thing he said was true. To pull off a scheme like using a substitute, all the internal and external links must be thoroughly connected. Everyone involved, informants, associates, handlers, must be paid. The Vice Director himself couldn't work for free. This was indeed an expensive expense. In this world, money may not solve all problems, but without money, the chances of solving problems are much lower. Even if the price is just a little higher than the market rate, as long as I can use gold coins to get things done, it's already great news for Chen Mo. The next morning, Chen Mo, feeling anxious, went to a shop run by the Mercenary Guild in the city. There, he paid 20 gold coins to reserve a set of Star Tier's Crystal Clear Spirit equipment. When the goods will arrive, or if they will arrive at all, are not Chen Mo's concerns. He only needs to pay the full amount and, in a casual manner, accidentally drop the receipt behind him in front of the cashier, completing the transaction. Can paying money really give you leverage? Just kidding. Then, a staff member in a gray robe from the appraisal office led Chen Mo to a quiet place. There, he met the person who would take his place, his classmate. The classmate had messy, fluffy hair like a bird's nest, deep-set eyes bloodshot from lack of sleep, and a slightly hunched figure. He wore a shabby, stained old apprentice robe, giving off a gloomy, defeated vibe. This was a stark contrast to Chunmo's own appearance. The gray-robed person carefully explained a few words, and the apprentice came over, took a badge from his belt. This is the proof used in the Mage Tower. My name is Roy. Remember this name. Don't get it wrong. I'm in Micro Light Group 3. Later, someone will come to the door to take you inside. Don't say anything, just follow him. He'll take care of everything. The apprentice walked a few steps, then turned back seriously and warned again. Remember, Roy, don't mess up. After waving goodbye to Little John and Little Yossi, Chunmo took a deep breath and carefully led the skeleton white, walking alone toward the building called the Pre-Mage Tower. The scene before him was very different from what he imagined. It was clearly a slightly larger rural farmyard. Stone slabs covered the ground, with stubborn weeds growing between the cracks. The low wall was tangled with dense vines, and the weathered walls showed signs of wind and frost. The so-called Pre-Mage Tower was actually just a large, temporary space rented outside by mages who couldn't afford to build their own base, running a kind of paid tutoring class. At the entrance of the institute, a middle-aged guard with a cold face stood there. He crossed his arms and looked up and down at Chunmo as he approached. His gaze was sharp like two small knives, making Chunmo feel cold all over. Chunmo forced himself to walk closer and was about to speak when a deep voice came from behind the door. Roy, why are you so late? We've been waiting for you. Chunmo was momentarily confused and saw a tall, thin man waving desperately at him from behind the door. Oh, right, my name is Roy. I had some trouble on the way here earlier, so I was delayed. Before he finished, the tall, thin man's voice boomed again, loud enough to make Chunmo's ears ring. Chunmo felt a strange sense of disorientation. It was like a low-pitched sound disguised as a bamboo pole. Is he a mage apprentice practicing sound wave magic? The tall, thin man didn't seem to care about that. He kept shouting, hurry up and come in. We've been waiting for you all this time. If you delay any longer, you might miss dinner. The guard took the badge and carefully embedded it into a slightly recessed oval magic symbol on the stone pillar at the entrance. With a soft hum, a gentle white light flowed out from the symbol, like water flowing over the badge's surface. Apprentice Roy of the Micro Light Group, returning to the tower after leave, identity confirmed, permission granted to enter. The guard announced flatly, not sure if he was speaking to anyone in particular. He casually tossed the badge back to Chunmo, then took a small, glowing magic seal from his belt pouch and skillfully rotated it around a larger symbol on the nearby wall. After a faint clicking sound, the farmhouse-style Mage Tower opened its doors to Chunmo. Chunmo simply walked in, ignoring the skeleton little white, who was carrying a bunch of bags behind him. The tall, thin man who brought Chunmo inside was named Kato, a typical person from the northern mountains of the Federation of Creek Moon. Large frame, rough and slightly red skin from high-altitude sunlight. He was very enthusiastic, not just because he was paid, but because he seemed genuinely friendly. He led Chunmo toward what was called the castle, his mouth constantly chattering without pause. Look over there. Kato pointed at a large white house in the sunlight. That's where our great mentor lives and trains. Remember, brother, without a mentor's guidance, you must never, ever get close. Chunmo squinted slightly, opened the small camera hanging on his chest, and started spinning around in place. Kato was completely unaware and kept talking nonstop. The gray-walled house is where we apprentices live. The yellowish house with a chimney is for eating. The 3 rows of brown houses I pointed to are our study halls. He waved his arm forcefully, drawing a big circle. These 3 places are the only areas where our Micro Light Group is allowed to move. Don't wander anywhere else. If you cross the boundary, Kato made a grimace, you'll regret it. Really, let's go to the cafeteria first. If we wait too long, there won't be any food left. Chunmo, should I put my things back first? Eat first. Nothing is more important than eating. Stop dawdling. There's not even a crumb of bread left. Chunmo, all right. Anyway, on this day, the former apprentice of Black Crow Castle, Chunmo, officially became Roy, the apprentice of Master Hoffa. Finally, he stepped into the learning environment he had been eager for since fleeing. He saw a bright future ahead, waiting just a short distance away. I want a machine gun, I want an armored vehicle, I want. Maybe next time I can sacrifice for a phone first? After thinking for a long time, Chun Imo clenched his teeth and stomped his foot, deciding to give up. That thing would just slow down his training. Led by the enthusiastic Kato, Chun Imo quickly familiarized himself with the environment inside the Mage Tower. Overall, this preliminary magic tower is in very poor condition to the point of being shocking. The walls of the cafeteria are heavily corroded, large patches of plaster peeling off, revealing darker-colored bricks underneath. There are some makeshift repairs that look like scars left by a careless doctor stitching up wounds. The dormitory has a dirt floor, seemingly not well-cured soil. Walking on it feels uneven, with a strong, earthy smell. Sparse, yellow wild grass stubbornly pokes through the cracks, only to be trampled and leaning crookedly, barely alive. As for the study hall, it looks like the most decent building in the student area, serving as the face of the place. But it's still old and dilapidated. Under the eaves, the corridor is narrow and long. On the mottled walls on both sides, every few steps, there is a small glowing stone emitting a faint yellow light, barely pushing back the heavy shadows. As I walk, I sometimes step on loose stones, which make a sudden click sound. When Chun Imo arrived, class was in session. A teacher, 10 students, along with Kato and Chun Imo, formed a small group of 12 followers in the faint light. Teacher, Roy has returned from leave. Swish. A dozen pairs of eyes immediately focused on Chun Imo like spotlights. Curiosity, suspicion, disdain, contempt. These are what Chun Imo can directly feel. If a micro-expression analyzer checked each one, Chun Imo might sense a wave of strange emotions. At this moment, Chun Imo realized that Vincent, the deputy director, said everyone in the tower should be checked and bought off. Maybe he wasn't joking. At least no one seemed surprised that Roy suddenly looked like this. Although the environment is a bit simple, it doesn't matter. Chun Imo isn't here for a vacation. The upcoming new meditation method, the matching magic materials, the dream come true sharing skills. Everything is moving steadily in a good direction. However, there is bad news. The mentor of the small group of faint light is very unfriendly to Chun Imo. Kato had already warned Chun Imo on the way. This mentor, Morton, came from a poor background but was talented. However, after a serious accident that caused a severe injury, it was believed he lost the chance to advance in magic and was expelled from the original magic tower. Later, his mental trauma worsened, and with no money for treatment, he could only despair and die. Because he was saved by our mentor, Grand Mage Harl, but since then, his level has stagnated at the Moonwheel stage, and he may never advance further. So, he really doesn't like children from wealthy families. Kato winked at Chun Imo, clearly indicating that Chun Imo was on that list. Ouch, that's a painful point. But the teacher is very good and teaches seriously. The department has taken care of everything. Just be careful and don't offend him. Morton, the mentor, sat in front of the dormitory. He was about 40 years old, of average build, with a thin face. His hair was a mix of gray and deep brown, carefully combed back, revealing a broad but wrinkled forehead. The wizard's robe he wore was so washed out that its original color was barely visible. The hem was worn down, forming a thick fringe, and the cuffs and collar had patches of similar color, but still quite noticeable. This was the first time Chin Mosen saw a patched wizard's robe. This instructor Morton was deeply grateful to Archmage Hal for saving his life. He had been saving money desperately, dreaming of building a real magic tower for his mentor. Perhaps, this obsession made him endure his dislike for favoritism and finally accept the conditions set by Deputy Director Vincent. However, from his frosty gray-blue eyes, Chun Imo could clearly feel Morton's dislike for him. Openly, without hiding it, Morton looked at Chun Imo for over 10 seconds, then slowly stood up. His overly serious expression made the whole classroom seem colder, as if the temperature dropped a few degrees. Everyone gather around. Listen carefully. Although I have said this many times before, I want to emphasize it again now. I am Morton, in charge of the basic magic guidance for Light Group 3. The middle-aged wizard folded his hands inside his worn robe sleeves, slightly hunched, and his gaze swept over Chun Mo's corner. First rules. In my group, you must follow the rules. No bullying, no disturbing others. Don't bring dirty habits into the classroom. Understand? The apprentice's eyes turned to Chun Mo again, many showing expressions of schadenfreude. Some even secretly elbowed their companions, making faces. Second, fairness. Morton's voice was calm. Here, everyone uses the same time, the same materials, and the same potions. If you want special treatment, unless Archmage Hal personally arranges it for you, get out of here and find your wealthy relatives who are willing to spend money on you. Everyone once again looked at Chun Mo with respect. Third, and most important, Morton's voice suddenly rose. Here, trash has no place. I don't care what your previous status was. In the third light group, before me, no matter your background, only strength matters. All right, today's lesson ends here. Practice on your own. Tomorrow morning, don't let me see you late, or you know what will happen. As Morton left, the classroom suddenly seemed to come alive. The students, who had been too nervous to breathe just moments before, started chatting excitedly. Although they lowered their voices at times, Chun Mo could still clearly hear their eager conversations. Is this the useless kid who replaced Roy? I heard he can't do anything. Who cares? Morton is so old-fashioned, he'll definitely give him a hard time. The old guy hates all that sneaky stuff. I actually hope more people like him come. Then we can replace you annoying guys with my coins and materials. You wish. We'll definitely test him tomorrow. Let's see what kind of person he is. Watch out, guys. Do you think he'll cry tomorrow? Don't say it. But he actually has a pretty face. Maybe that guy from Group 6. Shoo, keep it down. Don't let him hear. Some more explicit comments were quickly hushed by their friends. Chun Mo ignored these malicious words. He had no time to waste. He went to bed early, woke up early, and did a quick morning workout around the old dormitory. Chun Mo was the first to enter the classroom. Morton was very responsible as a trainer. Since Chun Mo was not a new student, Morton arranged for a group test using the only large magic testing device at the magic tower. He had everyone tested again. This finally solved the problem of Chun Mo not having a panel to measure his abilities. After a deep meditation and a magic boost, the test results showed that Chun Mo was at the bottom of his group, as expected. He had only studied for a few months and had almost no resources to help him. Compared to students who had studied for at least 6 months or even 2.5 years with proper training, he was far behind. His mental strength index was 4.2, and his magic power was 4.0. Among students with at least 15 in both skills, he stood out as very weak. Poor kid. Did he trade his mental strength for money? He's even worse than Roy, that sickly guy? I don't understand what he's here for. How can he pass the test? As the key contact person, Kato, who was also an insider at the assessment office, looked a bit confused. Is it Vincent Director who overestimated this person's strength? Or did he intentionally let him in to set a trap? Morton disliked this kind of noble second generation, who are lazy and wasteful, but at least he was a qualified instructor. He spent the whole morning teaching Professor Chun Mo the refined, blue leaf meditation method from Master Ha, explaining each supporting magical material's name and use. In the end, he also taught a basic lighting technique, commonly called the faint glow spell. The meditation method is used to develop mental power, while the faint glow spell is for practicing magic energy. This was much more formal than what Chun Mo had learned before. Black Crow Castle mostly ignored theoretical basics, focusing only on practicality. It was like a quick training school, producing ready-to-use combat skills. They could summon skeletons, zombies, or stone statues. Anything was useful. The basic education was terrible. Even the magical materials for meditation were just bundled and sent directly, which caused Chun Mo, despite having a lot of gold coins, to be clueless about what magic materials to buy on the market. Now, no matter how Morton mocked him during teaching, Chun Mo felt only happiness. Excuse me, Instructor Morton, when I run out of meditation materials, how should I replenish them? Morton sneered slightly. With your current level, just using up the materials I gave you is enough to be considered responsible to your parents. Don't worry about unnecessary things. Chun Mo pretended not to understand his sarcasm and asked again. You can buy more from me, but the price is different from your basic usage. TSK. I forgot, you probably aren't short of money. How about 6 silver coins for a set? All right then, Instructor Morton, can I also buy the potion to replenish my magic energy? Morton nodded. He was too tired to argue with this ungrateful little guy anymore. The student's basic tuition for the preliminary magic tower already included the essential magical materials needed for each training stage, which maximized mental power development. But if they wanted to buy extra materials, it would be a high price, like a cutthroat deal. Out of annoyance, Morton doubled the price. Since this small, reckless kid wants to add to Master Harl's magic tower, can I stop him? But that's not all. Chun Mo turned around and found the person in charge of the training room. An old man whose age was hard to tell, but who clearly looked close to passing away. I want to use the training room outside the scheduled training hours. How much does it cost? This news was naturally brought to him by the helpful, thin, bamboo-like Kato. Unfortunately, Kato had never used this service before and didn't know the exact fee. The old man lazily looked up at the dark-haired young guy and mumbled vaguely, 5 silver coins per session, 10 silver coins per day. And for a monthly pass? The old man looked up again, carefully examining Chun Mo from head to toe. Oh, so it's the guy who paid a lot of money to get in. No wonder. He swallowed and spat out something chewy into the trash bin in the corner, then took out a thick book, blew off the dust, and flipped through it for a while before finding the exact answer. The training room of the Microlight group hadn't had anyone buy extra services in a long time. 80 silver coins for 10 days. This price was enough to make most common apprentices hesitate. Chinemo took out his money pouch. In that moment, he became someone who used power, connections, or money to enjoy privileges, something he used to despise. It turned out that most of his dislike for privileges was just because he couldn't do it himself. Never mind. I am doing this to serve my country. After mentally preparing himself, he made a detailed plan. He also set a line of floating text on his tactical watch so he could see it at a glance. There are 128 days until the next assessment. The reminder was precise to the second. Chinemo, or Roy, thus began his training journey. He woke up at 4:20 a.m., ran in circles for 30 minutes, and mentally built the model of the microlight spell. After exercising, he quickly grabbed breakfast in the cafeteria. Chinemo was the first to enter his dorm and start meditating for his magic training. It wasn't that other students weren't motivated. Meditation is like a mental stress test. The longer the practice, the less effective it becomes. There is a common belief in the legal community that maintaining full focus and meditating for about 2 hours each day can maximize training results. It is like doing the same test paper multiple times. The first time, you gain a lot. The second time, the benefit is just a slight reinforcement. The third and fourth times, besides making your head dizzy, the value you get becomes very small. This is how the different effects of meditation training work. If the first 2 hours of daily meditation can increase your mental strength by about 0.02, then the second session might only give 1/10 of that, and the third even less than 1%. The workload is just as heavy, not to mention the huge costs of extra training materials. But Chinemo doesn't care about that. He just wants to practice now. The first stage of meditation ends, and the time is 7:05 on his tactical watch. He spends 5 minutes preparing a spell model for light magic, then closes his eyes to rest for 10 minutes. When Morton arrives, he begins the day's basic knowledge and spell model analysis. Starting at 8:20, other students begin entering the training room for meditation. Chinemo also starts his second meditation of the day. After 2 hours, his head feels about to explode, and when he comes out, his temples are pounding. From 10:30, it's Morton's Q&A time. Chinemo chooses to go back to his dorm to rest and recover, since he doesn't understand the questions from the more experienced students anyway. He wakes up to his alarm at 11 o'clock and rushes back to the training room. This time, he does a short meditation, only 40 minutes, switching his brain from a boiling pot to a simmering one, still cooking, but less spicy. Before noon, he reaches the dining hall. His meal is a bit late, but Chinemo, who has money, has Kato prepare a lunch for him. It's okay if it's cold, as long as he can eat. After a quick rest, he builds a spell model again and enters the training room at 1 o'clock. Another long 2-hour meditation. Then, he does a 5th session of 1 hour, a 6th of half an hour, and a 7th of 2 hours, before collapsing back to his dorm to rest. Cycle repeats. Chinemo begins his boring, repetitive daily routine. Dorm, cafeteria, study hall, training room, over and over. It feels like an endless loop that never seems to break. He gradually became a strange sight within the entire Glow group. Always the first to arrive and the last to leave. Eating quickly, walking with hurried steps. In his large water bottle, he brewed a bitter, calming tea. In the morning, his backpack was full of magical materials. Late at night, it was empty, leaving only his exhausted body. He avoided all social gatherings, meals, entertainment, and chats with other apprentices, not even exchanging a single word. Chun Mo felt like he was thrown back into the fierce East Summer High School battlefield, where only countdown numbers and endless training remained. Rain or shine, every day without rest. When faced with Chun Mo's silence, all the students trying to make fun of him fell into deep silence. Chun Mo once again went to Morton to buy magical materials. His mentor seemed to dislike talking more and more, and his gaze toward Chun Mo grew stranger, shifting from obvious dislike to a mix of complex emotions. Even the subtle expression analyzer couldn't interpret his feelings. Not only the mentor, but his classmates also seemed the same. When they saw him, their eyes were full of curiosity and respect, like they were looking at a dark night. Morton took Chun Mo to a small storage room for potion ingredients. The room was dark, with no natural light, filled with the smell of herbs and animal fur. It wasn't unpleasant. Instead, it felt refreshing. After receiving the packaged magical materials from Morton, Chun Mo put them into his backpack, paid, and thanked him. As he turned to leave, Morton called out to him. The middle-aged mentor looked at him with complicated eyes. "Why don't you attend the daily Q&A classes?" "I don't understand." Chun Mo answered sincerely. "All my magic lessons come from your teachings on the first day, so I can't understand the questions others ask." Morton's eyebrows furrowed tighter. "Where did you learn magic before? How long?" Chun Mo scratched his head. "In a necromancer's castle, for about 2 months or a little more." He paused and added, "I only learned basic meditation and altar summoning, nothing else." "You scoundrels, these heretical witches are leading people astray." Morton suddenly became excited, sharply slapped the table, and a strange flush appeared on his face. It seemed that the reprimand reminded him of some unpleasant experience, which was deeply touched by the memory. He looked up at Chun Mo, hesitant to speak, but finally opened his mouth with some dryness, saying, Roy, practicing is important, but you still need to learn the basics of magic. If you're willing, you can come to me every afternoon, and I will help you review the basic lessons you missed before." Without understanding the principles and rules of spiritual energy, you can never truly become a mage. He paused, took out a stack of silver coins from his drawer, and pushed them across the table. "I used to think you bought magic materials just on a whim as the young master, and I charged you extra. That was wrong. This is extra money. Take it back. From now on, for materials used for normal training, the price will be the apprentice's basic rate. You can come to me anytime." At this moment, Chun Mo truly felt the weight of what Carter called a very good person. The serious, even somewhat old-fashioned middle-aged mage in front of him carried a deep sense of fairness and responsibility, almost stubborn. "Thank you, instructor." Chun Mo bowed slightly. "I've always wanted to learn real magic knowledge. It's an honor to receive your personal guidance." He casually pushed the silver coins back and took out his own purse, placing it on the table. "Morton, since you've already taught the course I should have taken, and my weak foundation is my own problem, I think I should pay you extra for additional lessons." Chun Mo's reasoning was clear. He was pretending to be Roy, who had already learned the basic knowledge from the previous Roy. Morton had no obligation to teach him again, but since the instructor was willing to give him extra lessons, he should pay for them. On Blue Star, Chun Mo had attended many regular classes and weekend small classes with teachers. It was even stranger that unfinished content from regular classes was taught in private lessons, but everyone was used to it. Moreover, private tutoring naturally cost more. Morton took a moment to understand Chun Mo's words. For the first time, he realized that some wealthy people might not only think about money and arrogance. Next, Chun Mo, who was deeply immersed in practicing his skills, began his after-school tutoring. As a former magic genius and someone who had spent many years teaching basic education in Holler, Morton had a clear and thorough understanding of magic. The essence of magic is controlling and using spiritual energy. All our extraordinary powers do not come from ourselves, but from borrowing and calling upon the energy within the laws of nature. Basically, whether you're a warrior or a mage, it's the same. A strong body can hold external spiritual energy inside, strengthening itself. That's the warrior path. A strong mind can guide and use spiritual energy, creating larger reactions. That's the mage path. This was a revolutionary lesson. In the past, whether in the Black Crow Castle or among mercenaries, people generally believed that warriors and mages were two completely different systems. Warriors looked down on weak mages, and mages looked down on brainless brutes. Now, Morton clearly told Chun Mo that in this world, the biggest barrier is knowledge. Morton drew a symbol in the air with his finger. Chun Mo's eyes lit up. This was the basic spell model for summoning altars, built by Morton. It was much more beautiful than his own. It had a sense of geometric beauty. Everyone has their own close connection to a certain law of nature, which is called talent. Unfortunately, talent cannot be measured by magic tools and can only be felt personally. Some people spend their whole lives learning summoning magic, only to find out they are actually attuned to light elements. That's almost a waste of a lifetime. Why do all warriors and mages emphasize building a foundation in the first 3 levels and not rush to choose a profession? Because early choices might lead you down a path that isn't right for you. Those who try to force you to pick a fixed profession from the start are heretics. Chun Mo was touched by Morton's earnest advice. It reminded him of his middle school homeroom teacher. That person, besides attending classes, was always watching the surveillance cameras, assigning endless homework and memorizing countless texts. She was domineering, occupying physical education, music classes, and even break time, making the whole class complain about her as a hormonal older woman. Until today, Chun Mo still feels that her approach wasn't entirely wrong. But after that, he never met another teacher who dedicated all their time and energy to students like her. At this moment, he studied very seriously. There was no such thing as break time. Having experienced education on Blue Star, he gradually understood why Morton kept emphasizing the importance of fundamentals and choices. Without mastering the basics to a certain level, you shouldn't rush into specialized subjects, because without proper understanding, you might not make the right decisions. As for the approach of the Black Raven Castle, it was like teaching you beauty and hairdressing from elementary school, telling you that your goal in life is to become a better stylist who earns more money, like Tony, the teacher. Maybe this could delay someone from winning a Nobel Prize, which is quite misleading. But by chance, it also led to Chun Mo's success. If he hadn't only learned one summoning altar, he wouldn't have been helpless, risking everything, and desperately connected with his greatest reliance. It's truly a blessing and a curse intertwined. In the following time, Morton seemed eager to make up for all the time Chun Mo had lost before, racing against the clock, paying close attention to every detail. Magic professions, in essence, involve meditating to gather mental and spiritual energy, then using that mental power to build spell models. By combining their own magic and various magical materials, they can manipulate and guide the larger spiritual energies of the world, step by step triggering chain reactions. For example, for the most common fire magic among elemental spells, the vast spiritual energy of the world is like an endless forest. But note, the trees in the forest are not tightly connected, they are separate. Each tree needs to be ignited by you personally. A mage's mental strength is like a fire-starting stone, and their magic power is like the dry wood they carry. How big a fire you can ignite depends on how long your fire-starting stone can last and how much dry wood you have stored. Chun Mo quickly took notes, writing very fast. Of course, he recorded both audio and video. Since it was a private lesson, paying for it meant recording should be fine, right? He was sure he would send a copy of the secretly recorded video to his mother. Later, he could pay Morton a little extra for the copyright. Morton probably wouldn't mind, right? Unaware, Morton was still sharing his lifelong knowledge generously. Morton admired Chun Mo's serious attitude toward learning. What pleased him even more was Chun Mo's quick understanding. Honestly, Chun Mo had been fully trained in the Blue Star education system. Compared to students on the Starry Sky continent, it was a complete to their level, like someone who learned calculus going back to basic arithmetic. Another big reason was that Chun Mo gave so much in return. Morton even thought about training this student to reach the Moonwheel realm. Maybe he could help teacher Harl build the magic tower to more than 3 floors. Meanwhile, The other apprentices in Micro Light Group were devastated. Look at your magic models. Off-center like this. Are your brains eaten by goblins? Morton's roar echoed through the dorm, spitting saliva nearly hitting the front row students. Roy, come help me with a demonstration of a micro light spell model. Chun Mo silently started, using his mental energy to create a perfect model in the air, a flawless micro light spell structure. See, this is what a standard model looks like. It's a model that can be engraved on a magic stone tablet. Even though Roy's mental strength is still far below yours, I dare say, if he keeps this attitude, you won't even see his back in the future. Or perhaps Morton waved a neat, carefully written, and meticulously corrected notebook. Look at others' homework, then look at yours. Did you dream about your little sweetheart during class? He ruthlessly directed his criticism at the whole group, looking pained. Roy, who comes from a much better family than yours, has endless wealth, but he works harder than anyone. What are you all doing here, grinning and joking? Where's your future? In a trash can? Note, all explicit content has been replaced with family-friendly language. During the entire Micro Light Group 3 session, under Morton's roar, Chun Mo was tossed around so fiercely that he felt an unprecedented sense of suffocation. Meanwhile, in a place unseen by others, Morton was giving Chun Mo increasingly longer VIP tutoring sessions. Chun Mo's notebook was growing visibly thicker at a rapid pace. Different professions don't have absolute superiority, only differences in strength and expertise. You need to understand how to adapt to different situations. Summoning uses spatial energy, enabling cross-domain transfers. Spell models are like bridges, connecting the source of spiritual energy to the casting point. The more orderly the model, the smoother the energy flow, and the more powerful the spell. So, the same spell cast by different people can have different effects. Warriors store spiritual energy within themselves, like developing their own arms, making their attacks faster and more flexible. Especially high-level warriors who can project their energy outward. Their speed is several times faster than a mage guiding energy. When facing a warrior, keep a safe distance. Magic materials are very important. As a mage, you must be very familiar with your commonly used materials. Always check them carefully before casting. Otherwise, someone might tamper with your materials with special items, which could cause your magic to fail or even harm your mind, leading to irreversible consequences. Always remember this. Seeing Morton's very serious face, slightly twisted with concentration, Chun Mo seemed to understand something and nodded heavily. Morton emphasized several more times to make sure Chun Mo understood, then nodded slightly and took out a bag, handing it to Chun Mo. I have some specially prepared potions here that can relieve mental fatigue after meditation. You know what kind of person I am now. If you trust me, you can try using a little. It should be helpful to you. This was incredibly useful. Thank you so much. How much does it cost? I made it myself. What money? I'm giving it to you. If you're not charging, then I won't take it. After leaving the one-on-one tutoring session, Kato had already bought dinner for Chun Mo. Why are you late again today? I really admire you. I've never seen old Mo be so attentive to any other apprentice. Hey, what are you holding in your hand? Did old Mo give it to you? Yes, the training provided it. Chun Mo casually opened the bag, took out 2 doses of medicine while eating, and handed them to Kato. Mentor Morton personally prepared these medicines. He said they can help speed up recovery after meditation. As for me, I like to be clear about things. Mentor Morton warned me to be careful with the medicine, so I plan to find someone to test it. It costs 5 silver coins each time. Can you help me find someone willing? Someone to try the medicine in front of me so I can see how it works. Kato's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he grabbed the bag of medicine and put it in his pocket. Brother, if there's such a good thing, why look for others? Don't let outsiders benefit from our good fortune. The medicine given by Mentor Morton is safe. Don't worry about it. Forget about the money. There are people willing to pay for it. Besides, brother, you're too kind. Saying try the medicine sounds a bit scary. Just say a free dose of medicine, and they'll thank you. Isn't saving that money better? Chun Mo finished the last bite of his meal, wiped his mouth, and said seriously to Kato, since you're willing to try the medicine, you should keep the money. I'm not exactly doing this out of kindness. Sometimes, when I'm forced, I might deceive or even harm others. But I believe that if I have a choice, I would try not to deceive or harm people. That's my way of comforting myself. From now on, don't use my name to deceive others. If you have ideas or needs, just tell me directly. Kato nodded blankly. Chunimo stood up, packed his bag, and headed back to the training room. Traveling through this dangerous world, seeing the filth and chaos everywhere, he often couldn't help but remember the old days on Blue Star, Dongxia, when there was a time of silence and darkness. In the end, it wasn't clever strategists, warlords, or ruthless rulers who saved the country. It wasn't the powerful or the domineering, nor was it the economic geniuses or master manipulators. It was a group of people with faith who followed rules, fought bravely, and sacrificed everything for their country. Maybe because he had heard their stories and been blessed by their kindness, Chunimo still holds on to a little bit of kindness in his heart. Walking in a strange world no one knows, on unfamiliar land beneath unfamiliar stars, he still tries to stand tall. He must not shame his ancestors, who shined brightly through history. In some ways, the Magic Tower's teaching system is similar to the mentor and small class training model on Blue Star. Most of the time, apprentices do not see Master Harl, the true head of the Magic Tower. Instead, they are taught and guided by Harl's disciples, or even their disciples' disciples. Only when they reach a certain level or show exceptional talent do they have a chance to be personally accepted by Harl. Unlike the Black Crow Castle, in Master Harl's preparatory Magic Tower, apprentices are divided into different levels. At the top is a group called Dawn, which is a high-level group, similar to a Wisdom class or Children of Teachers class on Blue Star, with more resources and bright prospects. Below that are two middle groups called Sunlight, and at the bottom are 6 small groups called Faint Light. Chunimo is in the third small group, called Faint Light 3, which is the most basic training class within the tower. Generally, there are 3 ways to enter the Magic Tower for study. The first is among noble children who choose to practice magic. They have wealth and resources, so they don't need to worry much about talent. As long as they come, they can join. They spend the most money, receive the most detailed guidance, and include both geniuses and mediocre students. The second is for those with extraordinary talent, regardless of noble or common background. Talent is the foundation of growth. This talented group is the one that magic masters are most willing to nurture. Almost all of the master's personal apprentices and disciples come from this group. There is a saying common in both the warrior and magic worlds. Having talent doesn't guarantee becoming a master, but without talent, you definitely won't. The third group is miscellaneous disciples. This group makes up most of the magic apprentices. Their future path is like a broad base narrowing to a tip, from those who never enter the preparatory stage to third-order solar mage levels, decreasing step by step. Only a few among them can complete the fourth-order transformation and become the new elites of the starry world. Students in the Faint Light group generally come from ordinary backgrounds with limited family assets. Being able to study at the Magic Tower might be the greatest chance to change their fate. It must be admitted that, on the continent, the upper class is dominated by century-old noble families and thousand-year-old aristocrats. For ordinary people, breaking through social barriers is painfully rare. Either there are huge waves of chaos in the country, such as the overthrow of the monarchy or wars to change dynasties, or there are personal transformations, like changing careers or gaining powerful connections. If you can't break through this barrier, for most apprentices at this age, the practical goal is to improve their skills as much as possible. Even if they can't successfully change careers, registering as a mercenary and taking relatively safe jobs can at least ensure they won't worry about food for the rest of their lives. This situation is true for over 90% of ordinary people on the continent. Right now, the students in Micro Light Group 3 have mixed feelings about Chunimo. Your classmates are more handsome, wealthier, and more hardworking than you. The only thing they can comfort themselves with is Chunmo's low, dual ability, score. But seeing him train tirelessly day and night, they feel cold all over. Yes, if this trend continues, even his small advantages will soon be surpassed. They feel a sense of helplessness as their last bit of superiority slips away. Jealousy, envy, admiration, flattery. All these feelings are mixed together. Chunimo doesn't have time to think about his classmates' feelings. After reviewing the basic knowledge for a while, he applied to learn Spirit Energy Diversion. This is an important step in his study plan. After mastering spirit energy diversion, he will start the next bloodline sacrifice. According to Morton, spirit energy diversion is a high-level skill within basic skills. It's called basic because it requires low initial mental and magical energy, but it's high-level because its model is complex and demands precise control. Morton spent a long time explaining the spell model and key points of spirit energy diversion to Chen Mo, repeatedly warning him not to try using it for offensive magic until he has practiced the model thoroughly. As an additional model for a standard spell, its purpose is simply to divert energy, as the name suggests. For example, if the original spell model is a circle, spirit energy diversion is like dividing that circle into several equal parts by hand. The more standard the model construction, the better the effect. If the divisions are too uneven, it might even cause the main spell to fail. The most important part of this is finding the right point. The reason why spiritual energy can form organized magic models is because it follows natural rules. If you choose 2 points correctly and guide them a little, the energy will automatically form a straight line. The key to splitting is finding that crucial point. You can imagine that this operation depends a lot on feel and experience. Wizards practice model reconstruction repeatedly to improve their skill, so they can easily find that endpoint. But for Chen Mo, a college student who studied modern math, wasting a little magic power to draw some auxiliary lines seems simple enough. Just use your hands. However, it's not that easy. Chen Mo spent half an hour recalling fading memories and reviewing geometry knowledge, then focused on solving the problem. Dividing into 4 equal parts was easy. Just draw a straight line and a perpendicular auxiliary line. Done. 6 parts were also manageable. Pass. 3 parts were a bit more complicated. Chen Mo studied for over an hour and finally solved the problem in theory. Still, more practice was needed for real-world application. But the hardest was dividing into 5 parts. Chen Mo was stuck and frustrated. In some situations, solving such problems feels like hitting a game level that's impossible to beat. So addictive you can't stop trying. That night, Chen Mo skipped overtime training and stayed up all night writing furiously. His scratch paper was covered with dense notes. The next morning, when he entered the dorm with bloodshot eyes, Morton immediately noticed and hurried over. What's wrong? Did the potion make you feel unwell? No. It's about splitting spiritual energy. I still don't understand some parts. Morton shook his head helplessly. You're too eager. There's no way to master a new skill so quickly. Don't rush. Take it step by step. At today's morning class, Morton cleared his throat. Today, we'll review a traditional advanced skill in basic magic, spiritual energy splitting. All the students in Group 3 looked confused. Can this lesson be changed on the spot? Since everyone in the group has already mastered this basic skill, Morton quickly repeated the key points and unexpectedly moved straight into the question and answer session. Does anyone have questions? As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's eyes in the classroom focused sharply on Roy, who had been deliberately moved to the front row in the center. Their gazes were a mix of envy, jealousy, and some disdain, as if thinking, as expected. Chen Mo hesitated but stood up bravely. Instructor Morton, I have a problem. When I try to use mental energy diversion for 5-line splitting, I can't accurately locate the diversion points. I spent a lot of time, but still couldn't solve it effectively. You're rushing too much. Morton frowned slightly, habitually tapping the smooth podium with a warning tone. The basic skill for mental energy diversion is 2-line splitting. You should first practice that until you're comfortable. Instructor Morton, I've already completed that. Completing it and being proficient are not the same. Without repeated practice, you can't truly master it. Morton stepped aside to make space in front of the podium and gestured. Come on, show us. I'll tell you exactly what the problem is. Chen Mo stepped forward. The next few minutes became an unforgettable scene for the apprentices of Micro Light Group 3, and it became the best story they could boast about in many future situations. Chen Mo's magic model was built smoothly and steadily. Although it seemed to include some mysterious extra channels of mental energy, overall, he completed it much faster than the intermediate and low-level apprentices. First, within a few seconds, 2 thin, focused beams of mental energy precisely split the main model into 4 parts. Next, Chen Mo chose a more difficult 6-line split. adding multiple auxiliary lines like straight lines and arcs to the main model. He finished the 6-line split in about 3 minutes. If Morton could barely keep up with the earlier 2-line split, he completely couldn't understand Chun Mo's operation for the 3-line split. After a dazzling, complex division, Chun Mo accurately identified 4 points, dividing the main model into 3 parts. From a very strict perspective, this division still has a slight deviation, but only Morton, who has spent many years immersed in magic models, can notice this subtle difference. To the eye, this is already a very standard 3-way split. A deathly silence fell over the scene. Morton's mouth opened into an incredible arc, wide enough to fit a giant bird egg from the Taya plane. Meanwhile, the students in the faint light of the 3 groups huddled in different corners of the dormitory, exchanging frightened and confused glances. Some were trembling. Chun Mo was completely unaware of how extraordinary his move was. In reality, even with his guidance, though his rank was not high and his basic skills were solid, Master Morton, known as the human-shaped magic recording board, was only skilled at the 2nd and 4th splits. Most mages do not practice odd-numbered splits, especially those above 5, because the effort-to-benefit ratio is too low. Since a fireball can be easily divided into 4 parts, if needed, just add another fireball. Why bother splitting into 5 parts? It's not like the legendary 5 fireballs cult. It's like cooking. Others cut a potato into 4 pieces with 2 knives, but you want to carve a perfect 7-sword mountain. The time spent on that could be used to learn 10 more big dishes. Using geometry to simplify the process? That's even more unrealistic. On the Starry Continent, education is a privilege for the few. Even these lucky ones do not prioritize studying mathematics or geometry. Only when mages reach the Corona level and above, to try building more complex magic models for advancement, do they invest time and effort into detailed research. For apprentices and low-level mages, they have no conditions and no need. Practice more. Even someone who is illiterate can, after thousands of repetitions, carve beautiful hollow characters on a wall. Practice makes perfect. Because of this, Chun Mo mastered the operations of 3, 4, 6, and 8 splits after just 1 night of practice. Now, he was still stubbornly trying to perfect the 5-way split. This made everyone present, including Master Morton, clearly realize a harsh truth. This guy is simply not on the same level as us. We were running, and although we were ahead by a few hundred meters, the guy behind us was riding a horse. Actually, a winged silver Pegasus with wings. Morton quickly decided to end the topic. I can't teach you much about this, but I don't recommend you spend too much time on it. Getting the 4-way split technique right is enough. Focus more on strengthening your own skills, and use your time to improve your mental and magical powers. Okay, thank you for the guidance. Chun Mo humbly accepted and followed the advice. The rest of the day's lessons, Morton taught with little energy, and the team members were distracted. The atmosphere was filled with a soft, powerless feeling. But our student, Chun Mo, was not worried at all. He quickly returned to his normal training routine. Training, and more training. The potion Morton gave him, tested personally by Kato, worked well. It helped recover without obvious side effects. Kato said it just tasted bad, like muddy roots. This small flaw was not a big problem. Chun Mo added an important item to his daily gear backpack. Originally, Morton's idea was that the potion would help Chun Mo relieve the mental stress from long meditation, reduce pressure, and let him rest a little longer. But Chun Mo thought, rest? What rest? He used to need 5 or 6 short breaks each day to keep training. Now it was only 3 hours. If he saved that time for rest, wouldn't the potion be wasted? Of course, he kept working hard. He added a 1.5-hour meditation session and used the remaining time to practice mental energy splitting. After confirming his 4-way split technique was stable and skilled enough to avoid accidents, Chun Mo took a short break. He spent a lot to rent a private skill practice room and started the summoning altar again. 4-way split meant that the normally long, complicated summoning ritual, which had to be maintained for a long time at once, was cleverly broken into 4 small, lightweight magic frameworks. This was very important for Chun Mo. He finally escaped the long wait of waiting for the right moment. When the blue star supplies arrive, he just needs to find a quiet corner and get what he needs immediately. The letter to my family was already written long ago. Just before sending it out, I carefully reviewed it again, making a few word choices more precise and adding a few sentences that had been on my mind these past few days. Next, I checked the items already packed to send home. At the bottom of the package was a magic badge from the Mountain Vine Squad. Before, because I lacked knowledge of magic, I felt a strong respect for magical tools. I didn't dare take the magic equipment on the little golden-haired creature, fearing tracking marks. I also didn't dare send other magic items to Blue Star, worried they might cause trouble for my family. It wasn't until I learned more about basic magic from Morton that I started trying to send these magic tools back home. Besides the magic tools, the most valuable items in the package were some magic materials and potions I got from Morton. Then there was a large stack of storage cards, filled with all the environmental data, videos, and detailed daily notes and study records I collected on the Starry Continent during this time. I recorded every detail of my training, not just carefully, but also to send these techniques and insights back to my hometown. Seeing that there was still some transmission capacity left, and since I couldn't go out to buy supplies recently, I carefully added some dirt and small stones from the corner of the training room, following the principle of not wasting. This filled the teleportation space of the split-style summoning altar to the brim. After confirming that the door lock of the solo practice room was secure, I entered the long and complex space coordinates that carried the starry track once more. Buzz. A faint space fluctuation flickered. With only a quarter of the altar's teleportation capacity used after the split, it successfully sent a small gift weighing about 1.8 kilograms from another world to the distant Blue Star. Well, not even as much as the moon soil I collected before. A dense alarm buzz suddenly sounded again in Changlu Palace, in the Special Combat Readiness Office of the Zihong Engineering Department. For the Eastern Summer Zihong Engineering Department, their only purpose at this stage is to wait for the echo of the traveler crossing unknown dimensions. When the data stream appeared on the screen, Deputy Director Lin Xiangdong first felt a moment of joy, then a tightness in his chest. The good news is that the traveler has finally made contact. It has been over 40 days and nights since the last sacrifice. According to the traveler's previous words, even after using stimulating drugs for the first time, the recovery period shouldn't have been this long. For those of us who have been waiting here all along, each extra day feels like sitting on pins and needles, very painful. Lin Xiangdong can only hope that the traveler is just busy and delayed by some matter. He really hopes nothing serious has happened. Now that a new transmission signal has arrived, the staff at Zihong finally feel relieved. However, their worry grows because of the weight shown on the screen during transmission. After the last transfer, Zihong's engineering department expanded and renovated the secret storage. A high-precision scale was placed under the beacon. When the transfer weight appeared, Lin Xiangdong's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the traveler was hurt or faced an emergency that required urgent help? He didn't even bother to strictly follow disinfection procedures. He grabbed a mask, put it on his face, and rushed through the heavy quarantine door of the secret storage. Fortunately, it was just a false alarm. The strict emergency drills they regularly practiced proved useful now. The entire Zihong engineering department moved quickly like a precise gear system, transmitting instructions to every endpoint. The safety message was sent with top priority to the two leaders of the Eastern Summer region. Cross-border resource distribution was adjusted in an orderly manner, and various tasks were broken down, assigned, and communicated smoothly. The most critical part of this process was analysis, transforming those strange demands from another world, which defied the laws of physics, into specific technical projects that real-world engineers could understand and execute. These projects were then assigned to the appropriate units. Soon, engineer Su Yanfeng from the Aerospace Optoelectronics Research Institute under Dongxia Military Industry Group received a top-secret, encrypted file from the military. A young officer delivered the file. After signing the confidentiality agreement, the officer handed the design task sheet to the chief engineer. "You're messing around." Su Yanfeng quickly glanced through a few pages, then put the file back on the desk. "Comrade, I don't know where your superior got this from, but he clearly doesn't understand technology at all. An amateur guiding a professional. It's baffling. Head-up display. What are the key parameters? Field of view, virtual image distance, brightness and contrast, resolution and refresh rate, latency. box range, sunlight load installation position, and so on. Without these parameters, are you joking? What about the application scenarios? Matching platforms? Requirement indicators? Nothing at all. Do you want me to design blindly? Isn't that just nonsense? The head-up display, also called HUD, was first used in fighter jets. It projects important information in front of the pilot's eyes so they don't have to look down at the dashboard. In civilian use, this technology is also widely used in vehicle dashboards and is quite mature now. Because it is well developed, Engineer Sue feels very angry about these strange design demands. The officials just don't seem to care. A young officer salutes properly. Engineer Sue, I must remind you, this is a military design order, not a design suggestion. Its authority is equal to an order. Su Yanfeng is stunned. He takes a deep breath, adjusts his glasses, and carefully reads the design task document. If I understand correctly, you need a small, wearable head-up display that can be worn on the chest, almost invisible in appearance. It must project clearly in all weather conditions, visible only to the main user. The virtual image distance should be adjustable over a wide range, both up and down, and able to quickly move closer or farther. It should move smoothly, steadily, and accurately during motion. The core feature embedded is the ability to switch freely and project a set of geometric shapes. Honestly, this design idea is too crazy. For a single user, can't you just use VR glasses? Or 3D projection? At least tell me the focus point of the virtual image. Not knowing anything. Do you realize how much extra work this will create? Even military orders shouldn't be so random. Please tell those officials to stop pretending to understand. If they really don't know how to express it, just tell me the application scenarios, and I will evaluate how to design the relevant parameters. Instead of them suddenly coming up with strange design demands and only giving such little time. Clearly, Su Yanfeng was trying to hold back his anger. He placed the documents back on the table, thought for a moment, and then explained in a calmer tone. Comrade, science must respect natural laws and not be reckless. This task, unless you are working on a key research project in Dongxia, I cannot waste valuable time on such a ridiculous project. Our new aircraft still needs updates. The young officer nodded. All right, please wait a moment. It will soon become a national key research project in Dongxia. About 20 minutes later, a letter from the Dongxia National Strategic Development Committee was delivered to Su Yanfeng. The bright red stamp made the middle-aged engineer's eyes hurt a little. The vice president of Dongfang Industrial Group, rushing over, looked at him with a confused expression and patted his shoulder. Old Su, this is an urgent photocopy. The original has already been flown out. It will be delivered to you soon. Trust me, I'm not joking about this. The Strategic Committee has given the highest authority. From now on, across the country, any research team, equipment, or expert you think is needed, whether from the national team, research institutes, or private companies, just name them, and they will be unconditionally supported. No budget limit. The only requirement is to act quickly. Fast, fast, fast. Provide a finished product, please, I ask you. Understood, Su Yanfeng nodded. What else was there to not understand? I will quickly prepare a list of personnel and equipment. Please, leaders, put in more effort in communication and coordination. And, leader, it's not that I'm making demands just to sound tough. Last time, I didn't mind not getting the 10,000 Talents program leadership position. Our institute has many excellent engineers. It would be fine to give it to old Sue or old Joe. But giving it to some sycophantic administrative person? That's really inappropriate. The vice president nodded deeply and enthusiastically. Yes, you're right. We must respect engineering and technical talents. Don't worry, we will adjust and correct this immediately. As for you, Engineer Sue, don't worry about the 10,000 Talents program. Focus on this project, and I will apply for the Chongjiang Distinguished Professor title for you. Dongxia is doing its best to help Little Qin design and make various tools, some needed, some not, often called cheat devices. Meanwhile, student Qin Mo works tirelessly like a machine, working day and night without rest. So far, he can't even remember most of his teammates' names, but the reputation of Roy, the King of Scrolls, is spreading widely in the Micro-Light group, and even the higher-level Sunlight group has heard of him. In two other directions on the continent, two groups of people are also concerned about this young, undead mage apprentice. One group is from the Cloud Mist territory of the Jade Empire. The noble descendants of allied countries faced an attack by orc cavalry on their own land. This was a major event that shook the entire Moonlit Creek. The king's anger lit up the northern sky, and the whole Federation was shaken. Scout riders were sent out, their iron hooves pounding the ground. The famous Blue Water Knights of Moonlit Creek deployed 3 squads of elite cavalry, searching in all directions along the Chongfeng Hills. The wolf cavalry fleeing everywhere were caught one by one. The wolf hairs of the wolf riders became a new decoration on the Federation Knights' helmets. Your Highness, we have news from Moonlit Creek. The situation is mostly clarified now, said Captain Puin, looking tired. He hurried back, covered in dust, and handed over a report stamped with the official Moonlit Creek seal. According to the explanation from Moonlit Creek, this barbarian group sailed south from the north, secretly landed at the lower sand port, and traveled secretly day and night. Guided by spies, they hid around the outskirts of the Chongfeng Hills. Currently, Moonlit Creek has only captured some ordinary wolf cavalry. During interrogation, they only know that the leader ordered an attack on a big figure, but they don't know the details. The portmaster at Lower Sandport committed suicide, so all clues are cut off. Additionally, Captain Puin took out a thick stack of invitation cards, all decorated with gold and purple, shimmering brightly. Many nobles in Moonlit Creek want to invite Your Highness to visit their estates, hoping to warmly host you and ease the disturbance you've experienced here. Princess Lu Shuang's eyes lit up. She had been staying at home these days, rarely going out. For the lively and active young princess, this was almost unbearable. Visiting noble estates to chat, enjoy interesting stories, and see beautiful scenery seems like a good choice. However, just as her excited little thoughts appeared, she caught sight of Master Locke's cold, stern face, as if covered in eternal ice. The young princess wisely shrank back and swallowed her words. As the team's main thinker, Old Locke carefully examined the intelligence sent by the Moonlight Alliance, then let out a long sigh. We need to find a way to leave this cursed place quickly. Your Highness, Captain Puin, it looks like the Moonlight Federation is making a big fuss, but actually, they are just avoiding the main issue. With such a large and elite wolf cavalry team of orcs leaving the pasture, they could destroy a small town and its taxes in just one day. Can the port master of a small fishing harbor support them? Not to mention, from the port to here is hundreds of kilometers. Without important people from the Federation sending messages and providing cover, how could they possibly track our movements so precisely? Now, blaming everything on that port official, whether the Federation doesn't want to continue investigating or is afraid to do so, neither makes us feel safe. Captain Puin, what do you think? The golden-scaled swordsman nodded without hesitation. Master Locke is right. The port master at the southern harbor has committed suicide out of fear, and there's no proof. When the Federation's inspectors contacted me, they only cared about where our fire mage was. I suspect that if it weren't for that elemental control outside their line of sight, we might have already faced a second attack. Of course, this was a complete misunderstanding. The inspectors from the Moonlight Federation, during their survey of the Long Wind Hills, were frightened by the tragic death of the orc leader. They sent several high-level professionals to the scene to examine the strange mixture of bones and iron repeatedly. Unfortunately, when the thermite grenade exploded, even the grenade itself melted away, completely dissolving into a pile of rotten armor debris. So, they could only guess that it was the work of a high-level fire mage. After a simple check of the Cloud Mist Territory's team members, the suspicion became clearer. The Cloud Mist team used some kind of magical device or scroll to eliminate the orc leader. The ability to defeat a 5th-tier barrier knight from afar shows that this great mage's power is truly deep and mysterious. This is also the main reason why the Xia Federation is very cautious. In a country like Xia, anything above the 5th tier is considered the highest military power. The Grand Mage of the Glowing Mage Tower would personally meet the ruler if they visit the capital. Do they still have such scrolls? How many? Recently, several nobles from the Xia Federation have been subtly testing the situation. Fortunately, Master Locke anticipated this and immediately issued strict orders to the surviving guards and personal maids, ensuring that no clues were leaked to the Federation. Within the decision-making circle of Cloud Mist territory, the young princess, though noble, follows arrangements carefully. Lady Linda handles internal affairs and rarely speaks publicly. Now, Master Locke and Captain Puin share the same opinion, which effectively means a decision has been made. When will the team at home arrive? Master Locke asked, his main concern. Since the ambush, the young princess has stayed inside the official inn at Giant Rock Fortress, not leaving the door or stepping outside. Although the CF Federation offered to send escorts, Captain Puin refused, insisting on waiting for their own guard team to arrive. According to the messenger from the Swift Owl, they are already at Whitestone Landing. After completing entry procedures, they will travel day and night and should arrive in 3 or 4 days at most. Old Locke slowly combed his graying hair and let out a long breath. That's good. That's good. By the way, any news about that little undead mage? Puin lowered his voice slightly. I arranged for a guide to find him. The little mage got his identity through a friend who is a guide, so his friend knows where he is. But, what? Both the young princess and Lady Linda perked up their ears. Clearly, everyone was very curious about that mysterious undead mage. Guide Luke said that his friend knows where the little mage is, but he can't tell us right now. They need to first ask for the mage's own permission before revealing his whereabouts. Luke chuckled softly. It seems this little guy is quite popular. Let's wait a bit longer. The guards from home should arrive soon. We'll head back then and see if we can visit again. The young princess looked a little disappointed, hanging her head. So, you're not going to visit Sister Lou now? Later, there will be chances, Master Locke said gently but firmly. Right now, the situation is unstable. Your safety comes first. We can't take any risks. Linda gently hugged the young princess. Even if you don't think about yourself, there are so many people around you, all right? The girl's personality was tightly controlled by the lady-in-waiting, so she reluctantly nodded. After a moment, she hesitated and made a small request. If I can see that little undead mage again, I want to look at his skeleton carefully. Okay, all your wishes. We'll see if we can invite him to Yunwu territory. When the time comes, you can look at him as long as you want. That would be wonderful. While the Yunwu territory team was planning how to invite Chun Mo to visit the Jade Empire, another group, armed with armor and swords, was quietly crossing the dark forest, heading straight for the Whitestone outpost. They were from the Green Pine Kingdom, the Zircon family's elite swordsmen, the 4th Squadron. P.S. Tomorrow, July 7th, Monday, the reading data is very important for this book. Please help by flipping to the last page and pausing for a moment. Thank you. The Green Pine Kingdom is located in the middle of the continent. Most of its territory was once part of the Moonlit Dynasty. All the countries that separated from the Moonlit Dynasty share a common trait, a love of martial strength. After all, during its peak, the Moonlit Dynasty was a super empire that swept across most of the starry continent. If the dynasty hadn't declined, the noble families would have been too proud, leading to a series of rebellions. From religious fanatics of the same race to commoners, from elves of different tribes to dwarves, border barbarians, and orcs, even gnomes and goblins, all rising up against it. This chaos eventually caused the empire to fall into ruin. Now, Chinemo no longer worries about crossing the North Ridge River into the new language zone. The Kingdom of Turquoise Pine, the Kingdom of Mirror Lake, the Emerald Principality, and the Creek Moon Federation were the 4 southern nations that had separated from the Moon Perch Empire. They shared a common language and similar customs, maintaining close contact with one another, yet always remained cautious and guarded. In the past, when facing the authority of the Northern Moon Perch dynasty, the 4 small nations stood united, supporting each other through alliances, noble marriages, and the exchange of hostages. This created a de facto military coalition that eventually crushed the dynasty's attempt to reclaim the South. However, in recent years, as the Moon Perch dynasty entered a full standoff with the Mist Moon theocracy, the external threats to the 4 nations faded and internal frictions began to grow. After all, interests are never evenly divided. There is always something to fight over. For this reason, the Zircon family never intended to cross the border with their own knights to deal with the lowly servant who had dared to offend a noble. A secret bounty was supposed to be enough, but things soon developed far beyond the family leader's expectations. The disappearance of the Mountain Vine squad was, at first, just another ordinary case of a missing underground adventurer team in Whitestone City. No one mourned them, and no one would bother to collect their remains. In the wilderness, wild beasts would quickly erase all traces of them, just like the tens of thousands of people who vanished across the Federation every year, without leaving a ripple behind. Yet for the Zircon family of the Turquoise Pine Kingdom, this was nothing short of a public humiliation. The head of the Zircon family, a marquis with vast lands, ruled his territory like a small, independent kingdom under the feudal system. With countless military and political matters to handle each day, he would never have paid much attention to a minor issue like dealing with Chinimo. However, every mission issued from the Marquis' estate, even a secret one, was tracked regularly. The failure of the mission to eliminate Chun Imo soon caught the attention of certain observant individuals. Failure itself was not unusual, especially when the task was outsourced to others, as there were too many unpredictable factors. Normally, it would not have caused much trouble. But this time, because there were hidden motives behind the failure, someone began to set a trap. During a grand ball held for the Marquis' youngest daughter, a guest casually mentioned, "I heard that young Master 19 has a special talent for summoning magic and is improving quickly. My son is also struggling on the warrior path and wants to try becoming a summoner. Do you think young Master 19 could introduce him?" "What? He was harmed by villains? That's such a shame. I must go pay my respects. I bet the villain's head is probably displayed at young Master 19's grave." Afterward, the conversation grew quieter, but the information spread more widely. Once the ball ended, news spread that an apprentice had assassinated the Zircon family's child and was still at large. Sensing danger, the eldest heir of the Zircon family, Hyson Zircon, immediately ordered an investigation. "Young Master, we've mostly figured it out. It was the rival of the External Affairs Steward. He overheard something and wanted to sabotage the steward to take his position, so he leaked the information. Blamed that fool for drinking too much and talking nonsense, saying he received a commission from this." Suddenly, a loud bang echoed. A metal gauntlet flew and hit the clerk's forehead, creating a deep dent. Blood streamed down his face. "By accident? Looking for an opportunity? Is that your conclusion? Idiot, can't you see these troublemakers are after me? Do you understand? They are after my inheritance." The clerk knelt on the ground, trembling and unable to move, as blood pooled beneath him. Is it the second son? Or the fourth? Or maybe a few foolish people planning to work together? Before our father questions us, I must handle this matter properly. No wonder the eldest Zircon was so angry. Wealthy families have their own joys and troubles. As the main heir of the Zircon family, which controls 7 cities, Hyson Zircon was always on alert, like a porcupine covered in sharp quills, guarding his territory carefully. After all, their father had many children, but only one position as Marquis. To ensure that inheritance goes smoothly without any unexpected problems, first, it is important to keep the father's favor, and second, to have enough strength. The heir to the Marquisate must not be useless. Although everyone in the Marquisate knows that the eldest son is a rare genius warrior from the Zircon family, who has become a silver armor warrior at a young age and is about to reach the level of a professional, Hyson from Zircon is aware that this is just a false prosperity built with a lot of money and medicine, even involving some shady methods. He still doesn't know how many resources he needs to successfully change his profession. Most of these expenses are things his father must not find out about. Otherwise, why would he bother to get involved over just a few dozen gold coins? Now, someone has leaked this matter. On the surface, it seems aimed at that foolish external affairs steward, but Hyson, like a frightened bird, senses something ominous. Whether it's someone intentionally trying to target him or just accidentally involving him because of the steward's position, Hyson cannot tolerate it. The eldest son's role in the Marquisate is acting as the acting city lord of Glory City. He has already built a strong team, and under the planning of the steward and the secretary, he quickly took action. First, the external affairs steward left a confession and committed suicide. In his confession, the steward admitted that the 40 gold bounty was too tempting. Driven by greed, he lost his mind and secretly kept most of the money, feeling guilty for betraying the Lord's trust and support. He chose death to atone. In fact, if the steward hadn't committed suicide, the eldest son would face much bigger trouble. As a servant within the estate system, Although the steward usually follows Hazen's orders, he is ultimately the property of the old Marquis. Any action the eldest son takes against him must be approved by his father. Otherwise, it would be a serious overstep, crossing a red line for the Marquis. After all, if you dare to kill my steward today, tomorrow you might dare to sleep with my concubine. Who knows what could happen the day after? Now, the person has died, bearing all the deductions and carrying all the guilt. Some people feel relieved, some are heartbroken, and perhaps some people's plans have completely failed. The eldest son finally takes a deep breath. Of course, Lord Hyson still needs to handle this matter thoroughly and well, giving the Marquis a clean and clear explanation. That apprentice is definitely doomed. To resolve this matter quickly, Hyson, the Zircon Lord, called the deputy captain of the Bright Shine City patrol team. Arrange people quickly and go to Sia right away. Don't let that kid run far. Don't worry about spending money. Handle this matter as soon as possible. Although he said not to worry about money, the eldest son's finances are not healthy, so they could only use public funds privately. Under the name of the Bright Shine City patrol team, they sent an elite Iron Badge warrior to the CF Federation on a business trip, also to hunt down Chinimo. This Iron Badge warrior first arrived at Black Crow Castle, where he confirmed Chun Mo's features again. Then, following Chun Mo's footprints, he entered the Six-Leaf Forest. Carrying the Marquis's orders, the Iron Badge warrior was naturally very direct. I am tracking a Necromancer apprentice who passed through here a month ago, carrying a skeleton. Bring me the person who guided him here. The Lord wants to ask him questions. Faced with such a huge family as the Zircon family, the Centaur tribe didn't want to offend them without reason. So, Kaga, a half-centaur, was called over. What was supposed to be a simple interrogation turned sour because the Iron Badge warrior's words were too rude. You actually helped him escape. Can't you see that guy is a criminal? Isn't your brain fully developed? You even helped him find a doctor? Your parents must be idiots pairing a fool with a, right? Little trash. You should be grateful for the Zircon family's generosity. Otherwise, you wouldn't even qualify to be roasted and eaten by me. I'm worried your stupidity might infect me. When he left, Kaga's muscles were trembling. A few companions who accompanied Kaga also snorted angrily, stamping their hooves and getting excited. However, the Centaur camp definitely wouldn't risk fighting such a giant family like the Zircon family over words alone. At this moment, the bad-tempered little punk with braids gave Kaga an idea. Soon, the Iron Badge swordsman, who was preparing to stay at the Hero's Inn, was told that all the rooms were full. I'm sorry, but the Braven cannot evict any guest who has already checked in. Please come back tomorrow. Given his identity and personality, the Iron Badge warrior wouldn't stay in a shared animal shed. So, he had no choice but to sleep outside. Camping in the Centaur camp without guards is a clear challenge to those who walk on the edge of evil. If they don't clean out their hideouts, they won't face the Great Dawn with pride. Moreover, the half-mane Centaur has already colluded with the greedy shop owner, secretly adding something to the water. The additive is harmless, with no side effects, and helps improve sleep quality. No one can find fault with it. In short, the next day, a guy who barely wrapped his vital parts with grass leaves, in front of everyone's laughter, awkwardly ran out of the six-leaf camp, showing his white backside, and disappeared into the dense forest. He had no money for the flying ship and lost all his cash. The mission was considered a failure, especially since he was now marked with a big eye. Knowing the character of the young master, the Iron Badge swordsman chose to hide his identity and wander the world. The Zircon family had arranged a guide at the Whitestone outpost, but the first swordsman never arrived. The deputy patrol captain soon learned the reason. The young master's task had to be completed, so he reluctantly sent a second team of 4 elite fighters. This time, they learned their lesson. They traveled carefully, spoke cautiously, but because they wasted too much time, they had to speed up. At the Six-Leaf Forest, they booked a flying ship and demanded it take off immediately. The dwarf in charge of piloting shook his head repeatedly. Gentlemen, we don't fly in the rain. That's our mechanical rule. We really can't go. Stop the nonsense. The gentlemen are in a hurry. Besides, your ship isn't made of paper. A little rain won't hurt. If you don't leave soon, the Green Pine Kingdom will accuse you of delaying the mission and harboring fugitives. Under constant threats, the dwarves could only look miserable and start the flying ship. Do flying ships fear rain? Not really. They are usually left outside in the sun and rain. Even heavy rain or storms, the ships have drainage holes everywhere, and the water just flows out. This isn't at sea. So, why does the Mechanical Guild of the Dwarves have such a rule? I don't know, because following the rules for so long has made this generation of dwarves forget why those rules were made in the first place. Then, the elven sentinels living in the dark forest witnessed a stunning scene. Amidst a rain like white silk, a jagged lightning bolt, twisting like a withered tree branch, tore through the sky. Its glow surrounded the floating spaceship, delivering a very high-voltage electric shock to the creatures on board. The airship's balloon was burned and shattered, falling like a fiery meteor from the sky into the embrace of the earth. A few days later, the vice-captain of the Zircon family received a stern, angry letter from the big, long-legged mechanical army of the dwarves. The letter was a serious protest about the loss of the spaceship and crew, demanding a huge compensation. These dwarves are a bit sneaky, but they are powerful. They control many monopolies, so they are not easy to deal with. The wandering tribes of the continent, who make money through trade, lending, and manipulating prices, have been attacked many times in the past. But later, they clung to the moon goddess court and believed in the seven-eyed god. Now, they are a force to be reckoned with on the continent. There is a saying, never owe dwarves money, or the interest will keep growing. No matter how much blood you shed, you can't pay it off. The frustrated vice-captain calculated that even if he used all the income from Huiyao City over the past few years, it wouldn't be enough to cover the compensation. Moreover, if he paid this money, even if he completed his mission successfully, he would face the wrath of young Master Hyson. Surviving would be a luxury. After discussing with trusted allies, and before the news spread, the vice-captain took a few loyal men and set out on another mission to hunt down the despicable thieves. Before leaving, they also took the next month's wages prepared by the City Defense Army. They didn't go through the Six-Leaf Forest or into the CF Federation. No one knew where they were headed. In short, one bounty, 3 groups of pursuers, more and more people sent out, spending more and more money. To this day, not even Chunmo's shadow has been seen. And Zircon Hyson, the young duke, has already lost count of how many times he has been overwhelmed. Unable to bear it anymore and furious beyond control, Hyson sent his guard captain, the level 4 Mystic Armor Knight Tykeport, leading an elite team of 6 intermediate knights. They circled around Ironback Valley, taking the only path allowed by the elves to cross the dark forest. They fought their way through endless forest monsters and entered the CF Federation from the east. Why not take a spaceship? Of course, because of a misunderstanding with the gnomes, the Zircon family has been blacklisted by the gnome clan. Anyway, the world line of the Starry Continent has quietly returned to its normal course. Several streams from different directions are gathering toward that small apprentice. At this moment, Chun Mo, who is at the Tower of the Pre-Mage in Harl, has finally reached the peak of being a pre-apprentice. He is about to take an important step in becoming a mage, spiritual energy enlightenment. Once he passes this hurdle, he will become a formal mage apprentice, or an intern mage. It's like graduating from kindergarten and moving on to elementary school. As everyone knows, spiritual energy enlightenment requires a small trial. Everyone is very excited. P.S. Remember the July 7th incident, and never forget national humiliation. Blood debts are not yet paid. Let us all remember. The higher the expectations, the greater the disappointment. Chunmo's spiritual energy enlightenment results were very disappointing. Everyone was extremely disappointed. They didn't see any excitement at all. Spiritual energy enlightenment, also called element awakening, is described more precisely by some college-trained mages as opening elemental sensing. After taking this step, a mage can do more than just use mental power to manipulate magic. They can also use their own elemental pool to influence the elemental spirits of the world, achieving impressive effects like small-scale miracles and leveraging external forces. This effect is not just simple amplification. For example, Chun Mo, a pre-undeath mage apprentice, can only summon skeletons. But after passing the spiritual energy enlightenment, the official apprentice, Little Golden Hair, can summon zombies. On the surface, it seems like just a change in undead creatures, but in reality, the combat power difference is huge. In terms of weight, a normal human-shaped skeleton weighs about 10 kilograms, but even a simple zombie, holding a club, starts at around 100 kilograms. For Chen Mo, the changes before and after the Enlightenment were truly dramatic. As the most important moment of a mage's awakening, spiritual enlightenment naturally carries some risk of failure. However, how could Morton, the instructor, allow such a thing to happen? First, Morton personally moved the only large magic detection device from Harl's, Farmer's Lodge, to the study hall of Micro-Light Group 3. He checked it repeatedly, like testing blood sugar, 7 times a day, to confirm that Roy's mental strength had indeed reached the double-digit threshold for awakening. During this time, Morton intensely instructed Chen Mo on all matters related to spiritual enlightenment, explaining every detail and repeatedly emphasizing key points. Since Morton himself experienced spiritual enlightenment over 20 years ago, he wanted to prevent any differences between his past experience and the current process. He even brought out a few outstanding students from Micro-Light Group 3, asking them to share their own experiences and insights on breakthroughs with Chen Mo. In addition to sharing knowledge, Morton also invested heavily in hardware. He personally obtained a training room affiliated with the Advanced Dawn Group, which had a higher element abundance, providing more spiritual energy during enlightenment and increasing the chances of success. But that wasn't all. Morton also brought in 2 types of supposedly side-effect-free stabilizing medicines, a mild mental enhancement drug, and a high-quality calming incense stick about the length of a thumb. Chen Mo firmly paid the required fees, insisting, "If you won't accept money, I can't take these things." Everyone was happy with the arrangement. According to the students of Micro-Light Group 3, with this setup, even a dog with a mental strength above 10 could succeed in enlightenment. Finding such a dog was much harder than the actual success. Chen Mo's talent was slightly better than the dog's, so his spiritual enlightenment went smoothly and without any issues. Of course, wanting to make the most of his visit, he also practiced meditation in the advanced training room for a little while. He used the remaining time to carefully clean every corner of the room and collected a large amount of dust and debris from the high-energy environment. Later, the instructor from the advanced group checked the room and was very impressed. He went back and scolded his own students harshly. "Look at other students. They borrow practice rooms and always clean them thoroughly after use. You all don't know how to cherish things." To prevent elemental energy from escaping, Chen Mo immediately sent some to his home. He also sent along some secretly saved calming incense and half a bag of remaining mental enhancement pills. Sending packages quickly is so convenient. If Chen Mo's bloodline altar is an extraordinary cheat device that ignores normal rules, then psychic energy diversion is a carefully added, flexible, high-frequency acceleration module for the altar. It's like adding an extra feature to the cheat device. Using the diverted bloodline altar, he often communicates with his hometown and exchanges supplies. Every time he feels both ashamed and secretly happy when he finishes sending living expenses from home. Chen Mo can only try to comfort himself. After all, studying abroad in another world costs a lot. Of course, Chen Mo also gives back to his family as much as he can. Recently, he has sent all the otherworldly supplies he could gather back home. With the money from his family, he has bought a lot of things from classmates, causing the Micro-Light Group 3 to become very wealthy. In return, the activity area of Micro-Light Group 3 has become Chen Mo's private territory. He set up a small weather station in the dorm area, including an anemometer and wind vane to record wind speed and direction, barometers, temperature and humidity sensors to monitor atmospheric conditions, and special instruments like rain gauges, visibility meters, solar radiation sensors, and soil temperature and moisture sensors. He also added 2 sets of solar panels for power. Chen Mo also marked his territory in the yard. Within the maximum activity range allowed for Micro-Light Group 3, he placed electronic beacons at the edges and set down 2 vacuum robots. These 2 large, pancake-shaped machines climb hills and cross grasslands every day, tirelessly cleaning the yard. They are from the East Summer Electronics Engineering Institute 930, called fully automatic sample collectors. Wherever they go, all new objects without recorded spectral features are quickly captured. They are very versatile. Solid objects are handled with small robotic arms. Dust particles are swept up with high-speed brushes, liquids are collected with probes, and larger objects are cut with gears and impact drills. If it encounters creatures like crawling insects, it can still cast nets, discharge electricity, or even give tranquilizer shots. Fully automatic sample collector, it has a large transparent collection box divided into several small compartments. After collecting items, it places them in different compartments, then pushes them into the main chamber, which has a low-temperature storage area to keep samples fresh. Different spectral items are stored in different compartments. When a compartment is full, the collector automatically goes to the solar charging station in the corner to recharge itself, replace the collection box, add low-temperature coolant, and clean the equipment. It works like a diligent, hard-working worker who never complains. Sometimes, it overestimates its abilities. For example, this morning, when Chun Imo woke up, Robot Sweeper number 2 was tangled with a large lizard over a meter long. The two small mechanical arms held tightly around its waist and belly, while tranquilizer darts kept firing, occasionally flashing with electric sparks that made the lizard twitch all over. Clearly, because of rushed design and limited size, its functions are quite limited. It was only meant to catch small insects or worms. Catching such a large, big lizard was beyond its capabilities. For creatures of this size, the doses of tranquilizer and electricity are too weak. The tranquilizer can't knock it out, and the electric shocks can't kill it. The angry lizard, entangled and furious, claws and bites at the collector, making it creak and, of course, flesh against steel can only result in the creature biting its own tongue in frustration. Finally, Chun Imo came over to break up the fight, and both parties stopped. He returned the severely drained collector to the charging station, put the lizard into a storage bag, and weighed it. It looked like the shipment was once again within the weight limit. Chun Imo took out the collection box, went back to his room, and skillfully opened the altar to place the package inside. At that moment, a voice came from the door. "Roy, someone sent a message for you." The person calling from the door was Kato, the top gold digger under Roy's command, using a loudspeaker. Chun Imo hurriedly rushed out. Finally, they arrived. If he guessed correctly, the visitor was probably from the noble team of the Misty Cloud territory. Among the big figures Chun Imo has met on the Starry Sky continent, only a few can be counted on one hand. Recently, Little John came rushing over to tell him that Captain Puin had asked Luke the mercenary to find him. Old John didn't dare delay and quickly arranged for his grandson to travel day and night to ask Chun Imo for his opinion. Chun Mo's reaction was, of course, "Please, yes, please." He was still thinking about the medicine in the young princess's hands. The last time he sent a healing medicine back to the summer country, about half of it was used for lab research. Now, they have a rough understanding of the main drug's principles and how it works. But the biggest problem is, there are no raw materials. The drug structure contains 3 very important ingredients that are completely absent from Blue Star, or more precisely, from what the Eastern Summer Country knows about Blue Star. This technology cannot be shared with other countries. Most of the medicine was divided into 5 parts by academician Li Yunhai's medical team, with 3 parts already used to save 3 heroes of Eastern Summer. Although the treatment was kept strictly secret, and patients and their families were told to keep quiet, some things couldn't be hidden. A renowned scientist, already gravely ill and with funeral arrangements prepared, had family, students, colleagues, and admirers worried and mourning. Some might have had other motives, eyeing his position or research funds. Now, being called resurrected, it naturally drew attention from those with ulterior motives, especially since it happened repeatedly. Academician Li Yunhai faced many questions from all sides. After all, those who cared most about his death were likely powerful people and their children. Li Yunhai was very firm, controlling the scarce medicine himself. Only a few top experts were allowed to handle it, and others were kept out. As a result, he faced enormous pressure from certain groups. If not for the strong support from Tsangming's leadership, who directly sent the Yongning Palace's guards to secure the scene, and the 9th laboratory of the Medical Research Center, the medicine might have already been taken away. His family didn't let Chun Imo know about this, probably to avoid putting pressure on him. But Chun Imo could guess some of it. In a letter from Tsangming's leadership, they praised him highly and attached a signed photo, awarding him the Eastern Summer Republic Medal for his outstanding contributions. During his studies, earning a county-level honor could cause a fierce competition among many. But this kind of top national honor was even more important. It was a big event that could be recorded in family trees, local histories, and textbooks, shining brightly for generations. Chun Mo felt that this was not only a reward for his efforts, but also a subtle reminder that this achievement was very, very important. So, when he heard that the young princess might visit again, Chun Mo was already eager to see her. Finally, he received the news. Considering the travel time of young John, it seemed the other side was also rushing. The visit from the Cloud Mist territory was conducted with noble manners. The invitation card, decorated with a beautiful family crest, was stamped with the Emerald Territory Lord's seal. The private seal of the young princess was also on the letter, which was carefully packed in a heavy, gold-plated box. The box, the invitation, and the gold foil on the documents could be worth a lot if sold. This was the true luxury and grandeur of noble status. The other side said they came to visit, but Chun Mo was worried that too much noise might cause trouble, especially since his fake identity could be exposed. There might also be some secret dealings, which wouldn't be suitable in this rural estate. So, he decided to go himself. He quickly asked for leave from Morton, his mentor. With mixed feelings in his mentor's complex gaze, Chun Mo, along with young John and old Luke, arrived at the temporary camp of Princess Lu Xuan. Although it was a temporary camp, they prepared a grand welcome. Guards in shiny silver armor lined both sides, weapons lowered, forming a formal greeting formation. In the center of the camp, the cloud-covered flag of the Cloud Mist territory billowed, along with smaller noble banners representing the leaders' origins and backgrounds. The main road to the big tent was carefully paved with green carpets, which seemed to be scented with some kind of incense. When Chun Mo stepped onto the path, the guards' trumpeters blew their horns, startling flocks of birds in the distant forest. The ceremony was very grand. During the lively banquet that followed, Chun Mo learned the real reason for such a grand reception. The aluminum thermite grenade he had given was apparently very helpful to them. Captain Peiwen stepped forward to greet Chun Mo sincerely, saying, "Without the weapon you gave me, I might not have escaped my enemies this time. So, I must come to express my gratitude." Actually, there was a little hidden intention behind these words. Since I haven't known Chun Mo for long and know nothing about his background or character, if I told the full truth, that the fire weapon saved everyone in Yunwu territory and even helped the young princess who was kidnapped, he might take credit for it or make unreasonable demands. No one can be sure. So, having Captain Peiwen, who narrowly escaped death from the orc leader, come forward to accept this favor was a smart move. The thanks are real, but they are limited to a personal level. Chun Mo didn't realize the thoughts of these clever people. He also didn't see the scene of the battle that day. From what he heard, he thought it was just the others in Yunwu territory holding the line, while the Golden Scale Sword Master charged alone. He couldn't help but praise. That was really a lucky accident. The weapon was given to me by a powerful lord from another world when I summoned it from the altar. It's not very useful. If I get too close, I might hurt myself. If I stay far away, I can be dodged easily. The best way to use it is to throw it into the enemy's armor, which makes it quite powerful. By the way, it was really Captain Peiwen's bravery that broke through the enemy lines and made this possible. When Chun Mo said this, both Master Locke and Lady Linda, who had been worried earlier, felt reassured. Their conversation became more friendly. "Sir, your words are impressive and your demeanor elegant. May I ask which family you come from?" Chun Mo disliked this question. In the end, this place still valued nobility, and after a few words, the conversation turned to lineage. Chun Mo thought for a moment and shook his head gently. "It's not that I don't want to be honest, but now I am traveling alone. My family has nothing to do with me anymore. I don't want others to think I rely on my family. Let's not talk about that. I also want to thank the princess. I have a teacher who is not a professional, just an ordinary person, but he cares for me a lot. I see him as a family elder. Earlier, this teacher was seriously ill. It was thanks to the medicine the princess gave me that he recovered." As he spoke, Chun Mo stood up and bowed deeply. "On behalf of my teacher, I thank the princess for the gift of medicine." Once this attitude was shown, the leaders of Yunwu territory felt a bit embarrassed. After all, they had their own secret plans, but the other side seemed honest and straightforward. They quickly responded with polite gestures and friendly greetings, making the atmosphere more harmonious. Taking this opportunity, Chen Mo quickly shared his idea. Sorry to ask, but do you still have any of those pills left? I want to prepare some more for my old master. I can exchange or buy, whatever works. Lok and Puan exchanged a glance. Just as they were about to speak, the quiet little princess suddenly stepped forward. Yes, I still have 4. My aunt gave me these. I'll keep 1 and give you 3. Is that okay? Lok silently lowered his head onto the table. Captain Puan sat upright, with a slightly stiff smile on his face. Good. Chinemo could tell that those old guys weren't as simple as the little princess. He thought it was best to act quickly and finalize this deal. It's settled. I'll go back now to get my things. Princess, you can choose whatever you like. After hurriedly finishing their meal, Chen Mo prepared to leave. Honestly, although the food in Yunwu territory was quite refined, Chen Mo thought it was not much different from the farmhouse style in Harl. Compared to the delicious food of East Summer, it was all the same, nothing special. In front of East Summer's cuisine, everyone was like brothers. What was there to compare? With 2 mercenaries escorting him, Chen Mo and his companions hurried back to the Mage Tower. He planned to bring all the weapons and gold he could carry, especially to get those healing pills first. While Chen Mo was busy packing, Morton the instructor knocked on his door. Roy, are you leaving? Huh? Chen Mo quickly shook his head. No, I still have many things to learn. There's an exam at the end of the year, and I still need to prepare. Roy. Morton interrupted him with a slightly regretful and wistful look. You should go now. Chen Mo froze for a moment while packing white. Teacher, did I do something wrong? Morton gently raised his hand. A soft breeze blew the door shut, and the faint glow inside the room reflected the deep, mountain-like frown of the middle-aged mage. No, Roy, you did very well. Among all the students I have taught, your talent isn't the best, but your hard work is the most impressive I have ever seen. I am proud to have taught you. I even considered introducing you to Teacher Hale, so you could become his disciple. I believe your future achievements will surpass mine, even Teacher Hale's. After a brief pause, Mentor Morton sighed deeply. But that was when you had no other options. When I saw the invitation you received, I understood. Roy, you should have a brighter future. Your future shouldn't be here. He walked to Chun Mo's bed and sat down slowly, patting the edge. Sit down too. Seeing Chun Mo sitting there confused, Morton gently patted his back. Roy, here you have a problem you can never escape from. Your identity is not clean. Your enrollment process broke the laws of the Federation. It was illegal. This will be a stain on your record. One day, when you become a shining figure in the city, this stain might be used by enemies to attack you. It shouldn't be like this, Roy. Morton became more excited as he spoke, his face slightly red under the light. You are talented and hardworking. Your future is destined to be a great person in the kingdom, a noble. So, you must act upright and not let these dark things delay your bright future. Since you know the great nobles from other countries, you should find them and join a powerful mage tower or the Moonlit Magic Academy openly. Rise up honestly. Also, my teacher is only level 4. His help for your future is limited. Morton spoke quickly, took a deep breath, and looked into Chun Mo's eyes with sincere urgency. He urged him earnestly. I really don't want to part with you, but Roy, you must go. The sooner, the better. Go. Chun Mo felt a rush of blood to his head. He looked at Morton's serious face. Looking at this ordinary middle-aged mage, who is considered stiff, rigid, dull, and boring by his apprentices, he feels a deep warmth in his heart. He has been injured, so he cannot advance in his career, and he has no wife or children. It seems that his remaining life is spent saving money to build a wizard tower for Master Heart. He really wants to say, it's okay, I don't care, I just want to stay here. But reason tells him that Morton is right. He is obsessed with learning magic and practicing mental discipline, but Morton's guidance clearly understands the rules of this world better than he does. As long as he still uses the name, Roy, he will always be a criminal in the Federation of Creek Moon. One day, the Federation guards might come to arrest him, coldly showing him shackles. He believes that at the right moment, Captain Seg or Vice President Vincent, or even Roy himself, whom he replaced, or the eager Kato beside him, might turn against him. He has no respectable identity in the Creek Moon Federation. Seeing that, Roy seems to have understood. Morton nods with relief. After you leave today, I've been preparing. Go quickly. You should leave now. I will report to the Federation that a student named Roy suddenly disappeared. That's the truth. Remember, I've never seen you, and you've never seen me. Morton's expression is a mix of sadness and excitement. He takes out 2 thick scrolls from his robe and hands them to Chunimo. You will have great success in the future. There are 2 notebooks here. One is my magic notes from these years. The other, I know you've been interested in necromancer magic. There's a professional necromancer instructor in the Dawn group. I borrowed his notes and copied one for you. Take it with you. Sometimes, looking at it might help. Oh, and when you leave, come to my small hut. I've prepared some training materials for you. Take your time to use them. Morton slowly leaves the room. Chunimo watches his teacher go, feeling that the air is filled with a lonely, bleak feeling. Since the decision was made, Chunimo no longer hesitated. He began dismantling the weather station, collecting the monitoring probes, recalling the sample collector, and retrieving the solar panels and charging stations. There was quite a lot of equipment, so Chunimo quickly organized everything. He hid the important devices and materials inside Xiao Bai's chest cavity, filling it completely. The rest was left for Luke and Little John waiting outside to carry. Before leaving, Chunimo went to Morton's potion room. Because many medicines cannot be exposed to sunlight, the room was always dark. The middle-aged wizard sat alone under dim light, looking a bit hunched. Are you here? Morton forced a small smile and struggled to drag out a large bag from under the table. It looked like he had prepared over 100 sets of magical materials. Chunimo also placed a bag on the table. Forget it. Keep it for yourself. You need money outside, and I've already earned a lot for you these days. Chunimo chuckled. As usual, you don't take money, so I don't want anything in return. Also, take this money. Your long-cherished dream of building Master Harold's magic tower should now be possible. Morton's eyes widened in surprise. He hurried forward and opened the bag, revealing shining gold coins that lit up his eyes. Are you crazy? Chunimo waved his hand with a smile. Don't worry, Minter. Money isn't a problem for me. What you've done for me is worth much more than this. Money is too to measure it. But I'm just a simple person. What can I do? The brief master and apprentice exchanged a few more words before parting ways. Before leaving the door, Morton called Chunimo back one last time. Oh, Roy, you probably won't use that name anymore, right? Can you tell me your real name? Otherwise, in the future, if a shining star rises on the continent, I might not even know it's you. I am called Chunimo, all right. Then, classmate Chunimo, goodbye. Goodbye, teacher. For the princess's camp stationed by the North Ridge River, there was bad news first. The young princess casually promised the other side's most valued core bargaining chip, the healing potion. No one can say anything. The young lady has the freedom to manage her camp supplies. The important thing is that these are not the property of the Cloud Mist territory, but gifts from her maternal family. Even if she uses them to feed birds or fish, the Lord would only frown slightly. Moreover, after the previous lesson, everyone remembers how the Orc Barrier Knights crushed Chongfeng Hills. A single medicine could have saved the situation, but it was the young lady's mysterious generosity that brought hope back to the team. Let her do as she wishes. Earlier, the young lady kept talking about the medicine. Lady Linda had a few words with her, and after the Chongfeng Hills incident, Lady Linda often heard Princess Lu Shuang's subtle hints. In the morning, the young lady said, "Ah, the sun is so red, like the flames on the orcs' bodies." At noon, the cricket chirped, Linda, if I hadn't given him that eternal song, would I still be able to enjoy such a good lunch now?" In the evening, she reflected, "Whenever night falls, I think of the darkness when we were surrounded by orcs." Several maids praised the young lady in various ways, trying hard to make her smile. Meanwhile, Lady Linda's face remained stiff, and she quietly left without saying much. Recently, even noble etiquette was rarely mentioned. Perhaps this is a way for the young lady to skip classes. Anyway, this time she was again very generous. Although the team managers felt a bit distressed, they wisely said nothing. Sure enough, once the young lady made her promise, the others immediately started preparing a thank you gift for her. Soon after, Guide Luke flew in on his horse to report. They had decided to join the Cloud Mist territory team. This was wonderful news. At the welcoming banquet, Master Locke subtly expressed his desire to recruit this young mage. After all, being able to produce such a weapon that directly judged the barrier knights, regardless of how many coincidences there were, the power was undeniable. For nobles who are outside their family, recruiting talented people into their team or recommending them to the Lord is a good way to strengthen themselves and weaken potential rivals. Outwardly, talent is something that, if not used by oneself, will be used by others. Among nobles, their struggles are often a life-and-death fight. Internally, although the little princess's inheritance order has no real value, perhaps others in line might try to win her favor, suppress her, doubt her, or even use her. Strengthening her own team isn't a bad idea. Even if she is later taken by the Lord, it would still be a form of support for the little princess. Of course, at that time, Chinemo was focused on studying and didn't consider this option, so he politely declined. Now, according to Luke, the other side is actually going back to report to their mentor and get approval before deciding whether to accept the invitation to join the Cloud Mist territory. This person's character reassures Master Locke and Captain Paven a bit more. Luke had already carried back a big bag and brought a few guards with him. In the end, they brought back more than 10 packages, big and small, which surprised everyone. Indeed, as a noble, even the little princess, who changes clothes every day, now has fewer belongings than Chun-Emo because she lost her supplies in the Long-Wind Hills. Chun-Emo still looked confident and straightforward. He first explained his intention. He hoped the Cloud Mist territory could help him find a magic tower, a magic academy, or a private magic teacher to guide his spell training and learning. The cost was negotiable. Then, he opened his skeleton safe, pouring out a variety of equipment and devices, inviting the little princess to choose. He had already sent his servants away. The Frost Stream team, with 3 leaders, began to happily admire these legendary mechanical kings and cyber lords and their amazing creations. Chun-Emo introduced each item to them. Of course, Captain Paven no longer fully believed Chun-Mo's descriptions. After all, the aluminum thermite grenade he once mentioned was a little hot. It could even kill a fortress knight. Is this, the standard weapon used by soldiers under that king? From this tube, a small piece of projectile is shot out. Captain Paven eagerly looked at the 95-1 automatic rifle, aiming it at the barrel with one eye open and one closed. I don't see a bowstring here. How does it shoot? Chun-Emo thought for a moment and tried to explain. Gas. Using the expansion of gas to shoot it out. Paven immediately understood. Oh, it blows out, right? That's interesting. Wow, such a tiny projectile? No wonder it doesn't need a bowstring. Clearly, Puin was not very interested in guns. To the Golden Scale swordsman, small bullets naturally had less power, just like a mage's big fireball is more powerful than a small one. Basically, the weapon system on Blue Star also follows this idea. A 155mm caliber is definitely more dangerous than a 5.8mm caliber. As Chun-Emo took out a grenade pack, Puin's attention was quickly drawn over. It was obvious that Puin, who had used and tested the weapon once, was most interested in it. Is this the same as the one you gave me last time? Actually, it's quite different. Chun-Emo had to explain and gesture a bit, finally helping the Golden Scale swordsman understand the differences between offensive type, defensive type, and thermite. Captain Puin rubbed his hands, if I use this kind of grenade, can I get a few? Thanks to the princess's kindness in giving me medicine twice, I remember it. If you want, I'll give you these. If not enough, I can ask the great. Industrial Emperor for more. You mentioned a mechanical king earlier. They're all the same, all the same. Dinner was quite lavish, but for Chun-Emo, it was far worse than the food back in Dongxia. So, it didn't matter much. Whether at the noble camp or the academy cafeteria, it was all the same. After dinner, they arranged a grand noble gathering. Some danced if they liked, some showed off archery skills, others recited poetry, and those who couldn't do anything else could challenge each other to arm wrestling. It was clear that Yunwu territory really wanted Chun-Emo to quickly blend into the team. Chun-Emo didn't know how to do anything, not even arm wrestling, so he just sat quietly and watched. After a while, Princess Lu Shuang quietly came over and sat next to Chun-Emo, lowering her voice to speak. You're bored too, right? I really dislike these kinds of events. At home, it's the same. Outside, it's still the same. So annoying. I envy you. You dare to go out alone. You must have had many adventures. Chun Mo smiled shyly. There's no adventure, just an ordinary life. Lies. The first time I saw you, you were hurt. Did you get ambushed by bad guys? Chun Mo, do you believe I was bitten by a dog? No way. You're lying again. How could a dog use a bow and arrow? The young princess puffed out her cheeks and glared, feeling annoyed at Chun Mo's deception. Haha, just a loyal dog. The Yunwu territory team began their return journey. According to the plan, they would go back to Baishur City, fly over the dark forest into the Green Pine Kingdom, then pass through to the Jadeite Republic, and finally return to the Emerald Territory, a county under that republic. The whole trip covered over 1,000 kilometers and took more than 20 days. During this boring journey, everyone in Yunwu territory saw how crazy Chun Mo could be. He always woke up exactly 55 minutes before departure, did quick and simple morning exercises, and sometimes used that time to ask Captain Puan about physical training methods on the Star Continent, sweating profusely as he practiced. After a whirlwind of washing up, while everyone was still leisurely enjoying the morning light, Chun Mo ate breakfast in half a minute and then got into the carriage. While others chatted and joked, Chun Mo set up a magic circle inside the carriage, placed magical materials, and began meditating. After meditating, he practiced magic models, then rested for a short while before meditating again. Apart from the timely ringing reminder bell and Chun Mo's steady breathing, there was no other sound in his carriage. The maid who served tea in the carriage didn't even dare to breathe loudly. When knights rode past Chun Mo's carriage, they would slow down instinctively, controlling their hooves to avoid disturbing him. In front of the little scroll king, who was respected by all the leaders of Yunwu territory, everyone maintained genuine respect from the heart. At noon, the team set up camp and cooked food. Usually, the time for cooking varied a little, earlier or later, longer or shorter, so a half-hour or 40-minute difference at lunch was normal. But Chun Mo couldn't do that. His schedule was fixed. If his breakthrough was not finished when the food was ready, he would drink some water, nibble on dry rations, and move straight to the next training stage, skipping lunch entirely. If the food was ready before he finished, he specifically told everyone not to wait for him. When he came out, he would just grab a few bites of leftovers. Discipline made Pevin, a swordsman from the army, feel a bit scared. In just 2 days, Chun Mo forced the Cloud Mist team to change their daily schedule. Meal times for lunch and dinner are now within 3 minutes of the scheduled time. Out of respect for the Cloud Mist team, and to learn more about this world, Chun Mo spends 15 minutes after dinner each day talking to the young princess and Master Locke, or asking Captain Pevin about swordsmanship. His experience from the modern world helps him chat easily with everyone. Sometimes he tells small jokes, making everyone laugh. The young princess seems genuinely happy. As for the others, it's unclear, but they look happy too, so he doesn't worry about it. Even if everyone is having a good time, when his watch beeps, Chun Mo politely nods and leaves immediately. At first, everyone was confused, thinking he said something wrong or offended the guest. But they soon realized Chun Mo is just a strict training machine. This attitude made Lady Linda, who had some doubts about Chun Mo, start to teach the young princess about him. Look at Mr. Chun Mo. Although his background is a bit, well, mysterious, just look at his attitude toward learning. Without anyone watching, he still behaves well. That's true nobility. Don't you feel a bit moved? All right, Mr. Chun Mo is back to studying. It's time for us to learn too. The young princess's face instantly fell. She took out a thick book called Noble Etiquette, thicker than her fist, and began her daily punishment, reciting aloud. She mechanically recited while glancing sadly at Chun Mo's closed carriage. Clearly, once the name Chun Mo became a benchmark in Lady Linda's words, the young princess started to find him a bit annoying. Anything that distracts her from relaxing is an enemy. Noticing her hopeless expression and unfriendly look, Chun Mo's heart alarmed. He used a micro-expression analyzer and decided to give up some training time to try to cheer up this top-quality herbal supplier. The young princess kept her promise and handed 3 pills to Chun Mo. Because they had used the teleportation altar too often to send supplies, the 4 times of diversion had been exhausted, so they had to wait for the skill cooldown. During casual conversation, Chun Imo learned that these medicines were not human products. Instead, they were made from the legendary life spring water of the elf race, an advanced product called Eternal Song of Life. Since the elf race is isolated and self-contained, it is almost impossible to obtain this medicine through trade. The aunt mentioned by the young princess must be a high-ranking elf figure who sends her some every year. To Chun Imo, this is a way to control a strategic resource. As the most valuable item Chun Imo can send back to his homeland, he decided to take over all future medicine shares for the young princess. If she's unhappy, Chun Imo certainly won't be happy either. Training? For now, that can wait. Winning over this little princess is the top priority. The innocent young princess quickly revealed the truth. She didn't want to memorize, and her memory was terrible. She would forget what she learned the next day, and forget again the next. The thick book, Noble Etiquette, made Lady Lu Shuang feel hopeless and even consider giving up. Ugh, I can't memorize. I have to memorize every day. It's so annoying. I might as well just die. Lu Shuang frantically ruffled her hair. Absolutely not. Chun Imo quickly stopped her. What if you die and I can't get my medicine? Come on, I have an idea. You, me, let's read through what you need to memorize together. I'll see if I can find any easy tricks to remember it. The young princess looked reluctant, but still read the task assigned by Lady Linda. Chun Imo corrected her a few times, helping her adjust her speaking speed, leave pauses, and control the rhythm. After several tries, her face was starting to turn slightly pale, and only then did the study session end. During this time, Chun Imo also took the chance to quietly review the material with her a few more times, giving her specific guidance on memorization. Then, a miracle happened. That evening, during Lady Linda's spot check, the young princess, although slow, recited the content perfectly, word for word. Linda the lady official's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Master Locke's eyebrows twitched wildly, and even Captain Puan, who usually shows no emotion, couldn't help but look surprised. The homework went smoothly, and Lu Shuang was very happy. She jumped up and ran over, saying, Chun Imo, your method is really good. Tomorrow, you have to teach me how to memorize books too. Chun Imo smiled and nodded. Yes, I will try to find time. You must help me. Don't worry, as long as you help me memorize the book, my aunt will give you all the medicine she gives me in the future. Chun Imo gave a big bow at 90 degrees. Your Highness the Princess, it is my great honor to serve you. The young princess's homework improved rapidly. The whole team was filled with joy, and everyone was curious and impressed by Chun Imo's amazing skills. Of course, Chun Imo also put in a lot of effort. For example, he brought a tiny recording device and a pair of wireless earphones made by Dongxiao Weilon Electronic Precision Laboratory, with bone conduction, high optimization, strong constraints, and no sound leakage. Well, Chun Imo didn't have a magic trick to instantly turn bad students into good ones. After a simple try and witnessing the young princess's destined talent for learning, he decisively chose to use technology. He directly helped the young princess cheat. This pair of earphones was originally Chun Imo's personal item. Living in this world with incredible martial power, the wireless earphones provided by his family were extraordinary. To prevent some keen-eyed psychic from noticing, the laboratory poured huge costs into making them. They used pure bone conduction with directional sound beams, achieving extreme noise reduction and silence. Many things in Dongxia couldn't be widely used due to cost reasons. But in the lab, they spared no expense to produce top-tier products. The final effect of these earphones was that only the user could hear clearly, with no sound waves leaking out. Thinking about the future, eternal song of life that the young princess might provide, these earphones, no matter how precious, could only belong to Lu Shuang. Because of her bloodline, Lu Shuang's ears are a bit sharper than normal. Usually, she hides her ears in her long, tassel-like hair, making it easy to store the earphones. From then on, the young princess's journey of memorization changed dramatically. Every day, the young princess would read aloud the material she needed to memorize at a suitable speed, then pretend to stare at her book for a while, with her eyes unfocused, as if she was trying to recall everything. Today's memorization task was considered done easily. Chun Imo helped the young princess solve a big problem. Feeling very happy, She rewarded him with various gifts and promises. Chun Mo just smiled and took out a 50-year transfer agreement for the Eternal Life Song medicine from behind his back, encouraging the princess to sign it. They only signed for 50 years mainly because Chun Mo felt that anything longer might be a bit unfair. After 50 years, it's okay. The agreement also included a priority renewal clause, so when the time comes, if they have enough strength, it will automatically activate and take effect. Of course, since Chun Mo helped and received many benefits, he also had to face the upcoming troubles. Chun Mo, Aunt Linda won't let me recite the whole passage. She wants to test me. What should I do? This was indeed a big problem. Currently, Princess Lu Shuang's main study was memorizing texts. If she could memorize them on her own, when Aunt Linda asked the first line, she could answer the second without issue. But now, she was listening through headphones and reading along by herself. When Aunt Linda asked a question, her mind would go blank, and she could only run over to ask for help. Chun Mo immediately said, "Miss, don't worry. I will definitely help you with this. The cyber leader is capable of anything, but it takes some time. First, explain to Aunt Linda that the speed memorization method I taught you is only suitable for reciting from start to finish. It's a bit rigid, but it's better to memorize than not, right? Yes. Once you finish memorizing this book, I'll review it with you a few more times, and soon you'll be able to recite it backwards and forwards. Don't worry, I will make sure you succeed." The young princess blinked her eyes and asked, "Are you lying to me?" Chun Mo patted his chest and promised, "I'm not lying. If I do, you won't give me the Eternal Life Song anymore." Lu Shuang believed him. Although she was a bit naive about worldly affairs, she could tell how much Chun Mo valued this pill. The Eternal Life Song medicine was indeed effective, but for professionals, it was just a special healing drug. It worked well when acting alone, but in a team, there were several other spells that could replace it, and they healed much faster than taking medicine. For the Cloud Mist territory, this medicine is precious, but its value is limited and can be measured by equivalent items. However, for Chun Mo, things are completely different. On Blue Star, ordinary people using this medicine are usually old, weak, and frail. These people are very different from professionals, like fish fry compared to blue whales. The difference in life strength means that, whether in dosage or effect, the results are entirely different. Even when divided into several parts, the effect of Eternal Song of Life on Blue Star is like a miracle. In Chun Mo's mind, as long as he can save a top national hero, the value cannot be measured by money. The comparison between the two sides is on completely different levels. In Chun Mo's view, even if he can't get anything else, sending back a batch of Eternal Song of Life every year would make his journey to the starry continent worthwhile. He must hold on to this big opportunity with the young princess. Based on this understanding, Chun Mo considers the young princess's request as his top priority right now. He is ready. As soon as the next altar opens, he will immediately report her needs. He must gather the whole country's strength to help the young princess cheat. The young princess's explanation about the basic memory association method made the serious Lady Linda furrow her brow, full of doubts. But Chun Mo used a bunch of technical terms like neuron synapse directional activation and information flow timing solidification, talking so fancifully that she could only barely pretend to understand. Lady Linda could only trust and doubt at the same time, hoping for advanced learning in the next stage. The team continued forward. Chun Mo diligently practiced, while the young princess half-heartedly recited her lessons. If nothing unexpected happened, they would pass through the dark part of Baishur, enter the emerald green, and the young apprentice would offer strange objects. The princess would excel academically, and they would return home. However, on this return journey, it was unlikely that everything would go smoothly. When the team camped a few dozen kilometers from Baishur city, the leader of the Zircon family, Tykeport, arrived with a group of knights in pursuit. The sound of galloping horses was so loud that, for experienced professionals, it was like chasing with sirens blaring. By the time Tykeport approached the Cloud Mist camp, they had already set up battle formations. With a quick glance, the experienced Zircon leader knew that they couldn't win this fight. The opposing side not only had a large number of soldiers, but was also fully equipped with heavy infantry and heavily armored cavalry. Captain Zircon was speechless. What was this? Were they out of their minds? Why would anyone need such military strength while operating inside a friendly nation? He thought about how much trouble and expense it had taken just to get travel permits for a few of his own cavalrymen. Yet these people had brought a whole army in full armor. The paperwork alone for so many soldiers and their equipment must have been astronomical. Heavy cavalry were not just one rider and one horse. Normally, each heavy cavalryman needed at least 2 war horses, a pack animal, and 2 assistants. During travel, the heavy armor and weapons were carried by the pack animal, while the assistants took care of the horses and supplies. The knight himself rode unburdened, switching horses regularly to keep one always rested. Before battle, the 2 assistants helped the knight put on his full armor and prepared the rested warhorse with its own protective gear, ensuring both rider and horse were ready to fight at full strength. The cloud mist camp across from them was organized exactly like that. They had enough pack animals and assistants, so when Tickport's small cavalry squad saw them, a third of the Emerald Duchy's soldiers were already in full armor, reins tightened, their horses restless and pawing at the ground, ready to charge at any moment. Meanwhile, Tickport's own men, though elite heavy cavalry at home, had traveled light to move quickly through mountains and rivers. He had planned to make a strong first impression, to show confidence and power, but now it looked like he was only embarrassing himself. Well, if that was the case, he could only start with courtesy. Yes, courtesy first. From a distance of 1 arrow's flight, he dismounted and ordered a soldier to remove his armor and weapons, then stepped forward to deliver the Zircon family's visiting card while calling out loudly, "Proof of the shining river, descendant of crystal light, southern bulwark of honor, foundation of humanity's defense." From the Marquisate of the Malachite Kingdom, under the Zircon family banner, from the Radiant City, Black Armor Knight Tickport, paying respects to His Highness of the Cloud Mist territory of the Emerald Duchy. At the front of the formation, Guard Commander Pevin's hand moved slightly on his sword hilt. The half-drawn blade slid back into its sheath with a crisp sound. Expressionless, he lifted his chin, signaling a soldier to step forward, take the visiting card, and quickly carry it into the center of the camp. About 10 minutes later, Tickport was granted permission to approach the Cloud Mist army formation. "Speak. What is the matter?" The armored knight's voice was strong and loud. Even from several hundred meters away, his words clearly reached the camp of Yunwu territory. At this moment, it was the daily reading session. The young princess was responsible for reading, and Chen Mo was there to guide. Although the book, Noble Etiquette, had long been finished recording, to avoid suspicion and to delay time, Chen Mo still chose to let Princess Lu Shuang memorize 1 section each day. When he heard the name of the Zircon family, Chen Mo immediately understood that they were probably coming for him. His nerves tightened instantly. Although he had gotten along well with the young princess and her group recently, he knew nothing about any dark dealings among the nobles. Chen Mo remembered the warning from his elders at home. Always prepare for the worst. He cleared his throat, stopped the young princess who was peeking outside, and said, "I have some conflicts with the Zircon family. They might be here to find me. I need to prepare and will be back soon." Before Princess Lu Shuang could react, Chen Mo quickly ran to his private carriage. He put on a stab-proof suit, fixed the protective plates, first aid kit, and grenade belt in easy reach. He also tucked a folding mini submachine gun under his coat and kept a pistol and full magazine in his pocket. He attached a drone with a patch bomb to the carriage window, removed all the messy equipment from Xiaobai, leaving only the automatic rifle and remote-controlled bombs. After finishing everything, he took a deep breath and pushed open the carriage door. As soon as he stepped down, he bumped into Princess Lu Shuang's clear, curious amber eyes, which were fixed on him, or rather, on his somewhat bulky coat. He wondered if he was overreacting. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. If things go wrong later, should he kidnap the young girl? It felt a bit wrong to think that way, but he couldn't afford to have any accidents now. His family was waiting for news. He thought, try not to go that far, but if it really comes to a dead end, then he might have no choice. At worst, after getting through this, he could compensate them a bit. His chaotic thoughts collided fiercely in his mind, but Chen Mo forced a gentle smile and slowly moved closer. It took some time to organize the battle preparations. Now, both sides have finished their first round of negotiations. The young princess proudly begins to describe. The Zircon family. Are you really the ones who killed their heir? I guess it must be him who provoked you, right? Is that what you call a bootlicker? She waves her small hand and imitates giving orders. I told Puin to tell them to get lost. But that big leader is still outside, shouting about wanting to demand justice from you. Humph. I told Puin that if they bother us again, we'll tie them up and throw them into the river to feed the fish. Don't worry. You're the teacher who's going to teach me how to memorize things. Chinemo feels a little ashamed of his dirty thoughts just now. He decides to clarify the situation to give the other side an explanation. Accompanied by Captain Puin, Chinemo calls out from afar to the other side. Captain Puin takes control of the scene. Mr. Chinemo is our princess's guest. We didn't want to bother with the Zircon family's unreasonable behavior, but since we are all nobles, I want to clarify the facts. I hope you won't keep bothering us. Chinemo nods gratefully to Puin, then pulls out a small electronic amplifier and speaks to the knight from the Zircon family, who is kept outside the guard line. Sir from the Zircon family, your young master intended to kill me. I was forced to defend myself and had no choice but to fight back. In fact, even if you hadn't come after me, once I finish dealing with the issues in the Federation of Creek Moon, I will come to seek an explanation from you. First, I want to hold your Zircon family responsible for poor discipline, allowing your people to act violently, kill innocent civilians, and even use brutal methods, collaborating with mercenaries to attack noble children. When saying this, Chinemo feels a twinge of sadness. This defense was prepared by his family. It analyzes the virtual game scene incident in detail from all angles. The most important point is that legal experts pointed out that the little golden retriever had repeatedly killed people before, but since he was killing civilians, in this world with huge social status differences, it was considered justifiable, not wrong. This means that those in power have the right to punish and control those below them. However, the punishment was excessive and crossed the line, showing an imbalance. The only mistake that could be caught was attacking Chinemo, who is also a noble. In fact, Chinemo is not a noble in this world. Therefore, Chinemo is using a fake, false excuse to criticize the real crimes of the little golden-haired girl. This seems absurd and unreasonable. Chinemo steadied himself and continued reading his speech. Second, the noble leaders act improperly, issuing bounties in underground black markets, recklessly violating the continent's agreements and the Federation's laws, disregarding the honor of nobility. This point criticizes the hidden rules openly. The young princess and her maidservants, inexperienced, listen with fascination, while Captain Peiwen and Master Locke, who are more experienced, can only smile bitterly. Third, even though the country has laws and the nobles have treaties, you try to replace justice with private revenge, which is a shame for nobles. Fourth, Chinemo probably doesn't know that there are still several failed attempts on his life, or he would have added many more points to his speech. Overall, his speech is full of righteous words, but mostly just empty political correctness that can't be enforced. However, since our side's strength is greater than theirs at the moment, this kind of political talk still has some value. The Knight of Tykeport tried to argue several times, but was easily suppressed by Chinemo, who was well prepared. In the end, the knight could only leave with a stiff knightly bow, full of anger. The crisis was temporarily over. The captain of the Zircon Knight team didn't dare to go back without a clear plan. He sent someone to report and led his team to follow the Cloud Mist team from afar, hoping to wait for the negotiations among the upper nobles to conclude. When they reached the Whitestone outpost, bad news arrived. The airship on this route had crashed. It would take time to gather another airship, so the Cloud Mist team couldn't fly as planned. They had to either wait for the unknown arrival of the new airship or head west to another airship port. Alternatively, they could take a big loop around, returning via the eastern ground route through the dark forest. Master Locke and Captain Peiwen discussed and decided not to wait. They chose to go around from the east. This extended their journey significantly. During this time, Chinemo adjusted his aggressive training style and began to flatter and praise Princess Frost from different angles. He had no choice. Despite having guns and explosives, his safety still depended on the whims of these nobles. Moreover, Without the little princess watching over me, facing those nights alone might not end well. One day, Chun Imo finished reading a lesson with the little princess and told her a funny joke. Once, a factory had a big explosion. The short worker was fired by the boss. When others asked him why, he looked sad and said, Chun Imo deliberately paused, and sure enough, the little princess started to answer quickly. I know. It's because the dwarf broke the machine. Wrong. Try again. Maybe the dwarf didn't go to put out the fire in time. Try again. After several guesses, Princess Lu Shuang finally couldn't hold back and asked, Just tell me, why did it happen? Chun Imo pretended to speak in a rough voice, acting like the dwarf, and answered slowly. During the explosion, I was blown into the air. I only fell back down after 10 seconds. Guess what happened next? The greedy factory boss said I was absent without leave for 10 seconds, violated the work contract, didn't pay me a single cent, and then fired me. The little princess was stunned at first, then burst out laughing. Well, if she can laugh like that, it means she hasn't been hurt by society yet. Then, Chun Imo heard a nearly heart-stopping comment. Chun Imo, you're so funny. When I get married someday, you come find me, and we can have a secret affair, okay? What? Chun Imo rubbed his eyes hard, making sure the adorable little girl in front of him was indeed Lu Shuang, the little princess of Yunwu territory. He then cleared his ears and asked in disbelief, What did you just say? I think you're very interesting. Princess Lu Shuang tilted her head, her big eyes looking overly innocent. You're so hardworking and know so much. When I get married someday, you come find me, and we can have a secret date. It would be so fun. My second and third sisters often sneak around and have secret meetings. They say it's so much fun. By the way, Liu Shuang suddenly seemed to think of a good idea, leaned in closer, and whispered, You're so interesting, my sixth sister will definitely like you. She hasn't found anyone to secretly meet with yet. Maybe we can all play together then. This was really exciting, and Chun Imo felt a little overwhelmed. Seeing the innocent tone in the young princess's words when she said such mischievous things, he thought it was necessary to teach her about the proper values of a harmonious society. Actually, I think secretly meeting is not right. Marriage should be with someone you love, and you should stay loyal. Princess Liu Shuang's big, clear eyes widened even more, full of confusion. But how can that work? If you marry someone you love and then stop loving them, wouldn't you have to get a divorce? Yes. Chun Imo thought the young princess's way of thinking was fine. What about the family? There are so many things mixed together. How can they be separated? The two lowered their voices, and, after a difficult conversation, Chun Imo finally pieced together the logic of how the noble world on this starry continent operates, based on what Princess Liu Shuang accepted as education. This was a world very different from what he knew, with rules that felt strange and unfamiliar. Some of these rules made him shiver, but here, they seemed to have their own reasons and value. According to Liu Shuang, there are many kinds of marriages among nobles, and the most important one is the benefit-based union between bloodlines. Yes, benefit-based union. Every marriage of direct noble descendants is to make the family stronger and more prosperous. It's a duty that cannot be avoided. Such marriages are not meant to involve feelings. The reason is simple. Love is a fleeting thing. One moment, you might love someone deeply. The next, you could hate them just as much. If two lovers marry, and then their family's interests become tangled, and the marriage ends in betrayal or conflict, what happens to the intertwined benefits of those families? Throughout the long history of this starry continent, there are many bloody stories of love turning into hatred, leading to wars between noble families and ultimately destruction. Because of this, the nobles silently agreed on strict rules to prevent such tragedies. When discussing interests, do not talk about feelings. Only by not loving can one avoid hatred. Because of this tradition, in noble family estates, men often take many concubines, and women seek companions, which has become a common and understood practice. Anyway, since neither side has real feelings, everyone just does their own thing. This way, it doesn't affect the family's plans and also satisfies personal emotional and physical needs. In the eyes of the young princess, being chosen as Chun Mo's top secret lover shows she really likes him. Moreover, she plans to introduce Chun Mo to her sister. Really, my sixth sister is very beautiful. I think she might like you too, the young princess said confidently. her eyes shining. Next time, I'll take you to meet her, and you'll see. Chinimo couldn't correct the young princess and was instead a bit moved by her words. He could only force out a smile that was worse than crying and hurriedly ran away. Watching Chunmo's hurried departure, the young princess looked confused and asked Linda, who was walking out of the tent, "Does he not like me?" Linda gently patted the young princess and thought for a moment before replying, "No, our young princess, who wouldn't like you? But he seems to have received very special training. I suspect he might be the heir of a certain family. In noble systems, the heir often has some freedom and can be a bit rebellious. Children who are too obedient might make the family dull, while rebellious ones could lead the family into trouble." During the next part of the journey, Chunimo switched back to diligent training mode. He was unsure how to respond to Princess Lu Shuang's bold suggestion. Should he agree? It felt wrong. Should he refuse? He also felt a little reluctant. Forget it. He decided to focus on training. Thus, Lu Shuang's team led the way, with Zircon's squad following behind. They traveled eastward, dusty and tired, crossing muddy wetlands and swamps, climbing rugged canyons, and crossing cold, rushing streams at the northern foothills. They were about to reach the legendary ground passage at the eastern end of the dark forest, the blood-red corridor. The vast, dark forest is the last stronghold of the elves. Once a powerful clan covering thousands of miles with hundreds of thousands of soldiers, they now can only hide within the jungle. This sharp contrast is hard for the proud, pointed ears to accept. To this day, the entire dark forest remains a forbidden zone for their people. According to the Treaty of the Five Nations Alliance, the elves strictly reserved exclusive rights to the dark forest. Any outsiders entering the forest could be dealt with freely by the elves. Of course, if they completely cut off contact from the north and south, the human nations might risk destroying this elven territory. After many discussions, the elves reluctantly agreed to leave 3 passages open. On the west and central sides, there are airship routes used by the dwarf clan. The dwarves deliver special supplies to the elves and, in return, are granted permission to operate these routes. The easternmost land route was created over 400 years ago by a human swordsman of the 7th rank, known as the Skybreaker. At that time, the swordsman suffered from severe acrophobia and couldn't ride floating ships. He chose to travel by sea to the southern continent. When he heard that his territory was under attack, he hurried back day and night. He requested passage through elven lands, but was refused. The Skybreaker decided to break through by force. The elves understood the importance of such a fearless warrior and didn't want to lose their fighters. But they also couldn't allow humans to break the rules. So, they summoned jungle monsters and ancient war trees along the way to block him. The Skybreaker chose a narrow of land backed by mountains on the eastern side of the dark forest. Armed with only a sword, he fought his way through, leaving a trail of corpses and blood. The ancient trees were piled high with fallen bodies. In the end, even the fiercest predators in the jungle dared not attack him. He disappeared into the distance, leaving the elves to watch helplessly. This is how the Blood Corridor got its name. Since then, the elves established an unwritten rule. As long as you can pass through the jungle monsters blocking the way, the elves will not interfere and will allow passage. There is also a popular, darkly humorous story about the Skybreaker. After facing countless dangers and finally returning to his fragile territory, he fought for days in bloody battles and managed to repel the enemies. Exhausted and scarred, he drank the healing potion, carefully prepared by his worried wife. Then, he died from poisoning. Afterward, the wife and her young butler, with whom she had been flirtatious, happily lived together. Well, according to some unofficial stories, the details might be exaggerated or inaccurate. But in any case, he ultimately used his sword to leave a path for future humans. On the night before the Cloud Mist Territory's army was about to enter the blood-red corridor, a scout on a flying horse arrived with a cloud of dust, falling in front of the camp. His first words hit everyone like a thunderclap. War? It has started. Since arriving in this world, Chinimo had always heard that after many years of war, this continent finally enjoyed rare peace. The major kingdoms followed strict customs, carefully protecting this fragile time. Nobles enjoyed elegant communication and complex negotiations, while mercenary guilds served as channels and bridges to resolve conflicts. Apart from some border skirmishes and the annual orc autumn hunt, there had been no large-scale wars on this vast land for hundreds of years. This was an era praised as peace and stability. But Chun Imo also sensed the faint, restless energy beneath the volcano. Under the shadow of the dark castle of Black Crow, he saw how nobles recklessly trampled on commoners. The oppressed and silent lower classes looked on with despair and hidden anger. In the Six-Leaf Camp and Hedgehog Tavern, amid the noisy drunkenness and the smell of alcohol and sweat, drunken gamblers crowded together, cursing the world with rough voices. No matter how they struggled, their coins slipped away like flowing sand through their fingers, leaving no hope. In Whitestone City, bankrupt mercenaries and landless farmers endured brutal exploitation, just to scrape together a meal for themselves and their families. Chun Imo still remembers old John's long sigh. I think war is only a matter of time. In modern political theory, when peace lasts too long, and the ruling class exploits the lower classes more severely, social conflicts intensify until they become impossible to resolve. War is bound to come as scheduled. Either there is a fierce internal fire that spreads like wildfire. People unable to survive raise their sickles to overthrow the rulers. Or there is external pressure from invading armies, using the blood of others to extinguish their own country's anger. No matter the reason, war has truly arrived. The information brought by the scout riders is limited. One thing is certain. Throughout the southern part of the continent, either actively or passively, everyone has been drawn into this large-scale war. Emerald Pine, Green Pine, and Creek Moon have declared war on the Jade Empire. Urgent messages from home are telling you to retreat quickly, or it will be too late. This is truly the worst news possible. South of the Dark Forest is the Creek Moon Federation. North of it is the Green Pine Kingdom. The group from Cloud Mist territory now finds itself surrounded by enemy lands, with enemies on all sides. The leaders of Cloud Mist immediately held a closed-door meeting. After more than an hour, Princess Frost, looking pale, finally left the tent and, somewhat distracted, walked over to Chun Imo. Chun Imo, you should go now. Hurry and leave. Chun Imo frowned slightly, still not fully understanding what was happening. The guard Captain Paven, who was walking quickly toward him, clarified, Mr. Chun, the Southern War has started. As members of the territory, we must return to fight. The journey will be dangerous. You're not from the Jade Empire, so it's better if you stay somewhere safe for a while or find a way back to your family. It will be safer. Princess Frost nodded and forced a small smile. Yes, after the war is over, remember to come find me. You promised to teach me how to memorize things. Chun Mo's thoughts raced in an instant. Honestly, the longer he stayed in this world, the more he felt that every person here has their own story. Greed, cruelty, kindness, honesty, these qualities intertwine, revealing the true face of the starry continent. No matter what, the people of Cloud Mist territory are the friendliest group he has ever met. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ended up here by a twist of fate, from the Six-Leaf Camp all the way to this place. I actually don't have anywhere to go. Besides, I still have those zircon tails. I can't leave either. Paven tightened his grip on his armor. They won't bother you anymore soon. The war has already begun. For Paven, it's impossible to tolerate a skilled enemy squad following behind him. Offering a favor to Chun Imo, that's just an easy task. At the camp, the auxiliary soldiers quickly and carefully wrapped each horse's forelegs with thick gray fur. Taking cover behind the tents, the elite cavalry of the Cloud Mist Legion quietly mounted their horses, wearing light armor, holding short weapons, and drawing their bows, ready to launch a lightning-fast attack. Paven also mounted a tall, strong horse. For the first time, Chun Imo saw the usually gentle and elegant guard captain reveal a fierce killing aura. They often spoke softly and politely, so Chun Imo almost forgot that he was a violent professional soldier. Inside the camp, the horses started to quicken their steps. Because of the fur wrapped around their hooves, their sounds were very quiet. It wasn't until they rushed out of the camp that the Zircon Legion squad, which had been trailing not far behind, suddenly realized what was happening and hurriedly ran toward their horses in panic. It was too late. The Cloud Mist Legion riders charged at full speed, closing the distance in just a few breaths. Dense crossbow arrows shot out, mainly targeting the enemy's horses. The Zircon Legion cavalry couldn't accelerate in time and fell one after another in the arrow rain. Only the Tykeport Knights ignored the arrows flying at them, fighting back with continuous left and right swings, protecting their horses. A gust of wind swept through. Captain Pevin leapt from his horse, activating his special sword technique. Charge. Bang. The fallen leaves on the ground were torn apart, creating a long scar. The Golden Scale Swordsman and the Black Armor Knight clashed fiercely in an instant, producing a loud boom that sounded like a heavy hammer hitting everyone's eardrums. Then came a series of clashing blades and armor. Both sides were trained warriors from the kingdom, with swordsmanship styles typical of the Moon Kingdom, characterized by bold and sweeping moves. Because their strength was similar, the fight should have been evenly matched. However, after just a few seconds, Tykeport couldn't hold on anymore. Pevin relied on his team and healing support behind him. Once again, he used a risky tactic. Each strike aimed to exchange lives. His attacks made the Zircon Knights frantic, shouting loudly. "Are you crazy? You're attacking a messenger of a kingdom marquis, the guard captain of a high noble. Stop. We have no ill intentions, only to follow the city lord's orders. Let us go. I swear on my knight's honor that I will no longer follow." Pevin remained silent, attacking quickly with one sword after another. "You madman, do you think I dare not kill you?" Seeing his wounds multiply and his cavalry all shot down, Tykeport's eyes flashed with fierce anger. He finally shouted loudly, turned around, and after blocking Pevin's sword, charged forward, knocking aside 2 Jade cavalry soldiers blocking his way, and headed straight into the dark forest. Although entering the dark forest might lead to being ambushed by elves, Captain Pevin clearly didn't want to give the enemy any chance to escape. He launched another rapid charge, directly intercepting the enemy's escape route. Using such a high-speed boost skill repeatedly in a short time put a heavy strain on his body, but Pevin didn't care. With healing behind him, he was reckless. Once again, the two sides collided. Pevin staggered back a few steps, finally sealing the enemy's escape route. However, Tykeport and his team saw this as their chance. The captain of the Zircon City Guard was no ordinary soldier. Knowing that being caught would make escape unlikely, the Zircon Knight commander took advantage of the collision to break through Pevin's defense. Instead of retreating, he advanced, charging straight toward the Yunwu camp. A few cavalry tried to block him, but were ruthlessly pushed aside. The power of the armored knight was fully displayed at this moment. Pevin desperately chased after him. The warriors of the Jade territory hurriedly formed a defensive line at the camp entrance. Master Locke clenched his staff tightly, casting multiple protective spells on the soldiers at the gate. Even Lady Linda struggled to hold back her trembling, standing in front of the young princess. But none of this could stop the Zircon City Guard captain, who charged forward like a raging rhinoceros, crashing through everything in his path. Chun Imo crouched down, aimed his gun, and opened fire. The crackling gunfire echoed across the valley. Can an automatic rifle stop a 4th-tier armored knight after a class change? Chun Imo proved on the battlefield that it cannot. So far, Chun Mo's experience with power levels has been sharply divided, either at the bottom of society as a 1st-tier copper mark or as a core member of the noble class at the 4th tier. Just as Pevin and others had a vague idea of the power of Chun Mo's weapons, Chun Imo also lacked understanding of high-level warriors' resilience. Now, he finally had a real combat test. The strength of the professional was clearly shown at this moment. Chun Imo fired an empty magazine and still couldn't bring down the Great Knight as expected. But that didn't mean the opponent wouldn't pay a price. Bullets kept hitting the knight's shining blue body. These were spiritual energies formed through countless days and nights of hard training, now stubbornly blocking the violent impact of weapons from another world. The fast-spinning bullets pierced through his clothes, like tiny drills, carving small dents into his skin. They quickly lost their energy and burned up the knight's protective aura. This barrage made the knight bleed all over and slowed down Tykepot's speed a little. But it didn't cause real damage. Instead, it ignited the knight's fierce rage. Tykepot roared angrily and charged even more fiercely. A wild boar that isn't hit in a vital spot usually reacts like this. The soldiers of Cloud Mist territory saw the bloodied, but more ferocious knight charging at them. Their muscles tensed involuntarily. The terrible reputation of the professional made them tremble, but military discipline prevented them from retreating. They could only grip their weapons tightly, feeling the smell of rust and blood in the air, along with a suffocating sense of pressure. Bullets couldn't stop him, and grenades seemed unlikely to work either. A quick thought flashed through Chunmo's mind. Without hesitation, he took out a Type 4 grenade from his belt, pulled the pin, pressed it, took a half-step run up, and threw it toward the knight. He then swiftly turned and dove into the defensive circle formed by the Jade Forest soldiers, who were holding their swords and shields. This was a specially made military pressure grenade. Boom! A deep, dull explosion followed. A huge, dazzling fireball over 2 meters in diameter suddenly expanded, swallowing the area in the middle. Although Tikpot reacted quickly and dodged the worst of the blast, the multiple shockwaves caused by the cloud explosion inside the pressure grenade still hit him hard. Even a knight who could walk through bullets was knocked off balance. Tikpot felt his vision turn black, his ears ringing loudly, as if countless bronze bells were crazily ringing inside his head. The nearby powerful explosion not only shook him, making his internal organs feel like they were flipping inside his body, but also instantly used up the surrounding oxygen, causing a feeling of suffocation in his chest. A strong dizziness overwhelmed him, completely confusing his sense of direction. The great knight staggered a few steps, shook his head hard, and tried to figure out where the enemy was. Then he heard a sharp scream behind him. Captain Puin launched his third attack, fiercely striking the back of Tikpot. His long sword pierced straight through the Zircon knight's waist and abdomen. Then he pulled back, creating a large L-shaped gap, and blood sprayed out like a fountain. Despicable. You ambushed me. Tikpot struggled to turn his head slightly, coughing up a large amount of blood, clearly from internal bleeding that had refluxed into his throat. Without hesitation, Puin drew his sword again and struck. The Zircon knight used his last strength to hold onto the sword, even as his fingers were cut off. He asked his final question with difficulty. Why? Puin softly replied, "The green pine and the emerald are at war. We are now enemies." He pushed the blade inward, piercing through the knight's heart. Tikpot's eyes lost their light, and his tall body collapsed heavily to the ground. Captain Puin glanced at the large crater caused by the pressure grenade, then looked at Chun Mo with a complex expression. He gave a thumbs up to Chun Mo and then ordered, "Clear the battlefield quickly. We must leave immediately." The soldiers of the Cloud Mist Legion hurriedly tidied up the scene. Chun Mo, who was free for a moment, began to count his gains. First conclusion: using a 5.8mm round to fight a warrior isn't very effective. Captain Puin looks down on small bullets, and that makes sense. Second, grenades can't guarantee to eliminate enemies. I need to talk to my family and see if they have any better weapons. As the Cloud Mist Legion team quickly finished clearing the scene and headed toward the dark forest, Chunemo also chose to stay with the group. The young princess's team had helped him more than once. Now, if he turned around and ran away, he would feel a bit guilty. Of course, the more important reason was that although the Cloud Mist Legion faced a war crisis, they were a well-trained, well-equipped elite team. Chunemo thought that staying with them would be safer under normal circumstances. As for if they were attacked by a large enemy force, he would deal with that when it happened. His altar was almost ready to be used. Currently, my main concern is whether I should confidently hand over the weapons from Blue Star to the warriors led by Yunwu. The leaders of Yunwu were very happy that Chun Mo decided to continue traveling with them. Captain Peiwen felt the most. As a traditional swordsman, he uses noble and straightforward skills, not sneaky assassination tactics. Usually, when fighting peers, he often ends in a draw. But in a short time, Chun Mo has already defeated one 4th rank and one 5th rank opponent. This achievement makes him confident that among his peers, he is probably second, and no one else can claim first. More importantly, he knows that although he can easily handle this young guy with a charge, the strange, non-magical tools the other side uses are clearly part of a systematic killing weapon. This must come from a ruthless, bloodthirsty king or warlord. He wonders how this elegant and friendly young man caught the attention of such a brutal ruler. Right now, this young noble is on his side, which makes him feel safe. If in the future they can offer better sacrifices, they might even get some stronger equipment. As for the young princess, she is very pleased with her potential secret lover, who stands up heroically at critical moments. She often circles around Chun Mo, secretly glancing at him with her big eyes. Master Locke, who also works as an alchemist, examined the scene again and gave a very accurate evaluation of the weapon, a powerful tool for breaking enemy formations. Chun Mo was accepted into the top leadership meeting of the Yunwu core team. On the surface, the team is led by Princess Lu Shuang, but in decision-making, she is just a mascot with no real power. The other two military leaders rely heavily on Captain Pei Wen's judgment, so command is very unified, and there's no conflict. Pei Wen quickly reported his plan. All carts and supplies were abandoned. The soldiers replaced their heavy armor with light armor, carrying only light weapons and riding into battle. We can't beat the enemy's regular army, even with full armor. We can only rely on mobility. We must shed all burdens. By burdens, Pei Wen meant not only equipment, but also personnel. The injured soldiers who are unable to move easily, delicate maids, temporary mercenaries, and those auxiliary soldiers who are no longer useful, received money from Pei Wen and were told to disperse on their own. Find a safe place to hide. Once the war is over, I will send someone to pick you up. If the road becomes peaceful, you can also find a chance to go to the Cloud Mist territory on your own. If you are captured by the enemy, you are allowed to surrender. But remember, do not speak ill of the Lord or the princess. Go. If you are still in my sight after 20 breaths, then don't expect to live. The maids were tearful, and the young princess was also reluctant to part. But Pei Wen firmly drove them away. With the remaining 20 soldiers, he protected the young princess and the mage team, and they hurried into the dark, dense forest. They planned to head north, crossing the entire enemy territory toward the vast Emerald Plains. The Blood Corridor was not a big challenge for this team. Since the elves had opened a ground passage, they didn't want to waste their precious fighting power here. Now, only some ordinary monsters and scattered white bones, worn down by time, remained on the road. A team of elite guards could easily clear out any trouble along the way. They didn't encounter any pedestrians. Without strong forces or urgent situations, most people preferred not to take this route. After all, a dark, gloomy forest isn't a safe place. If there's a safe flying ship, why not use it? For Chun Mo, the real challenge was the journey itself. Because he needed to travel light and quickly, he had to abandon bulky equipment like weather stations, collection devices, and solar panels, only taking the memory cards. Pei Wen keenly noticed the reluctance in Chun Mo's eyes. He arranged for his men to dig a hidden pit on a nearby hill and carefully buried those devices. Don't worry. After this battle, I will personally come back to get them. I won't leave them behind. Also, there was Skeleton White, who had been serving as his storage jar and long spear all along. He couldn't leave him behind now. Pei Wen assigned an extra soldier to carry White and his pack while they hurried along. On the way, they killed some monsters. Seeing Chun Mo interested, they let their soldiers take some of the creatures. At Chun Mo's request, Pei Wen also arranged scouts to gather some rare plants along the route. This caused some of the soldiers to look disappointed, as they had lost their personal defense gear and were repeatedly delayed for the sake of someone whose background was unknown, just to please them. But they dared not be angry or speak out. Not only did the young princess clearly show favoritism toward Chun Mo, but also the attitude of guard Captain Pei Wen played a role. Pei Wen's choice was simple. Chun Mo provided the team with a lark. This device had been gathering dust in Chun Mo's hands for a long time and had not been used before. Now, when it was brought out, it was a powerful advantage. When Pei Wen first saw the clear ground images from several kilometers ahead on the handheld platform, he was so excited he almost kneeled. What was this? It was a long-range, scouting eye for mages, and it could move on its own. As a soldier, Pei Wen knew how important reconnaissance was. With this super scout, his confidence in returning safely to the Emerald Kingdom grew rapidly. Over the next 4 days, the team struggled through the dark forest. Ancient trees blocked the sky, and patches of light barely pierced the thick canopy, shining on the ground covered with decayed leaves and slippery moss. The air was thick and damp, filled with the smell of earth, rotting wood, and a faint hint of blood. The guards moved silently, each encounter with low-level monsters accompanied by short shouts, the sound of weapons slicing through the air, and the beast's dying wails. The team was like a sharp blade, carving a scarlet path through the dark curtain that had remained silent for countless years. After 4 days of travel, they were about to reach the exit of the Blood Corridor. Then, what the Lark platform showed made Captain Pei Wen's face turn dark. The exit of the Blood Corridor was at the Rua Lu Mountain Pass in the Green Pine Kingdom. This road was rarely traveled in a year, so there was no need for a supply camp. The Wangsang City, which managed this area under the Green Pine Kingdom, usually only set up a small outpost here, with a few soldiers on patrol. They would ask about anyone passing through to know who they were, preventing powerful people from passing unnoticed. But now, on the high-definition camera of the Lark, a row of thick wooden stakes had been erected in front of the outpost, forming a large temporary camp. 6 tents had been set up, and guards with long spears patrolled back and forth. At both ends of the exit, tall watchtowers were built. The archer with a bow and arrow leaned lazily against the top railing, occasionally glancing at the quiet jungle. As the reconnaissance distance of the Lark drone gradually closed in, one of the frontline archers on the watchtower looked up and nervously raised his bow. The Lark drone swayed, quickly pulled back, and retreated at high speed. On the other side of the road, the watchtower guard looked around but saw nothing unusual. He asked loudly, "What's wrong?" "There's a strange bird. Its shape doesn't look right." "A bird? Why are you so nervous?" "There are many weird things with long ears." "Don't worry, they won't come out. I just feel uneasy. It's like something in this forest is watching me." "Haha. Funny you should say that." The guard across the way laughed loudly. "Every time I go back to the city, those young women are always secretly watching me from the corner. Just get used to it." Back in the dark forest, several leaders of the Misty Cloud faction, along with Chun Mo, an outsider guest, huddled together, heads close. They watched Chun Mo enlarge the images on the drone's screen until the badge on the guard's chest became clear. It's the regular army of the Green Pine Kingdom. The small shield badge they're carrying probably belongs to troops from Wangshan City. Puan looked at the Lark drone quietly on the ground with a complicated expression. This device could not only scout in real time, but also record and replay footage and zoom in on details. Using it in marching and fighting was simply incredible. Estimate: there are at least 1 infantry squad, about 120 people. Puan quickly assessed the enemy situation. According to Green Pine's military system, squad leaders are usually second-tier professionals. We can fight them. He pointed to the narrow mountain pass guarded by 2 watchtowers on the screen. But the problem is the terrain. They hold the advantage with their position and have warning systems. The open area in the middle can't be hidden. I can charge through, but my brother's behind me. Puan shook his head. That's impossible. So, I'll go ahead alone and try to disrupt their defenses. If I can confuse them, the guards will follow immediately. Hearing this, the faces of the Misty Cloud leaders grew serious. Chun Mo looked at the fort on the screen and couldn't help but ask, "Is there no room for negotiation? Perhaps I could try buying a path?" Old Locke, standing nearby, coughed heavily and took over the conversation. "The Lord of Wangshan City is a vassal of the Zircon family. All right, then there's no need to discuss it further. I've been meaning to ask." It said that Princess Lu Shuang. "Your Highness, are there elders from the elf race? Are they in this dark forest? Could we possibly go and hide there for a while?" Captain Puan shook his head with some frustration. "It's difficult. When the elves discover outsiders entering the dark forest, they usually attack first, sometimes by summoning magical beasts or strange plants. Pleading won't help. The only safe way to enter the elf territory is to apply at the elf outpost on Red Tree Heights, explain your reason, and wait for the elders' approval before following their designated route into the dark forest." Chun Mo rubbed his temples and asked one last question. If you can't break through, what happens then? What do we do afterward?" Puan gave a bitter smile. "If I can't break through, it means there are high-level fighters on the other side too. So, I honestly don't know if I can come back. If I can return, I'll look for another chance and find a way. But if I can't come back, then you should immediately return to Sia. The terrain there isn't as dangerous, and there might still be a chance to escape. At that time, everyone should just accept their fate." the atmosphere at the scene was a bit heavy. Chen Mo felt that the people from Cloud Mist territory seemed very pessimistic. He still lacked a full understanding of the overall situation on the continent. The names that everyone in the area knew well sounded like characters from stories to him, like NPCs in a game. In reality, except for him and Princess Lu Shuang, who was somewhat naive about worldly affairs, the other leaders of Cloud Mist territory and some soldiers had their own feelings about the situation. This battle was looking grim for the Emerald Kingdom. At its peak, the Moonshade Kingdom controlled over a dozen vassal states. These states varied in size and strength, but regardless of border changes, the general rule was, the kingdom was larger than the duchy, and the duchy was larger than the county. In this region, the Emerald Kingdom's territory, population, economy, and military strength were all significantly weaker than the Green Pine Kingdom and the Xia Federation. Possessing the ability to occupy the central area of the Jade Great Plain is due to two reasons. First, the ancestors are strong fighters. Second, there is strong backing behind them. Now, facing the alliance of two major forces, it will be very difficult to hold out without external help in time. The bigger problem is that the conflicts among the four southern countries are actually just a reflection of the power struggle among superpowers. Behind this are the Moon Kingdom and the Mist Moon Divine Court, representing the ideological battle between secular royal authority and the union of politics and religion. Based on how the Mist Moon Divine Court has been growing stronger over the years, it's uncertain how long the Jade Republic can expect external support. In this situation, if they delay returning, the Republic might already be defeated. This is why Puyin is so anxious and desperately trying to hurry back. After thinking for a while, Chen Mo decided to offer some possible help to this team working together. In 2 days, my summoning altar skill will be ready to use again. Maybe we should wait a little longer to see if I can get some new support from the great beings of distant worlds. The leaders of the Mist Moon looked at each other with bright eyes. Over the next 2 days, Chen Mo focused on adjusting his state and resting, while also directing the team to pack various beasts, plants, and supplies, preparing for another bloodline sacrifice journey. This time, because he completed spiritual energy enlightenment and opened the element pool, Chen Mo can now draw some external spiritual energy to assist his altar teleportation. As a result, his summoning and teleportation efficiency will greatly improve. He can summon a strong zombie, or transport hundreds of kilograms of supplies from his hometown at once. Of course, if Chen Mo isn't completely out of his mind, the zombie probably won't make an appearance. Even as a Death Raiser, Chen Mo likely won't get a chance to summon zombies during his lifetime. On the day the summoning begins, Chen Mo takes it seriously, cleans his hands, changes clothes, while the Mist Moon's 4 leaders watch from outside. The guards raise the alert level. Chen Mo combines all the rituals he remembers from past lives, prayers, mass, exorcisms, mixing them together. He burns incense, recites spells, circles the altar 3 times clockwise and 3 times counterclockwise, focuses his mind on the 4 directions, mutters incantations, and sprinkles some mysterious magical powder. Seeing that the time is almost right, and leaving a small amount of fog-generating magical material, Chen Mo begins the final summoning ritual. He hasn't been idle these past 2 days, just thinking all the time. Great Cyber King, Mechanical Emperor, Lord of Eternal Thunder, Fearless Steel Sovereign, Leader of Silicon Intelligence, Prophet of Quantum Technology, Commander of Nuclear Fission, God of Industrial Cthulhu, your devout children praise your great name and pray for your response. Please grant the will of truth, so that the light of glory may shine upon this world. Chen Mo's magic model began to slowly spin. In the invisible void, a light blue space-time portal gradually opened. A swirling, deep vortex of space-time devoured the offerings one by one. After the ritual, Chen Mo sat on the ground, looking tired. He took the water bag handed to him by the young princess, drank a big sip, and, facing everyone's concerned eyes, waved weakly. It's fine. The summoning was successful. Now we just need to wait for the response from the highest being. It will take some time. Princess Lu Shuang looked hopeful. Chen Mo, you're amazing. Do you think the Great Lord on the other side really likes you? Maybe they'll send a bone dragon as a gift? Chen Mo, you really like bones, huh? Lady Linda gently tugged at the princess's sleeve. These few people knew a bit about necromancers. Even if Chun Mo's family had some connection to the great being on the other side, they wouldn't ignore the rules of summoning at the altar and send a bone dragon. Even the young apprentice mage couldn't handle it. If only they could get more of those hand grenades, like last time, Paven would have a 70% chance of passing the challenge. As for what happens next, that can be discussed later. Unsurprisingly, Chun Mo's letter caused a huge stir in the Eastern Summer Central. Previously, the Eastern Summer kept the news very secret. Now it seemed the military leaders could no longer hide it. After some difficult negotiations, the highest commander of the Eastern Summer military, Long Xiang Zhenyu, trembling as he pointed at the other two big shots, holding back several urges to curse out loud, finally stomped his foot in frustration and turned away. Immediately, an emergency high-level meeting of the Eastern Summer Staff Headquarters was convened. At the meeting, all the commanders and staff present could clearly feel the old leader's intense anger. The room fell completely silent. Today, we will do a military simulation. The content is top secret. If anyone leaks a word outside this door, they will face a military court. Commander Long Xiang adjusted his collar and sharply pounded the table. Also, aside from my instructions, do not ask questions. No matter how absurd or unrealistic the mission seems, do your best to complete it. Do you understand? Yes. The officers responded loudly, their excitement filling the entire meeting room. Then, a bucket of water was poured over their heads. Do you see this aerial photo? The current exercise scenario is that our troops are hiding at the red circle. We need to find a way to break through the enemy's mountain pass defenses on the outside. The parameters are as follows. Our side has 21 soldiers, armed with light weapons, long swords and crossbows. You can review the detailed data yourselves. The enemy's numbers are unknown, but estimated to be over 120. They also have cold weapons, possibly heavier ones, and are backed by a camp with a lookout tower, giving them a clear advantage in numbers and terrain. The staff officers looked at each other. This simulation had suddenly shifted to a cold weapons battle. Did the Chinese team cause trouble again? Note, the forests and mountains on both sides are restricted zones. No passage allowed. And the air wall? Known. We have one super soldier who can withstand all long-range attacks at medium distance. The number of enemy super soldiers is unknown, but suspected to be at least one. Now, we are about to receive support with some hot weapons. You must come up with a plan quickly to win this small-scale battle with minimal losses. Super soldiers, hot weapons. Okay, this simulation is getting creative. The staff officers started to get excited. Artillery, rockets, mid-range missiles, drone swarms, air-to-ground strikes. Fighting a cold weapons camp, isn't that easy? Then, Commander Jin, you said one sentence, and everyone was pushed back onto their seats. Support equipment must weigh around 100 kilograms, no more than 110 kilograms if possible. Also, there is no satellite or communication support. Chief of Staff Gu Liang, dressed in a neat Eastern Summer military uniform. The stars on his shoulder insignia glint faintly under the lights. Being able to stand out amid various power struggles and reach such an important position, his background, personality, and skills all make him a leading figure among the new generation of the Eastern Summer military. After quickly reviewing the materials provided by the veteran commander, he cleared his throat and stood up. Everyone, I'd like to share my understanding. I suggest we shift our perspective. The so-called super soldier can be seen as a heavily armored tank with very strong defense, but lacking long-range attack capabilities. In our side, our attack will be a small-scale, high-intensity combined effort of infantry and tanks. You know, this change in perspective makes the previous awkward feeling much better. Gu Liang moved to the big screen, drawing a circle with his laser pointer. On the other side, the confirmed information includes a large number of infantry, a certain number of armored vehicles, what the intelligence calls squad leader level, and possibly some heavy tanks, which are the super soldier level. Based on what the commander just said, the battlefield environment is extremely harsh. No satellites, no base stations, no communication support. This means our most relied upon precision-guided weapons are completely disabled, and we can only use inertial guidance, image recognition, or manual control. Finally, the terrain greatly limits our tactical options. No flanking, no infiltration, only direct frontal. Our only advantage is, Gu Chief of Staff pointed at the screen, the enemy is unaware of our presence and attack intentions, still in a routine, small-scale lookout and alert state. Requesting instructions from the commander. Are there any errors or deviations in the above battlefield environment setup? Long Xiangjin nodded in satisfaction. A good execution team can translate the leader's various strange strategic ideas, long-term plans, sudden inspirations, into clear, understandable, and actionable specific plans. After some quick adjustments, the problem becomes much simpler. How to eliminate enemy infantry, how to destroy enemy armored vehicles, how to deal with possible enemy tanks. While the staff officers rapidly devised several operational plans, a young officer raised his hand. Chief of Staff, may I ask whether our weapons are constrained by international treaties? Can biochemical weapons or certain conventional weapons be used? General Gu Liang immediately looked at the leader sitting at the head of the table. The old man paused for a few seconds, then decisively replied, ensure the safety of our personnel at the rear. All weapons can be used. The Chief of Staff shivered slightly. This statement needs to be understood in reverse. All weapons can be used, which means the restrictions of the Chemical Weapons Convention, Biological Weapons Convention, Conventional Weapons Convention, and even the Non-Proliferation Treaty are lifted. Ensuring the safety of the rear personnel implies that frontline soldiers are allowed to use unsafe weapons. The Chief of Staff quickly thought of a possibility, risking everything to clear the way for the rear. At this point, the tactical analysis was quite simple. The main difficulty was the weight of many weapons, which the staff could not accurately assess. So, the logistics department called in 2 technical experts. Several plans were prepared, and finally, the best one was chosen, the plan that seemed most suitable from all sides. Long Xiang reviewed the final plan again, then waved to dismiss the meeting. He took Gu Liang to another office behind the base, where Major General was already waiting, standing at attention. Seeing the senior officer arrive, he quickly saluted. Little Gu, this is a colleague from the equipment department. You are familiar with the plan, so immediately instruct the equipment team to prepare a full set of matching weapons. They will cooperate unconditionally with your requirements. The sooner, the better. The Chief of Staff's mind was filled with turbulent waves, but he dared not ask a single question. Yes, I will complete the task resolutely. The efficiency of Industrial Cthulhu was naturally trustworthy. After a tense wait, Chun Mo on the starry continent finally received feedback from the god of Industrial Cthulhu. Without the Bone Dragon, Princess Froststream's face was filled with obvious disappointment. Of course, she would be even more disappointed later because Chun Mo's promise of the backer artifact would have to wait until the next summoning. The heaviest load was carried by 3 specially made Big Eagle surveillance missiles. Chun Mo looked at the instructions, silent. This single missile, weighing 23 kilograms, does not need a launcher. It can reach an altitude of 2,500 meters and has a maximum patrol time of about 25 minutes. Once locked onto a target and launched, its terminal dive speed can reach 180 meters per second. To ensure the effectiveness of the Big Head Eagle, the war engineers of the Eastern Summer Equipment Department are considered crazy. They packed 3 types of heavy-duty payloads into this limited-weight cruise missile. High-explosive thermal pressure bombs, white phosphorus incendiary bombs, and nerve agent bombs. If launched, even the elves, Eternal Song, and the healers, him, wouldn't be able to save them. To make sure the missile hits accurately, the department sent a medium-sized smart turret equipped with 4 tiny reconnaissance drones, each weighing 1.8 kilograms, along with 3 handheld control units. The reconnaissance drones, cruise missiles, turret, and control units are already connected in a local network. The drones guide the missile to the target with precise positioning. If all the drones are destroyed or fail, the missile can still be controlled remotely using visual screens and handheld units to attack. This remote attack system accounts for about 80% of the weight of the equipment. There are also 2 rifles, a heavy anti-material rifle designed for fighting possible, tank-like, enemies, loaded with tungsten core armor-piercing rounds, and a lightweight rifle for long-range attacks on scouts or retreating soldiers. Finally, a variety of grenades, along with 2 gas masks, fill the remaining weight. The weapons focus on high power, easy operation, and one-shot effectiveness, without relying on logistics. Just by reviewing the weapons, Chen Mo has already mentally completed the full attack plan. Of course, the execution plan provided by the Eastern Summer is detailed and thorough. After simple communication and rehearsals, they chose a dark, windy night for the. A gentle breeze swept over the mountain, rustling the trees and hiding slight movements in the woods. On the lookout tower, the sentries in the mountain city remained vigilant, but couldn't see the eye-shaped drone hanging overhead. Suddenly, a faint sound of breaking the air was heard. 2. Big Head Eagle cruise missiles plummeted from 2,000 meters above, targeting 2 points within the clustered tents to ensure the explosion would cover the entire camp. Just in case, the last missile was also patrolling in the air, ready to strike. Accompanied by a loud, heart-stopping explosion, 2 orange-red fireballs burst almost simultaneously at the impact point, rapidly expanding and instantly consuming the tents in the camp. The shockwave from the explosion, like an invisible giant hammer, forcefully struck in all directions, ripping tents far away like paper. The air seemed to ignite instantly, creating a hellish scene of high pressure and high temperature. Right after the shockwave, fiery debris, sticky like ghostly flames, scattered like a shower of flowers from the explosion's force. They clung to everything flammable and non-flammable: tents, weapons, warhorses, and even living people. The intense burning made sizzling sounds, and the air was filled with a strong smell of smoke and burnt meat. The white phosphorus powder caught fire easily, trailing like shadows, entangling everything. Amid this hellish chaos, a silent mixture of 3 kinds of nerve toxins spread quietly through the camp. On the lookout tower at the front of the mountain pass, a sentry looked back in horror. The blazing fire lit up his face with a bloody glow. He instinctively reached for the alarm bell handle, but at the moment the bell rang with a ding-ding, a bullet pierced through his head. The young soldier's body tensed suddenly, and he fell from the high tower. This was Xiao Bai's doing. Among the current Cloud Mist territory team, Xiao Bai's marksmanship was the best. The first reason was that his hands didn't shake. The second was that, during long hours of study and training with Chen Mo, Xiao Bai, who was kept indoors every day, practiced aiming and shooting repeatedly. Even though he lacked some real shooting experience, with the help of a high-powered scope, hitting enemies was not difficult. On the other side, the sentry was responsible for another heavy anti-material rifle. But after the loud gunshot, the enemy was still ringing the bell urgently, clearly missing the shot. The shooter wasn't Chen Mo's small arms couldn't handle such a heavy anti-material rifle. The person controlling it was Lu Shuang, the young princess. Yes, although the elegant long sword at her waist has never been used, and although the young princess often appears as a naive little girl, in reality, Lu Shuang has studied under the famous female sword master Amber from the Jade Empire. With careful guidance and training from Pavan, she is a true professional swordswoman, a second-tier iron badge. If she weren't so lazy, her achievements would be much greater. When the young princess single-handedly swung a nearly 20-kilogram heavy anti-material rifle to create a gunfire display, Chen Mo immediately agreed to her request to play with guns, and began to seriously consider her earlier suggestion about sneaking around. It's not because he has dirty thoughts, but because he worries that if the other side uses force, he might end up losing everything. The young princess's first shot was completely off target, and no one knows exactly where it went. However, Captain Pavan seemed to have foreseen this. Since there were only 2 gas masks, only Pavan and another captain went ahead to attack. They took advantage of the night to quietly sneak to the edge of the woods and hide. At the moment of the earth-shaking explosion, they charged out together. Captain Pavan emerged from the forest and headed straight for the lookout tower the young princess was responsible for. With a fierce charge, the wooden high platform shattered into flying debris. He easily knocked out the sentry who fell from the broken lookout tower, then got up and continued to attack the camp. The 3-in-1 attack plan devised by the Eastern Summer staff was perfectly effective. The warm pressure bombs destroyed obstacles, tore through cover, created chaos, and caused casualties. Followed closely by white phosphorus bombs, which, after the cover was broken, turned into highly adhesive, deadly fire, sweeping away exposed living targets. Neurotoxic gas acted as the final cleanup, covering areas missed by the white phosphorus bombs. When Captain Pavan stormed into the camp, he saw a scene straight out of the soldiers who were killed instantly by the core flames and shockwaves of the warm pressure bombs were the lucky ones. Their deaths came so swiftly that, in this brutal war, it was almost a merciful release. The surviving soldiers faced burning from the white phosphorus bombs. Unlike other battlefield incendiary bombs like thermite, white phosphorus bombs are highly sticky after exploding. Soldiers covered in phosphorus fire instantly turned into firemen, running and howling in agony. They desperately ran and rolled, emitting heart-wrenching, scalp-tingling screams of despair. The sound gradually faded from loud and sharp to faint, finally disappearing completely as they twisted and collapsed. All that remained were blackened, curled-up wrecks emitting blue smoke. In the end, only a few lucky ones on the battlefield's edge survived. Because of their position, they avoided the first and second waves of attack, but ultimately faced the deadly embrace of nerve gas. The toxic gas seeped everywhere, attacking their fragile eyes and nasal membranes. The intense pain instantly shattered their sanity. The survivors began to scratch their faces wildly, tear at their skin, and some even forcibly gouged out their eyeballs. The scene was extremely bloody. Pavan quickly finished off the remaining enemies. Removing the threat swiftly also meant less suffering for these poor creatures. The only prisoner, the sentry Pavan knocked out, quickly revealed everything under the pain and fear of death. Mounting City had indeed received strict orders from the Zircon family to block the only exit to the Emerald Kingdom and to work with the Creek Moon Federation to kill the enemy from Emerald near the Dark Forest. After double-checking the information, Pavan decisively broke the sentry's neck. The battle ended so quickly, like a breeze sweeping across the plains, leaving only ruins and corpses behind. After this fight, the people of Cloud Mist territory looked at Chunemo as if he were the illegitimate child of the Moon Kingdom Emperor. The young princess was still a bit confused. "I think this isn't as strong as the Bone Dragon." Master Locke sighed and shook his head. "Your Highness, you need to realize that the danger of these weapons is only one part. What's more frightening is that they made a special combat plan for that mysterious being far away, just for him." He paused, trying to explain with a simple analogy the young princess could understand. "It's like our territory offering tribute to the Lord of the Duchy, asking for help. The Lord sends a squad of elite cavalry, which is normal and reasonable, but if the Lord not only sends troops, but also carefully arranges a mix of close-range, mid-range, and long-range units, and even sends a detailed battle plan specifying when to attack, which direction to approach from, and how to respond to surprises, that's no longer just about money or cooperation." Pavan felt a deep sense of realization. Most of the offerings for this sacrifice were collected by the Cloud Mist clan team. Those items were so insignificant that even a village chief's ghost would find them unimpressive. How could they possibly impress a Cyber King? He glanced at Chunemo, who was standing on a small hill, fiddling with some device. Pavan lowered his voice and said, "Also, you should know that the king behind him doesn't even know where the battlefield is." This showed how skilled the behind-the-scenes team was. Without understanding the situation or scouting the battlefield, they still made a battle plan that aimed to wipe out an infantry squad from the Green Pine Kingdom in one go. The plan even included detailed precautions. To prevent leftover nerve gas from harming people passing through the mountain pass later, they specially equipped the grenades with 3 types that could explode with high pressure, used to bomb the battlefield again and clear a safe path. Pavan didn't think the enemy would have any mercy for a group of dead bodies lingering in this strange, underworld atmosphere. All of this probably happened because Chunmo's mental strength wasn't enough. The enemy couldn't send more safe protective gear, so they sent aftercare equipment instead. Considering all this, Chunmo's background was becoming more mysterious to the leaders of the Cloud Mist clan. Pavan was a smart man. At such times, unnecessary questions should be avoided. They decided to return to their territory first. After passing through the Green Vine Mountain Pass, the elite team of the Cloud Mist clan saw a wide open space ahead, a smooth path. In the dark and dangerous forest, with its complex terrain, Pavan insisted that the soldiers bring their horses. The soldiers carried the horses on their shoulders or on their backs, protecting them with human effort as they crossed. Now, it was finally time for the horses to show their worth. Although they could only bring a limited number of horses, 1 or 2 per person, the team's speed increased quickly. At this moment, Chen Mo, who couldn't ride a horse, became a bit of a problem. Although it might have been more reasonable for Chen Mo to ride with the young lady, Princess Lu Shuang, it seemed that the leaders of the Cloud Mist clan didn't want to create this awkward situation. Chen Mo was taken by Captain Pevin and placed on his horse. His little white cloud platform, weapons, equipment, and supplies are carried by different soldiers, yet he still enjoys the greatest privilege within the team. It's important to note that even Lady Linda's constant possession of the Noble Etiquette book was discarded. The young princess hasn't changed her coat in a long time. Only Chun Mo's bottles, metal parts, and unknown powders are carefully kept deep in the soldiers' bags, not missing a single item. Of course, the soldiers of the Cloud Mist territory have no complaints. Sometimes, respect depends not only on status, but also on contribution or strength. As the horses galloped, Chun Mo and Puan's teamwork became more and more coordinated. Captain Puan knows the local mountains and towns very well. Chun Mo uses drones to make up for the lack of scouts in the team. When far from the enemy city, Chun Mo releases small reconnaissance drones in relatively safe areas. When entering zones marked as dangerous by Puan, Chun Mo switches to a wider range, higher resolution camera drone called Lark. This advanced real-time reconnaissance allows the elite team to move like ghosts deep inside the enemy's land, freely and swiftly, as if no one is watching. At least 3 times. Thanks to the drone's warning system, the team members, Yin Yi and Ma Lo-ko, quietly hide in deep valleys or dense forests. Nearby, enemy cavalry thunder past, raising dust and smoke, but they only brush past without noticing. As for the scattered enemy reconnaissance teams, they become the trophies, easily taken by Puan's guards. 4-star Golden Scale warriors can act recklessly against untransformed soldiers. In the past, they worried about running into enemies and scattering. Now, with drone intelligence support, they just hide near the enemy's main path, wait for them to pass, then strike swiftly, cleanly cutting off their heads and tails. They not only eliminate enemy rangers, but also replenish their horses and gradually switch to full sets of Green Pine Kingdom armor. With this disguise, the Cloud Mist team easily walks onto the official road, boldly showing themselves. The Green Pine Kingdom is aware of this team's existence, but their feudal management system grants each city-state high autonomy in politics, economy, and military affairs. This decentralized situation, combined with slow communication, limits their ability to defend beyond their own territory. Organizing coordinated efforts to hunt down the enemy is as difficult as launching a national war. Right now, the Green Pine Kingdom is already involved in a war, so they can't devote much effort to dealing with this small team. After 12 days of difficult travel, the Cloud Mist leader team passed through the Watch Mountain City, the Iron Pine Territory, and the Olive Fortress within the Green Pine Kingdom. They finally reached the last checkpoint, the Rainbow Stone Bridge camp by the Crystal River. The Crystal River is called the Mother River of the entire Jade Plain. Although this Mother River can be unpredictable, sometimes suddenly unleashing a storm of fury that floods the riverbanks and destroys towns and villages, it is undeniable that without this rushing river, the fertile lands of the Jade Plain would not exist. When Green Pine and Jade are at peace, the Crystal River serves as the natural border between the two countries. The only large stone bridge over the river, the Rainbow Stone Bridge, is an important route for communication and trade. It is also a key strategic point in warfare. On both sides of the river, there are tall military forts. Thick stone walls stretch along the riverbank, extending to the water crossing, locking the ends of the bridge within their control. These forts are both the steel gates guarding the bridge and heavy fortresses defending against enemies from the opposite side. Puan carefully settled his team in a hidden valley deep in the mountains. He personally led Chun Mo and they moved cautiously along the ridgeline. It took half a day before they quietly reached a mountain ridge about 4 kilometers upstream of the Rainbow Stone Bridge. Chun Mo released the Lark drone. The drone silently observed the Rainbow Stone Bridge from above. For the first time, Chun Mo saw the amazing architecture of the Starry Continent. It was a marvel built with scientific knowledge beyond Chun Mo's understanding. From afar, the rushing crystal river stretched at least 3 kilometers wide. The bridge at Rainbow Stone seemed even wider, yet beneath the entire structure, there were no visible supporting pillars. The bridge relied only on slightly higher piers on both sides of the river, extending into large arch shapes that soared gracefully across the sky for thousands of meters, connecting the opposite bank. The bridge is made of a kind of shimmering stone that glows faintly, reflecting rainbow colors in the sunlight. Due to the distance and visual perspective, Chun Mo feels that if the wind were stronger, this structure might break apart at any moment. Chun Mo's homeland, Eastern Xia, is one of the largest infrastructure suppliers on Blue Star, building many architectural marvels. However, a pure arch bridge with such a span is unheard of and unseen before. Puin has been closely watching the screen, frowning with a serious expression. His gaze shifts between the camps on both sides of the river, examining repeatedly. Noticing Chun Mo's curious look, Puin points to the opposite side of the bridge. The Rainbow Stone Bridge used to be the boundary between Lapis Lazuli and our Jade Kingdom. Such an important route. No matter who controls it, no one would be completely confident. They've been fighting for decades, and finally agreed that each side would hold half. The guards at the bridgehead are some of the best elite troops in the country. Now, on the riverbank, they've already raised the Green Pines 3-tower flag. The Jade Fortress has fallen. No, who asked you that? I want to know how this bridge was built. Without supports or pillars, how can it not collapse? Is it a new material or some high-tech? Can you tell me more? Never mind. Seeing Puin's morning face, Chun Mo swallowed a long string of questions about the bridge's materials and principles. As the drone's camera zoomed out further, the battlefield became clearer. On the north bank of the Crystal River, centered around the fortress with the 3-tower flag at the bridgehead, the Green Pine Army has built 3 dense, semi-arc-shaped defensive lines that look like giant iron rings. Flags fluttering, armor shining brightly, reconnaissance cavalry rushes out from the tents amid dust, then gradually return from afar. Seeing the strict defenses, Puin's face relaxes a little. Such a large defensive formation shows that the north bank is still in our hands. They're trying to prevent the main forces of the Jade Kingdom from crossing back. In other words, as long as we get across the river, we can find the kingdom's troops. Chun Mo, this defense isn't easy to break. Puin smiles, showing a veteran's calmness. Forget about crossing the bridge. With this level of defense, even my teacher couldn't get through. We'll have to find another way. Swim across. Swim. Swim across? Chun Mo suddenly felt a tightness in his body. The lingering memory of being swallowed by the waves, which hadn't fully faded, suddenly surfaced. I don't really know how to swim. Puin gently patted his chest. Don't worry. I am here. The long crystal river looked like a giant blue snake winding across the land, shining with a faint blue glow. It seemed that anywhere you dared to enter the water, it was a crossing point. Why not use a boat? Because the river is the border between countries, the local lords on both sides manage boats very strictly. In fact, there is a special agreement between the Green Pine Kingdom and the Emerald Duchy called the Rainbow Stone Agreement, which bans watercraft from entering the Crystal River. The river is already rough and not suitable for boats. If any boat is found, the agreement allows either side to attack without warning. As a result, along both sides of the river, except for the Rainbow Stone Fortress, no boats can be found. Even if you build a boat, it can't cross the fast-flowing Crystal River. Of course, if you have a 4th-rank Goldfin Swordmaster willing to go into the water, it's a different story. Using drones to scout upstream, it's clear that the Green Pine Kingdom isn't very careful about protecting the river. Everyone understands that enemies you can defeat won't be able to cross this natural barrier. Those capable of crossing are probably too strong to beat. So, why bother checking so carefully? Right now, during wartime, the Green Pine Kingdom arranges patrols along the river every day. Chun Mo quickly calculated that if they choose the right time, the Cloud Mist Squad could have about 10 hours of free time to cross the river secretly. That's enough. Deep in the forest, everyone cut 6 thick logs, hollowed them out, and carefully wrapped key supplies like the cloud platform and weapons in waterproof leather, then tightly bound them inside the hollows. The team timed their approach precisely, sneaking into the final hiding spot. Then Captain Puin issued a harsh order. Kill all the horses. This guard captain's decisions are always very fierce at critical moments. He abandons expensive supplies and carriages, disperses wounded soldiers and the princess's maids without mercy. And of course, this includes the horses. The captured war horses didn't matter much, but some of them had traveled with the team for thousands of miles, going south and north. The soldiers from Yunwu's group were very reluctant to part with them, and some were already teary-eyed. Puin immediately decided to let them swap their mounts. They executed the execution back-to-back. With a firm command, everyone drew their swords and struck. Let's go. 6 logs were pushed into the cold river. All team members, including the young princess, Lady Linda, Master Locke, and Chun Mo, were tightly tied to the thick wood with ropes. They were protected and surrounded by other soldiers as they all plunged into the turbulent Crystal River. The swordsman Puin led the way alone, with all the ropes tightly wound around his broad waist. In Chun Mo's drone night vision view, the golden scale sword master looked like a fierce whale, surging up and down in the water. He rushed forward quickly, swinging his hand back each time, creating waves up to 7 or 8 meters high, like paddles hitting the water. The entire team, along with the floating logs, was dragged forward by this incredible force, moving wildly like they were sailing on land. Because of the strong water flow, everyone and everything floating was constantly tilted downstream. The ropes snapped into straight, slanting lines, but this didn't slow down the captain of the guards. He hung there with ropes all over him and stubbornly pulled the whole team across the Crystal River. When they reached the other side, the timer showed exactly 1 hour and 38 minutes. As soon as Puin stepped on a solid ground, he suddenly collapsed as if all his bones had been pulled out, falling heavily and splashing mud everywhere. The soldiers rushed over, untying the ropes from the captain's body and flipping him over. Even in the dark, Puin's chest was still clearly rising and falling rapidly. Master Locke quickly cast various healing and recovery spells, examining him closely. He's okay, just exhausted. He needs to rest. A few minutes later, Puin slowly sat up with the help of the soldiers. Everyone finally let out a suppressed, deep cheer. Lady Linda and Master Locke led the others, kneeling on the ground and whispering prayers toward the city of their territory. No matter what, everyone had successfully stepped onto the land of the Emerald. Among the kneeling crowd, only Chun Mo stood alone at the back, hugging his arms. He looked a bit out of place and was shivering from the cold. The people of Cloud Mist territory were almost home. But where was their own home? As Captain Puin gradually recovered, he forced himself to stand and led the team quickly away from the dangerous riverbank, finding a new hiding spot. In the following days, Chun Mo used a drone to patrol continuously, while Captain Puin took a few scouts to explore and gather information about the surrounding area. Since the sudden outbreak of war, thick smoke had spread across most of the Emerald Kingdom. On the north bank of the Crystal River, both sides fought fiercely, with land changing hands at any moment. The area where Chun Mo and his team were now was part of the southern border of the Emerald Kingdom, controlled by Marquis Minlo, a powerful noble. Being stationed at the southern border region was one of the strongest areas in the kingdom. In status, Cloud Mist territory was only a count's land, while the southern border was a marquis's territory. In strength, Marquis Minlo had been at the 6th rank for many years, while little Princess Ling Shuang's father was only at the 5th rank. In population, Cloud Mist territory governed 4 cities and 32 villages, with over 300,000 people. The southern border had 7 cities and more than 80 towns, with a population exceeding 1 million. Whenever Cloud Mist territory saw the southern border, they always called it Big Brother. But now, more than 2/3 of that Big Brother's land had fallen. At least 6 invading armies from different regions of the Green Pine Kingdom, each flying their own banners, surrounded the remaining southern border defenses like greedy wolves, attacking furiously from multiple directions. The southern border's field troops had mostly been scattered. The remaining soldiers could only hide in a few central towns, holding on desperately while sending out distress signals to the kingdom. If the enemy's forces from each region hadn't started fighting among themselves after gaining the upper hand, the southern border probably wouldn't have lasted this long. This was another area where Chun Mo lacked knowledge. The few leaders of Cloud Mist territory also found Chun Mo's basic noble knowledge somewhat amusing, but no one wanted to press further. Puan stepped forward and explained for Chun Mo. The feudal system on the Starry Continent was very different from what Chun Mo had imagined. The king, with a wave of his hand, wouldn't simply grant land to loyal subjects as hereditary estates that would last forever. A wise ruler wouldn't give away land he could control. During the early days when the mainland was still quite primitive and undeveloped, the local lords were called pioneering lords. The king would draw a circle and give a large piece of land to his vassals. However, these lands were often lawless zones overrun by monsters and occupied by foreign tribes. If you managed to conquer the land, you became a lord with your own territory. If not, you remained a knight without land. As more barren lands on the continent were developed, the current lords are better called warlords. Only the territories they could seize from enemy nations, rival regions, or even hostile factions within their own country truly belonged to them. In this situation, when the southern border was in a desperate state, the alliances between invading forces broke apart. Each group would defend their own chosen area, even becoming suspicious of each other. This chaotic situation made the team's situation worse than when they were operating in the Green Pine Kingdom. They dared not show themselves or approach the besieged cities. They could only move slowly at night from one hiding spot to another. One day, Puan saw a familiar face through the drone's camera. As days passed and the team went deeper into the territory, small-scale fights became more frequent in their reconnaissance view. Now, the wilderness of the southern border had become unearthed. Everywhere they looked, there were scorched villages, abandoned farms, and headless bodies lying by the roadside. The Green Pine Kingdom's cavalry roamed freely across the open land, chasing scattered Emerald soldiers or attacking unarmed civilians fleeing in panic. Long spears pierced the desperate Emerald fighters, who cried out in despair, only to be surrounded and cut apart by other cavalry with swords. Young children were caught in ropes and dragged along the rocky roads by galloping horses, leaving long streaks of blood and torn flesh. Heads were strung together and hung beside saddles, swinging and clashing like giant wind chimes. Of course, the horrors of war included the brutal abuse and trampling of women, which was an ongoing tragedy. The air was thick with the smell of blood and death. The sky was filled with dark, carrion-eating birds circling everywhere, which helped hide the movements of the drones. However, these scenes appeared more and more often in the drone's footage, filling Chun Mo's heart with a sense of anger. If Captain Peiwen hadn't firmly stopped everyone, Chun Mo felt he might have lost control and rushed out with his spear to shoot at those enemies. But a chase at dawn caught Captain Peiwen's attention. It's Knight Commander Connor. In the footage, a battered cavalry squad from the Emerald Kingdom was desperately fleeing. The leading knight was tall and strong, with broken armor and blood covering his body, yet still fierce. He was retreating along a rugged, fighting as he went. He was holding a long spear, trying to block arrows shot from behind, desperately covering the rear. In front of him were 6 equally wounded soldiers. The pursuers were 2 well-equipped cavalry squads from the Kingfisher Kingdom. The horses beneath the knights were foaming at the mouth, their hooves heavy and scattered, clearly exhausted, which made it impossible for them to escape the enemy's pursuit. Peiwen observed carefully for a moment, then suddenly stood up. Knight Commander Connor is the 9th Knight of Marquis Monroe. I met him when I was in the royal capital. He's a knight in shining armor, very strong in battle. Now, he slowed down by his horse, or he wouldn't be in such a sorry state against these low-level enemies. Based on the direction, they might reach the main road ahead in about 20 minutes. I'll try to support them. If Knight Commander Connor cooperates, we might find a way out and leave here quickly. He left 2 soldiers to guard the hiding spot, then quickly gathered the remaining 18 soldiers. Before leaving, he specifically warned, "Be careful and stay hidden. Don't reveal yourselves. Wait for my return." They ran swiftly toward the planned ambush spot. As expected, the pursuing and fleeing groups arrived at the main road where Peiwen was hiding in just over 10 minutes. It was the usual surprise attack, but this time, Captain Peiwen added a throwing move. He threw 2 grenades precisely into the enemy ranks. With loud explosions, the horses' mournful neighs filled the air, and the enemy's mobility was instantly shattered. The Golden Scale Sword Master began to fight fiercely, swinging his sword wildly, blood splattering everywhere. Meanwhile, Knight Commander Connor led his team to turn around quickly. With the sudden arrival of reinforcements, they began to clear out the pursuers from the Green Pine Kingdom. In just a few minutes, all the enemies were defeated. Only fallen soldiers remained on the road, and the strong smell of blood still lingered. As the last Green Pine rider was pierced by a lance while running, Knight Commander Connor jumped off his horse, took off his blood-stained helmet, and tried to smile at Paven, showing a long-lost friendly expression. "Paven, I didn't expect to meet you here." His voice was a little hoarse. "Aren't you supposed to go south with the young lady from Cloud Mist? Did you come all the way back through the forest after fighting your way here? God's protection. If you hadn't appeared in time, I might not be alive today." "Stop right there." Paven took a step back and shouted loudly. "Form up." The soldiers from Cloud Mist, who had just finished fighting and were still catching their breath, were momentarily stunned. But their strict training was deeply ingrained. Without hesitation, they drew their swords and shields, forming 3 groups of 6, raising their weapons and readying for battle. Knight Connor's smile stiffened a bit. "Paven, what are you doing?" "I am Connor from the Southern Gate. We met at the Jade Hall. Don't you remember?" The Knight Commander stammered, trying to explain. "I was sent by the Count to deliver a message to Heime Castle. I was caught by enemies, but Heime Castle is still in our hands. Please bring Princess Lu Shuang here. Once we get inside the castle, we'll be safe." Seeing that Paven didn't speak, Connor looked around anxiously, his eyes repeatedly stopping at the forest on the hillside. He kept glancing at Paven, as if trying to figure something out. "Since you came so quickly, it means the camp is nearby, right? Hurry, take me to see the young lord." "Enough, Connor." Paven raised his sword diagonally, adopting a standard military stance for swordsmanship. "Connor, do you know? Your smile looks really terrible. You, a mysterious armored knight, being chased around by these weaklings? Do you think I'm stupid? Fine, you're safe now. Get lost. Hurry up and leave. Otherwise, I won't mind sending you to die with them." From the moment the battle began, Paven sensed something was wrong. The Green Pine cavalry was too weak. In his hands as a swordsman, they had no chance to resist. How could just 2 small squads of ordinary soldiers force the armored knights into such a mess? Also, Connor was a guy who never smiled. He always looked like a hard stone, and even at the royal award ceremony, he only slightly grinned. When Paven saw Connor showing that ugly, almost crying, smile, he felt a chill run down his spine. Something unusual was happening, so it must be a serious problem. Sure enough, after Paven scolded him harshly, Connor's smile disappeared completely. He showed a strange, sad, and tired look, as if he was reminiscing and feeling regretful. "Paven, you are still so smart. You were the brightest star in the royal city, with excellent sword skills and perfect tactics. It's just a pity you followed the wrong person. I feel the same way. Sorry. Hand over the young lady. Don't worry, the Lord will take good care of her." Paven sneered slightly. "The Lord? Which Lord? Who is your new master? Come with me, and you'll find out." Connor's hand slowly tightened around his lance. "Just you?" Paven narrowed his eyes slightly, his left hand gripping a grenade in his belt. Since Connor refused to back down, they could only settle this here, life and death. Although the armored knights, and he might not decide the outcome quickly, with the weapon of the Cyber King, he could deal a heavy and retreat. That shouldn't be a problem. Suddenly, he felt a powerful, almost tangible pressure. Behind Connor, a soldier dressed in plain leather armor, head bowed, stepped forward slowly. With each step, the oppressive aura grew stronger. He ignored Paven's sword pointing at Connor and performed a perfect, classical knight's bow toward the dense forest behind Paven. Under the Marquis of Zircon, the 5th knight, greetings to the noble Princess Frost. Then his gaze slowly shifted to the tense Paven, a hint of admiration on his lips. And, to the brave Paven Guard Commander, your loyalty and bravery are widely praised across many countries and regions, from Creek Moon to Green Pine, all singing of your great deeds. When we go back over a month, the Marquis of the Green Pine Kingdom, the Zircon Territory Lord, the 7-eyed Divine Cult's Honor Insight Cleric, Zircon Valen, rushed back to his land from the royal city, busy preparing for the final war. The land's secretary reported that several swordsmen and knights who were supposed to be summoned were missing. That noon, The young Master Hyson was found hanging upside down from a big tree in the Marquis's backyard. 2 guards swung whips on either side, hitting the young master so hard he spun like a top, turning 3 times, then reversing 3 times. Even though he was a warrior in silver armor, capable of resisting such beating easily, Hyson dared not use any protective skills. The last time he did, the Marquis personally delivered a whip filled with spiritual energy, striking deep into his soul. That feeling was just like being kicked in the groin during a physical exchange with his wife. So, young Master Hyson could only endure the scars on his body, crying out and begging for mercy between each lash. "Father, please spare me. I know I was wrong. Please stop. I beg you." Although his father was not present, begging was still necessary. Otherwise, the whip would have been wasted. Young Master Hyson understood this well. He cried all afternoon until the grand banquet was over. Then, Marquis Vallon finally arrived late. He casually threw his jewelry-adorned evening gown to a respectful maid standing nearby. The Marquis then sat heavily in a large black sandalwood chair carved with griffin claw patterns, sighing tiredly. His slightly overweight body sank into a soft cushion, with his feet resting on the shoulders of 2 kneeling maids. The servants respectfully removed his long boots. The Marquis squinted slightly, enjoying the gentle massage from the girl's fingertips, relaxing his tired muscles. "How many lashes so far?" the Marquis asked in a deep voice, showing no emotion. Reporting to the Marquis, 1,650 lashes. Marquis Vallon gently waved his hand, and 2 guards stopped whipping. The young noble's screams suddenly ceased, turning into low, painful groans. He knew his father was about to speak. "Have you figured out what you did wrong? I shouldn't have withheld the reward for the mission, which caused it to fail." The Marquis rubbed his fingers together, then snapped a long whip against Hyson's back, which was covered in a red, net-like pattern. A fresh bloodstain appeared. The young noble let out a short, sharp cry of pain. I shouldn't have used the city defense team to chase that worthless servant, which caused damage to the territory. I misjudged people and used them improperly, betraying my father's trust. I shouldn't have secretly disturbed my sister without telling my father. Ugh. The sound of the whip cracking continued nonstop. Hyson's screams echoed loudly. The other heirs hiding in the front hall looked pale and felt cold in their limbs. Maybe it's better not to think about inheriting this position. We don't have a strong leader to stand up to the punishment. Yes, his voice isn't as good as his either. If he shouted like that, he'd have gone hoarse long ago. After what felt like a long time, it seemed the Marquis was tired of rubbing his hands. The scene finally quieted down. Let him down. The ropes were untied, and Hyson collapsed onto the cold ground like a broken rag doll. He struggled to move, crawling to his father's feet. "You're hungry, right? Come, have something to eat first." Finally, Hyson saw his father again, calm, gentle, and noble in the royal court. Although it sometimes felt like a storm one moment and a gentle breeze the next, the old man might be a little psychologically complex. But when his father spoke with a caring tone, it meant he had passed this test. "You haven't been beaten to death or expelled yet," Marquis Vallon said slowly, looking at his disheveled appearance with a hint of subtle mockery. "You should thank 2 people. If it weren't for your mother's powerful family and the fact that they arranged a marriage with an even bigger force early on, your inheritance rank would be." "What was it again?" "Number 19, Hyson whispered. "Yes, at best, you're on the same level as him. I might not even remember your name." He pushed the plate toward his son's face and continued. "Of course, if it were just your mother, she couldn't protect you, the fool. But luckily, you have a good son. Really, if not for the high priest of the church testing our bloodlines, I would have never thought that you are even related. The only possibility is that when you were born, you lost both your talent and your intelligence, and they were left with little demo. Among the 19th generation of our family, he is the one I am most proud of. So, I have tolerated your foolishness again and again, hungry and exhausted." Hyson wolfed down a roasted pig and drank several bowls of thick soup. He obediently left his seat and squatted nearby, listening to his father's teachings. Although his words were full of insults, Marquis Vallon couldn't help but share his plans and analysis in the clearest way with his useless eldest son. He seemed like a father who was deeply disappointed. along with some mages and advisors from our territory, have carefully studied everything. Everyone agrees that this is not just an isolated accident. It can almost be considered part of the continent's war. As we reviewed, some questions are hard to ignore. Marquis Valen tapped the armrest of his chair slowly with his finger and said, "How could an unskilled apprentice, who suddenly appeared out of nowhere, kill an entire squad, including a family-assigned young warrior? That young soldier from the 10th rank? Then he coincidentally boarded the flying ship from Cloud Mist territory. He inexplicably gained incredible wealth and strange magical weapons. Several groups of hunters sent after him disappeared without a trace, even causing trouble for Zircon territory. Finally, this guy traveled around the Federation of Creek Moon, teamed up with people from Cloud Mist territory, and from various sources, it seems that Cloud Mist territory relies heavily on him." The Marquis suddenly paused and then intensified his tone. "An accident might be just an accident, but a series of accidents linked together? That can no longer be just an accident. Do you understand what I mean?" Heisen nodded, then shook his head, his eyes full of confusion. "Fool." Zircon Valen Marquis couldn't help but curse again and personally revealed the answer. "As long as you can move that brain of yours, which has been soaked in wine and pleasure, the answer is almost written right there. It's a crow, and if I guess correctly, it's a crow from the Sky Empire." Heisen still understood the word crow, which means a spy or secret agent for a big country. And the Sky Empire. It is a huge power that has long hidden in the shadows of southern countries. It once trampled the Emerald Plain under its iron hooves. Even after being forced to retreat during the Mist Independence War, its gaze never truly left this fertile land. Many years ago, most of the Emerald Plain was occupied by the Sky Empire. Their oppression kept this land restless. Later, taking advantage of the ongoing war between the Sky Empire and foreign tribes, local rebels, along with generations of knights from the Moonrise dynasty, gradually took over, turning it into a vassal state of the Moonrise. Then, the descendants of these knights, encouraged and supported by the Mist Moon Temple, raised the banner of independence and defeated the Moonrise's armies, eventually forming several independent kingdoms and duchies. After 100 years of peace, the struggle between the Moonrise dynasty and the Mist Moon Temple caused the southern four countries to fall into war again. At this time, it would be very reasonable for the Sky Empire to send some crows to stir things up. The eldest son was stunned but suddenly enlightened. Yes, everything suddenly made sense. Guided by his father, the truth behind the whole matter emerged through layers of fog, gradually revealing itself. That guy named Chun Mo was almost certainly a lone crow from the Sky Empire who had left the nest. For some reason, he ended up in the Green Pine Kingdom and was picked up by the Black Crow Castle. Following this line of thought, many previously confusing questions in the investigation reports suddenly became clear. For example, why could someone claiming to have no background and suffering from severe amnesia learn the language of the Moonrise in a month and master undead summoning in 40 days? It was all just a disguise. This clever crow pretended to forget and be unaware to lower the alertness of the Black Crow Castle, allowing him to hide in this dark fortress. As for their own little 19, the small golden-haired guy, he probably accidentally discovered some secret which led to his death. The Black Crow Castle team definitely won't admit that it was a rivalry among apprentices or that the little golden-haired guy tried to kill someone and was killed in return. The official report states that Chun Mo planned everything carefully and intentionally killed him. This explanation makes sense. Later investigations showed that on his escape, he also kidnapped a scout and another female apprentice. He took the scout to guide him, and the female apprentice was probably for entertainment along the way. After reaching the outskirts of the Six-Leaf Camp, he ruthlessly killed the two and left their bodies in the wilderness. Only a cold, ruthless spy could do such a thing. And he hit the target again. For example, at the Six-Leaf Camp, many wanderers saw this guy constantly spending money, and finally, he used some mysterious item to impress the Cloud Mist clan, which helped him board a spaceship. This doesn't add up logically. Why would a poor guy from Black Crow Castle suddenly have huge wealth and rare items? Even if he stole money, could he just find rare objects easily? But if we confirm his identity as the Crow, it makes sense. The chaotic environment of the six-leaf camp must have secret agents or contacts from the Sky Dome who supplied him with funds and other important things. Oh, that shaman. Hyson slapped his thigh, which hurt him and made him grimace. Our people interviewed many witnesses. The only places he visited in the camp were the group of foolish centaurs and the shaman's hut. Centaurs are just simple natives, but that mysterious shaman who's been hiding in the camp for years. Hyson slammed the table. That old guy must be a deep-hidden mole. A mole is someone who digs deep underground and stays hidden until the right moment. Hyson suddenly realized everything, thinking about Chin Mo's case every day. Now, everything fits perfectly in his mind, logical and complete. Yes, the Marquis nodded and said, that explains another mystery. If they can easily kill so many people, how can such elite crows be so easily injured? So, this guy's injuries must have been caused by himself. He pretended to treat his wounds, secretly contacted the camp's shaman for supplies, then pretended to be chased away, giving himself an excuse to trick the centaurs into taking him to the group of Jade Seekers for treatment. There's also a possibility he knew from the start that the people of the Jade Duchy were there. He was aiming for them from the beginning. As the Marquis spoke, he became more excited, pacing back and forth on the scene. He not only contacted the Jade Duchy, but also wanted to reach the Sia Federation. Unfortunately, he didn't know we already had a secret alliance with them. Even more, he tried to secretly contact the mages of Sia, willing to pay a high price to change his identity and enter the Mage Tower. Hyson gestured wildly, quickly distancing himself. So, my efforts to hunt him down were doomed to fail. It's not my fault. The opponent is just too strong. Every time we fail, it looks like an accident. Marquis Valen nodded with relief. The boy wasn't as foolish as he thought. It's important to note that everyone, when talking to the investigators from Zircon City, tends to exaggerate their own benefits and hide their weaknesses. These vague truths, combined with a confirmed fact, form a complete logical chain. The young noble's analysis can only go so far. His view is too narrow to see the bigger picture. But the Marquis is different. With the help of his think tank, he sees that behind this incident are many factors that could cause regional instability. However, he doesn't need to tell his foolish son all the details. So, do you now realize where you went wrong? Hyson shook his head, feeling confused and ashamed. Marquis Valen casually picked up a basin and hit his son's head. Fool, you should have reported such obvious matters beyond your control to me immediately. You wasted too much time on your plans, which could have led to everything spiraling out of control. 2 days ago, a heavy infantry squad stationed at Greenvine Mountain Pass in Wangshan City, along with 2 accompanying mages, was completely wiped out without sending a single distress signal. If you had told me earlier, I could have made a better plan and prevented my men from suffering such great losses. You also ruined my plans. This is the result of your foolish arrogance. Follow me closely these days. Marquis Warren lifted his foot, had the maid put on his long boots, and with a light step, he strode out. I will personally lead the operation to catch that young girl. Young Master Hyson hurried to follow, still a bit confused, asking, that young girl is just a descendant of the Cloud Mist territory, right? Why does everyone seem to care so much? You only know she's a distant heir of Cloud Mist, but haven't thought about why a child from a count's territory can be called a princess. Why can your sister only be called Lauer? And the girl next door from your second uncle's family can only be called Tingzhu? Hyson looked puzzled. What's the difference? My sister is called Lauer because she's a bit slow, right? Nonsense. That young girl, her father is related to the ruler of Jadeite country. To be precise, the Cloud Mist territory is eligible to be one of the top 6 or 700 heirs of Jadeite country. And, Marquis Warren paused, looking toward the distant south. That girl named Lu Shuang, from her maternal side, has blood ties that reach the leader level, whether among elves or beast men. Used well, that could be a very good connection. Sa isn't needed, and the beast men are unreliable. We can't just let this opportunity slip away. A hunt led by the Marquis himself then began. But soon, both Zircon territory and the Emerald Pine Kingdom realized a frustrating and absurd truth. Their opponent was incredibly good at hiding. Mountains, forests, wetlands, these are perfect places for hiding. Even in modern Blue Star, if someone gets lost in the mountains, search teams, sniffer dogs, and drones often can't find them. And on the Starry Continent, it's even harder. The main forces couldn't track the opponent, small squads were easily wiped out, and it was as if the enemy had spies within their own ranks, knowing every move they made. As more squads went missing or were lost, Marquis Warren finally ordered a halt to the futile search. Let them cross the river. On the land of Jadeite, we will stage a big show. I want them to jump out on their own and fall into my trap. In understanding human nature, the nobles of the kingdom are no less skilled than the old officials of Dongxia on Blue Star. The Jadeite Duchy has detailed records of every professional who has passed through a certain transformation. I asked the clerk and some advisors to carefully study Pavin's information. He is smart, decisive, and strong-willed, but he has a deadly flaw. He comes from a poor background and has little capital, making him overly cautious and eager to seize battlefield opportunities. As soon as he sees a chance to gain an advantage, he will definitely take it. The small team from Misty Ridge can cross mountains and traverse the entire enemy territory, relying on drone information gaps. But this is only a partial advantage. Overall, Marquis Zircon holds the true information advantage. Although the southern pass is still resisting, some forces there have already surrendered to the Green Pine. Marquis Warren deliberately relaxed control along the riverbank and, on the vast northern plains, deployed many hunting teams made up of elite Green Pine soldiers and Jadeite pseudo-army to create the illusion of local battles and friction. As reconnaissance efforts increased, new clues kept emerging. They found traces of people crossing the water at the southern bank. After expanding the search, they discovered horse carcasses in a dense forest several kilometers away. At a bend in the river downstream, they intercepted rough wooden debris discarded into the water. The carpet search on the northern bank caught scattered but clear signs of activity. Once the crossing point of the Misty Ridge team was confirmed, Marquis Warren increased the number and scale of actors in that area. According to the Marquis's plan, this setup would make it difficult for the Misty Ridge team to move forward. If an opportunity arose, Pavin, the golden-scaled swordsman, was very likely to take a risk and act. Then, they could capture him, learn the location of the young princess, and take her in one net. Meanwhile, they would also pluck the crow from the sky, roast it to see what secrets it might reveal, and finally present the findings to Misty Moon as a victory. Connections are impossible because Green Pine has already sold itself to Misty Moon's divine court. The plan and execution were both perfect. Although Captain Puin was cautious enough, after the enemy kept creating chances and increasing their stakes, he finally fell into the enemy's trap. However, Zircon's side underestimated Puin's fierce battlefield instincts and quick reactions. Just as the trap was triggered, before he could say a word, they drew their swords and clashed. There was no choice. Acting requires actors. In such a large area, there aren't many high-level professionals available, which is why this scene of a small chasing a great knight was staged. Of course, the Marquis was also prepared for the drama to fail and turn into a battle. He secretly placed a high-level fighter from Green Pine into the fleeing team. At this moment, the 5th Knight of Zircon's team believed that the Cloud Mist Territories group was nearby. With a few loud whistles, several magic beacons shot into the sky, exploding into bright light clusters. Soon, the large force from Cloud Mist would quickly gather around and turn this whole area upside down. Captain Puin, the 5th Knight's voice carried a deep sense of regret. He took a step forward, his heavy boots crushing the dust beneath. Before I came, the Lord repeatedly instructed me. He admires your talent very much and hopes to meet you. Would you honor us with your presence? Seeing Puin silent, the 5th Knight smiled slightly and stepped closer again. Captain Puin, your insight and ability should have made you a high-ranking city defender or the leader of the territory's guards, even within our Marquis's domain. But here in Emerald Cloud Mist, you're only a subordinate to a young master. Isn't it unfair to see those fools flaunting themselves over you? If it weren't for insufficient resources and the years of running around, exhausting yourself, you would have advanced long ago. Why have you been stuck at the level of a golden scale swordsman all these years? Can't you see? The knight spread his hands. The young lady you serve is just in the Cloud Mist territory, waiting to be sold for a price. Once she's sold, where will you go? Will you become a watchdog for the next young master? The 5th Knight pressed on, speaking both cruelly and truthfully. Pewin seemed disturbed by these blunt words. He clenched and loosened his sword handle repeatedly, finally lowering it in defeat, trembling slightly. Come, Zircon. When the fifth knight's voice was raised, he tried to strike while the iron was hot. The Zircon Lord will give you resources to help you advance. Before you reach level 5, the Lord allows you to choose a major city and become its captain. Zircon has 7 cities, plus the future territory's main city. Pick any you like. After you reach level 5, I will arrange a position for you. This promise was very sincere. Faced with such a fierce mental attack from the other side, Pei Wen finally moved. He moved like thunder. The golden scale sword fighter quickly drew 2 grenades from his waist pouch. These were the most powerful close-range pressure grenades, known as Type 4. Pei Wen simultaneously released the safety with both thumbs, pulled the pin, and threw the grenades forward while rolling to the side. He drew his sword from its sheath and shouted loudly, "Defensive stance. Prepare to charge." This latest pressure grenade from Dongxia had 2 activation modes, delayed explosion and collision explosion. It was mainly to prevent agile fighters like the Star Warriors from throwing or kicking the grenades away before they detonated. At such close range, the collision explosion triggered instantly. Boom, boom. 2 deafening explosions sounded almost simultaneously. Bright orange fireballs burst in front of and behind the fifth knight. Hot, raging flames swept out, instantly engulfing the knight's figure. The shockwave kicked up dust and sand like a small sandstorm. As Pei Wen issued his command, the veteran Cloud Mist soldiers quickly lowered their bodies, focused their energy, assumed defensive stances, and opened their mouths. This was a technique from Dongxia's teachings, designed to prevent sound waves from directly damaging the eardrums. Although they were shaken, feeling dizzy and hearing ringing in their ears, they only staggered a few steps and were not seriously hurt. Meanwhile, the Zircon side was a bit embarrassed. Several Green Pine warriors, who followed behind the fifth knight in a semi-enclosed formation, were hit solidly by the pressure grenades Pei Wen had carefully placed. Those nearby were directly engulfed by flames, while those a bit farther away, caught off guard, were hit by sound and shock waves, causing blood to burst from their noses, mouths, and ears, and they collapsed to the ground. Before the Zircon Knights could emerge from the smoke and dust, Pei Wen had already timed the grenade's explosion. He shouted loudly, "Charge! Free target acquisition." Then he transformed into a sharp arc of light, tearing through the air and rushing forward. His goal was to stay behind, standing still with a somewhat sad expression, focusing on the original Southgate Knight commander, Connor. Peven's plan was very clear. Use a warm pressure grenade to kill or seriously injure the fifth knight of Zircon, and at all costs, disable Knight Connor. Then, look for a chance to retreat from the battlefield. If there was time to go back, he would take his team and run away. If not, he would at least try to lead the enemy's surrounding troops away in another direction, to protect the princess and Chun Mo and others in the hideout. Unfortunately, he didn't even manage the first step. The main target, the fifth knight of Zircon, shook his head regretfully at Peven in a flash of lightning and fire. When the explosion happened, the fifth knight raised both hands, his left arm covering his chest, his right arm protecting his head. A faint silver-white glow appeared on his body, like a layer of liquid mercury covering him. The Zircon leader had prepared a magic protection scroll that could be activated instantly for this knight. A few moments after being swallowed by the explosion's flames, the fifth knight reappeared. His body looked blackened all over, especially his hair, which seemed to have been bitten by something, revealing part of his scalp. Dust and debris kicked up by the blast, after the protection scroll failed, rained down on his head, making him look especially dirty and disheveled. Peven and Connor's blades clashed fiercely, sparks flying. At this moment, the fifth knight commander, filled with anger, boldly joined the battle. Good, good, good. Is this a little toy sent by the heavens? It's quite powerful. Since you refuse to appreciate it, I can't blame the Marquis either. The gap between a 4th rank and a 5th rank fighter was like a chasm. Surrounded by 2 great knights, Peven was overwhelmed, barely holding on for a few rounds. His opponent forcibly broke through Peven's sword, with a fist wrapped in heavy, yellowish fighting spirit, carrying a terrifying power capable of cracking stones and piercing metal. smashing repeatedly into the captain of the guards. The first punch broke his spiritual energy defense, the second shattered his soft armor, and the third crushed his physical strength. The huge difference in power made the captain feel like he was hit by a giant hammer. He spat out a large mouthful of blood and was sent flying like a broken kite, crashing heavily onto a blue stone platform beside the official road, then sliding softly to the ground. The fifth Night Lord sneered and turned around like a tiger charging into a flock of sheep, recklessly slaughtering the warriors of Cloud Mist territory. Swords flashed, blood and flesh flew everywhere. In just a few moments, most of the warriors were bloodied and fallen. Leave some alive. The Zircon Fifth Knight roughly kicked a few badly wounded Jade warriors to Connor's feet. Then, his right hand shot out like iron clamps, crushing the skull of a warrior. He threw the corpse, covered in red and white sticky fluids, heavily onto the ground in front of the fallen Captain Paven. He took a few quick steps forward, looking down from above at Paven, whose every pore seemed to be bleeding. He tried to suppress his anger and fear. He couldn't help but be angry. Those little things had truly shattered the protective scroll given by the Lord. It was already known that Captain Paven had single-handedly killed the Beast Tribe leader. How could the Marquis not prepare? His knights all carried 2 sets of magic scrolls, one for high defense and one for fire resistance. Yet, even these were pierced by such strange weapons. If the body of a 5th-rank Great Knight weren't so strong, this attack could have killed him. But the 5th Knight couldn't stop mocking with contempt. Huh, General Paven, do you see? In the face of absolute power, your little tricks and toys are just hopeless struggles. He slightly bent down, trying one last time to persuade. Why not? You still have a bright future. Bring out your little princess, and I will send you away from this dangerous battlefield. Lord Marquis will give you the highest honor. Are you willing to die here, becoming a piece of rotten meat eaten by wild dogs and vultures? Tell me, where is Princess Frost? Paven gasped painfully, each breath bringing out a burst of blood foam. His eyes crossed past the 5th Knight and stared fixedly at Connor behind him. Why did you betray? Still willing to communicate, the 5th Knight felt a bit relieved and waved at Connor. Come, you tell him. Connor slowly stepped forward, avoiding Paven's intense gaze. His voice was dry. I only obeyed orders. I am the servant of the 4th Young Master. The 4th Young Master has already surrendered to Green Pine. Paven struggled to support himself, turning half to the side and raising his hand, wanting to say something. But a large lump of semi-coagulated blood burst from his mouth, accompanied by a few weak coughs. Finally, he gave up speaking. He struggled to lift his left hand and weakly waved it back and forth in front of his chest. Then he brought his 5 fingers together, with his palm facing down, and made a forceful pressing motion. What do you want to say? The 5th Knight captain frowned and looked at him carefully. Paven continued to gesture with difficulty. At first, he used one hand. Then, after settling his body, he used both hands to make a series of gestures. The Knight of Zircon looked confused but didn't want to miss anything. He tried to keep his eyes wide open to remember all the complicated movements. At that moment, 6 kilometers away, in a hidden camp, Princess Lu Shuang was crying uncontrollably. Each team has its own secret way of communication. Paven chose a good angle. He knew the larks in the distant sky could see him. So, he repeatedly used gestures to tell the hidden camp, danger, extremely dangerous. Don't come near. Don't worry about me. Go, hurry up and leave. Paven kept making those gestures over and over. The atmosphere in the hidden camp was tense and suffocating. Princess Lu Shuang was crying on the official's shoulder. Master Locke was pressing his magic tool, with blood marks on his fingers from cutting himself. The 2 soldiers looked pale and clenched their teeth. As for Chun Mo, he stared at the screen with blood-red eyes, trying to understand every move Captain Paven made. At the battlefield, the Zircon 5th Knight finally couldn't hold back. I don't care what tricks you're playing. Even if you don't speak, it's just a matter of spending a little more time. Why bother? This land is already under the control of Green Pine. No one can escape. Think about it. As long as you tell us, you'll get treatment immediately. Maybe. Your future will still be that brave warrior, not wasting away here. It seemed that the word, treatment, touched Paven. He supported himself with one hand on the ground and reached into his waist pouch with the other, pulling out a long, thin tube that shimmered with a cold light. The fifth knight cautiously stepped back a few paces, tightening his protective scroll again. Seeing this guy take out medicine to save himself, he relaxed a little. The desire to survive gives hope for control and negotiation. Pevin didn't disappoint him. He directly stabbed the mysterious thin tube into himself without hesitation. It seemed ineffective, so Pevin took out another one and stabbed it in again with force. This is not a healing medicine, but adrenaline from the eastern summer region. Pevin remembers Chun Mo saying that this substance must be injected into a blood vessel to work immediately. If not, it takes many seconds to take effect. Pevin doesn't want to wait, and he can't afford to. Severely injured and bleeding heavily, he lost his aim, so he can only try one shot after another. On the third shot, when Pevin reached to check his waist pouch again, he suddenly felt his heart start pounding violently. A hot wave surged from his heart to his limbs. His whole body felt a slight heat, his muscles tensed up, and his body, which had been limp, seemed to be infused with some kind of strength. Pevin, covered in blood, stood up suddenly and let out a fierce roar. Connor! Pevin staggered forward toward Knight Commander Connor, standing behind him. The fifth knight enjoyed watching this scene of internal fighting and didn't see Pevin as a threat at this moment. He leisurely took a step back, crossed his arms, and prepared to watch this funny show. Then, in the next moment, he witnessed the final, brilliant, and tragic sound of the Golden Scale Sword Warrior's life. Pevin has always been a clear-headed and goal-oriented fighter. From the moment he realized he couldn't escape, he started planning his final strike. After the captain of the guard deliberately drew Connor's attention, Pevin, fueled by adrenaline, staggered and launched his last charge. At the same time, he pulled out 2 hand grenades. The 2 knights simultaneously retreated, but what surprised everyone was that Pevin's target was the wounded and captured Cloud Mist warrior lying on the ground. Flames roared, bullets whistled, and a metal storm rapidly claimed the lives of these warriors. Pevin's face showed a resolute and apologetic expression. Sorry, although you are comrades, you know where the princess is hiding. I don't know if you can withstand enemy temptation, bribes, or torture. I can't gamble on your loyalty and will, so you must die? As for myself, I also must die to prevent any rescue attempts. Clang! A collision without any fancy moves, with all his strength. The worn-out weapon was shattered by the recoil force, causing it to fall heavily at Knight Commander Connor's feet, and the sword flew out of his hand. He lifted his head with effort, blood blurring his vision, and looked into Connor's twisted, fierce face, along with the desperate, frantic question. Why? Pevin's blood-stained lips moved slightly, using his last bit of breath to softly say a few words. Aren't you saying I am a dog? A dog? How could it betray its master? Boom. The remote bomb triggered, setting off all the heat weapons Pevin carried, causing a chain explosion across the plain. Bright, dazzling fireballs expanded in the sky, roaring and rising into huge clouds of smoke. Uncle Pevin. Princess Lu Shuang let out a sharp cry, grabbing a large anti-material rifle and rushing toward the hideout. Lady Officer Linda quickly held her back, but Lu Shuang was dragged far away, desperately shouting, "Stop her! Quickly, stop her!" The remaining 2 Cloud Mist soldiers dared not offend the young princess, so they tried to block her with their bodies. Amidst the chaos, Chen Emo stood up. A surge of anger filled his heart. Scenes from the Starry Continent flashed through his mind. Pevin's threats, the mercenaries' pursuit, the merciless slaughter in the villages, and the captain of the guards charging with bloodshed, all kept swirling in his mind, making his chest feel like it was about to explode. He also wanted to pick up his weapon and fight the enemies to the death, but Pevin had stopped him. In Pevin's gestures, there was a part about a promise, asking him to make sure to take Lu Shuang away. Pevin knew his team well. He understood that Lu Shuang might go crazy, and because of her status, no one else in the team could truly control her. Only Chen Mo was different. He was an outsider, a noble from outside who was not afraid of the young princess. Not only could he perform amazing summoning, but because of his hard work and intelligence, he was recognized by all team members. Even the young princess looked at him with a kind of admiration, like a little girl's admiration. If anyone could stop Lu Shuang, it would definitely be this young man. So, he kept desperately gesturing to Chun Mo, begging him to stop the young girl. Don't come over. Go. Go. Hurry up and leave. Chinemo stepped forward, looking at the young princess who had already cried her face red and was desperately trying to run away. He used all his strength and gave her a heavy slap. Her hair flew around, and Lu Shuang was stunned by the. She had probably never been slapped like this before in her life. Chinemo took a deep breath, quietly hiding his sore, trembling right hand behind his back, feeling it shake slightly. Captain Peiwen is dead. Do you want to go die too? Chinemo raised his left hand, pressing his index finger to his temple, shouting loudly, Want to die? Just pick up your gun and shoot yourself in the head. Bang. And it's over. It's better than rushing out and letting the enemy cut you into pieces or betray everyone here. Lu Shuang covered her face and looked at Chinemo. His harsh, unkind scolding extinguished her impulse, leaving only confusion and deep sadness. She stood there blankly for a long time, then suddenly cried out loud, like a child, kneeling down and sobbing loudly. All right, she was just a child. Everyone at the scene fell silent. Even old Locke, a professional, held his breath and dared not make a sound. Chinemo quietly stood in front of the ventilation opening, gently massaging his swollen right hand. He looked up into the distance. After a few minutes, the Lark drone automatically returned and settled steadily on the platform outside the ventilation. Chinemo grabbed the Lark, stuffed it into his bag, grimaced, and slung the backpack on his back. Let's go. Because more than half the team was gone, Chinemo decisively abandoned most of the supplies, even losing his magic materials and training potions. He only kept the drone, equipment, and a small amount of water. 6 people and a skeleton, guided by 2 fully charged mini-drones, staggered eastward in a clumsy escape. The 5th knight of the Zircon family made a mistake based on experience. He assumed that the enemy's hiding spot was within sight of the bait team's escape route, based on Captain Peiwen's preset trap. The capture of the prisoner cut off his source of information, so he had to find the enemy himself. After a simple observation of the terrain, the Zircon Knight decided to focus the search on 2 small mountain forests within 3 kilometers around. The steadily arriving troops formed tight lines and began a thorough search. On the outskirts, he sent a few scouts to patrol widely, mainly to prevent fast-moving targets from escaping. The remaining small team, the remnants of the Mist Cloud Legion, which was outside his search area, escaped again despite the main force's efforts to catch them. Thanks to drone alerts, the team avoided patrols several times and hid in a wetland shelter to survive the daytime. Then, under the cover of night, they moved again. Along the way, with Master Locke constantly healing, this tired and mixed team struggled forward. Before dawn, they found an abandoned village backed by a hillside. The villagers might be dead or have fled. The team used drones and soldiers to scout twice, then hurriedly hid in the village. At the village entrance, a large tree hung with about a dozen corpses, looking quite old. The shriveled bodies swayed in the wind, with dark eye sockets staring at distant visitors, appearing quite displeased. They found an inconspicuous earth house and set up solar panels on the roof. They ate some dry food, with Chun-Emo and the pale, exhausted Locke in one room, Linda and the distracted Yun Shuang in another, while 2 soldiers took turns on guard. Exhausted, everyone fell into deep sleep. They slept until midday. When Chun-Emo woke up, he felt a bit dizzy and heavy, as if walking on thick cotton. He shook his head hard, then stepped outside. The others had already gotten up. Locke and Linda squatted beside Yun Shuang, mumbling, while the young princess stared blankly out the window. Hearing the noise, everyone turned around together. The moment they saw Chun-Emo, Yun Shuang's eyes filled with tears. Her lips pressed tightly, leaving deep teeth marks. Chun-Emo wanted to comfort her, but didn't know what to say. He then grabbed a piece of dry food, stuffed it into his mouth, pushed open the door, and stepped out of the yard. That's when he noticed something unusual. Where's the other person? Before resting, Chun-Emo had arranged for 2 soldiers to take turns on guard. He repeatedly warned, anyone, under any circumstances, no one is allowed to leave their post. This rule is mainly to ensure that people in the yard can see the soldiers' figures through the observation holes at a glance. However, at this moment, there is a soldier at the observation hole, but the original guard post is empty. Only the howling north wind stirs up dust on the ground, gently swirling in the sunlight. Old Locke cleared his throat and said, Oh, it's a Lyle. He said he wanted to go out and look around to find some fresh food for the young lady. Chunmo's face instantly turned pale. Didn't I tell you that no one is allowed to leave the team alone? Little Lyle is a lifelong soldier of the territory. His whole family serves the Lord, so he wouldn't do anything wrong. Who allowed him to leave? Seeing Chun Imo refuse to back down, Old Locke also got a bit annoyed. He stood up, supporting himself on his legs. It was me. I approved it. The warriors of Jadeite are not as weak as you think. Chun Imo sighed deeply. Suddenly, he realized that Pevin's death had brought a very troublesome real problem. The command of the team had become unclear. Before, because he had control over some special equipment and its instructions, and because he had access to drone reconnaissance information, Chun Imo played a very important role in the team. Pevin gave him a lot of authority. When Chun Imo said there was danger in the east, the team would immediately turn west. When he said there was a situation ahead, the team would turn around or hide quickly. So, after Pevin died, Chun Imo naturally took over the command. But now, he deeply felt that his ability to give orders and enforce discipline was based on Pevin's high prestige. When that support was gone, Chun Imo was just an outsider to the Cloud Mist territory team. Some details from their hurried escape came back to him one by one. When Chun Imo gave orders, soldiers would instinctively look to their leader, the young lady Lu Shuang, Master Locke, or Lady Linda. Seeing their nods of approval, Chun Mo's commands would be carried out without question. This was a deeply rooted class consciousness, unrelated to Chun Mo's abilities or decision-making correctness. Chun Imo decided to step back. I have an old saying from my hometown: different paths, no need to work together. The reason everyone has been able to walk together and support each other is, first, thanks to the medicine provided by the young princess, and second, because Captain Paywin promised to get me a piece of land from the Marquis. Ultimately, we are just partners working together. Since you don't accept my leadership, let's part ways here and go our own paths. Chun Mo's firm attitude caught Old Locke, who was just feeling a bit embarrassed, off guard. The old man hesitated, wanting to say something but unable to speak. Linda, the lady officer nearby, quickly stepped forward to try to calm the situation. It's our mistake. When Lyle returns, we will strictly discipline them and ensure they follow your rules. The young princess looked at Linda and then at Chun Imo, her eyes showing a hint of hope. Chun Imo stubbornly turned away and started packing his things. It's not that he's heartless, but during this time, he trusted Paywin's judgment. He couldn't forget Paywin's last-minute betrayal before dying, which kept flashing in his mind. If Paywin, who couldn't even trust his own allies, didn't trust me, why should I? Before entering the village, Chun Imo carefully examined the terrain. Behind the village, there are continuous mountains. Not only could someone hide there, but even a small group of soldiers could be concealed for a while without being found. Chun Imo planned to sneak into the mountains, find a hiding spot, and stay hidden. With a bloodline altar nearby, he wouldn't have to worry about starving. He believed he could think of a way given some time. He decided not to play this dangerous game anymore. He climbed onto the roof using the creaking wooden ladder, quickly packed away the foldable solar panel, and released a reconnaissance drone. The small drone wobbled in the strong wind. Just as he reached the courtyard, a soldier peering over the wall suddenly whispered, "Lyle. Lyle is back." "Good, he's back, he's back." Old Locke hurriedly forced a smile at Chun Imo. "Look, he's back." Chun Imo also felt a slight relief, but he continued to control the drone to rise higher, giving a top-down view. Then, the image on the central control screen made him freeze in shock. A well-equipped team of at least 50 or 60 soldiers was silently approaching the village from the shadowy foot of the mountain, surrounding it quietly. The soldier at the front was less than 100 meters from the crooked fence at the village entrance. Just then, the gate suddenly swung open with a loud bang. A young soldier named Ariel, returning from outside, looked happy. He was holding a small bundle wrapped in cloth, seeming to hide something valuable. He hurried inside, shouting, "Your Highness, I found it." He was greeted by the dark, threatening guns pointed at him. "Why did you betray us?" "Betray? I didn't." Ariel's smile froze instantly, replaced by angry shame. His cheeks turned red quickly. "Don't accuse me. I was just trying to find fresh food for the princess. That noble princess hasn't eaten well in days. I caught some wild game on the mountain. The young soldier proudly held up the bundle. But Chun Imo quickly exposed his act. Are those dozens of Green Pine soldiers behind you here to share your wild game? Shinmo's words made Ariel turn pale and stand frozen. Others around him also went into a frenzy. What? Ariel, are you crazy? Traitor! How could you betray the princess? The angriest was Old Locke. Thinking about his mistake that could ruin the entire team, especially the young princess's future, the old man's thin body trembled uncontrollably. The mage suddenly raised his hand. Elements started gathering in the air. A blazing fireball slowly formed above his palm, radiating intense heat, filling the air with a slight fiery glow. Faced with everyone's questions, the soldier named Ariel kept retreating, finally showing a frightened expression. No, I didn't betray the princess. I am protecting her. The Green Pine soldiers won't hurt the princess. We can ask Count to pay a ransom. The one who's really afraid is this unknown guy. Ariel pointed at Chun Imo, shouting hysterically, trying to shift blame. Didn't you forget? This crazy man, to save himself, actually hit the princess. Didn't you see? He hit the princess. He hurt the noble princess. That's a terrible crime, unforgivable. Ariel desperately defended himself. At this moment, the fear of death crushed the joy he had just felt from the promise of great wealth. He struggled to shake his hands, trying to inspire his comrades to respond, but all he received were a few fiery glares. Old Locke's beard and hair stood on end. Beast! You beast! Shame of the cloud mist territory. The old man was a master of healing and enchantment, but before changing his profession, most mages had learned basic skills. However, his spellcasting clearly couldn't compare to that of a professional arcane mage. The fireball shot out with a blazing heat wave, smashing hard into Ariel's back as he tried to turn and run, but it didn't deliver a killing. Boom! A dull explosion was followed by a sharp scream. Ariel was knocked forward and fell to the ground. His clothes on his back instantly blackened and charred, and his skin sizzled with a hiss sound. Ariel rolled on the ground in pain, twisting his scorched body and desperately begging for mercy. No, I don't want to die. Captain Puin is so strong. He couldn't stop it. We can't escape. I don't want to die. Death, how should I put it? In times of peace and prosperity, maybe you still have a choice whether to want to live or not. But in these chaotic, war-torn times, how long you live has nothing to do with whether you want to or not. A faint buzzing sound appeared. Chun Imo didn't know when he had stepped to the edge of the smart drone platform, holding a controller in his hand. Behind him, a small device with a set of tiny propellers took off like a sprout, soaring straight into the sky. That was the last of the 3-in-1 Big Eagle surveillance drones. While the drone was ascending, Chun Imo turned his head and looked seriously at the soldiers wailing on the ground, or rather, at everyone present. I'm not from here. I've been through many hardships, fleeing for my life. I shouldn't trust anyone, but I met Princess Lu Shuang, Master Locke. You helped me several times. I also met honest and kind civilians like Luke and Old John, and I received magical guidance that I will always respect and remember. Of course, Captain Puin. I almost thought that all people in this world are such good people. But I have to thank you, and those outsiders' warnings. This world is still dirty. A buzzing sound sounded, and the drone platform indicated that the surveillance drone had completed its lock-on. Chun Imo firmly pressed the launch button. At the same time, Xiao Bai's long spear fired a sharp, continuous shot, accurately hitting Ariel's head. He waited until now to shoot, not wanting the gunfire to alert the enemies outside too early. However, the sound of the drone taking off from the ground was loud enough to attract attention. The approaching enemies outside cautiously stopped their advance. This was an elite patrol team from the Zircon territory. Before this, Zircon's large army had searched the area around the suspected target many times. They didn't just look for big monsters or wild animals on the mountain, but even insects and worms hiding under dry leaves and twigs. They wanted to identify everything clearly. They did find some things, capturing some retreating soldiers, fleeing villagers, and even a few old bandits from the Emerald Kingdom. These efforts slightly improved the area's crime clearance rate, but they still couldn't find the young princess from the Misty territory. Zircon had to expand the search area. Because of Puin's firm decision, Zircon couldn't get any useful information and had to search blindly with the simplest method. To avoid the previous problem where large groups couldn't find the target or small teams were overwhelmed, Marquis Wayland personally ordered the main force to split into 2 squads, each about 60 people, with accompanying mages. More than 30 such search teams were sent to patrol back and forth along the northern shore. When they encountered the surrendering Emerald Soldier, the elite team was overjoyed. They asked around and learned only a few old and weak individuals remained. There was no reason to wait. Wealth and power were right in front of them. They released a magic seal on the Cloud Mist Scout Ariel, letting the traitor go first. This reassured the enemy and also served to confuse them. The search teams then slightly separated, preparing to sneak quietly into the village and capture everyone in one net. But they were met with Chun Mo's final, Great Owl, when that deadly humming metal device suddenly rose into the sky. The Zircon elites immediately became alert. Well-trained soldiers quickly contracted and shifted into defensive positions. This was really unfortunate. The drone from East Summer had a default setting. When the operator issued a regional attack command without specifying a precise target, the Great Owl would automatically choose the area with the highest concentration of identifiable life forms to strike. Commonly called picking up the big ones. When fighting on Blue Star, grabbing the biggest bombs is the same idea. The enemy's formation has a main force in the center, with wings spread out, behind the Mage Hall. A group huddled together, forming a shielded infantry cluster, is clearly the main target for cruise missiles. However, this also causes the enemy squads and mages to stay out of attack range. The mage search team, accompanied by a few followers, habitually falls to the back. As glass cannons on the battlefield, mages have an almost instinctive fear of urban combat. Low earthen houses, narrow alleys, and scattered debris all seem like deadly traps to them. Therefore, the closer they get to such areas, the more they unconsciously keep themselves as far from the front line as possible. This deep alley combat phobia surprisingly became their lucky charm at this moment. In the eyes of the main mage and 2 assistant mages of the search team, everything ahead looked like a big magic show. After a loud, exciting explosion, roaring flames burned their eyes. The orderly infantry line was swallowed by flames in an instant, then thrown back by a powerful shockwave. It was like a big mouth biting into a watermelon, then spitting out the seeds with a crackling sound. Yes, it was charred and blackened, with a similar color. Some of the seeds were spit out, missing more than half. The core thermal pressure just finished unleashing its destructive power, and the second layer of deadly flames followed. White phosphorus powder was scattered by the shockwave, turning into countless jumping, clinging, and unstoppable white flames, providing a warm comfort to soldiers near the shockwave's edge. A few seconds later, as the high temperature and residual shock weakened, the third layer of toxic gas began to spread. They can't release it too early, or it will be destroyed instantly by the shockwave and intense heat. This heavenly missile at least severely damaged 2/3 of the soldiers. The explosion center was a scene of chaos and casualties, and the small squads on the wings were also affected to varying degrees. In the end, only the relatively intact right-wing ambush squad and the frightened mage team trailing far behind managed to survive. To Chun Mo, it was a bit surprising that, despite such an attack, the enemy did not retreat. Instead, after a brief pause, they launched a surprise attack into the village. Chun Mo had never experienced large-scale wars on the Starry Continent. When elite troops clash, there is an unspoken rule. In the face of a mage, especially a powerful one, you can only advance, not retreat. Using obstacles to quickly close the distance, then defeating or forcing the enemy to move away, is the only way to survive. If you try to run, no matter how agile the scout, you cannot outrun the magic pursuit that follows like a shadow. Therefore, upon realizing that there is a high-level mage among the remaining members of the Zircon squad, they immediately charged forward. The leader of the right-wing squad shouted loudly, "Don't be afraid. There are only a few of them. Charge." A cloud of poison gas choked his command back into his throat. The howling north wind spread the poison gas, reducing its range and weakening its effect. But no matter how many enemies the flying missiles have taken down or how many have been injured, as long as they are not all dead, when the battle reaches this point, a face-to-face fight is inevitable. The house Chen Mo chose is very well thought out, a standalone building with no nearby cover for the enemy to use. Relying on the small courtyard wall as a simple fortification, White, the top skeleton gunner of the Starry Continent, fired a burst of bullets, knocking over 2 Zircon warriors who were trying to sneak forward. One by one, the green-tinted warriors were shot down on their charge. The little skeleton fired one shot at a time, coordinating with Chun Mo's grenades. In just over 10 seconds, they had taken out 6 or 7 professional fighters from the enemy's advance. Against the defense of firearms, even limited ones, and despite the operator's lack of skill, it was still too brutal for those attacking with cold weapons. Bright red blood left long streaks in the village. Chun Mo pulled the trigger again and suddenly remembered a phrase Peiwen once told him. In war, there are no heroes, only survivors. The front line of the Zircon reconnaissance team fell one by one like trees being cut down. But these deaths were not meaningless. The enemy's mage finally used cover to reach attack range and launched the first round of explosive flames. The earth wall that White was leaning against was directly blown apart, and flying dirt buried the little skeleton under a heavy pile. But it doesn't matter. Skeletons don't care about physical injuries. Even if their spine is broken, as long as their 2 front arms can move, they can still shoot. That's why undead and firearms go so well together. After the first burst of exploding fireballs, a second wave followed. The enemy mage may not be as high-ranking as Old Locke, but a professional elemental mage's attack, whether in power or accuracy, is far beyond what an outsider like Locke can handle. Taking advantage of the chaos caused by the magic attack, a Zircon warrior charged quickly and broke through the wall. The warrior from Cloud Mist led the charge. Although only a few remain, the overall formation still looks decent. The team has 2 warriors, Princess Frost, and the last remaining guard. The young girl, already bloodshot eyes from a series of hits, launched a counterattack. She squeezed herself into a gap in the earthen wall, wielding a shimmering long sword that sparkled fiercely, creating a relentless sword curtain. The approaching warrior, who was of a higher rank than her, struggled to defend against her fierce attack. After all, she was a noble the Marquis wanted to capture alive. There was also a half-mage in the team, Master Locke, who mainly heals and enchants. Between flashes of white healing magic, he tried to cast a few less skilled fireballs. The other half was Lady Linda, a wise goddess believer still in her youth, pale-faced and chanting loudly. Finally, there was Chun Mo, a gunner and grenade thrower. As the second-best marksman in the team, he aimed his light rifle and shot 3 times, knocking off the Zircon Lord Mage's helmet. Through the scope, a red and white object traced an elegant arc in the sunset. If the distant enemies retreated and avoided the attack, he relied on the drone's rough positioning to occasionally throw a grenade, blocking the enemy melee troops from approaching and filling the firepower gap left by the small White, who was pinned under the earth wall and couldn't reload. Enemies that got too close were handled by the frontline warriors. Although the enemy mage twice targeted and destroyed 2 drones, at this point, there was no need to feel bad. Losing them was fine. Using drones to block a magic attack that might have hit him directly was a real win. Without superpowers to withstand bullets and grenades, ordinary soldiers faced a brutal slaughter. The fierce fighting lasted about 20 minutes before finally ending. All the attacking enemies were defeated. Facing this bottomless pit of achievement, the remaining enemies ran away in desperation. Chun Mo pulled the trigger again, leaving 2 more lives lost. But he didn't chase after them. Exhaustion, limited ammunition, and unknown dangers made him hesitant to pursue further. Eventually, a few dark figures disappeared into the distance. On the side of Cloud Mist territory, the cost was also very high. Many soldiers had died, and Lady Linda was pierced through the chest by a flying sword after enemies broke through the wall. It was clear she couldn't be saved. Master Locke also paid a heavy price. An unknown magic spell grazed his left side, shattering his robe, tearing his flesh, and soaking his white robe with blood. He leaned weakly against a broken wall, gasping heavily. Every breath seemed to pull at his wounds, causing painful spasms. During the battle, this master of healing and protection had used all his skills to heal Chun Mo and Lu Shuang, leaving them clean and fresh, as if just out of a bath. Some healing spells naturally have cleansing effects, Although they achieved a great victory, the Cloud Mist team was completely wiped out. Chen Mo increasingly realized that their previous invincibility when passing through cities and castles was based on Puan's strong leadership and personal skill. Without Puan, the team fell apart immediately. Chen Mo moved closer and took out the last, eternal song of life he hadn't sent away, trying to give it to the old man. Old Locke smiled bitterly, shook his head, and tremblingly raised his hand to make a gesture. It was the same gesture Puan made to him in his final moments. Please, take her and go. Run quickly. Chen Mo didn't like watching scenes of parting and death, so he left first. He didn't know what the original fate of this team would have been if he hadn't intervened. He also didn't understand why, after some strange coincidence, he became Lu Shuang's only guardian. Chen Mo clearly knew that the most rational choice was to turn around and leave, to escape from this troubled and unlucky team, now reduced to just a lone commander. Or he could simply hand over the young princess and leave safely. Of course, at this moment, he didn't know that, as the Crow of the Sky, he was also one of the main targets of the enemy. But he could only let out a long sigh. Considering the floating spaceship at the Six-Leaf Camp and the life song that was sent back home, he decided to try one more time. If it really didn't work, he would think of other options later. Given the current dire situation in the Jade Empire, he doubted whether the territory promised by Puan still existed. With another large loss of personnel, he couldn't carry much anymore. Most supplies, including the smart drone, anti-material rifles, and other resources, had to be abandoned. He quickly reorganized his belongings, took a small amount of supplies, a lark, 2 batteries, a light weapon, gathered the remaining items, and placed a patch bomb on top. Lu Shuang stepped out of a messy courtyard. In just a few days, she had lost 3 guardians who had been with her day and night, like family. Her small face was pale as paper, her eyes hollow and blank, like a delicate porcelain doll. Until she saw Chen Mo, her eyes filled with tears again. Chen Mo wondered why. Could a girl's tears be impossible to dry? The young princess reached out and handed Chen Mo a few things. A Bluetooth headset. Aunt Linda, I need to study hard from now on, so I won't need this anymore. I'll give it back to you. There was also a thin booklet and a magic pendant. Grandpa Locke's spellbook and magic tools. He said they are for you. Okay. He pulled out Xiao Bai from beneath the earthen wall. Its leg bones were broken, and it had multiple open fractures all over its body, clearly unable to walk. But Chen Mo still took it with him. Just like the scene many days ago at the Whitestone Outpost, a big boy, a little girl, and a skeleton, facing the sunset glow. Behind them, the smoke and dust from the remote-controlled bomb explosion. By the way, if you surrender to the Zircon family, can you be redeemed? Lu Shuang paused, didn't look up, but shook her small head with force and slowly. Father told me, if I fall into the enemy's hands, the last sword is for myself. All right, then it's no problem. Hurry up and run. Nangwenling, as the southern border of the Jade Empire, is a mix of hills and plains. The area called Iron Thorn Forest in front of us has no tall peaks, but low hills roll like waves, connected and stretching out in a long dark green flow for dozens of kilometers. A dense, untouched forest covers it, so thick that no sunlight gets through. Big trees, vines, bushes, and ferns are arranged from tall to short, with layers of decayed leaves on the ground, giving off a damp, rotten smell. Occasionally, you hear the calls of unknown birds or distant animal howls, but they are quickly swallowed by the thick greenery. The leader of the 5th Night Regiment of Zircon, Loma, stands at the edge of the forest, his brow furrowed tightly. Finding people here is tough. The Marquis should at least send 10 battalions of city guards. Otherwise, I might end up stuck here for the rest of my life. His assistant carefully replies, Sir, you're joking. This is just a forest. 2 young kids, barely out of childhood, are no match for us. They're just like fish in a barrel. The Marquis has ordered the mobilization of local militia, but gathering and moving them will probably take about half a month. Half a month? Half a month. The Knight Commander slams his fist down hard. A tree with a trunk as thick as a knight's waist is snapped in half, its long crown crashing into the forest, making a cracking sound as branches scrape against each other, startling some birds that had their nests disturbed. They're fighting to conquer cities and earn credit, and what am I doing? stuck here in the woods, catching mice. Who knows how long this will take? Maybe, after they break through the city walls, they'll come back and help out, claiming it's to assist their colleagues. He paces anxiously, then waves his hand heavily. Keep watch on all sides. Shout to those going up the mountain. If they don't surrender within 10 days, I'll set the forest on fire. I won't let anyone steal the credit I deserve. Though frustrated, the arrangements of the 5th Night Regiment are meticulous. The leading knight, along with a team of professionals, personally works as a laborer, running back and forth, swinging fists, kicking, chopping, and using axes to clear away obstacles at the foot of the mountain. After clearing the line of sight, guards were placed every few hundred meters to ensure that even a squirrel coming out of the mountains could not escape the watchful eyes of the guards. 2 well-equipped infantry squads, supported by the army's mage, held the main road through the iron thorn forest leading to other mountains and wetlands, preventing the enemy from breaking through and hiding in the next area. Elite cavalry was divided into 4 mobile squads, each stationed on opposite sides of the mountain area. As soon as the sentry posts gave an alarm, the nearby cavalry could arrive within 10 minutes. On the plains, the 2 young children could not escape the pursuit of cavalry and skilled fighters. All escape routes were blocked. Zircon's 5th Knight divided the remaining troops into 2 groups. One group moved along the ridge between 2 hills, cutting trees and grass to block the mountain path, isolating this part of the mountain. The other group began a slow, thorough search of the island within the enclosed area, using a grid pattern. The soldiers formed tight lines, using spears to push through tall grass and shrubs, checking every suspicious tree hole and in the rocks. This was the slowest but most effective method to avoid missing anyone. Other areas of the mountains waiting to be searched were randomly trampled by some skilled fighters, shouting repeatedly about burning the forest. On the 5th day of the search, they finally found something. When Zircon's soldiers crossed a beast trail in a shrubbery area, they triggered a small explosive device, resulting in 1 death and 4 injuries. 5th Knight was not angry but happy. He immediately led a team of elites to rush into the area. Of course, this explosion was a trap to distract them. Chun Mo wrapped leaves around the triggered bomb and, at night, flew quietly along the treetops with a lark-shaped drone, carefully delivering the simple mine to a low shrub area outside 3 mountain peaks, placing it in the bushes beside the beast trail. Even if no one stepped on it, it would detonate periodically, meant to attract enemies. When the distant roar of the explosion sounded, Chun Mo was hiding in a depression at the foot of a mountain 5 kilometers away. He peeked through a high-powered telescope from the dense treetops and carefully observed the mountains again to confirm the situation. The last glance swept over the distant, separated guard post. Chun Mo took a deep breath and softly called out, "Lu Shuang, let's go." The young princess sitting quietly on a nearby branch gently pushed off the tree trunk, wrapped her arms around Chun Mo's waist, and jumped down from the treetop. Honestly, most of the time in the mountains, Lu Shuang, once a girl living in luxury, was the one taking care of Chun Mo. Lu Shuang cleared the path through the dense thorns, handled the wild animals wandering in the mountains, helped Chun Mo rest on the trees at night, carried most of the supplies, and even, when Chun Mo sprained his ankle, carried him on her back. Perhaps because she was busy every day, the young princess gradually calmed down. But every time they rested, she would unconsciously curl up next to Chun Mo. Sometimes, in her sleep, she would let out a few faint, unclear cries. In the end, she was just a girl who had suddenly lost her support and was forced to grow up. Fortunately, those days finally came to an end. Hold on tight. We're leaving now. Yes, the young princess nodded firmly, one arm wrapping around Chun Mo's waist, while the other held a lightweight rifle steadily. In recent days, she had practiced aiming a lot. With a high-powered scope, as long as the gun was steady and not trembling, hitting a fixed target from just over a kilometer away was not difficult for a star warrior. The gunshot sounded like a signal, and Chun Mo turned on the electric switch. Along with a low rumble, a sleek, elegant beast leapt out, its wide tires kicking up fallen leaves from the mountain. The vehicle was a joint creation of the Northern Summer Heavy Machinery and the Eastern Summer Aerospace Group, an all-terrain electric 2-wheel shuttle. To keep the weight down, The core parts used aerospace-grade high titanium alloy, secondary parts used magnesium-lithium alloy, and auxiliary parts were made of fiberglass-reinforced plastic. The entire vehicle, including all spare parts, weighed only 109.8 kilograms. Next came the high-tech features. It was equipped with a special suspension system with a ground clearance of up to 350 millimeters, designed for all-terrain off-road driving. The entire set of anti-slip components could handle sand, stones, mud, and theoretically, could even make sharp turns on icy roads with a friction coefficient of around 0.15. The acceleration from 0 to 100 km per hour takes 2.2 seconds, with a top speed of 180 km per hour. It features a central array electric drive combined with a flywheel energy recovery system, and a full charge provides a range of 610 kilometers. The range can't be increased much because of weight limits. Otherwise, Dongxiao would want to extend it to 10,000 kilometers. But that's okay. Besides slowly charging through additional solar panels, to prevent power shortages in emergencies, the shuttle also has a hydrogen-powered electric motor. It is equipped with 4 magnesium-based nano-composite hydrogen storage tanks, each providing about 120 kilometers of emergency range. This range is enough for Chun Mo to travel all the way to the northern Beast Plains. Inside the rear frame, there's a tiny honeycomb system with 8 small Wasp drones, each weighing 350 grams and armed with small weapons. As for features like self-stabilizing body systems, laser headlights, agile steering, and even reverse gear and parking sensors, it's almost like the car has a sign on the front that says, "Buddy, run fast." When this groundbreaking shuttle roars down the hillside on Blue Star, it's like a low growl. What cavalry? They're all just little brothers. To surround such a large area, the Zirconium leader set up scattered watch posts. After a shot from Lu Shuang took out one, the distance between the 2 posts was so wide that even a train could fit comfortably between them, making interference with the shuttle crossing the encirclement impossible. This was their last chance. At this moment, Chun Mo, because he couldn't practice dynamically in the mountains, wasn't very skilled at driving. But after riding a short distance, he quickly regained his feel. The accelerator pressed down continuously, and the electric motorcycle sped across the rugged, uneven terrain, occasionally causing Lu Shuang to gasp in surprise. The little girl held Chun Mo tightly around the waist, which reminded him of a long time ago when he rode with his sister and sometimes couldn't help but squeeze the brake. Don't ask why. It's because the road was bumpy. Behind them, magic signal beacons rose one after another. The alert cavalry hurriedly mounted their horses and chased after them. Chun Mo chose a breakthrough route that the enemy wouldn't expect, because it was close to a straight official road where the horses could run freely. According to Zirconium leader's guess, the enemy wouldn't think of running here, even if their brains were scrambled. Unexpectedly, what should have been a scene of horseback riding and running turned into a chase with 4 hooves chasing 2 wheels, specifically, a high-tech, all-terrain 2-wheeled vehicle moving at full speed. When they reached the main road, they were already so far ahead that the tail lights of the vehicle were no longer visible, only a straight track of tire marks pointing toward the distant horizon. Over an hour later, the 5th knight, with a pale face, hurriedly arrived. After carefully checking the situation, he let out a wolf-like howl. Send a signal to the troops ahead to stop them. Send the cavalry brigade to pursue them. Make sure to catch them. What followed was a chase that involved most of the southern district of the region. But they couldn't catch up. During the Year of Thunder in the Chiue Kingdom and the Year of True Knowledge in the Fog Moon Divine Court, on November 16th, Chun Mo drove a flying shuttle and chased a whole team of cavalry for 20 minutes. Meanwhile, he was also training the young princess to shoot. Princess Lu Shuang sat back, tying herself to Chun Mo with a belt, trying to shoot at a moving target at high speed for the first time. With her second-level warrior skills, she adapted quickly, hitting 5 out of 10 shots, with 4 riders on 1 horse. The last victim, the leader of the Zirconium cavalry, swung a refined spear so fast it seemed to leave a shadow, but his usual skill of deflecting arrows with water-like agility was now just a joke against bullets. As the cavalry leader fell from his horse, the remaining riders all turned their horses around and fled in different directions. They couldn't block the way, because they were unfamiliar with the terrain. Knowing only that Yunwu territory was to the north, they knew nothing about city locations, routes, mountains, rivers, or water systems. So, during normal travel, if the roads were good, they would go straight north. If the environment was complex with villages and forests, they would let the Lark scout ahead to avoid enemy sight lines. All-terrain vehicles could climb hills and cross mountains. If they encountered impassable places, Lu Shuang could carry the vehicle and run. In such situations, intercepting this highly mobile small team was like finding a needle in a haystack. But even if it was like finding a needle, the Zirconium territory's troops couldn't just give up the chase. Whether they caught up depended on their ability, but also on terrain, weather, equipment, luck, and many other factors. However, whether they pursued or not was a matter of attitude, something they couldn't avoid. With so many chasing and running around, collisions were bound to happen eventually. Especially as you go further north, the terrain becomes more open, making it harder for Chun Mo and Lu Shuang to hide their tracks. 30 kilometers west of Nangwenling Jinhanqing City, a top scout team from Zircon Command, aided by Falcon Reconnaissance, tracked Chun Mo's movements. This elite team lived up to its reputation. Although there were only 4 members, each wore silver armor at the 3rd level. They wore lightweight chainmail that shimmered with a faint blue glow. The armor was engraved with tiny wind rune symbols, which greatly reduced weight and increased speed. Their mounts were also exceptional. One was a black wind steed, about 6 feet tall at the shoulder, muscular, with a dark, glossy coat like ebony wood. It managed to keep pace with Chun Mo through the complex terrain. Because they were well prepared, they carried protective magic charms made by their territory's mage, along with magic crystals for recharging. Lu Shuang fired 5 shots in a row but missed every time. Chun Mo was annoyed now. Is this a waste of my bullets? Your magic tools are expensive, but my bullets are precious. The heavy burden from the bloodline altar can't be wasted on this, he thought. And they hadn't even hit you yet, and you're still chasing? Take this, a wasp shot. The drone, weighing only 300 grams, couldn't carry traditional weapons. Based on previous battlefield tests with various weapons in another world, Dongxiao believed that for these tough, heavily armored enemies, high-temperature flames worked best. Even with powerful explosions, penetrating heavy armor was difficult, especially since warriors in the Starry World had strong instant defenses. The drone's aluminum-magnesium alloy was effective enough to take down a 5-star beast knight in the past. It could reach high temperatures and burn continuously. No armor or magic shield could withstand that. Compared to traditional aluminum-magnesium bombs, the Wasp abandoned the initial explosion effect. All the saved space was used to enhance 2 functions: automatic targeting and force control. Automatic targeting prioritized attacking the following areas: head, neck, chest, and waist. Force control involved releasing a mist of anesthetic gas when approaching the enemy, disrupting their reactions. Then, the drone's honey needle would stab fiercely, instantly melting and forming a physical connection, holding the enemy tightly. The scout at the front was lucky enough to be hit by a wasp's needle, which directly jabbed into his forehead. The effect is comparable to a faceplant bug. No magic protection could withstand the heat of 3,000 degrees, directly roasting the forehead. Because it works quickly, the Ranger Scout only had time to let out a short cry before being carbonized, with his skull burned away and his brain dried out. Seeing this scene, the other 3 scouts didn't hesitate. They turned around and left immediately. The leader, having already paid the price, decided it was time to retreat. Chun Mo took a quick look and confirmed that the enemy had indeed fled far away. Satisfied, he turned around quickly and hurried back to gather the spoils. Gathering more magic items would add to his research at home. This was another benefit of the new Hornet. It focused attacks while keeping most of the body intact, including equipment. From that day on, Chun Mo's range of activity expanded again. The Zircon Stone leaders still chased him, but their pursuit was becoming more and more half-hearted. They shouted and shot arrows from afar, their actions exaggerated, but they kept falling further behind. They escorted Chun Mo and Lu Shuang all the way to the border between Nanguan and Jade Leaf territories, at the Nupa River. In the world of stars, territories usually mark their borders with natural boundaries. This is also a way for small broken nations to protect themselves. The river is an important tributary of the Crystal River. The Marquis set up the last line of defense here, with 2 bridges, one high, one low, along the Nupa River, gathering many elite troops, even delaying their attack on Nangguan City. Chun Mo chose a river mouth about 10 kilometers away from the 2 main defensive points. He boldly shot and scared away the few patrol soldiers, and under the watch of flying magic beacons and reconnaissance eyes, he openly drove the fleeting shuttle into the turbulent river. Yes, fleeting shuttle can also go into the water. That's why it's called an all-terrain vehicle. Fleeting shuttle, as an amphibious electric motorcycle, first showed its versatility in the Starry World. After rushing down the riverbank, the sides of the fleeting shuttle unfolded 2 inflatable airtight membranes. The spinning motor pumped air inside, causing the membranes to puff up like life jackets, steadily supporting the heavy vehicle. On the sides of the wheels, pop-up paddles served as oars. Though small, they were fast at moving water, allowing smooth progress through the water. Supported by a reliable system, the Fisher can directly cross the river surface. Whether it's a few elite scouts on the riverbank or the mage's detection eye near the bridge camp, everyone can only stare in surprise as Chun Mo calmly crosses the river, lands ashore, retracts his wing membrane, and leaves quickly. Before leaving, Lu Shuang fired a shot toward the southern bank, breaking the zircon tower flag planted on the riverbank. The flag fell heavily into the river, smashing into the rushing water and being quickly swallowed by the turbulent waves. At this point, the large-scale chase involving over 10,000 people, with expensive magic equipment and supplies, had turned into a big farce. Chun Mo didn't feel much about it. As the saying goes, racing a Ferrari in a wheelchair, winning doesn't really matter. However, after confirming safety, the young princess, who seemed to have forgotten everything these days, looked at the land far behind her and couldn't help but feel her eyes turn red. The little girl faced the opposite bank, performed a proper noble bow, and then boarded the Fisher again. Now that we're here, it's time to meet your family, right? Lu Shuang nodded gently. Yes, from the bridge to the north, about 200 arrows away, is the city of Ziluo in the Cloud Mist territory. In terms of distance, it's only about 40 kilometers, less than half an hour at full speed. But this broken road makes full speed impossible. What kind of greeting was that just now? It looked different from before. That was a noble offering, a respectful ceremony for elders or revered figures, performed when someone departs. Are there more ceremonies after that? Yes, there's also a common noble offering. There are 262 different kinds of rituals for various occasions. Lady Linda told me many times. I only remember a little. Chun Mo took a deep breath and offered some words of comfort that weren't really comforting. It seems like you've grown up suddenly. Lu Shuang reinserted her spear into the back sheath, slightly turned her body, and pressed her face against Chun Mo's back. Actually, Grandpa Locke's injury could be healed, but he was afraid I wouldn't leave, so he gave up. Uncle Puan, he could have avoided dying. And Linda, I used to find her annoying, always making me memorize things. But now, no one is there to take care of me anymore. They all went to be with my mom, leaving me alone here. Her voice grew softer and softer, until it became a nearly inaudible sigh. If I don't grow up, what can I do? Chun Mo felt a cool, damp breeze behind him. He didn't know how to comfort her, so he tried to change the subject. What are your plans after we go back? Lu Shuang hesitated a little, seeming reluctant but also very determined. I want to practice martial arts. I'm still just a beginner. I can't even charge forward properly. Uncle Puan's charge is the best in the kingdom, but I haven't learned it well. When I go back, I'll tell my father I want to go to Chiyu Academy. The young princess suddenly sat up straight, holding Chun Mo's sleeve. When I come back from Chiyu, I will definitely complete my job change and awakening. Just like Uncle Puan, I want to become a golden scale swordsman. Then you can come find me, okay? Chun Mo smiled. Okay. He had a feeling this was the young princess's farewell in advance, and also an invitation. The wind swept across the open field, bringing fresh grass scent, easing the salty smell on their clothes after a long time apart, making both the big boy and girl feel happier. It was the last day of the Thunder Year in Chiyu. Chun Mo and the young princess crossed the crystal plain, passing by scattered enemy outposts, then hurried past Ziluo City without stopping. accompanied by 30 elite cavalry from the city's guards, heading north all the way to Yunwu City, the capital of Yunwu Territory. That night, Lord Yunwu, the leader of the Yunwu Territory, one of the 3 jade pillars, known as the Cloud Mist Blade, held a grand welcoming banquet. Of course, it was to welcome his daughter, the princess of Yunwu County. Lu Shuang's identity was not that important. However, under the current situation where the Emerald Kingdom is besieged from 3 sides and its territory has greatly diminished, the young lady of the Count's family and her accompanying group traveled from the Federation of Creek Moon to the King of Green Turquoise. They fought through heavy blockades, crossed 2 major enemy nations, and returned safely. This event's significance is now much greater. War is a game that cannot be lost. Even after a crushing defeat, one must still shout victory. Moreover, this was a truly legendary experience. In such times, a partial victory like this provides great confidence in the overall strategy. Therefore, the achievements of Lu Shuang must be celebrated and recorded in detail. As for Chen Mo, that belongs to the group of people. After the grand welcome banquet, the Count personally received Chen Mo. The meeting took place in the inner hall of the Count's residence, where the Count and his top advisors discussed the territory's major affairs. It is second in importance only to the main hall where officials gather for council. The etiquette officer guiding Chen Mo made sure to emphasize this importance. Please, sir, this way. Since the Count received his national honor, besides the Lord of the Shadow Blade of the Duchy who visited earlier, you are the second distinguished guest to be personally welcomed here by the Count. It's truly an honor. Chen Mo politely smiled. Yes, it sounds like a very special honor. Names were called outside, invitations extended inside. As Chen Mo stepped over the threshold, the Count approached with a very formal bow, a 65-degree noble salute. Chen Mo had also heard from the young princess that this was the highest form of greeting, and no more could be given. Any more than that would violate noble etiquette. Thank you, sir, for your support of my young lady all along. The Count, around 50 years old, with bronze-colored skin and short iron-gray hair, carried a stern military aura wrapped in a sense of authority from long-standing leadership. He asked Chen Mo to sit down, his voice unusually loud. We should have given you a proper welcome, but some matters are beyond our control. I hope you understand. The Cloud Mist territory is small, and my forces are weak. We are truly unworthy of provoking a great nation's anger. With just a few words, Chen Mo understood the Marquis's meaning. Although the Emerald Kingdom is an independent nation, it borders the influence of the Kingdom of Resting Moon to the west, and is connected to the various nations allied with the Fog Moon Shrine to the south. It stands at the forefront of the clash between 2 major superpowers. At such times, if this person, who is said to come from the Sky Empire, and whose identity is unclear, spreads rumors about Jadeite Republic, it would be entirely harmful and not beneficial. Getting involved with a third party between 2 major nations is something only top-level traders could do. Clearly, Count Lu Yun is not such a person, so Lu Shuang must take the lead, and Chen Mo must stay in the background. The Count repeatedly apologized, but Chen Mo actually liked his straightforward style. Whether you welcome me or not doesn't matter. I fully understand your position and situation. Chen Mo took out a letter from his pocket and placed it on the tea table. His servant respectfully handed it to the Count. I had an agreement with Captain Puan before. He asked me to bring Princess Lu Shuang back, and I agreed to 2 conditions. Are those conditions still valid? The Marquis nodded with a smile and opened Puan's handwritten letter. The edges of the parchment were slightly torn, and the handwriting looked hurried, indicating it was written quickly. But the meaning was clear, reflecting Puan's meticulous style. Respectfully presented to the Honorable Count. This letter is delivered to you on behalf of Mr. Chen Mo. If it is from him, Puan respectfully requests that the Count treat him with the respect due to a baron. I have known Mr. Chen Mo for a long time. Although he is young, he is well-educated, highly disciplined, and has remarkable knowledge. He seems to come from a noble system different from those around me. It is certain he is not a commoner. Although he started late in practicing magic and is currently only an apprentice necromancer, he has the ability to communicate with foreign territorial lords and master artifact crafts. The weapons and equipment he summons are quite effective in small-scale battles. If possible, The Lord could include him in his ranks, perhaps with the help of runemasters or alchemists to test his skills. I promised to bring him to meet the Lord and Princess Lu Shuang back, with 2 conditions. First, I asked the Lord to grant him a territory that already exists, without the need for development. Please do not worry, Count. I have already discussed this with him. No towns, fields, or civilian populations are needed. Any mountain, river, marsh, or sandy area will do. Puan suggests that the saline mudflat could serve as Mr. Chen's fiefdom, with no real impact on our cloud mist territory. The second condition is to find a magic teacher for him. However, Puan had made it clear from the start that he was only responsible for introducing them. Whether he could persuade others was his own matter. Puan suggested recommending a few low-level mages, which would not harm my duchy. He also recommended 1 or 2 grandmasters, who would not go to such a cold and harsh place as the saltwater marsh. But this would show my sincerity to the cloud mist. Finally, he bowed to the Earl. The person's background was a mystery, and he was unwilling to speak openly. Therefore, he should not be offended or become too close. The boundaries of this relationship should be carefully considered by the Earl. Under your command, 7th Guard Captain Puan. This was Chun Mo's first time seeing the letter unopened. Otherwise, he might have been both speechless and impressed by Puan. Besides loyalty and bravery, Puan also had schemes, and he was quite good at judging people. But in the end, he was limited by history and social class. The paper in the Earl's hand made a faint rustling sound. He read it word by word, but his gaze seemed fixed on the familiar handwriting, as if nailed to the paper, and he did not lift his eyes for a long time. The scene was so quiet that even the sound of a needle dropping could be heard. In this somewhat suffocating atmosphere, it took more than 10 minutes. Chun Mo had already finished the second pot of tea, and the Earl suddenly seemed to wake up. Sorry. Seeing Puan's letter made me a bit distracted. Don't worry. Puan promised you, and the Cloud Mist territory promised as well. There will be no change. At last, Chun Mo felt a weight had been lifted from his heart. They jointly remembered the brave swordsman Puan, and both sides quickly reached an agreement on the substantial matters. The Earl ordered someone to bring a map, a land grant letter, a seal box, sealing wax, and so on. He then officially issued the land proclamation, officially renaming the saltwater marsh as the Hanhai territory. This name was Chun Mo's suggestion, and he thought it was perfect. The Hanhai territory was quite large. According to the tradition of the Starry Continent, a duke's territory was 10,000 qing, a marquis's was a few thousand qing, and an earl's was 1,000 qing. Of course, because of wars and annexations among territories, land and cities were constantly changing hands. Now, there were earl territories larger than small countries, and some duke territories were just on paper without real land. The size of the territory was no longer a reliable measure. But as the lowest, noblest knight territory, the Hanhai territory's area was at least enough to match a third of an earl's territory. Although the territory was an exclave far to the east coast, with 70% desert and Gobi and 30% coastal wasteland, lacking industries and population, Chun Mo still valued Puan and the Earl's relationship greatly. Because this is an existing piece of land, there is no need for development, and it is protected territory. Many countries, especially in the northern border areas, continue to produce new lords. Usually, they just draw a circle on the map, claiming the land as theirs. Brave knights, go and embrace your territory. Most knights end up being beaten half to death by the orc tribes that occupy the land, unable to take care of themselves. A small number are beaten so badly they become completely incapacitated and cannot live independently. For Chun Mo, owning a fiefdom that requires no fighting is a special privilege, even if the land is poor. More importantly, the Count follows official procedures, reports to the Jade Empire, and once approved, the letter is sent to other countries, including the territory in the Protection Treaty. This is the main reason Chun Mo spends so much time and effort to get a legally recognized territory from the human kingdom. In simple terms, newly established territories under this system have a shared beginner protection period, lasting from 1 to 5 years. This rule came with a great era of human growth. At that time, countless knight explorers raised their banners, fighting with swords and fire to expand the human kingdom. They took over the Emerald Plain and Clear Water Plain of the Elven Kingdom, driving the elves into the dark forest like lost dogs. They seized the Red Earth Plateau and cliffside grassland from orc tribes. To this day, the orcs still roar angrily at the Red Earth Mountains. They drove the merfolk out of wetlands, forcing them into the deep swamps. They expelled the Naga from the coast, forcing them onto distant sea islands. They invaded dwarves and gnomes, slaughtered half-beasts and goblins, nearly wiped out halflings and trolls, and enslaved blood races and great spirits. They fought battles in the Red Peak Valley and with giants, on icy cliffs and against dragons. There is a saying among ocean races, when a whale falls, all life is affected. On land, there is a saying, when one person rises, thousands of races perish. Of course, for humans, these explorers are true heroes. Their endless conquests allowed humanity to dominate the starry continent, constantly expanding their living space and growing stronger. But humans are also good at internal conflicts and disputes. The frontline explorers fought bravely and took a rich piece of land from the enemy. They were weak and needed rest, but before they could catch their breath, they were betrayed by other explorers who stabbed them in the back. As a result, the explorers on the front line all decided to stop working together. If the first to act would die, then what's the point of exploring? So, this led to the creation of the Territory Protection Treaty. This treaty is also used in barren border areas where the human population is very low. Instead of gaining land through war, they get it through grants. Besides needing to meet certain population standards within a time limit, the protection period is only 1 year. During this year, as long as they still consider themselves part of the human forces, they are forbidden from attacking or bothering the Hanhai territory. Doing so would be a betrayal of everyone's shared interests. Anyone who breaks this rule would face a group punishment. Most nobles today are descendants or allies of explorers. Are there exceptions? Yes. For example, non-human forces are not bound by this treaty. Orcs often attack human explorer territories, but orcs mainly fight to steal money, food, or slaves. They see places like the Hanhai territory as useless, just sand and fools coming to breathe the desert air. Or, if the Hanhai territory attacks other human territories first, the protection treaty immediately becomes invalid. This clause is very convenient. It gives me the power to start wars whenever I want. It's perfect. Ever since I heard Peven talk about this, I've been focused on this territory. I've lost count of how many times I've thought about its name. Now, I finally got what I wanted. It's worth all the hardships, the worries, risking my life, and fighting so hard to get here. Within a year, I can finally settle down and develop peacefully, without being chased away again. As for after a year, if I don't go bother others, they should thank the heavens and gods. Launch announcement: I've launched the book and was told I should write a launch message. I've never done this before, but there's always a first time. Just like there's a first time signing a contract, recommending a book, getting a monthly ticket, giving a tip, or leaving a comment. Soon, there will be a first subscription. First, I want to thank all the readers for your support. Thank you very much to Editor Wushu for your great help. Thanks to this country where I can sit quietly in front of my computer and write. Thanks to my family for their support and understanding. The story will be published at noon tomorrow, Monday. It won't be delayed, that's all. Please support my first subscription. A big thank you to the authors of these 2 books for their recommendations and support. If you like this type of story, you can check them out. Wizard, my profession panel has no limits. Shu Mountain Town's Immortal Land. That's the end of the main content. Below are some personal thoughts from the author. If you're not interested, you can skip them. Let me tell you how this book came about. I have always enjoyed reading, but starting to write was an accident. In October 2023, I got sick. I was diagnosed with mycoplasma pneumonia and stayed in the hospital for a week. After I was discharged, I had a fever again. I went to the biggest hospital nearby and stayed there for 9 more days. I received 4 treatments 4 times a day. After leaving, I still had a fever, which made me worried. Someone recommended Shanghai Ruijin Hospital, one of the best in the country for lung issues. I went there several times for tests, appointments, and waiting in line, and finally got admitted. I underwent many tests, including a bronchoscopy, external lab tests, and lung biopsy. The biopsy caused an injury, and I had a high fever of 42 degrees Celsius, vomiting blood for several days. The doctors couldn't find the exact problem. They kept increasing the antibiotics, giving me large doses of meropenem to suppress the infection. I stayed in the hospital for 40 days. Before the new year, a CT scan showed the lung infection was under control. I was discharged and went home to prepare for the holiday. But just a week later, I had a fever again. The whole family felt like the sky was falling. It was around December 20th, so I went to a smaller local hospital for treatment. The doctors did another bronchoscopy and lab tests, which showed a fungal infection. I took medication for over 10 days and finally recovered. At this hospital, the nurses weren't as experienced as in big hospitals. Since I had been in the hospital for so long, I often brought my 4 bags and had to remind them, this needs to be covered from light. They would then check the doctor's orders, as if waking up from a dream. The hospital's protective measures weren't as strict as in large hospitals. During my stay, I also caught COVID-19 because the doctors and nurses were infected too, but I managed to recover. I often complain to my family that dealing with this illness feels like praying to gods, mainly relying on luck. I spent the spring festival in the hospital. When I was discharged, I counted. Over 6 months, I had 12 CT scans and contrast-enhanced CTs. I asked the doctor how often I should have checkups, and he said, as long as you don't have a fever, come later. Try to have fewer CT scans. Dealing with this has caused many problems: lung nodules, local calcification, emphysema, pleural adhesions. As the doctor said, our internal medicine can only treat it to this point. To go further, a surgeon would need to operate. But in the end, I was discharged. I'm sharing this not to complain, but quite the opposite. I feel very grateful that I eventually recovered. I thank the doctors who treated me. I don't blame those who couldn't cure me. I believe they didn't do it on purpose. Thanks to the National Health Insurance, I was able to spend a reasonable amount of money over 6 months without facing unbearable financial pressure. Even because of this illness, I quit smoking, which I couldn't do before, and I was forced to start exercising to improve my lung function. Maybe, in fact, my overall health has improved in some ways. That's hard to say. Then, because I lost my job, I started writing books. Good and bad things often come together, and that's true. My personality is like this. There's no point in resenting the past I can't change. I believe in moving forward and looking ahead. During this time, my company also proposed a peaceful separation. Since I couldn't work for so long, I didn't want to cause trouble for others. I agreed, and thus I became a freelancer. The idea of writing books came to me while I was lying in bed every day. On one hand, lying in bed all the time was very boring. On the other hand, with my current health, I couldn't work for a short time. My hometown is a small county, and there aren't many jobs I can do. I felt too weak for delivery jobs, too young for security work, and too old for government exams. The traditional jobs are declining. So I thought, why not try flexible employment? At first, I was full of confidence and headed straight to the starting point. I submitted my work, but I didn't sign any contracts. I kept trying, but in the end, I had to give up and leave in disappointment. I still remember that one book I uploaded on a platform called Chidian. A reader left a comment. Not bad. If an editor signs you, let me know. I might invest. Wow. Look at that. Others are cautious about investing, afraid of wasting money. That's the reality for a new author. Without hope of a contract, I deleted the book and moved to a website that doesn't require any entry barriers. I have been writing for over a year and achieved some small results. I humbly returned to the starting point to seek editing help. At that time, I hadn't contacted anyone yet. It was the author of The Ming Dynasty, From Border Army to Fall of Ming and Rise of Qing, in the fan group, Mr. Chung, who added me on QQ for editing. Thanks again to him. Those interested in history can check out his work. With the editor's contact information, I sent in my drafts. I was rejected 6 times before finally publishing this book. Basically, it's true that I am a beginner writer. I am also new and a bit of a literary enthusiast. In short, I lack special talent, have little experience, and tend to be slow to develop ideas, with many issues like over-explaining and creating plot holes. I am currently revising, trying to improve my writing. I am grateful to all the readers who have supported me along the way. Thank you very much. I went in and out of the black room 3 times, and my traffic dropped several times. It was you who carried me through all of this. By the way, don't worry about my health. I have been taking traditional medicine for over a year, and my lung function is now almost normal. I can breathe deeply without problems. I also have a chronic illness card. After paying the initial fee, I only need 200 yuan per month. Thanks again to my country. Some say my writing is awkward or overly emotional. I can only say that everyone has different experiences. Longtime readers know that I am a major critic of this country. My readers often say, "Whoever put this book on my phone?" The likely reply is, "You admit this is on your phone. Criticize, joke, or tease me all you want, but I still love my country." That doesn't change. This is the main story of how this book was created. Finally, I want to say something heartfelt to my great readers. Life has sunny days and rainy days, ups and downs. Don't look back, look forward. Keep going. After careful consideration and based on Chun Mo's suggestions, Dong Xia sent a few new, traditional weapons to the Starry Continent. Since the Marquis mentioned that he was very interested in the weapons of the alien world mechanical ruler and wanted to learn from them, we couldn't give him weapons that were too difficult to understand. Simple weapons are easier to copy. If you give them a high-tech chip, they probably can't replicate it, right? First, there is a firearm called the Type 53 rifle and cavalry gun. Just the name sounds old-fashioned. It can be used by infantry and cavalry. Once understood, it's easy to operate. It's a single-shot bolt-action rifle, manually ejects shells and loads, with great power and long range. But I wonder where Dongxia found it. Smells strongly of rust-proof oil. Next is the Type 67 wooden-handled grenade. Originally, they wanted to give a Type 51 grenade to match the nostalgic set with the Type 53 rifle, but they couldn't find any that worked properly, so they had to settle for this. Compared to the current egg-shaped grenades, the Type 67 has two big advantages. It's easy to make from wood and can be thrown very far. It perfectly fits Starry's needs. You can't say Dongxia isn't thoughtful. Finally, there is a small civilian drone, available on online shopping platforms, with a simple camera. These three items match the three most frequently used weapons Chen Mo has relied on: armor-piercing rifles, thermal grenades, and the Lark drone. Well, their power is just a little bit weaker. Anyway, most of Chun Mo's companions have died along the way, and enemies who felt the power have also been eliminated. The only survivor, Princess Lu Shuang, has only used a rifle. Who says a rifle isn't just a single-shot rifle? Chen Mo quickly felt reassured about his cautious approach. The burly guard captain at the Marquis' mansion examined the Type 53 rifle and showed a look of disdain. He said, "No spiritual energy reserves. At best, it's just a dwarf master-level musket." When the captain took off his leg armor and revealed his square-shaped muscles, and then shot a gun without hesitation, Chen Mo was sure he had made the right choice. These guys are too fierce and overconfident. If they had a magnesium-aluminum incendiary grenade, what would they do? Swallow it and breathe fire? After evaluation, the city lord's mansion accepted the 5.3 cavalry rifles and the Type 67 wooden-handle grenades, planning to give them to their master craftsmen for research. Regarding drones, the assessment was, they are not as good as eagles, they are just toys. Of course, a generous payment was made to Chen Mo, who accepted it without hesitation, as it was perfect for hiring people later. Having smoothly completed the first task, the second task was a warning to Chen Mo. Yunwu territory fully followed the advice of former 7th Guard Captain Pei-Wan. The deputy city defender of Yunwu City personally took Chen Mo to visit several unemployed mages in the city, including 2 renowned first-tier grand mages. Unfortunately, when they first met, the mages were polite and courteous, but as soon as they heard Chen Mo was a guest from Salty Water Beach, they all quickly refused. Chen Mo offered a large sum of money, which the mages appreciated, but they explained that they were in poor health and unable to travel far. Chen Mo promised to help build magic towers for them, but they said their families were in Jadeite and they couldn't leave. They also found it hard to adapt to new environments outside their home and apologized sincerely. Chen Mo even became a bit anxious, saying he would meet any conditions they set. The mages politely responded that their main need was to live comfortably in the big city. It's understandable that they prefer to stay in their comfort zones. First, mages who are unemployed usually haven't built their own magic towers or joined existing ones. They tend to lack strong ambition or desire for wealth. A mysterious lord ruling a poor, cold land, no matter how eloquent his words, can't change their situation. Chun Mo believed in the principle that sincerity can open all doors. Every day, he visited different households, brought gifts, and shared some fresh produce. But since they couldn't chat every day, he mostly became familiar with a master of spells named Grand Tons, a former 5th-tier void-chanting mage. Master Tons specializes in water element magic. He was once a 5th-tier mage, but that level isn't fixed. A mage can improve or fall back over time. When he was young, Tons was a wandering adventurer, traveling all over, working with many mercenary groups. He claims to have seen the ups and downs of the world and experienced the coldness of human nature. According to the private introduction from the deputy city guard of Yunwu, it is said that Master Tang's had a painful experience of being abandoned by his wife. Since then, he has seen through worldly matters and, just after turning 40, returned to his hometown in Yunwu. He stays alone in a lakeside house, spending his days watering flowers, fishing, and enjoying nature, ignoring worldly affairs. The deputy city guard also specifically reminded me, although Master Jylan Tangs was once certified as a 5th-rank void-chanting mage, because he does not hold a formal magic position or undertake mercenary missions, he has not been re-evaluated for many years. After so many years of neglect, his true skill level is unknown. The Lord's Mage Advisor guesses that he might not even still have the strength of a 4th-rank mage. I must explain this to Mr. Chun. However, no matter what, since he was once a high-ranking mage, he has the knowledge and magical models. If he only wants to ask about spells, it might still be a good choice. This makes sense logically, but it is not very appealing to people. Although he is middle-aged, his messy hair is nearly half gray and tangled with his unruly beard, making him look like a matted old dog. Because this old man has no family nearby and is quite free, Chun Mo is rarely driven away by chaotic matters when he visits. Most of the time, they just quietly fish together. The old man loves fishing but is not very skilled. However, he is quite dedicated. As a water element mage, he refuses to use magic. He only raises his rod when a fish bites, and when he struggles to cast, you can see a fleeting ripple of water magic. Whenever he catches a fish, he feels very happy and chats with Chun Mo, mostly sharing fishing tips, and occasionally giving some advice on spell practice. But the slow pace makes Chun Mo wish he could just go down and help him hang the fish. After spending the afternoon fishing and feeding the fish with the old man, they return to their residence in the evening. Chun Mo then summoned the distraction Altar February 8th again. Soon, the security department of Dongxia immediately started knocking on doors everywhere. As a well-known figure in Dongxia's fishing community, called the Fishing King, Old Deng was now looking confused. Just during the day, he had happily finished a fishing spot and showed off his skills on camera. Feeling proud and happy, he went home and admired all the likes and comments flooding his posts. Suddenly, a sharp knock on the door interrupted his self-enjoyment. The knocking was clear and steady, 3 knocks with equal intervals and volume. After a brief pause, it was followed by another 3 knocks. This precise pattern made Old Deng feel a little nervous. His intuition was right. He opened the door to see 2 middle-aged men in formal attire from the Eastern Summer region. They first showed their work IDs, with bright red stamps that made Old Deng's eyes hurt. "Hello, is this Mr. Deng? This is the Southwest branch of the National Security Guard. Here is my work ID. Sorry to bother you, but we have an important task that needs your help." Old Deng swallowed hard, feeling a slight tremor all over his body. Is there a case at the fishing spot that involves me? Or is a familiar boss a spy, dragging me into trouble? It can't be that I caught a fish with some secret writing inside, right? I won't fish such big fish anymore. I knew someone would be jealous of me. Seeing Old Deng's nervousness, the man with a gentle smile added, "Don't worry, it's just some questions about fishing. Our leaders want to ask you about it." His family, who had come to see him off, gathered around silently, not daring to make a sound, just staring blankly at the visitors. Old Deng was very anxious, but he could only force himself to speak. Do I need to go now?" "Yes, time is tight. We hope you can leave immediately. Can you tell me where to?" "Chang'an. The leaders are waiting for you there." Is it by high-speed train? Should I bring some change of clothes?" "No need. We will prepare everything. A special car will take you to the airport, and the private plane is ready. As soon as you arrive, it will take off." At this point, Old Deng felt a bit more at ease. With his limited influence, he didn't expect such a big fuss. He said a quick goodbye to his family, then sped off. After more than 3 hours, he was dizzy and led into a large conference room. As he entered, his heart sank. A dozen famous figures from the fishing world, including Old Hua, Old Lu, Old Chung, and Old Su, all sat there looking confused. They avoided eye contact and didn't dare say a word. Finally, the last person sat down, and a middle-aged officer with shining epaulets on his shoulders stood up. "Everyone, thank you for your hard work." Everyone waved their hands and shook their heads, saying no. They didn't dare. "All of you are experts in fishing in Dongxia. We have a special task and need your help. Let me first explain the support we are providing. Outside, we have invited representatives from 42 suppliers and dealers, and more are on their way. Any of you can request any brand or model of fishing gear, rods, lines, hooks, or bait at any time. I promise to deliver it to you immediately. The engineering team is doing the final check on the simulated fishing grounds we set up. Soon, everyone will have their own independent testing area that mimics outdoor environments. We have already placed different types and sizes of live fish in these areas. If you need specific sizes or species for your experiments, just let us know. The logistics team will fully cooperate." A military officer gently tapped the table twice, and with everyone looking curious and surprised, he explained the final request. "I need each of you to provide a complete, feasible plan. What fishing gear to choose, how to match bait, and key techniques to master. To turn someone with no experience into a fishing expert in the shortest time possible." The room fell silent, everyone stunned. At this moment, Chen Mo didn't realize that his casual report had caused a huge stir in the Dongxia fishing community. Blue Star has a tradition of calling the United States the first sun and the Republic as the second sun, mainly to show the importance of certain companies or groups to the country. Now, Chen Mo can be called the grandson of Dongxia country. He is spoiled beyond measure, because there's a saying, it's okay to spoil grandchildren, not children. This isn't just for fun. Chen Mo has been doing his best to bring various fragments from the starry continent to his family, which has already caused big changes in several fields. At this month's monthly meeting of the Sihong project, the leader of the stargazing group, Lin Xiangdong, reported on the work progress to the department heads and coordinators. Currently, the series of meetings about the Wanderers are divided into 3 constants and 2 specials. The 3 constants refer to 3 regular meetings: the daily meeting of the Star Watching group, the weekly meeting of the Compassionate Voyage project, and the monthly meeting attended by all leaders and related departments. The 2 specials refer to 2 types of urgent meetings outside the 3 constants. A Class A special meeting called when important information is received from the travelers, and a Class B special meeting held temporarily when significant results are achieved through the travelers' resource transfers. The large screen was turned on. First, the leaders were informed about the request for fishing technical support made by the travelers last night and the related arrangements. Immediately, a joyful and peaceful atmosphere filled the meeting room. Recently, everyone had been quite worried. Whether government officials or military advisors, they all urged the travelers to quickly go into hiding. Whether they hide in the city or in the wild, they just want them to stay hidden forever and not get involved in the conflicts on the Starry Land. In response, Song Ming, the leader, rejected these concerns. Comrade Xiao Chen's personality has been analyzed many times by the security department. From his reckless rescue efforts to his soft-heartedness during his escape, the conclusion is obvious. I won't go into details, but some things are not just about benefits, they are about right and wrong. Privately, others have helped him and given him medicine. He wants to repay that kindness. Publicly, he is trying to find a suitable base to help with stable development. Basically, he wants to contribute more to the country. When he delivered medicine to his family, he didn't discuss any conditions. Song Ming looked around sharply and said, things that are right or wrong in both private and public matters. If he doesn't want to do them, that's fine. But if the travelers want to do them, and we stop them for our own interests, aren't we betraying our original intentions? In my opinion, if the travelers decide to do it, we should fully support them. If there's danger, help them avoid it. If there are difficulties, help solve them. If they are captured by enemies, We will do everything to negotiate and rescue them. If we can't save them, we will record it in history for future generations to remember. One day, we will find a way to get to them. That's the proper way. If everyone only cares about their own safety and profits, then in our Eastern summer, we might as well have pigtails on our heads. Because of these firm words, the subsequent series of cooperative actions by Eastern Summer followed smoothly. Little Chun, if you want to do something, just go ahead. Tell the family if you need anything. Now that the danger is completely gone and the situation is very good, everyone can calmly and happily attend this meeting. After a brief update on the situation on Starry Continent, the monthly meeting began to review the harvest and progress in the Eastern Summer area. First, there was the latest progress on the Eternal Song of Life. In terms of technology, there's not much to say. The research has reached its limit. The composition, mechanism, principles, and effects are all clearly understood. The main issue is the lack of raw materials. The materials are rare, but the effects are outstanding. It is considered a national treasure in the Eastern Summer area. However, there are clear disagreements about who should use it and who should not. Treating serious illnesses and extending life are things most people are willing to go crazy for. The most reckless are some individuals with limited abilities who rely on their elders' influence. Their abilities and skills cannot be inherited, but channels and wealth can be. Without protection, these things can disappear at any time. They took the most daring approach, mobilizing certain organizations to investigate Laboratory 9, like a police raid. Then, they experienced what a violent organization looks like. In just one night, several families involved in the matter were completely uprooted, from government agencies to companies. The Compassionate Voyage Project issued a clear warning with this violent action. Of course, it's not acceptable to have no explanation. It's a fact that several leading scientists recovered from serious illness. The Pharmaceutical Research Institute reported that, after confirmation from the management, it was a small internal update. The main point is that Laboratory 9 has a new treatment plan, but there are many complex issues preventing its wider use. The drug ingredients come from a highly confidential refining process. It takes a long time, costs a lot, produces very little, and is as difficult as synthesizing antimatter artificially. Furthermore, its application is limited. It can only be used for a few special cases identified by the laboratory under a special treatment plan. There are many technical terms involved, but in simple words, it takes about a year to treat only a few people, and the effectiveness cannot be guaranteed. That's the current situation. You can decide what to do next. With this explanation, it makes sense to raise the confidentiality level of this matter and to transfer the approval authority for treatment quotas to the highest government management body. Strict rules for proper use and confidentiality have also been established. Currently, this regulation has been approved. The Jishin Institute is a select group of elite individuals who stay long-term in Chang'an Prefecture, responsible for approving major national affairs. The representatives of the Wanmin Pavilion have raised their hands. This matter is finally settled, and they can now confidently proceed with its use. One pill, if used properly, can replace 5 heavy armored units. The first report has concluded. Next, each laboratory is taking stock of other materials sent from the Starry Continent. Progress in this area is currently slow. The high similarity between the two worlds is itself an incredible phenomenon. Based on the overall material composition, they are currently judged to be very similar. This is like the eastern and western continents of Blue Star. What can be found on one side is somewhat available on the other. The main difference lies in traditional areas where non-human races are active, such as regions inhabited by elves, dwarves, or trolls, which contain some special substances. However, the specific properties still require more time for detailed analysis. After all, material science is a field that consumes a lot of time and many experiments. The Xi Institute, as the department responsible for technology, made a final summary. We have identified 3 types of plants, 1 mineral, 1 animal category, and 2 insect remains that are worth further study. However, the sample size is small. If the travelers plan to continue delivering materials, we hope they can focus more on this aspect. Next, the Summer Country Life Sciences Research Center gave a brief update. The current alter transmission mechanism has been tested multiple times and confirmed. Inorganic materials are mostly unaffected, while organic materials' survival depends on their life form and cell activity. The weaker the organism, the better it survives. Plants, after transmission, experience a short dormancy-like pause and quickly regain their vitality. Animals, especially small ones, can sometimes retain short-term vitality after transmission. Larger animals, without exception, die immediately upon transmission. The chief representative of the Life Sciences Research Center projected a detailed comparison chart on the large screen. During a recent cross-domain transfer, the traveler cooperated with us to resend several insects and small animals that had been transferred before. Compared to the previous transfer, these insects lived significantly longer, 9 times and 12 times longer, respectively. After transferring small animals, there were moments when their heartbeats briefly recovered during rescue efforts. The expert team believes that the biggest difference is that the traveler's own strength has increased. Dear leaders, referring to the manual copied by Morton, which was sent back by the traveler from another undead mage, we have made a bold guess. Organic life forms cannot survive when transmitted through the altar because of the intense space-time tearing effect. However, the spiritual power of the undead mage acts on the summoning altar, providing a layer of protection for the summoned individual during transmission. Currently, the traveler's power can only protect tiny living beings, but as the traveler's abilities grow in the future, it might be possible to transmit larger, fully alive small beings, bigger creatures, and even people with full consciousness and the ability to act. When the chief representative of the Life Science Research Center said this, the atmosphere in the meeting room became lively again. What lies ahead is a vast, new, and wondrous world. How can that not excite everyone's imagination? The veteran military leader, Long Xiong, slammed his hand on the table. If we can send people over, I'd first select a few top soldiers from the entire army, then find some skilled engineers to operate the carriers, so I don't have to worry about this little brat bothering me all day. Everyone nodded in agreement. It's important to note that several projects currently pushed forward by the military are making the entire defense industry frantic. For example, miniaturizing vertical missile launch systems. Does that sound realistic? Who can carry a vertical launch system in their pocket? Or the Land Shield 3000 ultra-lightweight modification plan. This device's prototype is a closed defense gun on ships, weighing over 8 tons. After major modifications, it would need to be transported by large trucks on land. What does ultra-lightweight mean? Is it like a needle in a rainstorm? There's also the active phased array radar project for individual soldier load detection, modular lightweight components for armored vehicles, and the design brief for small versatile construction machinery, and many more. The military industry systems chief engineers and designers now react instantly whenever they hear the term 110 kilograms, showing a strong stress response.